so that I can see some work out many moments for you. Personally, elementary school experience was always positive. I became an artist that was shown, and I used to do up a team for a class. I remember one time I teach about doing a very realistic activity. The parent guy was moved a little too actively. He took the paper and shoved it in my face. I already had seen some work out of anger. Recently, I was asked to attend a peer event and learn. The students I've never been exposed to the money before. I wasn't sure how to take it at first. I didn't realize that I already had the best resources today. Like doing research the gap that needs to be on YouTube. I didn't know how to understand of it. It's a beautiful lyric. But Hashem is being inspired. Thank you, Rebelli. I wish only the best for you and your families of Salah and God. One of us, Odyssey of Zoro 2025. Shalom Aleichem. Who you guys from? So the people come, you have some customers all the time? Coming out of nowhere. Great stuff. Homeschool the whole thing? Wow. I see a bunch of the back of the butler. What do you got? What is this? What's going on there? Are you inside there? You can probably where did you go? Airplane, man. I'm not going to never to you. But I'm a girl, cousin. Only tell. Yeah, not going to choose you like you in the kind of stuff. Is this a shoe? I have a question. Is that wow. Welcome up, Dave. Welcome back. That's right. All right, bud. Okay. Fun times, chat with you. Thank you so much. What's your name? Oh, my babe. See, that's good. You're very way back. How long are you with this? Thank you so much. Very great. Yeah. Bye, babe. You, Shalom. Oh, you stuck here. What's your social media, Robert? I do know the exact fact. Get to the second. One more. There you go. Oh, fun times. I'm plowing through it. Let's go through another one. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has submitted. Boy, you lied to Montreal. Listen to him, got a real life guy. May Danby, so later, let me smile. Okay, you have the deal. Here we go, Devin Clark. You look familiar, though. You were here before? I used to work at Yahoo. I saw you through the screen. Yahoo was a hard job, man. We weren't allowed to do it. Hey, how long? Don't say it. Don't use it. Everybody else. She said it's not a happy. She's not a happy. She was never seen again. The other corner. The good corner? The other corner. I also already took it. Got it. Where are you from? Living in New York? Robert. Okay. So which one did you see it? Both? Yeah, you want to do this year. Okay, got it. I was out there protesting. You go to the philosophers? You go to that block a lot? Nice. Okay. Weird. Did you change your life or something? Hell yeah. Devin Clark. Absolutely. He said it's not results. It's not results. You ready to put it out? You ready? Right there. Juice, baby. Put it in there. Hello, Devin. How are you? You want to call us out to yeah, you like that water in 20 days. Yeah. Nicer on both sides. All back. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for coming, y'all. You smack it out here as usual. With 20,000 Devin, where in the world are you? Turning out to be very, very good smile. A lot of fun. A lot of people liked it a lot. Very different. Oh, right. Sponsors? Wow. I thought I was past that. No, I didn't do all the sponsors. I'm holding back Young Schwartz. Nesefta sponsor sounds dedicated in memory of everybody in school, balls and fights with Dave. The Hashtag Foundation of Gratitude to the Consortium and the Alliance of all the people support and BY. Anonymous. Myself and Business of Gaspers and thank you to Chief Betty. Anonymous for complete reform statement. I read the song for Leah Bassesta. You know, Millennial Rosenfeld. Reeves the Silka. Simon, I have to say, I was really like worried about that. A 23-year-old couple on a trip with a bunch of old geezers. Me and David Feinberg, and it was like, but they provided him, accepted him, it was great. I, Simon, the first time I'll be married, Dr. Mir, the young man, Rosenfeld, and Oscar Shefa. Weekly sponsors, the Spanish share sponsors, wishing him the right party, a good welcome, a fine cement. I can't bang, okay. The same deer, Siakis, do we have it? Say those please. Something. Siakis driver completing a Nesefta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. That's what it was. And now I remember the email, which I forgot to put in again. Basically, now it's coming back. He met somebody maybe somebody wrote me about him. That they were actually on a phone. We found out that the kid has Guinamata. And so he's going to do another Nesefta to split the kid. So, completing Nesefta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. How would you know? He was supposed to be married to November Malcolm. And in honor of Benedict Gavi and the wife 2 years ago this week. Anonymous, Malcolm Curry, Pavlovich, Ayavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. 144 schools. Big numbers. Yale Foundation School for the merit of Kuri Yale Ayavich and the children Benjamin and Max. Anonymous for the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Goldberg Fox, Rivka and May. Anonymous for the name of Avram Shaya, Ben Slav Gevora, and the Yehudim Ben Yehudim. Children of Even Mustatsky. Nachman Ben Nassim Mustatsky and Shikti Yotzei, Yunasivo. The current sponsors the mandate to actually business in schools to success of all our clients, Young Daniel, Rosenfeld, Governor Bernard. NY Kids sponsors the Basis LCS schools by Francisco Ortega, and Ricky Yudis Basar Bahaya. And you are out, the month, the first name of Yehonahan Eitan Ben Basar Bracha. The first name of Mordechai Ben Esther. The first Ayala Daniel said Ben Ayala Esther. We are holding Omar Avina. Yeah, well, just take it back. Reload.
Devin, how long have you been doing stand-up?
Omar Avina. We're talking about every bird, every animal, every human being has 2 types. Very interesting types. Made very similarly, they look like air-conditioning types. One of them is, that's the breathing type called the trachea. The other one is the esophagus, that the food goes down. What happens if one of the pipes becomes dislocated? What happens to the animal? The animal basically becomes dislocated, becomes dislocated. It looks something like this. Dislocated. Then it comes with a knife and performs shkita. I have a knife here. Very, very old knife. Over 100 years old. More than 100 years old. This is the original. Shkita knife for bird. Straya. I'm going to use it. So what happens if the trachea, the trachea pops out on the bird? And you can speak up. So the Gemara says it depends. Omar Avinu already Revin by request that when it happens on a bird, it doesn't matter because by a bird anyway, all you need to do is shut one simon. Now, anything else crazy we should know about you or your life? You use your finger here in the base on Migdash and you go through the back of the neck of the bird. So if you find out that the trachea was was dislocated before you started the street, that's not a big deal. Your thighs are not a big deal because there's no grisa and there's no haladas. Grisa is when you take the knife and you push down. You don't go side to side. It's a pressure downward, and that's what Malika is. Malika, you take your nail and you push downward. So the answer is this grisa when it comes to Malika, because that is Malika. Malika is grisa. No halada. By Malika, this is halada. Halada would mean that you hide the knife under something. In this case, you're hiding it under the siman. So since there's no grisa, no halada, so there's no problem with people. The dislocation of the sins. Regular schizo birds at night on the other side of the neck, and these grisa and halada. There is a problem now the uprooting of the sins. So you know, I don't know if you know this word, cause everything that's kosher in a bird, in other words, this whole theory of the neck, I can check over here. So on the flip side, on this side, is all kosher for Malika. On this side, it's kosher for Shkita. This side is kosher for Malika. Kosher for Shkita, connected by Oirev, kosher for Malika. On the flip side, on the neck, it's kosher for Malika. But if something's kosher, let's say, my bird. Is the bird when you do Malika food?
Still fresh and new, technically, as a stand-up comedian.
Okay.
He is a comedy veteran, and to me, is filling the shoes of some of my favorite out-of-the-box creative people, like Brody Stevens, and so many great comedians that one door closes, another one opens, and this is my favorite.
What's your name? From where? Hey, Dad, some other, you know the guy. Like his father, which one? Oh, yeah, that guy. Some other, I see his son. Yeah, so where are we heading over here? Possible. If something by Shkita is possible, which is the uprooting of the Hana, will be possible by Malika. You just told me what Rabbi said. You just said that by Malika it's okay to have an uprooted trachea. So when Shkita is the problem. Here it seems like a possible. Says, no, you're right. Malika. That would be actually a problem. That would be a focus. Okay. It's not a contradiction. They don't agree with each other. She's a Madonna that says by Malika, the uprooting Hana is a problem. And there's a Madonna that said before it's not a problem. Omar Zidin, Nizbara Masrekes for Basar Bila, Nevada. We're going to see a whole sugi today. We all know their limit is a car accident. When any type of accident, the first thing you do is, what do? You have to secure the spine. You have to secure the neck. Many times, people think they're alive and everything's going well, and they move, and all of a sudden their life is over. It can happen instantaneously. Why? Because life goes through the spine and the spinal cord, and if it breaks, if the spinal cord breaks, now you have something called road bustle. Here's road bustle. Road bustle is that area right there with the red arrow. That's the muscle that holds the spine together. Without the muscle, the spine would break all day. The muscle holds the spine together. But if the muscle tears and the spine breaks, it's game over. Logically, this guy is not alive, or this animal is not alive. However, I'm going to ask you a fascinating Shiloh. There's going to be a big argument now in the room. Get ready. So Somebody's in a car accident. They're later. And his neck snaps. And they do immediate to have one of those portable MRI machines within minutes, within seconds. The guy goes, with his iPhone, he goes like this, he sees right away that Ray Foster's forward, neck is snapped. Within 10 seconds, he gets this. And it says, AI says, how long is please? This guy's dead. What are the eyes? Unfortunately, dead. Are you allowed to transfer this individual or Chavez to a hospital for care? Because in the hospital, they couldn't care. She didn't care. But I love these dead.
Are you unmuted, Michael?
So I'm asking Simon, but he has much of
Hold on a second.
Today, we can
Yes, I
repair.
hear you now.
We
Hello,
can repair.
Michael.
Charles, right now, he's dead. I love him. Okay, but you might be repairing
Oh,
a dead
yeah. How
person.
are the new Bluetooths working out? We had a quick chat during sound check, and Michael informed us that he has new
He's
Bluetooth
dead live
speakers,
That's
so
what
he's
we're talking
very
about.
excited.
He could be talking to you. That's the whole new food. We're going to have a whole stick in a second. We're talking now about an animal, but we're going to get to the human being. He could be going like this and waving his hands,
How are they
giving
working
him
out? How
focus.
are the new
I
Bluetooths?
love it when he's dead. And if I love it when he's dead, then you would be the first Shabbos book.
Yeah, dude. Looking for him today.
You're arguing with Gemara now? You know it says he's in the Veda. You know he's in
So how's life going?
Greece Kuma.
Big week this week, huh?
So you guys don't have much to say about it. Most of you say that he's not. You're arguing with the Gemara, I don't think so.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. How'd that go? Is he a fan of the show now?
You're going to be shocked to hear that Richard Bunsen says it's also the day of the
What a horrible way to find out your son has
saved his life.
just tuning in to watch and enjoy a comedy show, and boom, you're going to outlive your own son. What a horrible way to find out.
Revive him. You could be the Iron Mason. But that's not something you could be without Charles. You can't be the process. Crazy story, I know. What do you mean no other voices? Of course. There's not surprises on him. What do you mean nobody argues with him? It's what is he crazy? Of course. I think what he's up to, he's going to see and I rather only the nothing touch it.
Yeah, this has been a long,
I feel like that's it. And I said it because I knew that it's going to really get some feathers there. Yeah. But I just ruined it for all those people.
How'd you read it? Yeah, I'm going to read it. They changed it. It was originally
How do you know the great vessel?
you famous as it. What the fuck is that? And they changed it. Now your actual name is there. And then it says, Michael Laird, this is Tony
You have
Podcast.
an animal that is dead grown, his muscles are gone. He's considering the Veda. What does that
Michael's
mean?
all jacked up
It
from
means that he
moron
gives
disease.
a coma. If a cow dies in your backyard, it's almost in a Veda. If you shake the same cow and it's dead in your backyard, there's no coma. This cow that broke its neck and its muscles around its neck is considered a Veda. So you can take a knife from today to tomorrow and check. It's not going to help. It's done. He's a goner. I love it when he's in a Veda and you mix it to him. Immediately. I'm asking you a question. You're not going to answer. I'm asking you a question. Here's a good question. This guy, just answer me with all your feelings and everything. This guy is in a massive car accident. You're about to transport him on Charles, and you feel you should. You touched him, and you have to go to the mikvah because you touched him. You touched him. It's in the time of you. He's physically dead. Right now, you have to go to the mikvah. What do you mean?
Yeah, they
He's
may
dead.
have changed it again, Michael. It looks like this is going to continue to be an ongoing problem in your life. I know this must be.
Okay, but Darren agrees with the Gemara that he's dead. And he gives us from the. Okay, cool. So we got somewhere. We got somewhere.
I don't think
Omar Kristoff, Ananami Tanino, Noah Misaki, Bakame Bubadi, and Sabia. So, this is a famous halacha that when it comes to kosher bird is not the mitzvah right away, unless you swallow. Should we go through this whole thing? I wish it was sped up a little bit, but okay. For the new people. A kosher bird doesn't give up chumah. Unless you eat it. Good. Turned up the music. What happened? Oh, Benin. Started to Benin. Sweet. The one on the bottom. That's actually perfect.
Michael, he has day drinking today.
That's all I wanted to say. Beautiful. When you eat the bird, the whole dance in the street, we didn't even see after the whole AI, the Tesla didn't really know it over. But when you eat the bird, you become funny to some way. So he's like, no, it's just happening. What is? Well, perfect. Thank you for doing that. Okay, where is it? Start. Malika this afternoon, he took the knife to the wrong part of the neck. Instead of doing speak on this side, he's doing it over here. Not with his finger, but with the knife. So what happens? Now the second, the time you're going to so you're creating an avela over here. I want to prove it to you. If you break a chicken's neck, it's only a treifa, not an avela. And what's the difference? It was a treifa, a created shechted and removed. If you shech the cow, there's no tumor. What if you open up the cow's stomach and you see that it had a giant hole this big in its heart? Was it treifa going to die 2 days from now? Too bad. This did the work. It achieved that I removed it in the avela. What are you going to tell me? Treifa avia, that when the neck, it's only a treifa. Not in the avela, because it's a skibasa. When I went like this, through the back of the neck, I removed the tumor. So why is it that when you eat this bird, you become tumor? The honey sake is higher than the avela. What's my spirit? The knife doesn't have anything over it. Why is the knife hard? Because this bird with the break is considered a dead bird. It's got a completely dead already. You can't check the dead bird. Not a good diet. And the essence of the last people you can't check this wrong side of the neck is zero. I never had a habit of getting this side, not on this side, that it's going to remove any kind of material. Nothing to do with this broken neck and not broken neck. You didn't achieve anything by checking it from the wrong side. The point is, what? Boy, it could be a safer. I have no right or what. Don't tell me that the knife should have done something. The knife doesn't do anything. And what's the reason my grandmother I did on a very true method? When you take a knife to the back of the neck, what are you trying to do? You try to do like this. You have to do like Shanita. You're not going back and forth. Push it. Sorry. That's Lisa. Massive. You're hiding. Hiding is that you're going into the neck, and you're not going to see part of the knife. The other story is Rabbi Nation Davis that's pushing the pressure down by going here and starting to be like a militia and going down into the knife. Right. I don't want to mess with this guy's neck. Okay. Man, don't understand. You just have to understand why did this. What is it? You're hiding your knife or you're pushing the knife? If you're all pushing, why are you all hiding? Why are you all hiding? Why are you all pushing? Why do they say each other's fault? None of our nations not going to find out what this is going on. Why is this pushing, putting pressure, downward pressure? Why is that not a consideration? It's not a way for maybe the religious part. Because if you hold, you don't have to push. You don't have to put down foot first. You go back and forth. Back and forth is also a good religion. And the man that's got a power of Jesus. You go back and forth, there's no Jesus. Not an issue. Go to us, but not an issue. It says because of the problem of sucking the blood from the wrong side of the neck is because you're putting down pressure. How it doesn't say because you're hiding it. I don't know. I wonder what you tell me. What is halal? Halal comes from the lesson of the food of the reason. But it's an animal that hides. And the whole animal hides. You could have a rat in your house, you'll never know that it's there. You see some droppings once in a while, but you won't see it. And they ask you, how about the guy? Over here in the green Malika, you see the knife, even the part that's inside the bird, the neck of the neck, you see nothing.
That's right.
Now, more things.
I love it. I love it. You know, you have full creative control.
Good.
Especially since he turned me on to this
No,
lion's mane. You guys know about this?
Yeah.
I'm 2 weeks in. Let me tell you something. I was talking with him, Michael and I, text clock. He's a shockingly fast texter. I don't know if he does. I don't know whether he uses voice activated or his nose. I don't know how he does it, but this one is always, that's for sure.
This night on the back side of the neck, right in the work, and I went right from the president.
Wow.
I got this in what's the difference? What's that I did it?
You can just walk around the house and like you just have the phone up in the front of you. Now in the future, there's not going to be a thing around your neck. It's just going to be like hovering in front of your face. It's going to be amazing.
You may be right. That's a special condition in this image. Says you know, listen to this. Actually, we're going to go into the exactly what you discussed.
Simple.
Now I have a question. We're going to discuss this question.
Michael and I
If you may saw old man in my life,
turned me on to this lion's mane. We were talking about how fucking unbelievable his brain is.
and
he gives a lot of credit to that, which helps your motor neurons and things like that. It just keeps your fucking extra sharp. And normally I'm not a big supplement guy and all that, but it's been 2 weeks since I'm slamming it.
Here, let's do this.
What's the best one, Michael?
We got permission to use the screen. Spoke to David. David said we're going to have a whole presentation on it. It's a beautiful presentation. But this is his picture. Okay? I don't think he's the world's greatest artist, but he did a fine job, and this is what we looked at. When we were children on both sides, this is what, 7.5 years ago, when we used to walk all the way.
Just like magic mushrooms, you know, they have so many different benefits and qualities and this and that, but I've been trying to, sharpen up because I've been fucking, performing and this and that. And you don't know exactly where your brain is at in this stuff. I mean, I don't know.
It's incredible where we got. You can even see
it makes me get shit done
faster and get to relax quicker in the day because I Anyways, look at the muscle touch, everything is early in the morning, and the weird thoughts, and I mean, I'm sure that this weekend on stage, after not doing it for 3.5 months, was my first time performing a lion's mane running through my veins, and I'm just saying, I just think it's just normal sharpness, just like sort of anything, you know what I mean? Like it's, I wish I was able to stop, but I forgot to tell you to stop in the middle. It's a, hold on. So that's what we're talking about. Again, he goes right through the right muscle. He rips through the muscles, breaks the spine, and only afterwards he gets a ton of over vessel in the earlobe. And it really set from the first dive by hitting the spine. By the time I got to the tongue and vessel, if I was able to pause it, great. And now I can't even do anything here. I don't know why. He's dead? Too late. I just shot a dead bird. I just communicated a dead bird, actually. says Gemara, but the Mason Amar Abaye, but the Chilach and Asar, the Bayish Nesi Manim. There's only two types of birds that you shuffle in the sun. There's only sever one of the two simanim. You see, you're not allowed to sever two. And utterly, you must sever both. Then how do I sever both? Once I severed one, it's already dead. By the time I get this second one, it's a dead sword. What did I accomplish by severing two simanim? If you may say, the moment that's the Baya, I don't like.
I will ask Joe Rogan. It's not a problem at all. I will ask Joe if holy mushrooms have any special mushrooms for my friend that is melting and Lou Gehrig's disease a few years into. Maybe I'll ask Ian if he has anything special that he takes mushrooms 4 times a day. And if he has anything extra, that would be great to know. Right? Is that right?
Just to separate the special separate the head. I'm going to show you the video soon. You have to separate the head.
What happened is that you sobered up when you saw Red Band as well, and you actually sobered up in this interview as well. Something about Afro Brain sobered up everybody.
If you're talking about separation of the head, so you got to go like this. You got to separate. So then
the sound effects are loud.
The spin is also
Michael, we love you. Thank you so much. You're the fucking king. God.
It doesn't say, oh, you have to cut the skin. So you have to cut the simanim. But you need also to cut the skin in order to get a separation there. Miracle, I'm not going to speak about Abdullah.
Yeah, we love it. All right. Michael, we love you. Have a good night, buddy. There is Michael Lair, everyone. The great Ryan J. emailed Drew today's episode will be better not. That is right here. Here's the drawing. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Gracious. How fucking cool is that? It's like a Mega Man type of, is that right? What is that? It's like Mega Man meets Mortal Kombat. It's very cool.
Not the ones that we learned before.
That is so cool.
You don't have to do an entire box. What do you have to do right?
That is awesome, man. He did that from the start of the episode to now. While you all sat around doing probably less than nothing, he completed that entire project. Just incredible. Every print's available. RyanJable.com is doing incredible auctions right now. He's giving you all an opportunity to
in order to separate the head,
state-of-the-art Kiltony artwork
it's not going to speak. It's
price
not
at
going
all.
to speak.
It all goes to a good cause. RyanJable. Support your local white artists. You know what I mean? All this stuff going on. People are forgetting about white artists out there. Ryan J.
Whatever's in the partial speaker is in the partial
website right now.
In other words, cutting the simanim is in the partial speaker, so it's in the partial of that. But skin is not even in the partial, it's not in the partial of that. It's not in the partial of that. So I'm just going to but the battle of base, by the way, you'll be surprised to see the size of it, and then you'll understand why they're okay. You climb up in faster, but what that was a question I understand. By the time the person gets his fingernail through the spine and the muscle, the bird is dead, and now he's doing the recall of that bird. What's the point of severing the pussy button? I have an idea. Let's get at it. The pain away. So this is the way to do it. And we're going to save this 3-4 times. So we're going to have a bunch of free. There goes Focus, Focus.
Bob's right there. I remember that one very clearly.
Let's look at it up.
There's so many. That's Sinbad and
the first one is going down the muscle. The other way, according to the Cephas school, our understanding is the people that lift their muscle from the side. That's not going to kill the animal. And then there's enough support around the spine if you come into another angle. And the main law, yes, the spine is broken.
Unfortunately, and trust me, I fought long and hard for this, but unfortunately we can't do Kiltony that way. I wish we do, like a hotel episode.
Doesn't break or
I don't know what that means at all. This is, man, do I not miss the days of you drinking during Kiltony? This is exciting. This is a great reminder. Anyway, but if you do website tradingship.com, maybe not new, they just revamped it. It's a little bit sleeker, easier to see the upcoming tour dates, even though never a worse time to have clean, sleek upcoming tour dates on your website. perfect
See, that's
timing.
a Tommy
Tony,
question. That's
such a
another
great
question.
businessman.
He drops the bomb. He says,
Punching
if
dates
he
are
makes
there.
something in
You
the way,
want to
like
try
what's
your
a
best to
chop,
make it
if
these
it's true
things.
that
It's
that
a
animal
nightmare.
becomes in the vein by breaking the spine. And the muscle,
July.
dangerous, sucking with that
Look
bird,
at that.
and
Straight
straight
to
into
the
shot
gates,
cover. He's a
baby. Look
custody
at that.
that here. It's about language.
That's what I wanted.
You sit there
Said,
and
fuck this
you
shit.
sit
Give him
there
the
and
dates.
he's not
Like,
going
what about your bio? What about that Kill Tony? I like
good
it.
catch.
You
What do you think about that?
Tony dates.
So you
It's
know
very
what
queer now. That was a thing that annoyed me forever.
Maybe I can interview.
There's Kill Tony. You want to
I
see
came
me
with a
do
question, but
stand
I
up?
have a good
That's
answer.
Tony
Like,
Ninja
stay
Clip.
the chicken my face. But
There's stuff coming up.
maybe
Look at this. Go
post the
scroll
map.
up scroll up a second. Let me just show you.
Yeah?
Okay, Boston's there. And Miami's above Boston, right? Yeah.
Everybody says
Pretty
that.
much,
What does Armstrong say?
pretty much all the highest COVID rated cities.
Who
I
said
turned
so?
down Phoenix last week.
No, I
They're
don't
like, you
want
want to go to
to.
Phoenix
And
in
then
2
who?
weeks? It's only on the table for a second. I'm like,
I don't know. It makes sense.
what are we
But then
talking about?
on my
Like,
leg.
do you have a life insurance
And then he
policy
answered.
out on me right now? Like, what's happening? Phoenix, Miami, Houston,
No way.
Brazil. They're trying to get me to Brazil. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, it's all
What did Reed Rogers say?
Roastmaster class is happening. We're having a lot of fun over there. We're over 100 students on my new weekly show. It's a Patreon thing. So if you're poor, don't even tease yourself by going to my Patreon because it is a show of value. So don't go there and then become completely depressed. Oh, you can't afford what the fuck is this? Just watch me run the Joe Rogan. Yes, you will.
Started using the Hebrew
But you're
now.
not poor. Go to patreon.com/henchclip and join the new class. You get a diploma, a bumper sticker, a bunch of bullshit, a Roastmaster class. Anyway, here's the rest of the crew, the leader of the band, ladies and gentlemen, as always,
Right now he's
my
starting doing
lover,
the Hebrew.
the guy who I've been all around the world with. Alright? We talked earlier about Afro's butthole or vagina. This is a man that I would have sex with if he'd
The
let me.
large itself. It's very
My
weird
walk
that
into
it's
them, trying to be nice.
I will tell you that I noticed that if there's a pellet in it, usually the notes in the English are much longer than the notes in the Hebrew. And on this down, these few backwards,
Will you tell us what the fuck you were talking about earlier, though, with the,
That's in English. So actually they weren't imitating each other, and that's why I was stealing it. Let's go for English to me. Says tomorrow, I tell you something about online. Aim that boy, so fucking shit in my face, really real boss. I know that. It's a market. I'm sorry. I'm saying also, how do you do Malika for the food that's a
best clubs in the country. Jeremiah
it's a cheaper, my friend.
He's out there doing great material, anti-TV grits,
Also,
making videos
that's what
for you people.
you get a message on the camera.
Fun stuff. Jeremiah Watkins, catch him at everything. Joel
So now,
Berg, Joel Jimenez was here tonight. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. He was the ninja the whole time. Joel, tell us something. You got the Mostly Sorry podcast. You're mostly sorry on social media. What else?
Go back to your job. I just want to say real quick, there's a guy in Norrisville.
Joel, no one said more corona scares than this guy. I mean, it is incredible. Everywhere. Can I just say,
So,
too?
you get to your day.
When I got here, I don't know, Timothy something and then this flew into my eye. This whole show.
From where?
That's all I've been thinking about.
That's really
Here,
cool.
all on my face.
That's not
I'm
yours.
freaking out. I'm going to go home, probably a test it again this week. That's good. So thanks.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, damn right. David Lucas. That David Lucas. Funny. Right, sir. Tell us more.
So I don't know about the letters. Yeah. Okay, we have time here.
You're goddamn motherfucking right. Tony fans are the best comedy fans in the world. There's no doubt about it. I really guess that people who watch a show where comedians talk to comedians about comedy would guess that they would be the best comedy fans. And also David Lucas's episode of he's a guest professor on this episode that just dropped last night on the new Roastmaster class. And you were an incredible interview. He talks about his method, which is very helpful for people that are just learning how to make fun of people, about identifying people as the animal that they look closest like, and then a hobby that that animal would do. It's
By the way, you're 2 minutes there. You have to finish it in 2 minutes.
playbook on how to have silly fun roast jokes. It's really cool, really awesome stuff. It was 2 hours you and I spent together almost. So anyway, right, man. Hey guys, we are recording right now from Death Squad Studios. We do a podcast called Dead Air every Tuesday with Brian Holtzman.
You better. If you get to some
Lucas every Wednesday. Check it out, DeathSquad.tv. Vomit right now. I haven't seen you this drunk in 3 hours.
That's in your website. You got to continue over here. Otherwise, I'm going to be here till like 4 in the morning. Since you off your best. Hold on. I'm going to slightly dehydrated. But I didn't get the club ball Simon Irish time. This is super interesting. I was going to say, what is this? But I only have the club ball, 7 balls in completely, or not completely. No, it makes no sense. Money, you rub on Einstein doctor. But don't say you have to sever them completely. You rub those are direction and all my right time. You're not allowed to sever them. You only can do right. So why are you telling me 2 things that are completely different? Either right, pick one. So it was right. Or cut the whole thing, cut the whole thing. But don't tell me both. So very simple. You're telling me 2 sheetas. Emo Schnei in the Rabbanon. Right Schnei in the Rabbanon. It's 2 separate sheetas. Rabbanon only have to cut. One single. People say my father was loving the church. One single. And my Schnei, she's burning the Schnei. So what is she going to say? She says last words. What's up, Pila? You have to cut it completely. You have to do it in a way that you see that there's a way. What if the okay, 51%. A normal human being, 51% doesn't see that's what you want. 49. It's a question. To be honest, that's the biggest one. Okay.
Those are very cool. Yes, we have new microphones and we have disinfected microphones. We're rotating in new microphones as we go. It's an exciting time. What do they call it? The new normal, right? Anyway,
so now we're going back to that city that I said before. It's a hell of a place. I know it's a good city. Maybe to find some of this before. But that's the only one I know. No, it's Korea. I understand not for 100%. No, because the pussy is dead.
We haven't missed a beat here at Kill Tony. It's exciting. We've had thank you to Better Box, thank you to L7 Studios, thank you to Death Squad Studios, and all around beautiful Los Angeles. Any studio in West Virginia, we did a version of this show at. We went all around, and now we are back home, live streaming to people in the parking lot. That is what it has come to. How's it looking over there? That's always good. Back at the comedy store. Exciting stuff. Wow.
What's to the side of the website? Check this out.
Definitely going to be on YouTube in a few days. Something like
There's a
that.
new one for today.
I'm excited to be here.
This is
How's
Kumasara.
it going, David? Good.
Kumasara means you can bring a dead person
Oh,
for
it's
movies
not
that happen.
streaming. Okay. Who's going to figure it out? That's my left hand. Oh, that one. Well, you can use both hands if you
The whole
want.
room
I
becomes
am so excited
that
right
way.
now that I
It's
am
coming,
honored
the
up.
whole room becomes
I have a full boner right now.
So as soon as a
I know there's a lot
person's
of
neck
people that
breaks
dealt with
with the
erectile
muscle,
dysfunction and
it's a go.
how awkward it can be to talk
It's
about
just
that
the
in
time of the whole
person.
room.
Luckily, there's a simple,
You find out
convenient
somebody's
solution to get the
baby,
treatment you
so
need
what
without
happened
leaving
with
the couch.
Bailey?
And our friends over
Bailey
at
fell
Roman
off
have
his
spent
chair,
years building a
and
digital
it says in the
platform
puzzle.
that can connect you with a doctor
My
licensed
friend
in your
the
state.
lady who does her
All
house,
from
it says in
the
the puzzle
comforts
that
of
he
home.
broke his
Roman
spine. It
makes
doesn't
it
say
convenient to
anything
get the treatment
about
you need
the
for
muscle,
erectile
and the puzzle
dysfunction
is telling
right
us
from
something.
home.
That's saying he died out. So your friend is that you become a person who dies from breaking the brain. Where's this is on? 8 years old.
The treatment is right for you. You're
7 years old.
shipped right to your door.
It's serious. I think that's serious. I was really fiction over there, but you can now like see like the rabbit, the fabric, but the shoulder like that, like always fine broken.
Wow.
Up here,
You're
it's
struggling
and
with
it's also
TV. Stay home. GetRoman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. That's GetRoman.com/kill for a free online visit and free
there's an added
2-day
factor here.
shipping.
Once you add the eggs
Since you're going to have
to
a
the person,
big
then you
welder,
understand why it's valuable. But it's like, here's
you
a
don't
beautiful
want it to
video.
be hit in all
Just gonna
those
ask you
pubic
if you have
hairs
something
you
in your
got.
mouth, like you're drinking something, put it, swallow it.
That's why you get Manscaped. They are the best in men's buttermilk grooming.
This guy's a
Manscaped
muscle
offers
releaser.
precision engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. We've all had some accidents trimming the old pubes. You know, stuff gets wild down there. I had Michael Lair trim my pubes a couple weeks ago, and I have the same amount of testicles as Duncan Truss on that. That's why Manscaped redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest long hair trimmer ever created, and just released the new improved Lawnmower 3.0. The third generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents. Millions of balls are about to be nick-free thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technologies.
I just used this for my first time in 3.0. I tell you, it's premium. I mean, premium. The battery will last up to 90 minutes. You can take a longer shave. If it's taking 90 minutes, it's ultra ready. Water-resistant technology allows you to groom in the shower. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates grooming areas for a closer and more precise trimming. They've also upgraded the filter motors like you can see right now. And let's not forget about the charging stand to shut your motor off. It's based on a true story. Because the intelligently designed stand is a DC charging dock powered by USB.
And if you're listening to us speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code
If you have a fish like this,
Manscaped.com.
let's say you go
Your
fishing,
balls
you go
will
fishing,
thank
right?
you.
You shouldn't
Get
be going
20%
fishing.
off and free shipping with the code
Because if you catch something, you don't know what to do
That's
with it.
20%
Good
off
luck.
free shipping at Manscaped.com. Use the code KILLTONE.
Oh, notice.
Yippee-doo-dah-day.
I'm telling you, I
That's
got this
done.
home.
We have no guests tonight.
What are you doing?
All of
You
the
got it this way, that way.
14-esque episodes. However, we do have a
The
fan.
podcast, the Jews have.
They
You guys,
single
I
episode
What a dumb
of
bitch.
It's
You
basically
know,
characters. You never know what they're going to be. They disappear into the
What a
background.
dumb
They
bitch.
anybody in this room know how to
and
play a fish, seriously.
for tonight's show.
Destroy
We have no
it,
idea what
man.
they're going to be. Maybe it's
The guy
one
who
of their
speaks.
characters from the past. Maybe it's brand new characters. We've never seen before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn man alive. The Kids Movie Man. Jeremiah Watkins. Return of Roma Chris. And Joel Jimenez. Everybody here.
So anyways, if somebody cuts a
I
fish
know that
because he's trying to
Look
fillet a
how good
fish,
this
and it's
shit
like,
is.
I know that
I saw
music.
it.
And so does the yes. Thank you. So does
So
the
you do that to a human
YouTube
being. I was
algorithm.
gonna for
Shit,
sure.
bro.
Part like that.
You're
It's the
gonna
cat
hit my
burglars,
shit
everybody.
right
The
now.
return of the cat. How exciting is this?
So,
Welcome, guys.
that's this.
Very famous characters known for saying,
It's talking about he did it on his back.
That's a
I
shit
love
shot.
it. And you guys are also
Terrible.
on
On the front of
the
the
2020
Terrible
band
shot.
calendar.
Thanks,
What
baby.
month were you guys on?
Nevada.
Oh, you don't know?
So
I remember
once you
you
did
guys
this,
being
I
on
was very
there.
excited.
They sold out of 2020 band calendars. Oh, well, sure it was close. The cat burglars are here. I'm excited. You're dangerous cat burglar, right?
Yes.
And you're also a cat burglar?
This is what I was hoping for.
And I can't give my identity, but I do have to be completely honest. Business has been a little slow right now because everyone's at fucking home. It's very hard to sneak in if you're at fucking home. You didn't have an accent there for a second, and then it came
That's a
back.
good story. I don't know about his little opening like that. This is more like it.
Okie dokie, and what we got back there? What's your name?
That's why I said this sort of thing.
For the win, FTW.
Okay, so stop trying to do this.
Got it. You're done.
I got a nice.
It's over, bitch. Oh, making you short.
It's just as messy.
Check out. And the inside.
Ah,
Nevada. What does that mean? Nevada. There you go. Stand more, bro. Chop off entire hip and the inside.
glad that you're here.
I think
Have
I
some
got the
fun
middle of
today.
it.
It's the return episode of the
It doesn't
Comedy
matter. 5
Store.
minutes.
Very exciting
Okay, so
stuff.
5 minutes is in the middle. It's a powerful thing. It's going
Network 1 2 reminds me of a
and you
guy I
touch it and
haven't
you
seen in
become
months
funny.
named Chroma Chris. I'm
So,
very
but
excited
what does it mean? Hey, it's on the
to be
policy
this
law.
close
That
to
shot
someone
was
like you.
garbage.
So, what's the nearest
I
facility?
have no idea
Here,
what you're talking about.
we have a beautiful picture of it. Here's the
On
it's
with
missing.
the show we
And
go.
when it sits down,
And
you
some
can still see that
exciting
it's missing. That's
stuff.
how much is missing.
We have
Inside.
Garbage
Keep
shot.
your
Then that's
ear.
considered
And we
one
also have the Bucket of Destiny is
That's
back
a bitch.
tonight.
Yeah.
There are
Hit my
a grand
ball,
total
bitch. That's a dumb
of
ass shot. That is one of the dumbest shots I've ever seen.
Bucket of Destiny
Dumb
tonight.
ass shot.
That's the
Some
number one
new,
requirement.
some
We call
old,
it a wrap.
Absolutely.
Let's say
and we're going to see how it goes.
it's
Well,
Superman
First,
7.
to get the show started
So even
with
though
the bang,
it's jumping around,
ladies and gentlemen,
Why?
legend
You're not
on
on
this
course
show.
if our guest says
Sick
you're gonna
ass
have
shot.
Like a
a
professional.
real live
Sick
video. Here you
ass
go.
shot.
I'm not exactly sure
Go,
how that
baby.
part's failed, but it's
Is
close
the
enough.
longest tenured
Easily
regular in
could've
the
been it.
history of the show. He is known as the Big Red
Short,
Machine.
way
This is his
short.
first time back at the Comedy Store in a
Way
long time. He's
short,
so
dog.
excited to be able to stand up
Way
on stage
short, dog.
before he even said anything about him
Yeah.
at all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return to get things
Think
started
you got this
of
motherfucker?
William Montgomery,
Okay, so let's do
everybody.
this.
Easy. Good ring.
There he is.
That heavy.
Close.
Too much of a lot of fucking ring.
What's up, y'all?
Damn that shit.
But anyways, everybody understands that there's no light in that thing. So why is it moving around? Because the nerve system. It's not alive. It's not a living thing. So then, they're also easy to chop off its head. Every time you do a crush it, it's not life. It's a dead thing. It's just moving around. It's not. And the screw also, they show you after you shoot the sheep moves its leg like twice.
All it takes is a
What the fuck is this
You
shot?
make sure it has the right.
That was
It's not alive.
That's
It's
what
not
you
just
do.
absolutely brilliant. Fuck.
I'm a fly effect, really, but every time he straight three tall, he just ended up being a basketball player.
That was brilliant. This can't be this guy's first fucking.
Mitch told me that didn't work. He
Are
needs
you
to shit.
serious?
We're talking about Syria. We're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Brandon.
You have to sever it completely like Obama? What? Are you saying the same thing as Obama? That there has to be a complete separation? So he's not playing?
Can you get him? Yeah, give me a full like, not the ice one. Eat the full two. Did you want to go first or second?
And then he's in the phone.
You said you broke your shorts last week. You have to fix the work on it. You guys gained weight. Now I'm on a size 40 waist.
No, we don't know.
Right, this is a big shot for this guy. One of the biggest shots in the history of the game.
You have a full plastic belt. Oh my God! Look at your stuff.
Basically, I'm still working and starting
That's
to
beautiful shot.
fire now.
So it says,
Showing someone to my team something.
one sheet says
Telling
it
other
has to be
humanities
complete separation
that I
of
find the reason my penis.
the second sheet is
And I
anyway.
looked down at my
Get out of here,
penis,
to like Shama,
looking out of
put
my
your
box
bombers,
cheeks.
it's a complete separation.
Is that true?
It's true.
So is
I'm
that
gonna
your
try
box
to
for
stop.
is that you for holding your pants?
I don't even
Sure,
know myself
my
as
penis
far
had
as
was
this shit again.
just out of my box cheeks.
And it's that
How
blasted
about your pubic
motherfucker.
hair? You've been manscaping.
I have never messed with my penis.
He brings,
So
he
that's
doesn't have money for a
got
real
to do
carbon
all
for an
the
animal.
manscaping.
You bring
No.
two birds.
I think
Single
the women
person said, yeah, the other day said, baby said, Shama,
Like a full
they
bush.
sorry, two,
Have you ever, you've never even seen a reaction to anything else?
That's
It's a
all.
reaction.
South Korea
That's
and
not the
Japan.
hottest
I
breath
was
of
there.
those.
What is like,
What
oh,
if I
yeah,
was
Brett.
It sounds like this.
Wait, wait, what did that
The
say?
chicken lady.
Oh,
This is
yeah,
called
Brett,
Sam
yeah.
They don't know, like, supposed to be diet or something.
Hair.
It says,
Oh, you're a bad
Baby
guy.
said, Shady Yassi,
Okay.
all the things. The second bird, you should make all of that.
Are you
The first bird,
fucking
the second
serious?
bird, you should make all of that. And the
Yeah,
third
you need
is
a
Kamishka.
manscape.
I'm not manscaping.
So for me, like the bird he just hit, which is the Packers bird, or can you like the Packers animal? If he's the Packers behavior, I think, and I told him to be like the Packers bird. Well, you know, Packers behavior, you know, can the Packers eye? Maybe it should be like the Packers eye. And the Packers eye, bird, you don't set the bird seat. No, only one. It's one to make revolve. By the owner says, if revolve, it only is, it should be market. One of the Packers eye goes, so he's a good PVC bird. Now the Packers can be spending what they're doing with the mission to like the same laws, according to the laws of the person. Same. I do know from them.
Cantagana.
This is a good question. No one got it wrong last night, so I'm just gonna ask the question. How important you want to give money to a poor person as
Yung lang bal.
He said all the time, Kevin. Say it aloud again, you cannot use mice or money. Think you said it better. You cannot use mice or money for a deal. And my brother said, yo, you need a deal. Yes, everything about correct. I have to bring a card, I have to bring a bird. So I use my mice or training money. Where's my mice training money? I had a bunch of apples, and I do want to shove them up to each line for my mice training. I had to eat these apples in each line, so I trade them with the cash. And I use the cash. When I come to each line, I use anything with the cash. I could buy steak, buy beer, I could buy anything with it. So I want to buy a bird. A bird for a card, what's the difference? No. That has to be from food money. And you set these birds in the bed.
Come on, baby, give it some more.
I learned that I only saw you better than the food. So the thing here, turning the dots, bouncing my dots, global specialists in the financial services. I'm Murad. I'm discussing Mirasi. Says Gemara, Allah, Baruch Shnayim, animal, you have to check. Both Simonim, right? And the one night, Mullah, Victor, by Ola, it says, Mullah, I was talking about your doctor. Let me show you this video from his doctor, and you get a much better understanding. This is how you do the Ola side.
A bunch of baseball cards.
Don't you drink his level. Fake the bird. You see, he doesn't have a head on.
How are you getting your things here? Car?
There's a blood on that corner. Now the head, you're smeared by itself, individually. And the head and the body go onto his death in separate parts. Two different trips.
Are you channeling this? Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, I'm in South Korea right now.
It's a pretty big head. He goes back, and then he does the same thing with the body. Okay, so that's what it says over here. When it comes to putting the animal onto the layout, the head is different than the body of the equal. That's where they get the bags. So the things that comes from the equal, you sever the head. You have to sever both simonim. And you have to separate between the body and the head. There's no way there we're going to finish off with this. But we're going to run those again. Tonight, English is at 11:30 and Hebrew at 12:30.
Yeah.
Since the earlier the word we're going to have this again. It should be the same way. It's not like the Hafiz Bahima. Sorry. The Hafiz Bahima, where do you do it? You have to do Malika from this part, last over here, from the back of the neck. Todos saben de ella. Y más la halom menos de any macro. You see what happened? I found by the way also made them out of maybe you should only do one simon. How do I mind? Decree void. I'm not going to have maybe you should only do one. No, decree void. But I don't think decree void. And the Mela.
I've been waiting. I'm about to lose my job.
Yeah. My voice out is productive and wonderful.
Who the fuck
I'm
is
sick
you?
right now. They measured my temperature at 101. Wow. That's a fever in my book. Yeah, good luck to the piece of shit that talks in this thing next. Good job, Danny, you pussy. Don't make fun of me. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
I
you're
like
looking.
you, Amy. I love you, man.
Yes,
Good morning, our voice out. You do this, man. See me, Mirror, to respect Mordechai. Welcome to all the special guests, including myself. I wasn't here yesterday. I'm under the weather. I have a little bit of virus. Still in the same mouth as medically, but getting better. Bezrat Hashem. The Shaila is, if it happens from the monkey, so we have a riot. If my wife gets sick, but this is the first time I really hope she gets sick. She's getting sick. She started complaining. So then I was feeling a little safer. Otherwise, I have a problem, right? But also, the Siyata Dishmaya said, the Siyata Dishmaya, that this could have happened during the trip. It happened at the tail end as I landed here in Eretz Yisrael. Speaking, we went to an hotel program, our hotel program, that the whole hotel got sick with this thing. Even my wife had to have liquids, what do you call it? IV. Yeah. So I just received this from Chaya Rivka and Meyer Fischel, reflections from the Morocco trip. And I'm reading this because we're in Shloshis Yemei Hagbalah and the Yeshivas of Torah. This is not a regular trip or an excursion of any sort. It was a special opportunity of connection and deep appreciation of what true Torah learning looks like and encompasses. The highlight was definitely that the entire day revolved fully around when the daf would be learned with rebellion. The schedule was planned around this and adjusted to fit the situation as needed to do the daf both in Hebrew and in English. This is a true Kiddush Hashem. Be reminded that no matter where we are, Sahara Desert, on camel, or Marrakesh market, the priority remains the commitment we have to the Shir and Paris Hashem. This is a true inspiration you can only have with the remarkable devotion of Eli and his special relative. Being with so many people that all have a part in this fire learning was a truly humbling and special experience. We're so grateful to have had the opportunity to join. Thank you for all who organized and orchestrated the entire program and schedule, leaving out no details. Sometimes, Turkey charge and feel you come emotionally or physically. But this experience filled the spiritual cup with added fullness toward mitzvahs, and a better awareness of being other chaveiro and chesed. To understand and feel the impact of Torah learning in the daf, but more than that, how it uses one chizik to keep Torah Hashem on another level, to include others on a higher level of chesed. It is truly an inspiration. Ashrecha Rebelli for all you do with the unwavering support of your rebels and with the utmost yadishma. Thank you for allowing us to be a small part of something having such an impact on us, our family, and the entire clients. For Hashem should bend rebellion and rebels and come to bring Torah. He's got so much mazel brach and nafas for many years to come. Meyer and Chaya Rivka official. And now I want to show you a small clip that Ari Chaimowitz put together of just Torah, just the Torah parts of the shir. How to wear those headphones so I didn't hear noise. Outside. That's my spot. You saw the guy? Oh, he's great.
Alright, William, fun times, dude. Way to get the party started here tonight. This is very unorthodox and audience.
Beautiful song. It's incredible. The way he sings it.
William in months. Let's give it up for there you go. He touched me. Stars of fire. Hey, look at that new microphone. Shout out to David Deary, helping us out big time tonight. Keeping everything nice and clean. Incredible. Thank you. Thought of a gift from David Deary.
Swear Kyrie. Unbelievable. All right.
Okay, we're gonna go to the bucket for the first time.
We'll jump into the shir. I don't know if this is going to get to people there. Maybe a lot of you, the women here, speak Hebrew. So the incredible Goody Braverman is giving a shir to our women tonight at 9:30 on Zoom. So there's a link somewhere going around. Check it out. He's unbelievable. If you understand Hebrew, it's really kedai. And from the Politics Family Foundation, check this out. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. You know FOMO? I don't want to. Okay, no, it was terrible. Having some serious FOMO about missing the Morocco trip this year. I'm sitting in Manhattan overlooking the busiest bridge in the world, learning to adapt by myself, but not feeling alone. Many outwardly successful people spend their lives searching for a deeper purpose, the opportunity to devote themselves to a cause greater than themselves, and to genuinely impact the lives of others for the better. I dare say that we have found that in MBY. Yes, Naftali Politics, the Politics Family Foundation, the Shekoyach. Let's jump into it. Breakfast sponsored by Shia Spear of London, UK. Welcome home, Rebellious Stefanski from Morocco. Poor money secured. Now let the party begin. Okay? Serious Oimer. Befus hat Mori Vicious Lito. Befus is Mori Bishop and Leia Esther the first Lema. Maybe it means to ring the story thing. I don't know. Huh? I should really say Serious Oimer. I don't want that guy who could have missed the first, almost on the last day. Yoi, Shmoina, Varaboim, Yoi, Shem Shisha Shavuos, Vishisha Yomim, Boimer, Loimer. It's Rebelli's fault because he forgot to say it in cheer. Serious over by Anonymous for the merit of before Shlomo Mehero, the Rivka Sarabas, Kayat Vara. The Masechta Zev and Yal Shulhoff, the Perik, the Benedict family. Daf Kof, Kobe and Eti Moses, the Zipnish Masfrumat Pastor, Babram Yaakov Alel Shalom. Shulman, Dalit Sivan Koshin Samachez. The Shir, the Masechta sponsored by David Sal, dedicated memory of Avi Moir, Shmuel, Baruch, Baruch, Kainti, Doge, and Rafa. The Politics Family Foundation, gratitude to Consortium and Alliance and all they do to support MBY. Anonymous, it's not worth this for guys here, so thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous was the before Shleiman Agritas Yom, Kalea Basester. The Yoman Daniel Rosenfeld, Brios Simcha. I'm thinking here, this is the cheetah man. What happened? Nothing up for all the new people. We're on Spires for getting the hardest thing to see is not a kill. A cat, a chase. An ending of the neshama of Giselle And because we didn't see one, and we were on the way to the airport, and we were driving for 2 hours. We haven't seen a single animal, not even a giraffe, not an elephant garnish. And somebody said that if he sees a kill, he's going to give a certain amount of money to MDY. So the next guy in the thing, the kids are, how much money total was raised in the Jeep, Avi? $12,000. And a few minutes later, we saw one of the best chases, kills possible. It was a cheetah chasing down a gazelle right in front of all our Jeeps. It means that every single person on the trip got to saw it, which was extremely rare because we never had all the Jeeps together. And the chase was in circles, kept on happening right in front of us. It didn't go far away from us. It was in front of us, over and over, boom. And then by the top itself, it was higher grass. It wasn't that good. But today, in this trip, we had something that we went to Lala's weekend. Everybody cried there. We didn't know when we prepared. We didn't know that it's going to be your yard size for the day that we're supposed to go to a cave. So this is a bigger, yeah. What could it say? Yeah. It's true. People, it's usually when you have a trip like this, there's going to be the naysayers and the people that feel like, wow, why they... But this trip allows us not to do a charity fundraiser, which is one of the reasons we do it, because our Taimchem, they support and they help, and otherwise we have to go through the whole process of charity, and you know what it is. Some people like it. Some people say it's a good thing, and I hear it. Even the Taimchem, some people say we should still do charity. Everybody should feel part of it. But anyway, I want to point out that everybody that came on the trip paid their own way. MDY did not pay for anybody to come. It's an appreciation trip. We put the trip together, and we give it at cost, and it's a very cheap trip for anybody that pays, but they all pay. Because I had already some people, emails, you're taking our money, and if yes, it's not the end of the world. But, Daganish, stay concentrate on the dot reviews. Next year, the shop is going to give you the opportunity that you can give and give and give, and we'll take you also on the trip. The way it worked is that if you donated $30,000 from DY, then you could pay $6,000 to come on the trip, or $10,000 if it's a couple. That's how it was. Those were the numbers. All right, Zumpy Gemara. Anonymous. No, I'm still in anonymous. I saw these were all by. Yeah, but woman, let me just finish this. Anonymous, for complete reform statement, I read this young to lay about Sessa, the young Daniel Rosenthal, Bruce Simcha, your Simon is a monthly sponsor. For statement, I'll be Murray Park for Miriam. Remind me to drink. I'm not joking. Yaman and Daniel Rosenthal, and also the Shefa. Spanish year sponsors wishing the MDY family a good Yom Tov and Chag Sameach. Thank you. I love this sponsorship. Mishul Deer. Hold on. Mazel tov to Yaakov Shriver completing a Masechta for an 8-year-old cancer patient. No, he wrote me a beautiful email. Okay, hopefully we'll be in there tomorrow. Mishul Deer. Maybe it was anonymous. Right? It was a beautiful email. Hal Bloomer. Winners myself, Mari Chaim Avram Ben Nachum, and in honor of Bernie Rita, who got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Anonymous. Vazdov Tori Palyavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide, by the Yale Foundation team, for the merit of Uri and Yale Palyavich and their children Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous. For the merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bas Rivka. Oh, my good friend. And he got us the naming of the building. You'll see the naming of MDY. Louis Cohen made a shidduch as his youngest daughter. Shira is engaged. You already forgot for me. The Mazel Tov. Anonymous, before Shlomo Far, from Yeshaya Ben Slavic Boren, Ruchen Ben Yudis. Shlomo Ben Mostavsky, Nachman Ben Nosson Mostavsky, on his 50-yard side. You will see them. The Malone family. Muzik Nishmash, Mordechai Boaz, Ben Avram Yosef, Blumkin, who at the age of 80 received smicha. At the age of 80, he received smicha, Rabbi Yisrael. By Mati Stengi. Mazel tov to Yehuda Stengi, MDY graduate. Remember, he used to come every day? No way! Gilly's daughter. And Ariella Bar Chaim on their engagement. Wow. That's Manisha MDY Shula. Yeah, he has a lot of affairs at MDY, Mati. Ezra Abrams, in honor of my Shas-iversary. Ezra Abrams, where's Hillel? Thank you, Rebellion, for the past 2,711 days since Zvachim Daf 20. Remember Ezra Abrams, who came over there in the building over there? It's all the way from Australia. I want to see Shalom Aleichem. Oh, so Aleichem and Ezra, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. What a big simcha, 2,100. All with MDY? Wow. Givaldi. Yossi, stand up a second. Tell me what you got us over here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to eat it today. I know. What's that still? A cheese chocolate babka. This is Loyig Laroche. If the Oilam is going to eat it now in front of me, it's going to be a very, very big thing. Very, very, very bad thing. All right, let's go. Go ahead, eat. Enjoy yourselves. Go, go, go. I lost 10 pounds. I don't intend on getting them back right now. Go ahead. No? You're slicing it up? There is a satellite location in his. What's going on there? What's going on, Robert Schwartz? A little bit colder. Okay, good. Careful, careful. Okay, square up. What's that? No, Bonapar. Yeah, Bonapar. HYK Ventures, our boy side, we gotta go. Current sponsors, the HYK Ventures and the source for success for all our clients. We know that Daniel Rosenfeld, our Brooklyn Parnassa. MDY Kids sponsors, Innovations LCS. This might be simple than thank you, Rich Yunis Bats Avakaya. Anyway, ours, we're going to go to Nathan from Shem Brocho. We're going to more Heaven Esther. We're going to Ayel, Daniel, Zev, Daniel, Tesla. The boys are holding here by the mission. Someone based by the mission. If somebody chefs from the side of the neck instead of, let's say, directly over here, chef from over here. Rashi points out, unlike all other Mishnayos, it means only after the fact. Over here it means the chatila. You can check on the side of the neck the chatila. Hamoilek minatz dadim, Malika, what's Malika? You take your thumbnail, you have a nice long thumbnail that's sharp, and you go to the back of the neck right over here, you push through. I'll show you a video. There's different types. This is a little boring. Boys, I'm warning you, it has blood in it. If you don't like blood, do not look. We're going to get some emails about this one. Oh, we really looked away. This is two-handed. He grabs with one hand, punches with the second hand. It's to lessen the whole effect. This is the same hand. The same hand does it. Or this could be right over here. This is how Yoshi did it. It breaks the spine and spinal cord and goes through the veshet and hits the kana. He's going from the other side. There's a way to show it like this. There's another way. Hold on. It's one thing if a person is sick, he has a virus, which is another thing if he pulls these things out. The voice out. Everybody in Eretz Yisrael has one of these on his porch right now. This is not a big lick.
Alright, well, Mitch, so much fun. I'm so glad you did this. I fucking love
Okay.
you. You're an awesome guy on stage and off.
You're used to this from
And,
yesterday.
I think that the fans
Malika
love
is from
watching
over here,
our,
this side.
we always
Now,
introduce them to a lot of
this is
people
the
who
head.
always blow up, you know,
Excuse me. I think he just decided to do something. This is the head. This is what we call Eiref. This head is a Eiref. The back part of the head down here is called Minul Eiref. That could see the Eiref.
serious joke writers hate silly people. It's just the nature of the game. Being silly, Andy's in your weight class, and there's, you know what I mean? You guys are competitive. You guys are going out for the same rolls, jelly rolls and dinner rolls. Alright, thanks.
I saw my customers. I saw this guy couldn't even watch it on a video, an AI video. He's getting all gross. He's gonna finish the job here. If you chef the bird up, he just decided to do something. We need a laugh. I changed diapers before. I never changed a pigeon's. We were in a real cannery. It was unbelievable. That was one of my favorite parts of the whole Morocco. It's massive, should be massive. And they had little mikvahs. 50, 60 little boiros. And people were in it. Real life people were inside these pits that were full of pigeon poop. And they were putting the hides in. I was saying the time of the Gemara. And they said that when the Jews left in the 60s, they gifted it to the Goyim. Yeah, they gifted it. They gave this whole, it used to be owned by the Jews, that's why they were nice to us. They said they were nice to you because, you know, the Jews, it's really a Jewish place. But to watch it, they go from thing to thing, each person does another thing, and they make breakfast per day. They sit in this stuff all day long for making like $10 a day. Crazy stuff. Anyway. So, obviously Malika is from the back of the neck. What is it called in English? The nape? Okay. Obviously we do shkita from the front of the neck. That's a normal shkita. So, but if you do Malika from there, because it's psula, it's no good. And the Mishnah finishes off kosher the Malika. The entire nape, that's what you call it. The nape is kosher from Malika. So the kolat saver, the front part of the neck, the whole neck is kosher the shkita. And then the Mishnah says, Linsa kosher the shkita possible Malika. Everything that's kosher by shkita is possible Malika. It's on the opposite side. Kosher Malika possible shkita. My Eiref. What does Eiref mean? Elay Eiref mamish. Eiref means on the other side of the face. This is the face. The Eiref is on the other side. It's on the head. My Eiref shows you that for the Melech Nami. You cannot do Malika on the head. Why can't you do Malika on the head? It's a Mephosh of Pasuk that says not on the arpoi, not on the head, but mimul arpoi. Yeah, it's a little confusing. What's mimul arpoi? The part that sees the arpoi. What sees the arpoi? Here, let me show you on this instead of the real bird. This is arpoi. This part over here sees the arpoi. This is mimul arpoi. Arpoi, mimul arpoi. Okay. Elamai Oiref, Mimul Oiref. So we have to say that Oiref means underneath the head, underneath. So the Kani Seifa, and I'll prove it to you because it says, Kol Oiref, Kosher Malika. The entire Oiref is good for Malika. Now, what is Kol Oiref? Look how small the head is. How are you going to do? Well, what's it called? But this entire area, that means that I can understand why it says Kol. From here all the way to here is a good area for Malika. Kol Oiref, it was a knuckle. You don't stop. It's a natural. Okay. You know what? We're gonna put him back in the thing. We're going to say goodbye to our star. Check this out. During Shir, they inserted this. This is what we saw. Rabbi said, crazy. Was I exaggerating? This is what we saw from the top view. And there's people in here. Let's see if we can see a person here. Here's a guy inside the bar. You see him inside there. Not shy. Here. Yeah, they give you mint because it really smells. Here's the hides all over. You see hides. They put a yellow on it in the beginning. We sat there and just were mesmerized by this whole. They take just a regular hide. You see it coming up to the animal. They put some yellow on it. They smear it. They put it this one and that one. Each one is different colors. It's really cool. Okay. It's a bursiki. It says they should put a bursiki on the east side. I mean, whatever what side. Put a bursiki on a certain side of the city because it smells so bad. And okay, let me do this. Okay. So the Gemara. V'cheinu oimer. Unanimally. The Torah Rabbanon. How do we know that it's mimul arpoi, not arpoi? Torah Rabbanon mimul arpoi, mul arroya. So oiref, what sees the head, which is the nape that sees the head. V'cheinu oimer. Mimuli. Balak tells Bilam, Behu, Klal Yisrael's sitting across from me. I see them. I'm able to see them. So you see the idea of wool is that it can see. You can see the nape can see the head. So now I have another puzzle that tells me that it's not the face, but it's behind the face. It's the oiref. What's the second puzzle for? I don't know what the oiref is. I don't even know what the oiref is. I don't even know what sees the oiref. So I know that oiref is the opposite of the face. The face is on one side, the oiref is on the other side. In other words, the back of the head. Wow, the oiref is on the bottom. So now I know that the oiref is the opposite of the face. And the middle oiref is down a little lower than that. It's the nape. Amri b'nei Rebechia. The two sons of Rebechia, the famous twins, Yehuda and Chizkiah, they come along and they drop a big bomber. Mitzvahs Malika Maxim Simonim La Choyrei HaOiref L'Moireh. You thought that Malika is one way. I'm going to tell you something completely different. Malika is like this. Moireh, you got to pull the Khan and the Veshet and bring them all the way around to the nape, to the back of the neck, and then you can do a kvetch with your nail. What do you gain by that? You gain that you're not coming in directly into the spine. The way you do it now is you go to the spine, through the spinal cord. The animal is pretty much dead by that point, and then you continue going weiter into the Khan and the Veshet. It's kind of late, no? If you do it this way, it won't become true. If you do it this way, it won't become true. Mitzvahs Malika, Maxim Simonim La Choyrei HaOiref. You take the two simonim, the Khan and the Veshet, and you pull it back behind the neck. U'moilech Leida Malika. Yikida and some say half Maxim. You could also, if you feel like it, you could bring it back. If you don't want to, you don't have to bring it back. You can go regular. And there's another sheet that says only regular. What? That's not what. No. The first sheet of Chizkiah's sons is no. The Kapila, you go and you do the simanim first and then the spinal cord. Mitzvah Shalika, Mamzer Simanim, Lachayra B'Moilet. Yeah, the Hikid Amri is now. What's the word in the Hikid Amri? No, it's not an Oira. It's not an Oira. Very interesting. You're supposed to put your finger in. You didn't gain anything. Just think like, I don't think. Then either you're not going through the Irish or you did the Simanim. You're not gonna. You have to physically pull the Simanim. Rashi says over a voice on the second line. Look at the second line. Bav got the Malika Chira. Also with Kulam and Kilat Soyev. Min Hamalika. It's part of the Malika. Bav Kishar Shofet. Rashi says, look, we know that there's a tiny little hole in the veshet, in the esophagus, then it's animal trait. So when you take your knife and you go in slow motion, you know, the scans that are in to capture, a million shots per second. So you're like this, and you hit the veshet with your knife, it became trait. And a millisecond later, you went through the veshet and you did shkita. But there was a moment where you made this animal trait. That's not a concern. What if you did you 4 times to go back and forth to cut the veshet? It's okay. Aber Schrecken in Eure, Giddy Schita, Bav Avi Yimir, they have a Jews on our breakers in a Schita, we start from our Schita, so you could say that when you do Malika, that's how you do Malika. You break the Kuda Shadra, and then you go to the Kanan, the Veshet in the Kanan, but that's how you do it. That's how it's done. It's not all made a tray for. That's how it's done. Every animal you make it a tray for somehow in between. Yeah. Rolling tomorrow. Who missed Bigger Diamond Mazda? Bigger Diamond Mazda. Some say you could also do it like that. Bigger Diamond Mazda. You must bring the Simon to the back so you don't hit the mafrekas, you don't hit the spinal cord. Well, Mr. It makes a lot of sense. Like the Manon, it says you can do both ways. Mimai, the Tony Hashim and Oiriv Shkasip Suda. I'm more like Oiriv in the Kasip Suda. Some of the Gemara has a beautiful caption. If by Malika you have to pull the Simon to the back of the neck, shouldn't that work also by Shkita? Why doesn't that work by Shkita? If you pull the Simanim to the back of a cow's neck and check from the back of the cow's neck, it should work. You just check the Simanim. I don't care where the Simanim are, in the front of the neck or the back of the neck. It should work. So why? The reason why it doesn't work by Shkita is because we're not talking about such a case. It couldn't work by Shkita. In the Mishnah it says it's no good. No good. Why not good? It is good. Oh, because we're not talking about a case that you slip the Simanim to the back of the neck. If you don't slip the Simanim to the back of the neck, it only works by Malika when you come from the back. But by an animal, it wouldn't work if you shove from the back of the neck. Again, by an animal, if you don't touch, you don't mess with the Simanim. If you take a knife, you go from the back of the neck, the Shkita is possible. By a bird, if you don't mess with the Simanim, you go from the back of the neck, the Malika is possible. That's what the Mishnah says. It says it doesn't work by Shkita, but it works by Malika. But the question is, but I do have a way where it works by Shkita. If I do mess with the Simanim, I pull the Simanim from the back of the neck, and they do Shkita. The answer is you're right. In that case, it wouldn't work, but that's not what we're talking about in the Mishnah. You probably are raising the shuvas on these youngsters. Yehuda and Chizkiah, I have a great answer. Because when it's a question, you don't pass it in the Mishnah. It says the last word of the Mishnah are, it comes out, or whatever it is, kosher by Shkita, kosher by Malika. Malika wasn't Shkita. Whatever is good by Malika is not good by Shkita. Whatever is good by Shkita is not good by Malika. What are you adding to everything that we already said in the Mishnah? The first one is say this halacha that you're not supposed to mess around with the Simanim and pull to the back of the neck. So I really want to ask the Olam. You're being sheared now for 2 days. Is it possible to do malika with another one of your body parts? What else? So according to Tosfos, it would be possible to do with your teeth. Now the problem is, it's a beautiful places. The problem is that malika has to be done with the right hand. The right. Some teeth don't have the right or left. So how do you do it with the right? Those brings a raya that you could do chalitza, a woman who doesn't have hands. How does she remove the shoe of the other with her teeth, with her neck? Chalitza has to be done with the right. So you see that when it comes to your mouth, there's no right and left. The teeth are equal right and left. So says, you could do malika with your teeth. Yeah, so what? So your nail also has gimus. A lot of gimus. Maybe you sharpen them. If gimus are a problem, you sharpen. But what's that here? What? No. This obviously says you don't have to do it. Here. The voice side, take a look.
Good evening. We are on the front of the house of a Mr. Shaul Cohen, a local hero who stopped an armed bank robber using nothing but his bare thumb. Security footage captures a terrifying moment. The robber is never expected to, armed only with a razor-sharp extended thumbnail, to fight back and send him running empty-handed. At his home, we realize this is no ordinary man. Instead of a key, Shaul unlocks his front door using his fingernails. He fires it 3 times a day, preparing for the biblical bird sacrifice ritual known as malika in the Old Testament. The nail is so sharp, he uses it daily to slice open canned food with ease. This incredible feat earned him an official spot in the 2001 Guinness World Records. Shaul claims his thumbnail is even sharp enough for traditional kosher slaughter. Out of respect for our viewers, we have blurred the footage. But there is no doubt, either is truly a remarkable local hero. This is Jim Roberts of CBS News.
So the point. So there are people out there that grow their nails. So I forgot who it was. One of the Gdolei Yisrael said that you don't have to, because there's no case to bring the Oila Sha'oi, the day that the Beis Hamikdash is built. You have to know all halachos. You don't have to know who plays Beis Hamikdash and what you have to do for korbanos, but not necessarily for malika. Okay, right? So Schoenberg, you have a Gishmak nail going. All right. That's fine. Zog the Gemara. Lemutei. Change its requiring that you should not use a tooth or a nail for shtita. So the Gemara should explain that. I don't read our Mishnah to tell us that. We already learned that. We already had a whole Mishnah about chance, requires the magal, the whole thing, all the things that you can't use. All over here, Lemutei. Maybe that with your nail, you shouldn't go like this. You shouldn't use your nail as a. How do you do? Thank you. What do you do? How do you do malika? Malika is actually drisa. What's drisa? A pressure, forward pressure. It's not a slicing movement of the nail. It's a forward pressure. So there is no drisa, obviously, in malika. You go like this. And a back and forth movement is no good. And that's what the Mishnah comes to exclude. That's great if you hold it also, but if you hold it, it's okay. What do you do? There's no good, and that's why we have the deal in the Mishnah that it's possible. So, how do you do malika? What's the best way to do it? And you cut the meat, the yored, and you go down, you do a drisa. There's only stuff, so 2 things. cut the skin, go down in one smooth motion or whatever you do it. It's doing it so that's it. You can't do it. Sorry, I'm gonna make my coach the Oridin. No, you can maybe look. The fire over here, you can diet if you go back and forth, it's no good. Although over here, it's possible to make the caution, no. The opposite maybe. Maybe back and forth is great. Well, my Zoom is possible. Why don't say only this is the way to do it? Hey, my Zoom is possible. It's also another way to do it. Over here, only small. Kosher b'shkita, connected to Oiris, kosher b'malika. Whatever is kosher by shkita, so by the opposite on the other side of the head is good by malika, which is unfortunate. Oh, kosher b'shkita, kosher malika, sakim yudayik. If it's not good for shkita, it's possible for malika. Lemutin by what is called exclude. Even lemutin equal simon. Oh, so now we're gonna get into a sugya of equal simon. Thank you, Daniel. Remember to put it in. This is a simon, yeah. This is a kana. Equal simon just means that this popped out of its place. I don't know exactly how this. Okay, let's say the vesha. You can understand it better in the vesha maybe. If it pops out of its place, it's not in there. So in a bird, you only have to check one of the simon. One of the simon is popped out of its place. What would that make the bird before you do any shit, anything? Popped it out. That'd be a treifa. So he says, that the simon is out of its place. It's not an issue by a bird. You're right. It's going to exclude. They can't do malika on its head. We already established this. That the malika is not on its head. The malika is below the head. It says more my roishoy, cheaper roishoy. Which means the bottom part of the head, the end, the tail end of the head, right over here, let's call it. He went in over here, but when it's downwards, the other here, like this. Take a look over there. You're going in the bad spot, it comes down lower. The entry to the malika was in the head. You're not supposed to go in the head. But he eventually got the simanim lower below. Further down. He's magnum. He's agrama for the good. Agrama for the good. And he went until he got below. So this is the case that we had by an animal where a person starts terribly. Like, where was it? This one. The red arrow. He's going in the red. It's in the paper somewhere. No good. But then he takes a right turn and goes into the Gabas HaGdoila. That's great. Gabas HaGdoila is okay. And he did two issues of Gabas HaGdoila, which is a good shkita. Nevertheless, we say it's possible. Why? Because the animal dies after using the first third of no good and the second third of good. So it didn't have a good shkita. Yes, you're right, you continued another third, and you went all the way down. It's too late, the animal's dead by then. I just want to say here, it came to my head, so I'm going to say this, that one of the highlights of the trip, Mark Ashkenazi, as a surprise for me, it was a very special surprise for me. I want to explain what it was. He made a scene on a separate Shabbos, and it's one of the most emotional scenes that I was at. People were very, very emotional. The reason is because that was the gap that he had to finish Shas. He wanted to finish Shas when Klal Yisrael finished Shas. So he took it upon himself to go to the beginning of Shas, and it took him 3 years of flights. On all his flights from New York to Phoenix and back, he did daf in the Gemara, and he finally finished. And he constantly told me, "Oh, and this daf you mentioned so and so. This daf you mentioned, people that are new to the year, the pool. And it was almost like a scene with Shas kind of thing for him, and for us, it was a very big thing, sir. Very proud of him, and we're all proud of Mark because he does so much for the Shir and so much for Klal Yisrael and Hashem. And for those who are not going to be finishing Shas, By the way, it's exactly a year from now, right? So yesterday, exactly a year from yesterday, I think. So even though a lot of you are not going to be finishing shots, it doesn't matter. You'll finish shots when you finish shots. You'll finish a half a year later, a year later. Zok the Gemara. Just like you said, there's no such thing as ripping out the simon by a bird. So now Rabbi Isai, does a bird need to be shechted? We shech birds all day long. So here's the three shittas. One shita is Moshe Rabbeinu got it from the Rebbeinu Shalom on Har Sinai. The other shita is more than that. It's in the Torah itself. Make a hekesh between a bird and an animal, just like an animal means shita, so to a bird. But there's one shita that says it's the Rabbanim. Interesting, only the Rabbanim. In other words, the bird is like a fish. You take a fish, you whack it on the head, you give it a good set, kill it, take a bird, bang it in the head, and that's it. This is all. It goes according to the Manon, it says there's no shechita. The birds in the Torah. The Manon is shechita loifen at Torah. But if you hold that there is shechita to a bird in the Torah, yay, shechita. There's no reason to say that a bird is different than an animal. And therefore, just like an animal has equal, if one of its simonim popped out, it's a treifa. So too by a bird. Because I hear the Gemara doesn't go into it. The Gemara's going to say here, take a look at what we say now. Omar lei Yadav, Yitkum Staber, the Omar, the man donor Yeshkita, Loifina, Koira, Iklo Memalagaf, the Agri Denika. Okay. If you hold that Shechita is in the Koira, so you can say, oh, that's what I was going to say. The Agri Denika. I learned that there's no recruit. But if the man Omar to behema, then you can rely on the behema. Mechtavis, it should be like everything like a behema. Behema has zikr, doesn't it? But if you hold, it's going to be like a chumrah now. You hold that shchit is only with the rabbanon. So if I care, maybe you can hear the behema. If you say it's a complete the rabbanon, then you have to learn everything from an animal and equal. If one of the simonim popped out, it's going to be a big problem. Turning to the DAF, Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services, by Chaim Milrad, this must be Rossi, Echo Bach. I see it's called the last time. I'm not sure if I said this in the last year or so. I said it Erev Shavuos a few years ago, and Barry didn't quoted me, so I'm going to say it again. I wasn't sure if I should say it, but I'll say it. I liked it, because, never know. Many times I go to a wedding, I walk into the wedding, I don't know exactly what the fussing is. It looks like everybody else. They're all wearing black suits. If you go to the ladies section, so you know exactly what the cow is. She's the one with the white dress, the only one with the white dress, but half a second, you know what she is. How do you know who the person is? The one who takes the collar home. The one who takes the collar home. The boy said, we're here at Erev Shavuos. We can proudly say that we learn Torah every day. Most of us for the whole last year, some of us for the last 20 days of Chulin, whatever it is, whenever you started. And we say, Rebbeinu Shalom, I'm Shavuos. Matan Torah. I'm here, taking the collar and taking my Gemara home. I'm the Chassan, HaTorah. Zog the Gemara. Omar Ravino, finish over here. Omar Ravino, Omar Li Ravin Bar Kisi. How the Tony Ravin Bar Kisi, in Ikir Simonim Ba'if. There is that Ravin Bar Kisi says there's no Ikir Simonim by a bird, there's no, it popped out of place. But I learned, Elo de Malika, Alo de Shchita, Shidun Shchita, Yay, Shchikor. We'll stop right over here. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Merit the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
This is exciting. This is this young man's first time ever on the show. He was recommended to us from the great Michael Larry, who was featured in a Michael Bear video last week. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds and an interview featuring Martin Moro, everyone. Here we go. This is El Tony debut. Martin.
Good morning, Rambo Eastside. You can see me Spotify live from the Chemish. Yes, I caught some sort of stomach bug, so I have fever and I'm weak, and stomach thing I'm not gonna go into. So I figured it's better that I give shear here in my home. Last night's shear I did not go skip, so I owe a heating shear. I was basically in bed all day. So today, this is about the daf. It's about the yomi. It's about the yomi. It's about the yomi. I am going to make mistakes more than usual. That's why you are here to correct me. The only say today is Shloshis Me'agvala. It's also 1 year, exactly 1 year before the Sima Shas. Special day. Reminding the Olam to say Svira Sa'imer, Hayom, Shiva, Barbon Yom, Shem Shishosha voice, Hamisho Yomim, La Omer. This tzaddik was one of the 3 singers, Judith Feather.
Welcome. How are you?
Yeah, and then let's see the coordinates. This is amazing.
Yeah. If shear, and then found out that everything was good and nothing was all right. Before we got into working after this, then we do the whole shear with this. God Hashem, they just say with everybody. And they know that guy in the left, that's Mark Ashkenazi that you're talking about. I at least wish I get a lot of Jesus with his spot. Mark Ashkenazi is actually
Wow, you can see here what's going on here. It's so beautiful.
Okay. Now check this out. He has talent. Listen to his words, how they flow in the Hasidic style. With a lot of heart. And a lot of, I don't know, I'd say like, whatever. It's okay. What's the word?
So how long have you been doing stand-up?
You don't know the word.
10 years. You're originally from Chicago?
Poetic. Yeah.
That's right. But
Yeah.
comedy-wise, did you start there?
Poetic.
Okay. You came straight to LA
Let
from
me
there?
do this. Hold on. Check this out.
Just wanted to share something. Maybe it's not my place, I just came to sing, but even if they say, I got stuff like that, I was like, I was the outsider of this group. And what I saw this week was mind-blowing for me. A few very strong points that I took along, and it was very inspiring. First of all, the unity between everyone. Everybody comes from their background, and throughout this whole week, I wasn't able to tell how much money each of you have in the bank account or what you do for a living. You just kind of left everything behind. You just came with your heart and your soul and just spend beautiful time together. And it was really inspiring for me. It was really beautiful. Where everybody cared about everybody. And that was one very strong point for me. Another one was the dedication. Dedication for Toyota and the dedication for this beautiful NBY. Call it organization, whatever you want to call it, but the way everybody puts in their whole heart and soul in it, and nothing stays in the way. I gave Shabbos, I said Ali giving the last year, a few minutes before the night, I came after preparing myself for Shabbos, and I was already after seeing before the night, just go away my mixer stuff and go down, and I see there Ali sitting and recording his last year, because one of the recordings, whatever something was, didn't work. It was such inspiration for me, and I saw these kind of moments the whole time, also the vulnerability. It's not to Shabbos, everybody shared, it's not Shabbos, like we see this, it was amazing to watch. So yeah, I felt like it was like a morning. I remember his name right, so he can see him. And I don't know why, but I'm outside, and I felt so happy for him. I felt so. It was a little moment. I felt it the whole time. I felt like I had this beautiful family, this beautiful organization. So I just wanted to express myself. But first of all, thanks for having me. It was a true honor and pleasure. And it's such a beautiful, amazing program. Enjoyed it. And also another very, very strong point that I took along, and I think it's going to stay with me for a long time, is this bringing together the Toyota together with life. Meaning that the way that we brings it into our world, 2026 is our life. And it's not something that is so far, it's a part of us. We can enjoy life, we can have a good time, at the same time, we can learn, we can gave me a lot of stuff was used for me. So thank you everyone. Today about. And yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And so we really hope that David Feder jumps on the bandwagon for these days. He's going just for Ross Father. His father, right? So I was just listening. He once in his father was doing that. Yeah. Okay. We could jump in and see. See. Let me just read this, because I said a sponsorship for this program. Dear Ben, today marks exactly a year since I started doing background. You are that since I know that my daughter was born with extremely complex heart condition. She needed local heart surgery in the world renowned children's hospital that we were in. Refusing to do surgery, saying that there was less than comfortable challenge, she would make it out of her life. Everyone's dying for it. We asked for a second opinion from giving out for you warned. No chance that the team is given. That night I shot into my daughter's bed crying that night. And I made a couple of proposals. One of them was that if my daughter had surgery and comes out alive, I would start doing the doc. I just thought one of my friends sponsoring the doc is suspicious. The next day, we heard from the other hospital. They said they would take her. Not very well. Surgery then they started to ski, and a month later, she was around home. The day we got home, I sat down to the doc. It was tough. After being shared, we demonstrated the Golden Dove video. Look it up. My daughter is my Golden Dove. And the doc is my Golden Dove. He kept me going through the struggles of the past years. I didn't miss a day. Even the day my daughter had her second open heart surgery, and the day when she had a cath lab procedure done, and every other stressful day this year is not complete without doing the doc. Now my daughter, Pastor Masayala Esther, is doing really well, but although she's fitting to like surgery in a few years, but Hashem will keep performing work. Hashem will keep performing miracles for her in this place of all praise to your God for your person. Thank you, Rebecca, for your incredible strength for changing our life. The time of you is Zev Stepsky, London, from MDY Beanstalk Board. There's another video actually, but I didn't put it in. I still got to remember to put in. There's not a video of some of that twins. Also, he says that he wanted to call his twin the girl MDY. Because he believes that that's why she's alive. But I remember they got in the same day, but I didn't put it in. Okay, maybe the editors will put it in. He said he can. He said he wanted to, but no, only one of them was in Maine State Nigla. One of them had give everybody the ice. From America. He's American. He comes from America. It's a schmuck. Okay, let's jump into it. Rabbi Isai. Sir Saimer, the first I'd remember visually the point smart just fell and Leah Esther the full flame on. Officially, this one of my shots for the Sefer Zevi Hal Shurov, Tarek, the Benedict family, David Tess, Kibi Nuzbam, in honor of our children Sana, Yaakov, and Mimi. Dedicated memory of every Mary Shmuel, Baruch, Baruch, Chaim, Sweet David, the third of the Baruch of himself, the Patrick Family Foundation, and gratitude to the Consortium, and the Alliance, and all the youth for MDY, Anonymous, and Sefer Rufus, and the Rationals. I thank you to Chief Benny, this Cheetah Man, gave me a beautiful players with a very reddish, here it is, some of the ones. I'm prepared, but the truth happened to be here. So maybe, I hope it doesn't have it. Speaking of players, and a beautiful sound, very nice sound. Right, but in the oil, we also like to think Porter's Heart, one of the top speeches. A lot of top speeches, very hard. People ask me, what was your favorite speech? It's a lot, very hard. So, okay, Cheetah Man, I'll explain Cheetah Man a different time. I saw the reaction was named Chief Benny. She responds to himself on our feet. Please, from I already saw the best us. The Yemen and Daniel was called Beans with Simcha. Our Simon is a monthly sponsor of the same Abu Mary Baruch Ben Miriam. Yemen Daniel was called Panatz B'Shav. How's he doing? Doing better? Weekly sponsors, Mission Rookie Market, which carries supporting the Yemen Spanish with the same Arab Yakin is Lulu. These must be Grace of Ben Amir. Kind of Vidal and Yeshua. John Deere, Magical Yakin Schreiber, and Museum of Sports for you, and it's Muslim for the common bass Shadanis. Weekly sponsors, Howard Wimmer, the business of Mary Chaim Ben Avram Ben Nachum, Mary Chaim Avram Ben Nachum, and in honor of Bernie Zika, who got me from UI 2 years ago to speak. Allows Mazdov Dune Hayavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Yael Foundation team for the merit, February, and now Hayavich and their children, Benjamin and Matt, anonymous for the merit of Shidduch for Sargol, the Bas Riska, is actually to be a really good fit. MDY with the Yael Foundation is good. Because we really do a lot for children, many thousands of children around the world watch the share and benefit from the AI, etc. Movie sponsors anonymous with Mushnayer for Abdul Shaya, Ben Slava Devera, and the Ruben Ben Yehuda, Shlomo Aviva, Mustavsky, Nachman Ben Nassim Mustavsky, and his 60th birthday, Gimel Siva. Daily sponsors conventions on saying the honor of the Torah Alliance and the syndicate, Ashrefa, the Torah Love. Wow. Just the plain words. I don't get it. It sounds like a convention of love. Anonymous to the merit of which they were married, the Rishka Sarah Baskai Williams, Havi Shulgi, May 19, Kulish Lema, player sponsors month, it's like events of the Tzimmer, and discuss the success of all our clients. And the Yemen Beni Eri Nation called the Graph of the Parnasa, underline some sponsors, innovations of the series, discuss the consumer and figure with the Yudika Sadakaya. Month, which they were going to make a Bracha, Amen, it's the same of the Esther, Amen, of course, the Yeri Beni Zer, Ben Ayat Esther, Amen. Rabbi say you're holding it back because Amud fades. The Shimon Lakish, actually, who does it play that? Let's see what we have here. You see that? Let me do it again. The purple line is the food of the Kaiba. I'll try to do the I'm a little nervous because I don't have a lot of room here. Just rip on my Gemara. Let's see. It's not the smartest thing. Okay. Look at the Kaiba with me all the way over here. So, Shvita typically is done today, is done over here. Over here. This is the Bas Hamdolah. This is the final ring. This is the Shikuya Kaiba. This is the Adam Yaakov right over here. This fits. This is the Shikuya. It goes downwards. This is the Kaiba. Meaning this is the end of the Kaiba. So the Yishlakish, you can do Shikuya all the way over here. As you see in the chart, let's do the chart. You see? It's not such a clear picture on the screen. Okay. The Chud of the Kaiba. Every Alim is working on your ancestors, Yisa is a notion of gas. Too much. Reminds him, what are you talking about? So the boyfriend is going to say, let's see. No, this is not working. It's not working. Oh. The Rebbe says you got to move the purple line to the what's the even called? No, but what's it called in our studio over here? No, what is the end? No. Let's see. We have it over here. Oh yeah, Kaiva. Oh, he called it a Kaiva. Okay, fine. I'll call Adam. You can see over here the Shitas. Now, Bishlam, it says you go all the way to the end of the Kaiva. So the Rebbe is exaggerated. The Rebbe says a beautiful thing here. The Yochanan and Bishlam is his brother-in-law. So you made a play on words. It says Gisa. You exaggerated my brother-in-law. Like it's a new way to praise brother-in-law. He's gas. You're his gas. Your brother-in-law is gas. I'm going to copy this video of hold on, wait. Okay, this is going to be difficult. I'm going to try. Okay, maybe take my Gemara away for a second. Okay, thank you. And this right over here, you see there's a flat that covers this thing. It's a flat. I'm going to open it up. I'm looking for the people. Oh, here it is. Here's the people. You see these guys? Basically, the people are the, I have them. These two guys, perfect. They look like me. These are the, here, I'll show you guys. This, right over here, this guy is a week and a week. That's what they call the, no, you see it. Yeah, now you got a beautiful shot of it. Beautiful. Look at that. These guys, nice. Okay, fine. Tomorrow, please. Tomorrow. Wow. Thank you so much. Now, for a boy side, the PK is at the end of the playback. Let's see if you see it over there. Yeah, well, they're somewhat over here. It's in this area by me. In this area, let's see what we got. Yeah. You can see over here in this picture. You see the two things? These guys, funny looking short things. It depends from what area. If you look at it from the front, like I showed you, it looks one way. If you look at it from the back, it looks okay. So he says like this. Our Bible is really wrong. How good the few page version. If you bump into the vocal cords, you already went too far. He boiling. You have to understand what he means. In Hebrew, I'll give you a mushroom. In Hebrew, it's called pagash. Pagash feels good. What does pagash mean? I met him, but does it mean I actually touched him? Not really. I bumped into him. You see in English also, I bumped into him. So bumped into him, does it mean he physically touched him, he bumped into him? Or he bumped into him, like he right in front of him? So that's the Gemara's question over here. Did he actually touch him? He bumped into him, literally? See, by the way, Avi sent me something, and I started reading it, and I couldn't believe it. It's my name, Joselowski, and he wrote me that the Hamas did a protest in front of a show. I said her name, then I had an emergency because of my stomach, and I just dropped my phone and I ran. And no, but that's my first cousin. She was Joselowski, it said. You said a lady name. I don't know if you remember. At the telephone, there's a woman on our table. Joselowski, like Anne. Joselowski, that's my aunt. No, it's no violence going on in America. I'm not doing protests. I'm going harassing people as they're going to show. So if you know you're going to talk about another man, but see that you can go there. I'm always so you know talk about another. Or maybe man means that you don't have to go all the way over. You have to go. You don't touch it. It's still true. You got to it. You're in the wrong area. What? No. Right. So we're going to see there's many different choices here. You can't overuse the situation around. Okay. Over there, obviously, the knife hit him and he died, so it actually touched him. But then the part of the line went up to it, but didn't touch him. The silver, you can go in the last day. But the Malachim came, it doesn't mean they touched him, they met him. His mama, I published really well there. And what Papa says that if you cut the chitim, you cut the vocal cords, but you leave a little bit of them, then it's kosher. Meaning, you didn't go past the vocal cords, you're in the vocal cord area, it's kosher. This is who? A copy. So let's go back over here. Okay, so we're going to copy now before we're going to see the trophy. That's what copy. Let me see what it looks like. Copy. So there you can see that he's machmir. His purple line is more to the to the right. He wants you to avoid the people completely the copy. And Margaret says you go a little bit onto the people. Bidmar Omer calls for the Rav Shir with Kiddush. Omer Amimar Bar Mar Yenuka Halakim Kavidim of Kid Raider Vavia is in front of the Kia. Normally Shir with Kiddush if you cut the overflow the Kita. And at least you have some left over towards the head. You have the cut in the vessel going to the body. You have the side going to the head. So you have a little bit going to the head. You need the opposite. The left is to the head. The left is to the head. Parcel, everything that says parcel is towards the head, towards the eyes of the animal. Kosher, the closer to the lungs, and whatever, that's kosher. As long as you leave a little bit of the vocal cords, the feet on either side, so you cut them in half, so to speak, then you're okay. Omalei Ravina Ravashi, Omalei Rav Shaman Mesuvra, Ikla Marzuchim Asir, Marzuchi came down to Zidora, Shia Bukit Shira. Okay, so another Shia that says that even if you chef in the Fite, it's okay. Marbaravashi Omas, Hoga, if you take Shira. Over here, it must mean, Hoga means you didn't touch it. You went up to the Fite, it's kosher. Shear is here, this is foolish. Shear the Fite trade. If you cut it even one little bit, it's completely straight. Over here, we have a shita that cutting the feet straight. Says more like because of an hour, this is on the shipu koiva, the mato shira. The shipu koiva is kosher. In other words, in the mato. Let me see what we have here. You have, when you see that apex, that guy that where it says koiva, with the mato, meaning towards the chana, towards the body, towards the right, from, let's see if I can zoom in on it, from this blue arrow that says koiva, going this direction is okay. That's with the mouth, towards the body, towards the trachea, things with the rings. Everything from the blue to the thing in the rings is good. Now, I know the shear that he says, and that means that you can see from the blue arrow where it says koiva, if you shut it over there, you cut into the fite, trying to angle, and that's okay because you left some fite on the left side of it, and you're okay. But not when after the shipui koiva ulamato, so the shipui is actually even further to the left. Shipui, as we see over here. This picture is that picture. Yeah, but then I was really yesterday said that if you get one in the same city, you should watch the share. I was done. No. A different Manchurian, you mean if you didn't? He said that? Are you serious? That's interesting. Yeah. Presentation you can watch. I highly recommend that. But the react. Okay. It's gonna be a first. Something tomorrow. V'ainu b'shir b'shir. We're not gonna actually should be covered on that. Let's just show this. Why not? Even this part, even cutting it to here is okay. The shipui koiva. This is the shipui. We're cutting over here is okay. We have a big problem because they hold that the shkita must be done in Kabas Agdolas. Right over here, in Kabas Agdolas. Which is, I spoke to Weissman. She said today, obviously, the chef right over here. You don't chef in between. He's your chef. He's like, it's impossible to know. He says it's very hard to understand Rashi. Only trying to argue Rashi says, I'll tell you, the thickness of the skin of the bull, it's impossible to feel Jews. How do you even have it? In a chicken, may lie here. But in the animal, how do you get to the thing? Matzah Gdoila, I don't see it here. We don't have it, but maybe this, this red over here. It's right after all these rings comes the Matzah Gdoila. Yeah. Maybe you just, and then he says he had a good kasha. He says that if you do it, I forgot the lashon, like it ismails, or I forgot what the lashon, but basically if you cut like this, it's a kosher treat. This is how's it possible? You just cut through a bunch of rings, and that says it has to be features. Oh, sorry. Like today you do it with the CT scans. Like what I'm like, you see the so they say it's like lashon of training and learning. Feeling village. It's a geschmack of book. Feeling and village. Like Baron Shmera. I don't know who Chilik is. I don't know who Chilik is. I know Shmaiti done it. Let's get this away from the nose. I know Shmaiti done it. I just know Bryson. I love this. I couldn't prepare so well yesterday. Vamila, there's a lot of freebies, a lot of names today. Vamila, Omer, Yaakov, Yudi, Omer, Mishomalei. Shipu Koiva with a Mata Sheva. So again, the Mata is towards the body. So this is like the Kanim of an Antigonus. From Shipu Koiva, the Mata is all kosher. On this, let's just show it on the screen for a second. Shipu Koiva. Anything from the Shipu, that downward slide and towards the bottom, towards the other rings is all kosher. The Omer and Shobalei. Mugremes the Rabbanon. So this is Mugremes the Rabbanon, also on the screen. You see on the screen, there's a green line where he shifted in the Tabas Agdoila, perfect. And all of a sudden he made a left turn, and he does the red somewhere else past the Tabas Agdoila. That according to Rabbanon is Mugremes the Rabbanon, Sheiron the Rebbeinu Review. Why? Because the Rebbeinu says as long as you do the right in the right place, which he did over here. You can see what Yoshi did. There's a lot of lines, but you can see there's the halfway point and there's the third point. The blue lines in this thing are all thirds. So he did 2/3. Yeah? See these lines? The green goes through the top. 2 lines, thirds. And then afterward, it goes the last third, it's red. Yeah?
I love it. That's what you're doing.
So there's only third of his root. There's no roads. That's the sugi. Yeah, it's the sugi. He's going to see that idea. In the Mishnah, he says it in the Mishnah. He says, road, and they are road. He said, there's no road. You got to do everything. Sorry. The Rebbe is the Rabbanon Sheira, the Rebbe is the review. The Rebbe is the review, the Sheira, the Rebbe goes in 3 steps. If you do everything past the Tabas Agdoila, let me just go back over here. Here, you know what? We did it.
Absolutely.
Perfect. This is perfect. Let's see if we got to take that out. According to Chachamim, the Tanakama, if you do a little bit, you do 2/3 in the good area and 1/3 in the bad area, puzzle, completely puzzle. According to Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda, if you did 2/3 in the good area and 1/3 in the bad area, it's puzzle. According to Hanina ben Atignois, this would be puzzle according to everybody on top, even according to Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Yehuda. Why? Because the Shechita has the Tabas Agdoila. You see the green line going straight down? Where is it? It's not in the Tabas Agdoila. That's already in the Koiba. That's already in a different area. Completely possible according to your Rebbe Yehuda. So basically, the nurse is this 3 steps here. You have the Tanakama that says you have to have the total Shechita in the Tabas Agdoila. You have your Rebbe Yehuda that says as long as you do 2/3 in the Tabas Agdoila, 1/3 in the wrong area is okay. And then you have your plenty of other things that says everything in the wrong area is okay. It's not the wrong area for me. I say the Koiba is also part of the Shechita. It's all good. Says the Gemara, Mugremes the Rabbanon Sheira, the Rebbe review. The Rebbe Yossi review the Sheira, the Rebbe Yehuda ben Atignois. Shita, Rebbe Yossi is more maker than the Tanakh. The Tanakh is more maker than the Raisi. So what's the big finish they tell me? But the same Rechanim and Atigmes ad Rabbanon. Maybe Rechanim and Atigmes was only referring to the Tanakh when he said it's kosher. In other words, I hold that if you didn't do the whole thing in the Bas Hamdalah, it's kosher. Not that you can go all the way to the left into the Torah. Why? Because it makes a lot more sense. He comes right after Chachamim. He's actually referring to Chachamim. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, then we had already 5 times before. There's a lot of shoots that are saying the same thing. I am bothering me a little also. Doesn't Rechanim do that in Rabbanon? Because he is actually going in Rabbanon. Maybe he's going in Rabbanon. Hey, the Allah. So the lesson should have been just hey, the Allah and what we just said. Says the Gemara. The signals that above the Bas Hamdalah. In other words, to the left of the Bas Hamdalah. It's all good.
I don't know if I would have made your
the Torah, I'm going to say because in fact we're not going to hold it in the community and I think so we're going to go like we're not going to hold it in the community. Okay, so now we have a long sugya here that basically says a very simple thing. It kind of repeats itself a lot. If you did, let's just do this here right over here. The first thing in this area, then if you have 2/3 of the Bas Hamdalah, but 1/3 was in the wrong area, how we go? The Rabbanon said we finished the meaning of the Bas Hamdalah. Chachamim say no, you did 100% in the Bas Hamdalah. We have the road of the whole Torah over here, and 2/3 is enough. Take a look at this. You can see that he's going the opposite direction. He started from the bottom, the red area. He started out with the red. He started out in the wrong place, but then he finished up with 2/3 in the right place. What's the nafkamina? So, as you're going to see, there's an importance according to some Mandarim. Where does the animal's neshama leave? Maybe the ikar is that he dies. The ruach, I forgot what they call it. The tzis haruach, the neshama leaves in the right area. He did 1/3 in the bad area. Then he's not going to die from that. Then he goes and he makes a right turn and he starts shifting in the right area. At a certain point, he dies. You say he died in a good area. What's the problem? Or no? You gotta the whole part, the whole thing has to be in the right area. I think there should be like more arrows on this thing because I see you guys are a little confused. You see the arrow on top of the green? That's the direction of the street. There should be more arrows maybe on the bottom of the red also. So he starts in the bottom, in the wrong area. Red. Then he continued the street to go green. I don't know if you could do that. Yeah, no. No, you can do it. Yeah, you can pull it. Sorry. Says we didn't know. You're saying that he started from the cove on the top, that way and then went to the Bas Hamdalah. Here. Makes more sense that way. Okay. You can do that also. And then it would actually be easier to understand. Okay. He started by the cove, he did 1/3, and then went down to the Bas Hamdalah. Okay. No, you just move it over. Let's see. No. Avo, Higrum Shlish, V'Shachat Shlish, Direi Kol Psula. There's no shayla that's possible. Why the Kinafta Fiyusa, when the life of this animal came out, he didn't move up the Shkita Velesa. He didn't have a rape Shkita. Why? He did 1/3 Shkita and then it died. 1/3, the first third was in a bad place. The second third when he died was in a good place. He only had 1/3 in a good place. Only of this the other Rava, Lema Mai, let's see that. Machloek is the Shibur Shlish, maybe Machloek is when he started bad and went good. Maybe we see we review the Sovar Midi that have a Chatzik on a puzzle. So the mother did the halacha that tells us that if there's a little tiny hole in the Beshet, the animal is good. But if the corner is halfway cut, like this animal is not ready for that. Not ready. But you go into that slit, I guess. You know, because it's like a screw. Like it goes back. Maybe. Wow. Memories. Yeah. So. Don't say maybe I have rabies. It's not that bad. If that's what rabies is, it's not that bad. It's just a... So, Avasham says this vegan slaves do have called Shera. I'm just not doing what time was. How much time are we? Oh, 45 minutes. I'm just going to smell a little bit. No? Yeah. Is it going to that? I have to use it. Give me the smell just to why not? If the animal, wow, it's not strong. This would be kosher, Rabbi say. Why? Because it's halfway done. Okay, but it's a little bit more than that. So, I guess to start it off with the problem, once it goes, the mom slices through. So, if that ain't so now listen to this. Merger. What's merger? Because now all you need to do is come in with a knife and cut a little bit more. So let's just say here, let's do it again. Let's say you found an animal like this, and you go in, and you go, boom, a little bit more. You went to Shkita. Why? Because you Shkita killed him. Beforehand, he was in a crate, and now you go like this, and you kill the animal, so you made it. Yeah. So what's the connection? Over there, you cut more of that kind of like I just showed you that's in the place of shkita, so it's great. But over here you're using it's like cutting his brain a little bit and then cutting a little of his cut and saying, oh look, he died together with me puncturing his brain. There's no connection. One is a hagrama in a place that's not good for shkita, and then I continue into a place of shkita. How can I connect this? But what if it's the opposite? You did a great shita 2/3, and then you went and you went off, you veered to the left, and you went into the area that you shouldn't. Why is the Reakol Shera? It makes a lot of sense. You did 2/3 of a good shita. That's what the Ari is saying before. What's the problem? But now, Ruby should have come right. If you shafted most of the simon and then you went away, it's as if you shafted the entire thing. I guess my name is Andawi. We would have some lover basically. It's only going through basically. When the Mishnah says I can go with the way, maybe it's a home argument. And it's only basically this is okay. Oh no, I buy it because really the Alma reviews the funny name. I understand. So every time in the Torah, every time in the Gemara, shots. So we talk about Rebbe, don't go to reviews the music. I'm no, really the Shkita got me now. No, with the Shkita, the Shaman is the see the Rabbanim arguing, Yosi, the Mishnah. So maybe anytime that it mentions a Rav, and then it's okay, it's going according to the Shkita's reviews the music, but the Chacham argument. Mishnah theory, so now we have a real theory. We're just going to reverse the names. Omele, let's see how long this review is. Omele, Omer, last month, this year, Higim Shlish, Shochat Shlish, the reason review the Salam, the Halachas, the Pogrom, the Rabbanon, Hossam, Makum Shkita, Hofalam, Makum Shkita. I won't say don't bring me right from there, but I just did live. That's the whole thing was in the tunnel. But before we want to go outside of the Makum Shkita, come back in, that's different. I'm Shochat Shlish, Higim Shlish, the Rabbanon, but if you did a good Shkita, and then you went out, according to everybody's kosher. But now, Ruby Shalom, come out with. We learned that if you walk away a little after you did a row, it's okay. That's what Chizda, so it's what Chizda. It just switches around with Chizda. Mana? Which one? Oh, yeah. Thank you, yeah. Man, check this out. Do we do this? No, it's not the start. Which one? Which one? No, I don't know if it's you put in number 36 in case I have to run away. Cool. Okay. Mask is the Malimon that who Ruby the Hustle of Yosi Ruby, maybe only one she got. I didn't know it's Kula Alma, maybe it's only a reason to the whole joint. So, you don't really get coming up. Maybe it's only him. I mean, Ruby, so they call Ruby the Alma, Ruby is Ruby coming on every single way in the world. Ruby, I know Ruby Shkita coming along, telling me Shkita. The Shemaya and the Kligi, because it's in the mission that they argue. Okay, you said yes. So that was nice. That was like 7 1. Higim Shlish, Shachat Shlish. Higim Shlish. Oh. This is the slide. Oh, so over here he did it well. Like you. No, he started from the top in the wrong spot, comes back, makes a right turn, goes into the Basak Doila, and then he goes out again. Ravuna Amar Rav Sheva. He says in the name of Rav, and this is important to remember, it's in the name of Rav especially. Ravuna Amar Rav Treva. And Rav Yudin the name of Rav says, Ravuna Rav Sheva, connect to Fisa, Mishkita connect. Where did the guy die? In the good spot. He did 1/3 no good, 1/3 good. So in the third that's good, on the right, that's when the animal died, and that's good. But you don't have Treva, you don't remove the Shkita, that's not good. Why? Because I need, it's not enough that he dies good. I need the right of the Shkita in a good place. It's not important where he dies. It's important that you have a right in the right place. Shachat Shlish, the Higim Shlish, the Shachat Shlish. So now the reverse, take a look. Like this. He started off in the right spot, in the Tabas Agdora, goes off to the wrong spot, then comes back in the right spot. I'll say you start to Shmuley. Start from Shmuley, for sending some people to the Shmuley to watch, to see this charts. I don't know if I'll have time to. Okay. Yeah, but he told me once that 100% that he got people because of the shit, that because of what he pushed the back down, different advertisement stuff. So obviously people are gonna eventually end up on him and say, okay, I don't like this type of shit, go to him. Anyway. So now it's paying back. That's right. Shochat Shlish V'Higim Shlish Shochat Shlish V'Higim Rav Shira. Azay Rav Huna. Oh, Malu Treifa. That's Rav Huna. He says it's Treifa. Why? Because the Neshama went out in the wrong spot. Look over here in this hey, I didn't make sure that before showing you on the screen. Over here, he started good, went no good, ended up good. Where did the animal die on both sides in this case? In the no good. In the middle. In the no good. Yeah? It doesn't go by these. It doesn't go by these. It doesn't matter. We don't care about these numbers. What do you look at the mouth of others? You did a shkita. You did a shkita that's great pleasure. I don't care where he dies. Shomer Rav Yehuda Ifter. Rav Yehuda heard this and he's very upset. Oh my. Tarif no machshir. By this case, here, how come it doesn't move? Wow. Okay. I don't know what's going on. But let me go over here. Maybe this one is better. Oh. Okay. He says, in this case, where you start off bad, you went to good shkita and you went back. Original, I say it's treif. And then over there, you say it's kosher. And now, in this one, the reverse one, where I say it's kosher, you say it's treif. What's going on here? Well, I'm trying to tell you. And you say it's kosher when I say it's treif. It says he's right for being excited. He heard it from Rav, he sang it from Rav. I made it up myself. I used my own logic. This case they say it's green. Roy was in a good spot. See, there's a lot of green, very little red. So it should be good. I don't want to get it. Okay, imagine this now, look at myself. By the Higrim, Shachar the Higrim, by this case, when you went in the wrong, you're going to say they have to take everything back, so he's going to bring this back also. Also, my time to come back, is going to have to go over here, let an animal die, when he's in the right spot, and that's like they law. But now we can have to use the bag you're going to have to also. There's two. In other words, he's saying I agree with your logic. Not this one, but this one, where the animal died, and this guy was saying he's dying in the wrong spot and it should be dead. You can go to Black and Sewer, Black and Sewer. Oh, let's do the sponsors. Bringing this out, Adar Global Specials for International Financial Service. My Murad, Research University, Father, Little Baskets for the show.
Price they're allowed by law to charge you. The government has rules against giving the Tina away for free. The Tina Lucy is working with us and the partners to give you your first trial order income.
We'll get there one day when we use the shit. I'll the crazy stories. The door of the keep says the Gemara, you know, so dominate Shabbos now. So they asked him, what happens if he did this? No? Is you sure? Shachashis, yeah. Good shkita, bad, good. Now, and we don't have any of the laws about review, isn't that exactly the laws about review? Shkita, so you can match the chair. If you do a shkita, looks like a W. It looks like a comb. Not sure. There's a lot of, this is the famous joke, I just say, Yeshiva Buffer. Changes from the Gemara, Yeshiva Buffer, whatever. He goes and says, I need to buy a new comb. One need to buy a new comb. She's doing some big deal for me. She's always the last two. Only had one. He's used to. He's using the comb and to go. Okay.
Jesse Johnson.
Shkita, so you can match with chairs. So if it looks like you should have done it, but I was sick. I forgot the time. If it looks like a zigzag, like this, like a W or two W's, then it's a kosher shkita. Says Gemara, it's in there, the Mokum Shkita. Where do you see from here that he's talking about that he went in and out of the Mokum Shkita? How do you know that he went from the Vasam Goyim into a place that's no good and came back? Maybe he's saying the Chiddush, the good W, in the good spot of the Shkita, that is of his kosher. I would think that's not kosher. You go like this. The Shachar is even, imagine a regular Shachar could stay in the wrong corner, goes like this. Why is that okay? Then what's the problem that the Gemara says more than that? It should be not okay because you can't really see inside. You do the Mokum Shkita. You should have made a mirror. What's the Kiddush thing to do with W in the Mokum Shkita? It is. Why is there a Shkita that's more flat? You need a clean top. So you can look inside. You can show you pop it open and look inside. If it looks like a W, it looks like an accordion, you can't really look inside. Everything is covering each other. You don't have a... You can't open it up and look inside and see it's a good Shkita. So maybe I just came on all this stuff like Shkita. Right. Who knows? Maybe it's within that meat. In between the kaboys. I don't know. Come on, hold on. Simon Bakad. Yosef Rababa. Let's try to get to the Mishnah. How much time are you already? That's 2 minutes. Listen to me. Yosef Rababa heard the Rav Kahana. Yosef Kahana came to Rav Yehuda. Rav Yehuda is getting shared. What? Oh, yeah. I forgot to show a video. The question is, How does that drama happen? What happened? So, yeah, this is more like a Pixar style video.
Let's have some fun, shall we? Guys want to grab your instruments because we're going to get this party started right now, and we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is considered in the business of closer. We're going to have some fun tonight, taking the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Lair. Everybody, here we go. Is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Lair. Everyone, here we go.
That's all
Very
good.
important, that part.
Very good.
All right. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what was really worth involved in. Thank you, Noah. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything else from her beautiful story. I want to give a shout out. He does it in Burns though. He's a little sheer. Felt like that was it. I had to get up and go. Oh, take a break. We're not done yet. So they made this thing that I didn't have to use. Shockley does, but I didn't have to use this. Wow. We're done. If I do, then we finish the show right there. It says something like this. Sorry, I was trying to do something. We have the same thing we had a couple days ago. Rav Yehuda is giving shir. Rav Kahana is sitting in front of him. And behind Rav Kahana we have Rebecca. Because Rav Kahana asks Rav Yehuda, Shochat Shlish V'Higim Shlish V'Shochat Shlish Mayim. Now in this case, let's see, going back to this case. So, this case, you're putting it on the screen? Oh. Amalei, Maishno, Cholo, no, Steve. What if he did the next one? Can't believe nothing's working. This one, Higrim. Bad, good, bad. What's the Allah, huh? Shimon. That's what Rabbi Amar coming to Rabbi said. Oh, I have no idea what it is. What if there's already a cut in the comment? They shoved it in there. I mean, it doesn't change. It's okay. Shochat is probably not good enough. So this is where you have to use your head. What is the difference? What would be the nafmina if there's a hole, an existing hole in the trachea, and you continue the hole with a knife? Or if you shoved it normally in a place that there's no hole, and then you came to where there's a hole. In other words, you only shoved it 50%. But the Yitzis Hashem happens after 50%. Usually, Yitzis Hashem happens at 51%. Over here, all you shoved is 50%. You didn't do it right. But together with the negative, you have a right, and then he dies. Why it's a possible? Here, let's say when he came, there was a 10% cut, and then he cut another 40%. So total you have, another 50%. He cut another 50%. So total is 60% is kosher. Now, what happens if he cut 50% and he gets the 10% cut? So the fire is 50%, made a full shkita, because together with the cut that was existing, we have 60%. That's different. No, why? Okay, but but you did the season shaman. You use this 10%. Before you also use this 10%. You start the shkita, there's already 10% existing. All you did is 50%. So you didn't do a roach, you did the 50%. Shkita, and that's okay. Because you're using the existing 10%, total 60. Over here, you're doing 50, and then you bump into 10%. So we have to see if there's enough community. Okay, so let's go, let's see. What's the difference? I don't see enough community. If a goat starts the shkita and a Jew finishes it off, it's kosher. Because all we care about is what you're able to do. You do your the goat did his thing. It's kosher. So if there's already a nekev and you just continue, there's a 10% nekev and you do 50%, so it's like the 10% the goat did, and that's kosher. Shachar the talk about nekev, but if he shechted 50%, and he bumped into a nekev, now it's going to be shachar Yisrael, the goat. That's as if you did 50% and the final 10% the goat did. The goat did the makim vadish. Over here, nature did the makim vadish no good. LA, goy. I don't like what you're saying. It's mamish nerva and goy. Rav Shapir correlate goy. Well, Shishna also with David Israel in Mishkan. Ruba with the Shachad. Kinaf if you saw what did the goy come after. When he only shot the 50%, and the guy did like 10%, so he did the season shot with the guy. And after I meet the Mishkan Shachar. Over here, when he bumped into the 10% that existed, he's doing the shkita. Mali Mokim Nekim, Mali Pagabay Nekim. What's the difference if he started off with 10% already existing, or he bumped into 10%? He's the one that did the Makim Papish. He's the one that finished off the shkita. Rabbi Sai, a wonderful.
I've ever seen in my life. Fuck you, Jewish delis. That is a big fuck you. COVID took care of
America's
this.
sports are spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MBYSponsor.com. Sponsored MBY.com.
Maybe I should go for testing, but I might not have ALS. I might just be an alcoholic drug addict.
Oh,
Yeah, so cross your fingers.
yeah, I will definitely crush my fingers and
Oh! I learned magic.
you learned how to do magic.
You're important. And that show.
Good morning, Rabbi. Side. It's very, very geschmack. Be back. It's like everything else in life. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. Being on the road is no. Geschmack guys, but the shiurim are, challenging. So I'll just tell the Olam a little bit about our trip, not the details and all the stuff, but the trip was a tremendous success. We set out to do a couple of things, and more than a couple. We set out to give and show our sponsors, and make sure that they enjoy themselves. And these are the three things I said in my opening speech, and that they should get to know each other on a different level and develop friendships for life. Without Chava, every single one of them enjoyed it immensely. Every single one of them made new friendships. We mixed it up. Every meal, somebody else. I don't know if it was on purpose, at least for me it was. Every meal sat with somebody else, another couple, another person from the shir. And really people bonded in crazy ways. Schmoozing, introduced me to each other on the side for 2-3 hours straight, getting to know each other and taking their phone numbers, etc. Getting into it. The Avirah, we had a great band. We found something new. We had three guys with great voices. They're all like chasana singers, three professional chasana singers. Harmonies with their songs, and they came with loudspeakers and instruments, and they were just wherever we went, everything was set up perfectly, and we had a great time. In the middle, I'll tell you what happened on Motzei Shabbos. Motzei Shabbos, Motzei Shabbos itself was like maybe nine something. Was Motzei Shabbos until the year started was 11:30, I think it was. Yeah? 11:30 is when year started. It's supposed to be 11 months. So 11:30, it's 12 something, we start with 11 months. Singing the step, and then after the Lava Malka, every single person is the farewell meal. Every person got up and spoke about what MDY does for them, what the whole week did for them. Very, very much. A lot of people broke down crying, and in return, the people expressed themselves. It's a lot of us paid them, a lot of but a lot of good stuff. Kids are 3:30. It's my turn to speak. Everyone is already exhausted. Maybe I'll tell you a little later what I said. I think it was a good nakuda. And 3:45 a.m. Shir in what language? Hebrew. Shir in Hebrew. The problem is that all the non-Israelis are leaving to the airport at 5:50. 3:45, because that means zero sleep, not a 15-minute sleep. It means that we got to go back and pack and da. So that's how it is. So go through the night, and we get to the airport, and then it's a whole entire day of traveling through Paris. And we got home, we landed at 9 o'clock. At 11:30 p.m., Shir, in this basement room. And here I am. So now, there's a word that I thought, and people told me that it was an impressive word for part of the trip. This explains everything. I started off my speech. I was also supposed to speak for 2 minutes. I spoke for 2.5 minutes, whatever. What's Pshat? As a guy, what's Pshat that Yossi Klein spends 8 hours a day, 8 hours of his own time, and he gives from his own money over $100,000. And I rang the phone on this trip, like he has nothing else to do. Every detail from beginning to end, what car, who's going to pick up who, and where he's going to take who, and this and that. What's Pshat? And he said a Pshat, it was a mamish, so I had to make fun of his Pshat. It was a terrible Pshat. And then they asked about my wife, how she asked him to live with a person like me, like go to restaurants. There's a lot of side things, side benefits, we'll call them. And a lot of conscious, a lot of different things about all the people that give my official. Took me 3 minutes to come up with millions of dollars for a new project of the Gemara. 3 minutes. 3-minute phone call. Yeah. That's a shot. I said it's a word. It's one word. No, what's the word? I'll let you guys that weren't there try to guess it. Huh? Cult? I hear. Right. Fire is one. What else new? Huh? Welcome. New? Somebody. Huh? Devotion, dedication. I have a word, modesty. Once you hear this word, it's gonna manage to make everything make sense. The word is impact or impactful. The impact that a person does. The person has impact when a person sees what he's doing with his hours, his 8 hours, the way that he spends on MDY, the $100,000, the trip, the impact it has on life. When you see person after person, it changed my life. One of the women asked me if she could get up and speak. So, it's a small crowd. She's a principal, she was a little shy, she got up, she goes, I used to travel. I used to really tell you, travel every day. Around the edges, I'm fucking crying. To hear these things, like a 6-year-old might be in the room and happy. Got up and said, I haven't learned a word since yeshiva days. I love learning. It's my life. It's like this. Huh? Not you. so the kids are, it's the impact. The masking, I think it's a very strong word. And that's the, then Kiddush Golamai, maybe I'll say it tomorrow. I don't want to speak to somebody first in Kiddush. But a life change, not a life change. It's going to be, I hope, something very different. Within the realm of that yearning, that Kiddush Golamai that occurred on Shabbos over there. Sometimes a guy comes over, he has a client doing the long house, he says, I'm enjoying myself so much, I want to give you another $20,000. That was the environment. That was the. And then another guy came over, a younger guy. He says, I have a real kind on you, but a real one. Why don't you well, when he asked me if I want to sponsor the Gemara, I said, it's millions of dollars. I would have done it. So, but I didn't know you have the capability. See, a little bit here and there. Millions. It's a missed opportunity for me. I can't believe you didn't come to me. He's upset. So anyway, these were the things. There's a shed. Those structures should continue. Try to. My next idea, maybe he'll be allowed to. Okay, so I'll learn tomorrow. I'll tell you tomorrow. Breakfast sponsors: William and Gail Hoffman and family. Where's William Hoffman? The Yotzei of our father, grandfather, and great-grandfather Morris Hoffman and Moshe Meir ben Chaim Yaakov Zevach Kernot. The Yotzei was on from Aleph Iyar. The boy says, "Spheres." David and Meir here in this because I think it was over at 12:35. It was 40 people. 30 Israelis showed up this year. 30 at 11:30. Ayom Shisha Bar Yom Shim Shisha Shavuos Bar Yomim Lo'imer. The first had more division sleep though, but you should know the 7 last year for Shlema. Official edition of the Roshas and Sefton Zeven Yal Shulhav Perik, the Benedict family. Daf Yilches by Jacob Gindi, dedicated in honor of our beautiful children and for that stuff and Ruchnius and Gashmius. David Salom, dedicated in memory of the Avi Maria, the entire Sefta, she sponsors the Sefta. Small Baruch, Baruch Hansi, those who come to Racha. Did I have a good Racha? Okay, thanks. I could have made him a Zionist underwater at this point. The Palachik Family Foundation, with gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all the youth supporting DY, Anonymous, and Stefan Ruchel, to the Gashmius, and the Chief Benny, Anonymous. Oh, that was another question. Why would a person go? Think about it. Why would a person go and start his business? It's a successful business to be in an administrative position in a Daf Yomi Shul. And the answer is he tapped the impact that he has on thousands and thousands of Israelis, of the people he sees it. They speak to him. He sees it. They tell him, I didn't do this and now I'm learning. Every day. So for him, it was a no-brainer. And now, for complete the first name and everything, so I'm going to lay up a sister. Binyamin and Daniel. I learned your name. Binyamin Daniel Rosenfeld. Rius Simcha. Ari Simon from Shnema. This is a Matthew Spanish from Shnema Avi Mari Baruch Mamiriv. Binyamin and Daniel Rosenfeld. Parnas B'Shefa. Moshe Ruchi Markovich, proudly supporting the Yomi in Spanish with Shnema Rav Yaakov Ben Numun and Shlosh Rius Ben Amir. Nizmas Rav Chaim Gedali Ben Yeshua. Shul Dir, Mazel Tov Yaakov Shriver. Serum. What's this for you for Shnema for the Kama Bas Shlamis? Howard Winner, the Nizmas of America Chaim Abram Ben Malcolm and Anarno, Bernie Deep got me the MDY 2 years ago this week, remember? Bernie Deep Anonymous. Mazel Tov, this is a hard one for me. To Uri Liavich, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide, as yesterday, he supports over 143 schools. Children, he loves children's schools, and he's a big, they have a, what's it called again? Yale Foundation. Yale Foundation, yeah. Yale Foundation, check it out. Here, Yale Foundation team for the merit of Uri, Yale, Liavich, and their children, Benjamin and Matt. Anonymous for the merit of Shida Fort, Saragoda Bas, Rivka. Anonymous for Shida Fort, Shaya, and is it Shaya or Shaya? They call him Shaya, but the real name probably is Shaya. I wonder. I'm going to say both. Shaya ben Slava Devora and Rabbi Ruchen ben Yehudis. Beyond Groves, in honor of my father, Alan Groves, for getting me to join the DAF 3 years ago. Famous Alan Groves. Yomin Gutman, in memory of my Zaidi, Avram, Zev, Ben Yitzhak, whose 9th birthday is today, Beis Siva, Shabbat Shadav and Aliyah, Yuda Zev, Stepsky. The celebration of 1 year doing the DAF with rebellion started last year, Shavuos, Daf Kov Ches. Involved with Mazda, beautiful. Now it's a believer for Shlema for Shemachayim, Ephraim, Benyeta Mindel, double checking. Shakovitsky, the Lishmas, my grandmother, lifted yesterday. Rosh Chodesh, Rivka Bas Mordechai Weiss, Aleh, Shalom, and Shalom should have an Aliyah. The whole family should have an Achama. Call sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, in the schools for success of all our clients. The Yomen and Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha B'Parnasa. And the YK sponsors monthly innovations, LCS, Kosmark, Simple, and Fega, and Rivka Yehudis Bas, Yaakov, and the YR. The boys say, this one we need Kavana today, big time. Before Shlema, if you want to Tanitam, Ben, Basheva, Bracha. Before Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. Before it's Ayelet, Daniel Zev, and Ayelet Esther. The boys say, exciting daf today. You're going to love today's daf. Very chuludik and technical, but in the Shmak way. There are only 3 lines in the bottom of the Zayin days. Omar Avuna Bar Rav Katina, Omar Rabbi Shimon Ben Lakish, Shalosh Pigima saying there are 3 nicks that ruin things in the Torah. Pigimas Etzim B'Pesach. We know that you cannot break a bone of the Korban Pesach. Every family or group of people have to bring a Korban Pesach, but you have to be careful not to break Etzim and Sisik B'Pesach. You're not going to break a bone. What if your knife cuts into the bone and a little tiny piece chops off the bone? You ruin the over of the Issa Deraisa. The Gimas isn't with a firstborn male animal goes to the coast. Provided it doesn't have a mum, if it has a mum, as small and as insignificant as a little missing part of the cartilage of the ear, a little part of the ear is missing, a little gap, you run your finger, you didn't even, when you look at it, maybe you didn't even see it. That's considered a gam, which makes the client super happy. Now he could just bring it and check it at home. He doesn't have to bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. And different Gemaras are the plan to try to, get dogs to bite it or whatever it is. But a little gum, put a little chocolate on the animal's ears, and Shalom Aleichem, what's your name? Monsi, Shalom Aleichem, Rav. Gimas mum b'kachim. This, says Rashi, is an added mum. You think that this mum, a little part of the ear missing, covers every single mum. Certainly a mum in the heart, a mum in the lungs. What else could there be? There could be a female mum. Meaning in the womb, a little gum in the womb, that enters the womb. That's also Gimas mum b'kachim. That's considered a gum, and you cannot use the sound. Rav Chizda. So this brings it back to our Sugya, Kulin, even a little nick of a knife. So then why doesn't he talk about this knife? How come he only has a list of 3? There should be a list of 4 the kind of time. So the more we look at Kulin Nikim Irish, I'm talking about things that are only in the Samigdash, in Korbanos, like in Korban Pesach, Akas of a Teva, or Zachar. A knife goes also in the weekday you could check outside of the Beis Hamikdash when there's no Beis Hamikdash, so a knife is not included in the else. The Kulam, he must on today, he must on his bear. What's the problem? How much? How much is missing from the ear? As much as will make his bear non-kosher. You know that his bear has to be perfect, has to be smooth. And if something's missing from his back, it's no longer in your carbon. In fact, we had this video, I'll show you. We'll use some of the older ones. Take a look at this. This is the plan. The area is clear. I got it.
Somehow you're harder to understand than Michael Mayer. I love it.
The plan worked. Hello.
Did you ever get in trouble with the police? Oh, that's right. I talked to you on this. Yeah. You ever do any famous graffiti that we can see around town? You ever draw like Kobe Bryant or anything like that?
All right, so it didn't work. At the point, if it's down in the at that point, you can't breathe. Basically. How much give us this guy? How much? How much $1,000? $2 down. Down here, let's see part. You take your nail and you run it down the ear, or let's say the carbon. If it stops, there's a little bump in there. That's the Gemara, but you see that it gives a lot more than a little tiny problem with the nail. Basically, how would give us this bath? How much you do? It's a whole tefach, not a little tiny nick in the ear. Okay, a whole olive. But where did you get it? Where did you get the nick? The caption. I want you to pay attention to this video because you might know it, but the first part you see how they discard any stone. This is for the building mizbeach. Any stone that had a little nick in it, even such as your nail getting stuck in the rock, they put that. You didn't have to do that, okay. Just check it for next. Don't worry, we have new stuff to do. All right, so we have the stones. Those stones, the bima is tiny, and that's what we learned from that bima of the stone. The line that they put in, the cement, that bima is either kazayis or a tefa. So when you look at the mizbeach, which I told you to take away, you don't need it. But today, the outside of the mizbeach is all line. So if that's missing, like that guy, a little compass man drilled into the mizbeach, that part has to be a tefa hole or a kazayis hole. Okay. In the stone, even a mashu, a little tiny nick in the stone, the stones in his bath, the hole that they put into the form, that has to be perfect, without a single nick. But the line on the outside, even a kazayis or a tefach, that's a mistake. At least that. At least the tefach or at least the kazayis. Omer Avuna, Aita Bochadal, Isoris Askinucham. Every shochet must go show his knife to the chacham, and if you don't go to the chacham, risham kinanei. You put him in chayrim. What does that mean? You can't even start communion. You can't talk to him. You can't stand in the daladamas. Whatever you do for a guy that's in chayrim. Let me top it up. Let me say even more. You put him in chayrim. And more than that, you gotta get rid of him. In addition to the nidui, to the keirim, you can't work anymore as a shofet. And we announce on his meat that it's a treifa. I said the story before, but it's in my Gemara here from last cycle, so I'm going to say it again. And this explains a lot about my personality. That's how I heard the story. So, okay, it's in the DNA level. Stefanski comes from Switzerland. So my great grandfather, Yaakov Stefanski, was a mashgiach of kashrus, and I just said it. How long? Okay, but it fits right on over here. So, how long ago? 3 months ago. But to the new guys in the pool. Chazara, I can see him about him. Yeah. So just say, and then Chazara Hashem will see him added a little bit, to document pages. So, it's part of the story, So he found out this monkey business going on with the trainer over there. He walked into the store, he started talking to the owner, and told him, listen, you gotta stop selling or whatever. So he said, get out of here. No, he's being rough with him. So the great grandfather went from the store by the door, stood outside by the door, and then the whole day, as people came, he said, listen, thou Fakofman Taif. Is that how you say it? Not like that. I don't know. Who speaks this in Deutsch over here? No, how do you say it? No, that's in Yiddish. What's in Yiddish? Ich habe gesagt, it's a Deutsch. Okay. Da verkauft man, right. Anyways, trade. Now this guy got super upset. No one's coming in that day. So he takes one of his knives, he's running to the front door, and says, listen, if you don't eat for me, I'm gonna have to kill you. So he said, listen, the thing, that if you touch it up on papers, they touch it on your teeth. So he pulled out his own knife. He said, let's go. I'm not moving. You wanna go? You wanna do it out? Let's go. Let's go. I didn't have a fighting chance. But it explains a lot of stories. One of Nachman's favorite, and then the subway. Yeah. But we could still leave this here. He made out for us. He says this meat is straight. No machloek. If you come after and you find that there's a nick in the knife, that means all the skins you did beforehand are straight, so you gotta remove it completely. You try to, you might hold trafers, the various trafers, remove it, and don't let them work as the shot anymore, and put them in Karen. But if you come and see the knife is perfect. So what was his big sin? That he didn't go to the Rav. Okay, so he's Mavayish the rabbi, he's Zalzal in the Rav. So for that, we put him in Karen only, but we don't remove him from his job. Rabbi Omar hated the ladies, he's like, you have him in Masleys, the fire pit. Oh, this is unbelievable. What do? You smear it up with feces, the meat, and even a non-Jew will not buy it. Nobody's going to buy this stuff. Okay, so we have a video for this. You'll understand. You'll understand. If you were an artist, how would you do that? How would you show that? They did with a tremendous amount of chachma. Fourth kid. Like, went home like close to 1 in the morning. He was laughing and celebrating this on video.
So Jason Rodello, first time on the show. You are the first person in the history of the show that was born without a forehead. Not a lot of people know that. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. There's one back there. I like your style, dude. I like it. You gave me that note too. For a second, I thought you had a bicycle helmet on, but shut your style. So, I like his hair.
I love that on the show.
Jason, how old are you, dude? Heck yes.
A diaper machine.
Earlier, Michael Lear brought up this generation. Are they eating ass? Are you eating ass? And have you had your ass eaten? Absolutely. Right, I'm covered in hair. I'm sure it's covered in hair. I see what you're going
Okay.
at. Like I can't imagine what you're.
I was about to do something in the middle of the Bakino. A nice show, so I before I forget to say, brings down that today it's a little different. But I think every single day we go to the rabbi and stuff. Today we have special shaykhim. They're learned shaykhim. They know halacha well. They are our shaykhim. They work in the shachim, and that's it. It used to be that every guy, he had a chicken, he took a knife and he shechted it. He learned to shechit. It became an issue. So then every single person had to check his knife by the road. Today they said, no, that's it. These are our shaykhim. We have 100 shaykhim per community. So the whole how many shaykhim are. Whatever they are, they get a stempel that they're good. They pick it up. They never have to check the knife by the road. That's how it works. So this butcher didn't show his knife to the road. He didn't bring it to Rav Bakino. Shamte, so Rav Bakino put him in the table. The Andre, he was looking at the Sham, Bakino, the history of the Sevi. He said all his meat is straight. Now it doesn't say whether or not it had a Gima. It said it's straight. If you are looking at Rav Bakino, One day, these two Rabbanim came, Rabashi came to Kinnan by Rabba. Rabba Kinnan, sorry, Rabba Kinnan. This is really to do your favor. I was pretty harsh with this guy. I removed him, doesn't have his job now. I said all his minutes favor. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to figure out how to get him back in his job. Why? I know rather than say the Talabay after because he has children that are dependent on him. You guys spoke about if a guy gets a jail sentence. It's a jail sentence. So why is the wife shoulder? Why the kid's shoulder? The bashka. Missed his kid's bar mitzvahs and all. His wife. Years and years. It's tremendous sacrifice. You know from Torah that somebody's sick, he has the machla, and goes through treatments and everything. It's a tremendous burden on the family. Tremendous tzar. And speaking about it, it's everything into consideration. It's all considered. It's not like, this collateral. No, it's part of it. It's all part of the plan of the peasant. So these kids don't have what to eat. Figure it out. So back to Ravashi. Listen. No, because the Rav could take different things into consideration. He took into consideration. What about the kids that are starving? Back to Ravashi Sakine. So Ravashi took the knife and checked it. Yunitzis Yofa came. Now there's no Gima Zumne. Naturally, he said, okay, you can go back and work. But when Zutra standing there, it's not a Sabbath, but what about Rabbi Markinon that took this guy out of his job? He asked me to find a head guy. He's like, this is what I found. I'm just doing the Watson of the Rav. Shane Flusha, you have a tooth that popped out from a human being, an animal, it's very sharp. It's a very Flusha or a nail that's no longer attached to the animal, to the person. It's like a knife. It's traveling out. We're not now, we're not the Kotzer, we're not the Gayla, that's not the Sparks. It's the fullest permission we learned the other day. You cannot use Shinayim, you cannot use Sipar, you can't use the tools and nails. The nation is fine to why? Because they tear, they don't cut nicely. It says in Moshe Hashem Lekasha, it's not a contradiction with teeth. Why? But the fiber of the tiger, we have two teeth, so you have the gap between the two teeth. That gap, the skin could push it into the gap, and then it rips the skin instead of cutting it, or the simmer. Yeah, one tooth is like a knife. So you throw it into the kasha, and you know the kasha on nails. Oh, the blusha of the kuberes. When the nail is detached, then it's the tchisa of the kuberes. When it's attached to the body, then it's the kuber ready. Oh, the kuber is also it's not a gorge. So this is a magal kotzer. Beautiful pictures. As you can see, if you move this sickle from right to left, so you're not going to have any pulling from the blade. It's going to go smooth over the blade. The blade is going to cut nicely and smoothly. If you go from left to right, so every one of those points is going to pull at the skin and at the simonim, and that's terrible. So maybe I'll show you the is walking with it from right to left. The end of it, the pointy part, the end, all the way on the left, that hits the neck of the animal first, and it slices through the neck. The shaman poison we still machine. They still say it's kosher. Now, when you read this, you say, "What does kosher mean?" I can eat it. What does kosher mean? So the Muslim say, "No. You can't eat it." Kosher means it's not makama. It removes the nevela from it, but it's not kosher. It's very, very smooth. Alright, exactly. If you're able to make those points smooth, so there's no back and forth, any direction that you come with, it's going to slice and not pull, then it's a regular. So there's more here by Album review. After Shachu, let's get this clear because there's confusion all over Klal Yisrael. Ask people anywhere you want. I saw there's confusion in this particular Allah. And that is a dead cow that's a kosher animal by design that drops dead in a person's backyard gives off tumah the same way that a dead horse gives off tumah, the same way a lion gives off tumah, the same way a dead cat gives off tumah. So all animals give off tumah. So there's one animal that doesn't have tumah, and that's a dead cow that was shechted, a dead sheep that was shechted Those don't have Tuma because the Shechita removes the Tuma. They're no longer available. So says the Gemara, they still meant that you use this sickle you see on the screen as a Shechita device that doesn't allow you to eat it. Why? Because it's a dangerous device. What if you pull it from left to right? Then you tore the simon. I don't lie. I don't know who you are and what you are. How easy is it to shepherd in a one smooth motion, one direction? Usually you go back, forth, but you guys, whatever it is. So you gotta be careful. And then if you're not careful, you're worried that you didn't do a good job on the sound, so you take it back. Then you just ruin the shechita. You made it a trip. So you should eat in, do not eat. But does it have tuma? No, it doesn't have tuma. That's all I said. That's all we said. No, you cheat all the time in the Vela of Bakila Sura. Omar of Ashi, they come out. I agree with you. Don't even Shammai personally so much you. In Shammai say it's possible, and they still say it's kosher. What's kosher? You should say, but like, don't even Shammai also is not there. Mutter also. I use this knife, it's awesome. I use this knife, it's mutter. This is makshu. Makshu is a lotion of tumah. This is more, wait a minute. It's really a lotion of tumah. There's a much better word than every one of us in this room would have used. Not the lotion kosher, but the lotion of tar. Tommy and tar. But I'm there. This is the Shami in town. This is the town. So you're right. I can't be medayik at all from the wording of the Mishnah. It says kosher. It says mutter. It's all the same thing. But what? Yes. So how's Rabbi Yochanan know this? He hasn't heard from his Rebbe, or from his Rebbe, or from Basil. Basil never said that a sickle makes the animal kosher. Do not use a sickle. Use it after the fact. It removes the tumor from the animal, but do not eat the animal. Boys, we're going to see a fascinating story. I want to preface this thing with the piece of Hashem, as usual. Those that are involved in MDI see this on a constant basis, and there's a lot of physics. A lot of physics. I say it all the time. So again, we see a pickup, called a pickup, where get a guy like Yoshi to work for MDI. And for years I'm trying to find the Yoshi number 2. We interviewed many people. Get that kind of style, guy that knows how to learn, guy that has a sense of humor, understands the nuances, the stuff is funny, shma. Very hard. You understand, the first phone call I ever made, first recommendation basically, Yoshi, boom. The Chulu, I don't want to make an horror, but every one of our human, every one of our trips, we had a trip to Morocco, and there was in the news, there was a whole piece of program in Morocco, and they didn't even have matzah. They didn't have matzah, they didn't have wine. People were fighting over schnitzels. They were literally hitting each other to get a piece of schnitzel for the children. People were starving, fighting each other. Morocco is a very, very, very difficult place to bring food. We actually had an issue, like one of the trucks was stuck at the border for 4 days. But that every single thing went so smoothly that by the Kiddush there were 50. It says everybody said I was margin on the low side. There's 50 types of fish and herrings and zafran, 50 from local fish that the guy bought. But everything went, and nobody got sick, nobody started. People flew off the ATV, a few people, nobody got hurt or injured. And the Chulu, Daya Hakim Bermiza, but that everybody had their back row with the MDY logo on it, and then people just the shiurim, Baruch Hashem, the food, snacks in there with the shiurim because of the internet, but everything went and Baruch Hashem. Yesterday, so it starts from Shabbos. Learning, I just peeked at this daf. I said to myself, I gotta ask Benny to organize a real life Tanakh because we're gonna be learning right now about the Tanakh. I need a real one. Okay, fine, I'll tell him. Let me see. Obviously, that didn't happen. It usually doesn't. So I saw it, but I didn't know about the Tanakh. So I was learning in Paris, sitting waiting for the next flight. Everybody's talking to me as usual. I don't have to secure here. And I'm trying to learn a word here, a word there. And then I bump into this Hana with the Taiva and the whole Tabasa Gadol. What in the world? Oi, I gotta tell Benny. So Benny's sitting right there. Benny, you gotta get me a Hana. He's like, listen, it's 3 o'clock. All the schlachters, all the chefing places are closing at 12. He's not. even if I know somebody, you're done. You know what? Let me call Mr. Blivovich, the guy that won the $2,000 raffle. He drives Shoftim once in a while. Calls him up. He says, I'm in Haifa now. Haifa? You happen to be by Shtapel. He says, yeah, I'm driving the Shoftim out. They just got into the van. We're leaving. It's closed. He says, I need a car. He turns around to the chauffeur and says, give me a car. He says, there's no car. The place is closed. He says, I'm not driving home until you give me a car. Give me a car. The trachea. Give me a car. I want everything on it. The guy, they start looking for it. They look through the garbage. I said, Connie, we're not going. Give me Connie. So the guy goes, he finds a head, a whole head. There's one head left. It usually goes through this machine that just chops it up. One head, the final head. He cut it open and brought us a Connie. And we got a Connie. You know, it's beautiful. No, I'm serious. It didn't smell. It's good stuff. Fresh. Yesterday, chefed it yesterday. You see, Abemis, he told us, he came to the shir last night. He says, you don't stand the Shema yet. I happen to be there, I don't drive these guys. It says, once a week kind of thing. He called me as I'm pulling away from the shop. We're pulling away. And, because many times I see with the especially with the props, difference you have the Shema is when it threw the feather and went from here to there. I just said it recently that, you know, I tried it later many times and it didn't move. When over here, okay, here we go. It's very nefesh. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is massive. Okay. This is the air conditioning pipe. This is what a cow breathes through. Very large. Very large. I was surprised myself. This is carpet, this white thing. What the Gemara is going to talk about, is that the carpet is not a ring. Right over here, I actually put my finger right in there. There's nothing here. See? It goes up to here and stops. Up here and stops. Right over here is me. This right outside is the vessel. This red thing. I don't know how I'm touching this. I'm not the type of guy. But hey, anything for the shit. Ratings is ratings. This is where the food goes down. Right over there. This is the kind of vessel. So when they slice, the slicing, you have to slice Simonum. This guy did a fantastic. Look how beautiful it is. Right through here. Now where exactly is he slicing? That's today's subject. These are the air conditioning pipes. You see the different rings? Many rings here. 1, 2, 3. Can you see them? We're going to see a shita. It says you have to slice in between the rings. You can't slice the actual ring. Right over here, there's the final ring. It's called the Basam. It's much larger, but it also has one thing that the other rings don't have. It goes around and around. It's a complete circle. It's a real ring. There's no meat on the bottom. And there's a sheet that says that the entire shita must take place in the Tabas HaGdoila right over here. Just this one over here. Right there. This right over here, everybody has. This is called the adamant. Right over here. You see the spitz? Zoom in, Gary. Do me a favor. I need a good zoom in this. Okay. Right over here. This. If you notice, it goes down. There's this report. It's like a slide. It goes up above, and there's a point. This point is where things stop. This is what we call the Adam's apple. We have that little spitz in our neck. That's what it is right over here. Okay. So, I want to show you this exact thing of how Yoshi did it. It's beautiful. So now we understand the Tabas HaGdoila. I don't really have it here in front of us, but let's see it. I'm going to try not to drip on my Gemara. Okay, so that's what we just saw. I see the Tabas HaGdoila here. I don't know if you notice it. It's a different color, but here we'll see it. Here's Tabas HaGdoila. Okay, so that's right over here. If you're looking at it there, it connects the other rings of the kana, right? The kana is like a air conditioning pipe, mamish, and has these rings. It connects. There's one final tabas agdoila, and then comes the koiva. This is the koiva, this piece right over here, and this is the point, the highest part of the mountain right over here. Okay, take a look at this. Inside, I'm going to show you. Those are the chitim he's pointing at. Tabas agdoila, boys. Okay. I'm going to run through these so everything is clear before we look inside, and then the thing's going to fly. Here's that koiva, this whole thing right over here. We see it over here. That's the koiva and the tapa. The tabas agdoila is just another ring, but if you look at it, and I'm going to show it to you clear, that's the tabas agdoila. Here's a picture just showing how a typical ring does not go all the way around. There's a little tiny piece of meat that pops out in the bottom of it. And that's why the Gemara says you can't check on that kana according to that shita. That's what it would look like without meat. It's open. But on the other hand, this is the tabas agdoila, the final ring. Take a look at it. It's completely enclosed from all sides. Come on. What shear the world like this? Yeah, mamish ring. Now, take a look at this. These are the different possibilities of shefting. Here he shefted in between the rings. Did you notice? Look at the green line. It's in between the rings. That's okay. According to everybody. I don't know how you get in between the rings. I guess you feel it. You feel it. What? You feel it. You know how to feel it. Now, here's a guy shefting the actual ring, which is problematic. Right down the middle of the ring, take a look at the line in the middle of the ring. No good. Now let's talk about agrama. Agrama is that I'm going to cut the tabas agdoila, but it's very dangerous to cut over there. Why? It's great. It's the best place to chef. But what if I cut like somebody that cuts challah on an angle? You know, he's not the best challah cutter in the world. And by mistake, he goes left and he hits the koiva. That's called agrama. Because your shit has to be nice and straight right down to the tabas agdoila. If I veer off, that's called hagrama. I'm shifting in the wrong spot. I'm shifting the koiva area. No good. Throwing this animal out. What if I shifted 51% of the tabas agdoila? Then my knife goes, I make a sharp left turn. That should be okay. I did it right. Let's see how that looks. That's good. That's perfect. What I do here, I left a sliver of the ring on both sides. At least on the side closest to the koiva, I left a sliver, so it's perfect. That's not what you need to do. But what happens if I do this? You know, that's exaggerated. But the point is, I veered off. But in this particular picture, he shifted already a right. He already had the right of the kana. And from there on, what is he going to chef? What's underneath it, the veshet. This thing underneath, that's okay. So happy. I'm happy that we have these knives. We got the most usage out of it from all crimes. Scared Mendy, scared Monkey Bell, scared Dennis Murray. Okay. So let's see inside. We need to come back to these pictures and come back, but that's basically the sugya and line in the top. I'll show you the different tabas. What tabas are we talking to Rabbi Isai? Tabas agdoila. Tabas agdoila again is the tabas that you see over here in the picture with the green line through it. That is the number one tabas, the first ring, and that goes in a complete circle. He shafted it similar to this picture right over here, that there's here's breath. To the left of it, he went right through the entire thing. That's a cherry, that's a perfect street. You don't need the entire thing. All you need is like this green thing right over here, most of it. Come around and small and see it, Bob. The managed to drop a bomb here. Rabbi Shmuel Amitai value I love kid, you to review the first of all we pass over, you to review the water, all you need is a roiv. Even if you do agrama, even if you shift it into the koiva, you're okay, you have right. And these are words that we're going to have to come back to, so try to remember them. He only said that this whole lot of shefting and roiv and everything is in the Tabas HaGdolah. Because it's a complete circle. So if you just read it, like I read it in Paris, it says over here in the Torah that you cannot do shkita according to him in this part of the Kana. I don't see it here, so he brings it up. In Tabas HaGdolah, you could check. Let's get this off. But this white part over here, you cannot do shkita. Correct? No. What he meant to say is you can't do shkita stamazos, but if you do in between the rings, that would be okay. They have to be a big modifier in between the rings. Even I did it in between the rings. That was the easier way to do it. In between the rings. Okay. What? There's no. You don't have to. You can't do shkita on the other rings. What do you mean? Even this animal right here was shafted in the rings. Now, I don't know if it's in between because I see nice carvings. So according to this sheet, there would be no good shkita. Right? Look at the carvings. You see the carvings right there. I mean, obviously he shafted the actual rings. To me, it looks like that. Okay. Says the Gemara, but I hear this movie doimer. David says on the base. We stop here. Here's the question. It says shafting in the other rings. These rings do not have a complete circle. Since these are roiv, is good. If I make a left turn, I hit the koiva psula. What? He did the shkita on the Tabas HaGdolah, and then he veered off. He steered off into the koiva, into this part. He veered off into this part right over here. That's no good. Hey, Rebbe Chanina, I think it's on the dress. And Rebbe Chanina, the thing he said on this veering, Sheik Sheira. Says Rashi, even if you, Lamala means towards this way. So even if you are completely past the Tabas HaGdolah, provided that you're not at this point on, you're not by the Adam's apple on. If you get it in the koiva, from the Adam's apple to the left, towards the Kana, then you're okay, even if you're past the Tabas HaGdolah. Tabas HaGdolah is here, you shifted over here, you're okay. Yeah, I don't know what it's thinking, maybe it. Yeah, from the Adam's apple on the koiva, because the koiva is actually up to here. It's the Adam's apple. So from the Adam's apple to here, no good. From the Adam's apple on the koiva, this way is good, even though you didn't touch any of the Tabas HaGdolah. Why? When the Torah, because Moshe told Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai that agrama cutting into the koiva is no good. This is the koiva. Do we see it or not? I just need to make sure that we see this koiva perfectly. Oh, now I can see it. Right over here. This guy. Oops. See the koiva. It goes like this. There's like a slide. You guys see it perfectly? I don't know if it's good. Oh, that's a better one. Right over here. From here downwards, no good. From here this way, it's cartilage. It's cartilage. Yeah, this is cartilage. Moving. Very cartilage. Okay. Oh. So the question is that rabbis will say that if you chef in anything, look, rabbis will say the chef over here, it's manish pasul, it's treif. Over here we see Bashim Shar Tabois, but it's a good. What? These? No, because they're not good Tabois. They explained it. So it doesn't go around in a circle, whatever that means. It's not a corner, fine, it's not a corner, because look, it doesn't have cartilage all the way around. No, nothing with the blood. It's not it's shifting a leg. If you shift the leg of a cartilage, like Rama. Okay, so yeah, exactly, it's not the place. But if you shift between the corner, it's okay, fine. So Gemara, Amar Avizu, Amar Rav Yosef, Rav Yosef, you read the Tardi Kamar. There's two halachas that Rav Yosef said. Rabbi Shmuel started giving us a chador, three a little chador. Rabbi Shmuel, we're only talking about one part of Rav Yosef in the Mishnah. Then what? One halacha is that if you shift most of the Tabas Agdola, we said 51% of the Tabas Agdola, you're good. Even if you did have Rama and you shifted into that Chayva thing, you're okay. The other halacha that Rav Yosef talks about in the Mishnah is the other Tabas. He holds the other rings, the rest of the air conditioning pipe is okay. And Rabbi Shmuel argue on that. Let's argue on one thing, they agree with one thing. As the Gemara, the Lashon of, here, look at the Lashon on Odav, you don't have to turn the page, it's right here. They're explaining what Rabbi Yosef said. It's one halacha they're talking about. Where do you see two halachas here? This is what they meant. We only agree to one of the two halachas. They're only one of the halachas because they only agreed to him in that halacha. We don't agree. They do shchita in the other rings. Kisol Greb Zera off on the Brems Rabbi Shmuel. He came up with a tremendous chutzpah. You have to put him in his place. Turning to the Adar Global Specialist of International Financial Services, Chaim Milrad, the Nishmat Samim Merotasi Prada, so that's his Fokolea Shalom. Oh, sir. Butter. Oh, you know what? I told him to do this. He worked on it. Why wouldn't they show this? Here's the koiva. Here's that spitz. You see where there's a dotted purple line? That's the point. Check this out. If you chef to the right of it, that's closer to the rest of the rings. Green is great. From that spitz downward, it's all red. Perfect. Now I see great. That's great. I made him crazy at 11 o'clock at night to do this. On the screen. Oh. Maybe we'll make it work. Okay. It's funny that I could just touch this, and this was in a cow's head, walking around and yesterday eating grass, and I'm like, okay, when you don't know, you don't know. And then you can eat steak from it. Zog Gemara, how long are we in? We're 53 minutes. Shabbos is going. Sorry guys, I need to stay. So Shabbos except the food. Yisrael Zera comes to Eretz Yisrael. Let's think about this for a second. Zera comes from Bavel. What do they do in Bavel? The boy said, what do they do in Bavel? They don't eat shkita over there. Makarov, Shalom Aleichem. Mata, I'm going to Zilin, Zeh. Don't wait for Choylim. Wow. Okay, you got me nervous. I thought you told me to start the moment. Tell me, my elephant. Okay. Kisolagram Zero. That's it on my part. Kisolagram Zero. Kisolagram Zero. Yeah. Oh, I gotta tell you about this essay. It's the best. It's the best line ever. Kisolagram Zero. I forgot what it stands for. Situational awareness. Situational awareness is learning on both sides. You get on a plane, there are other people there, you don't forget the food sandwiches and everybody. There's certain things, situational awareness. You don't look at sensitive people, situational awareness. Once you know this amount of things, this guy lacks a little bit of it. This guy doesn't. So some situations he does, he doesn't. Okay? So you were waiting a whole week to say that. He was screaming at the screen. He saw him say, "Oh, I'm Mugremis Rabbi Shmuel." Mugremis Rabbi Shmuel. What's Mugremis Rabbi Shmuel? That they said that if you cut into the tabas, go into the rafal, you steer off, go into the koiba, no good. Amalei. It's another reason. Mugremis is not. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Made a mistake. You're right. Yesterday I said it wrong. Today not. Rabbi Shmuel say the other rings are not good. Even though it says manage the words in the Gemara. Shark the boats. Okay. Omar Lehi, Arley. Live Masi, what's funny? Whatever. I get one off. Omar Lehi, live Masi, Rabbi Shmuel, I don't understand. You come from Babel. In Babel, they don't need some of these rings over here. Shooting these rings no good. You come to so all of a sudden you become a maker. I'm a little manamoro. Why should I care about that? Let's go here. Oh, there's a here with Kuli Almagomer. He's not a medactic. He said, I'm lucky. You heard it from somebody. You heard it one from Shul. He said it over. You can't need it from this part of the data. No, I don't go with that. Shomer of Yosef who said that he's not a medactic, heard about this. He could. He said, Omar, I know Kuli Almagomer. I learned from everybody. I know Rabbi Yehuda Gamer. I learned from the top of the top. The Talmud of Rav and Shmuel. That he was speaking the Gavin Goris. He's so medactic, Rabbi Yehuda, but even if he forgets who told it to him, he says over both names. I don't know if I heard this. I heard this. Finish with Omar Rabbi Yehuda, Omar Rab, Omar Rabbi Yehuda, Omar Shmuel, all over Shah. Over here he says, Omar Rabbi Yehuda, Omar Rab, Omar Shmuel. I don't know who I heard it from. So he's so medactic to say the Shmuel, so of course he's going to say the halacha itself perfectly. You had it on number Aleph, you have a firstborn male, it has a little mum, so then the coin benefits from it. Who decides if it's mum or not? Even three people, there's no mum. Okay, so you heard this, you have the Rav, you have the Mushroom. Let's say you come from America to Israel, and in Ma'ariv they don't say Baruch Hashem Loyam. So what do you do? According to this Gemara, well, I know what you do, but maybe according to this Gemara, you should say Baruch Hashem Loyam. And then you should be marking on the Birkus Gehal, because you do the Chumrah of Israel, you do the Chumrah of America, it's only Israel. You got to do the Chumrah of both. If you come from Nahar Dad, to come to Bisa, from the Chayzat, wherever, Surah, thank you, then, okay, then you have to be marking on all your Chumrahs from place to place. And from Israel, you come from Beit Yerushalayim, etc. Great. Bubble Israel, you come from Chutzlard, in our Eretz Yisrael, the Babel, or one direction from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, then you have to keep all your minhagim from Eretz Yisrael. Babel Eretz Yisrael, it's similar to what we have today. Not 100%, but maybe more. You can say more Allah comes out from Eretz Yisrael, more of the Paiskim. So we, the Chutzlard, we bow down to the Allah of Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to say when I come to Eretz Yisrael, I'm going to do exactly like them. I'm going to eat from the shkita from this part. But I shall be the Bubble like Yisrael. You could even go from Bubble like Yisrael out of Milech to the Pilafzo. What? Yeah. It's only, not as we have it today, people don't come from Aliyah, they just come for Sukkot or something. So if you have in mind to go back, then you have to be time all your minhagim. Oh, maybe that's Mamash Sugya. Then you have to keep to the Yosef when you're in Eretz Yisrael. Why? Because you think about going back. Well, Reb Zeri, that Rabbi made a full Aliyah. How do I know you made a full Aliyah? Because he fasted 100 Panesim, so he could forget how to learn like the Babylonians. You want to know how to learn like Eretz Yisrael, okay? So he's there to stay. There to stay. Pick up the minhagim. Only one day. Rabbanon who came from the Chayza, they're the ones who say what? That you're allowed to chef in the Kana Amr B'Zayim from the Ramnatan Remes Ksheira. He says that it's kosher. That if you chef in most other rings, these guys right over here, it's kosher. So when you tell me that in Babel they hold that it's not kosher, here it's because in Babel. Nahara Pashta. What does that mean? It means that every stream has a different direction, a different flow, a different power. Also human beings. Every human has a. I want to tell you a sad story before we go. One sad story. I think it's so sad, but we can have Toyelis. Rav Ben Shushan told us a Maisa that maybe it's not for public knowledge, but it's too bad. I'll ask him afterwards. He's a real artist. He draws beautifully. And during class, he used to draw beautiful pieces of art. And one day, his Rebbe pulls him out of class and tells him, let me see what you're drawing. So that day, he was drawing a picture of Pare and his bodyguards. He had these bodyguards with big muscles. So he tells him, if Ben Torah doesn't draw muscles like that, what are you doing? He takes his drawing and rips it up. And then he took every one of his drawings from his whole folder from the whole year and ripped them up into shreds. He said it was one of the most hurtful things. He says, I think he has certain pieces of art that he made. If people offer him a lot of money, he says, I'm not selling. It's part of the neshama, part of this. But then he finished off on a high note. He says his father transferred to another painter. His father warned his father in Iraq, and his father said, listen, if you mess up, I'm going to cut your tongue out. So he really wanted to watch his tongue. He needed his tongue. He said it was important to have a tongue. So he comes to the new school, and he's very careful. But on day one, there's a test. And of course, he knew his stuff. On day one, the guy next to him, who later on became his best friend, whispers to him, I need the answers. I'm not giving you the answers, I need my tongue. So I need the answers. Finally, so he writes down the answers, and he does one of these yawning moves, and the paper falls to the floor. The problem is, the kid, his feet never reach the floor. He's dangling on the chair. He's trying to grab the paper with his feet. And meanwhile, the Rebbe says, the first day of school, when he shows up, he's nibbling my tongue. So he picks up a piece of paper, opens it up, looks at it. He's got 100 on the pen. The 100 on the pen, very impressive. Very impressed. I want you to draw a whole thing. You give him a whole thing. You're going to draw from his lips. This Rebbe took him up. One lesson, he could have managed to score them. Instead of destroying him, he used the right sefer and build him up. The boys say, have a wonderful
Married to Swiss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on this show. Very exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Elliot. It's your first time on the show, correct? First time. How long have you been doing comedy for? I've been doing comedy 11 years now. Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles? No, I grew up in Chicago, actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12. After seeing Michael perform with Eddie Bryant, he did this one hilarious blackout and wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do. Wow, that is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lair when you were 12 years old. How old are you now? 23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lair when you were 12 and you said, oh, I do comedy, and now you've been doing it. He was fucking hilarious, yes. It's been an amazing ride. He's something else. He's unbelievable. Yeah, so I think we finally found out who's putting the golf ball powder on Michael Lair's balls right here. That's out. No doubt indeed. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for? I was here for about 6 months, and then I went on to like quarantine, and then I did, the deal when I turned back. For a bit, it was just really cool when my brain would open the door and the weed smoke would fill up with your face, and I did like a show, and I got to see like all the other LA comics, and I had to think about not coming back to LA, and I was like, I need to deal with this, and this is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, stuff like that. That's so funny. So you're a gay man, you live in West Hollywood? I did, but I hated all of the other people there. Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I want to share something with you. I saw 2 gay guys holding hands today. Yeah. And I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that 2 gay guys can do. Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw 2 guys making out, you'd be like, oh, that's gay, right? So and like, since then, it's like, that's not gay. I think it's the most gay thing 2 guys can do. But then it hit me today, in 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like the whole hands. You have to literally be like, why do you don't mind? Making a puddle of sweat with our hands. Way to fight for that. We're gonna do it, goddamn. It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing?
Morocco from the Banyan Tree. And he say it was their nicest hotel they've been to in their life. Tonight is coming to an end. We will be, somebody's baby is screaming in the background. So, I don't know if somebody can talk to them. That's right. Is it Ari Ben Susan? So, we had a tremendous inspirational trip. But a geweldige trip from beginning to end. I'm just letting those that are not here doing a little insight of what we went. We had great times, we had inspirational times, we had very moving times, a lot of people crying, a lot of people. That's not over. Tonight we're going to have a lot of mouth right after cheer. We are in a, by the way, sure this is, I wouldn't have put it by the door. Whose idea was that? I know, but there's a, no, there's a glare. You sure it's not acting as a mirror? Let me see, put it over here, please. Put it on my screen. Put it on my screen, please. Okay, yeah. So next time, when we're setting up, do not put it in front of the glass. Next. Okay, so it also means that you guys, like, whatever, flashes, that kind of stuff is going to bounce. It's going to make it all right. Shabbos was very, very smart. Great speeches from the Shushan brothers, Ben Shushan brothers. And Bez Hashem, tonight, me and Malko, everybody's going to get up for a minute or two. How many? No? 2 minutes, because it's a lot of people and it takes a long time. Spill it all out. The more emotional, the better. Hear your speech during shit. Hear space out now. Think about what you're going to say. And that's pretty much it. We saw animals, we saw got picked by a monkey, we had the ATV, camel-back riding, Sahara Desert, sand surfing, the craziest caver that I've ever been to, and a lot of people said it was like the #1, Lala Sulika, and the kiss from Hashem that was on her yard side, unprepared, unbeknownst to us. Show up there the day before we found out it's a yard side. And with Amrin Ben, very inspirational place. Before, it was an incredible trip. I mean, no hiccups, great singers, great Bali Tefillah, and the singers, I'm going to say this again, I said it a few times. Robert we love. Great voices, great vibe, and sometimes we sing till 1 in the morning, and well, it was good vibe. So I wish everybody was there. Bezer Hashem, those who couldn't make it this year, so go to the next. And Bezer Hashem will see you in Eretz Yisrael, hopefully. What do you got over there? You writing a speech? I'm going to skip the sponsorships with public shipping the Tzibur because it is late from the Olam and we have to start in Lava Malta. It's already almost 11 o'clock here, so by the time we start, it's a little cheaper. So I'm going to go on a quicker pace, hopefully. Easier doc. Sponsorships will try to insert later somehow. Serious Learner sponsored by Anonymous in honor of Ariel Kramer on his double high birthday. We're so proud of you. SMBZ. Special edition of New Shaz, David Zain, Igor Zimmerman in honor of our children Blake and Gabriel Zimmerman. May Hashem look after them and guide them on the way. Amen. Weekly sponsored by Ruthie Markovich, proudly supporting the family in Spanish. Shleimer Rav Yaakov Ben Lulu, the Yisrael Ben Amil, the Yisrael Chaim Gedalim, and Shalom Shalom. Rishon Dir, Mazel Tov, Yaakov Schreiber, and Lucion, my spouse for you. And for Shleimer, for the family of Shulamis, for Mamish in Morocco, those beautiful clowns. Check this out, we're waiting for a flight, but it's about Howard Wimmer is a weekly sponsor of the Nishmas Obi Murray, Chaim Avram Ben Nachum, and in honor of Bernie that got me to MDY 2 years ago this week. Mazel Tov Anonymous, Mazel Tov Uri Kalovich. Oh, I know this name. Mazel Tov to Uri Kaliyavich. Kaliyavich. He's very, very famous. He supports 140 plus schools. He was, and he loves kids stuff. It's unbelievable. I'm hearing a lot about one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. The Alpha Nation team for the merit of Uri, Eyal, Kaliyavich. Here we go again. And their children, Benjamin and Mal. So that you look that up. The Alpha Nation, that's what it's called. The Alpha Nation. Look it up. Anonymous. The merit of Shidduch for Sarah Golda Bas Rivka, Anonymous, Rishon Avram Shaya Ben Slava Devora, and different Ben Yehuda. Daily sponsors. The Yal Foundation. Yal Foundation team. Anonymous, first name of Avram Shaya said, daily sponsors Aaron Caleb Nura Stein in honor of our 11-year-old son Avram Stein, who completed his second week of Daf Yomi. Very proud of you. Binyamin and Tippy Kiss, Mazel Tov, Morty Kiss, 14th from Whitmere on your Siyam of Menachos with your Eli, and we are so proud and so on-eyed. Yehuda, Yiddish words, Sir Brocha Dvar Bas, with kind of called Ari Leib, Victor and Chodesh Stephen Tavshin South Gimel, in memory of the Yortzai, Peter Merker, in memory of my father, Bernard Merker, Eliezer Ben Yeshua Halevi on his 57th Yortzai, Boisai. Svir Saimer is the Refuas Admon Division Shlita, Produces Moran Bishra Ben Leas, and for Shlema, official edition of the Orshas, concept of Zev Yal, Shema, Peret, the Benedict family, the Masechta sponsor, the actual, not the official edition, the Masechta sponsor, David Sal, the dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Small Park, where the time to Deutsche Rafa, the Palchi Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do is to support NBY. And thank you to Chief Benny Anonymous for Shleiman and Rishon to Leivas Esther and Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld years with Simcha. The multi-sponsors are Simon and Shleiman Avi Murray for Miriam, Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld, and also the Shefa. All sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, in the source for success of all of our clients. Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld, Innovations LLC as a source for Akiva Simcha, Ben Pagan, Shkoya, and Rishki Yudis, Basia Bachaya, the main, the column, Anyway, all right, man. Before we start, you're going to make a show of bracha. Before we start, Mordechai ben Esther. It's a yell Daniel Zev ben Ayala Esther. I want to start with a question. And if you learned today's daf, if you cheated, please don't answer. There's a tkufa in Klal Yisrael, a pretty long period of time, where Klal Yisrael was eating pig, chazi, davar acher. When was that? It was be'eter gomer. You were allowed to eat chazi after Matan Torah. What tkufa was it?
There's something weird going on with your mask. It's very
Nope. I'll give you a hint. It was for 7 long years. Remember the Yossi when he said a good plan? Oh, yeah. The first 7 years when they walked into Israel, they were eating chazer, straight chazer. They took the pigs from the Goyim and they had to have the pigs. Zok the Gemara. Start off with this thing, if you can see it. Those of you sitting over there, you might not be able to see it. But we learned in the Mishnah, Hakol Shoftin, Le'olim Shoftin, Bakol Shoftin. Might be a better thing in there. Le'olim Shoftin, what does it mean? Hakol Shoftin, Le'olim Shoftin, Bakol Shoftin. So we're holding a daf Yud Zayin al Daleth. Ella Amar Rav Yosef, I want to tell you what Le'olam Shoftin means. What does Le'olam mean? Forever you lose people. It goes, Rebecca, you go to Rebecca. Listen, you have the farmer, the machine, passion, the whole lesson, small shop, there's a bathroom from its own stuff. You're going to come to time, and you're going to do Zvicha, you're going to chef. You're going to the back, possible, and also the sign of hero. Says Rebecca in the Midbar, we used to do something called an Akira. Does anybody know what an Akira is? No, but literally the hero is like this. According to one Shanash, and I like the shot the most, is doing Shvita instead of this way, going from the neck, from the chin towards the chest of the animal. Cutting it this way, that's the hero. You're saying shooting that? I hear. So, that, according to Rebbe Kiva, that was mutter in the midbar. When you before, that was also mutter. So, in the middle of Machlokes, according to Rebbe Kiva, that's how they would kill the animal like that. They kill the animal in the midbar. So, the Torah says, hey, now you're next show, behave, let's push Shkita. Shebakina, who did Lambasa Mefira? In the beginning, you like just kill the animal in the midbar. Shebakina, alright, let's learn this on Mefira. Once. Well, even if you're just lower to the next one. Alright? So once they came into Israel, he said it's also. Mentioned the Epistle Lawrence. Yes, and I am sorry if you. What happened? There was? You might want to rethink your double purchase. Mission Nicholas and Lawrence, Nessalem, beside the Bashis Galu. So we're doing things. In the midbar, they do Nefira. They come down to Israel, also Nefira. Now they went to the Galus. Yochel Yachru, like Terry Risha, maybe he could eat Nefira, cut it, slice it, do whatever, cut the head off, without Shkita. Now I understand what the words are. La'olam Shekha. Shkita is forever. La'olam Shekha. Shkita you have to do, Shkita can't go back to the floor. Then I give Riflik to you, what's a big, what's an effort? Then I give yourself a beside Taiva, then you take that. So, talking about Basar Taiva. What's Basar Taiva? Basically, on this trip, we had a lot of Basar Taiva. 7 different types of Basar Taiva every single meal. But today's Kiddush, I gotta give it to the caterers. I don't even know their names. I know Shimmy White's from the Sea put it all together. We're with the caterer. Tell me if I'm exactly. What? Excel catering. From where? Oh. He's the guy from Brooklyn that he did he's in like Mishpacha magazine with his wife. That guy, okay, I met him. What? The chef? That's the chef. I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but there's 50 types of fish today. Is it what? At least. What? What do you say? At least 5 bowls. 5, different types of fish. I know no fixing his special wife we're having. It's like the meal. So I'll just explain to you the Musagim. I was the environment usually said back in the day, you went on a trip with a salami sandwich in Morocco. It's like, wow, unbelievable. Not 10 types of fish, not 20, but 50 plus, all bought from the local markets here and made and produced here in Morocco for us. Unbelievable. So that's what we could call Dag Taiva. That's mamish. Taiva should be Taiva. So according to Rekiva, that was never also. But it also reminds me that we're coming up to Shavuos now. Mamish, the week of Shavuos. And 49, 50 minus 1. So why is Shavuos? And Shavuos is the one yontif that everybody agrees is the chiyuv of the chev, is the chiyuv of mamish eating shmack meat. And also the Mishnah says, why do we eat nefesh? The Mishnah says, because in the midbar, they were eating treif, whatever, they were eating without shkita. Then I was roasted shkita. So it turns out that all your kalim are treif. And then he asked, Mamish, when's Gemara? This is the agreement that when Peter says the fear is okay. So he says, you're right. The Mishnah says, oh, what? These other problems, like blood and this and that. Okay, fine. Yeah, some kids didn't have enough kalim and Nagala and this, so they it's one of the pshatim. Well, upon him, Rekiva some of us that time to plow. I said, I'm not going to go from tangents. Keep me in line over here. Maybe small, some of the side of here like the street cloud. So Rekiva holds that Pasuk Taiva wasn't also. And the main law, the Torah comes to say, be careful with the Chira. There's no some of the side of here usually cloud. There's never going to keep the Chira. So when the Torah came, the Torah says, now you have to do shit. Especially when small end of Siv Shafat has been a backup. So it's talking about a carbonite. It says the Shafat has been a backup. When they were in the Isla, when they were in the Mikvah. Anyway, with Kiva, my Shafat. You're in the Mikvah, you're allowed to do the Firas. What is the Shafat? Katra Shana. The Torah is telling you, in the Mikvah, you have to chef Korbanos. You know what I mean? You can do the Chira. Again, the Chira. Chop the bottom, shoot in the head. There's no other small hand to see, like saying, Bucky Shafat Mohem. And there's Kiva, Maya, so Bucky Shafat. You're not allowed to go along. Because you give up, they can slice. I don't want to show myself. It's right now I'm doing a thing. But instead of shafting this way, the neck, you shaft this way. Just like this picture, yeah? Oh, I have a video. I almost forgot to show you the video. So it's a little long.
So I'm expecting a cure now any second. It could that way,
All the way
back, all the way there. There you go. Then stand there once you get there. All the way. A lot of fun stuff happening. We'll be back next Monday with the Yemen show, which is exciting stuff. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, right? Games.com, cavemanhockey.com, and Lucy.co. Get off your cigarettes and your vape pens. Go to Lucy.co. Use the code Tony, and they can literally let you try to for the minimum amount of money by law. Yeah, if you're trying to make it before you know it's expensive, usually it's not that good. This is the place for gum is $1. Lozenges at $2. Get your lungs stronger than ever during the coronavirus by not catching coronavirus. Try that out. Here's the part where we check in with Jeremiah Hawkins, who has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Dr. Phil and Shanks, actually.
That's very exciting. Very exciting. Fans are going to love that. Adam Ray plays Dr. Phil. And of course, Jeremiah plays Shanks. He's got his Venmo piece of paper there.
And Jeremiah Hawkins covered all parts of these.
Very small. can only have a carbon. You can't have your own. That's what I have.
But Arizona is still going strong. Wow. And that's good though. Jeremiah's been taking some creative chances lately. New songs that he's going to be dropping more of those. According to what I've read in Billboard magazine, there's a bunch more coming, so we're excited to see some of those romantic songs. I will have a number one song tonight. You know what? I agree. You put those energies out there, and people that believe in clap at that. How about Hanson Jetsky Johnson, everybody? She was here tonight. That was her. She's back from the coronavirus. She's Jetsky Johnson. What else, Jetsky?
Okay. So the Gemara, so why did he say the Lashon Shechita when it comes to the Kiri, allowed to do the Kiri? That was kind of open. Okay. The Gemara, the Kiri Shalayim do Shechita also. When it comes to Shechita, means the Kiri. Bit Mishnah Meli Shmal, and it is not, I'll show you the Mishnah Meli Yoga. So it's the Shechita, the Shechita, the Shechita. Hagrama, Halada, all the things that pass in Shechita, it ruins it. It says the word noifer, meaning you cut it in the wrong direction. Then the hacker goes out to see money and hot door in the fast. You don't have to do Kisei Adam. Now, Kisei Adam only applies to a fire, an oil. You don't have to do Kisei Adam on a fire and oil. If it's permitted to do Nechira, so that's part of the shechita. That's what you do. So if you kill, let's say, a deer with Nechira, why shouldn't you do Kisei Adam? Says, you can say Itzah. You're right. Talking about the nowadays, this Mishnah is saying if the Nechira happened in our days, where Nechira is also, so therefore it's not considered a shechita. If it's considered shechita, you don't have to do Kisei Adam. And in the midbar, they did have to do Kisei Adam, but the Mishnah comes after the midbar. The Mishnah is saying nowadays, when you do Mishnah, you don't have to do Kisei Adam. Mishnah, when we keep it the Oma Arbs, I have a little bit. Wow, I'll show you often. According to the Kiva, you're always allowed to eat Basar Taiva. Stop. What does Basar Taiva mean? Again, Basar Taiva means you're allowed to eat, chef an animal like we do today, and eat the meat. You don't have to chef a carbon and have an excuse why you're bringing carbon to Shlom and then you eat the steaks that are left over. You stop chef an animal. So maybe I would just say, Kasher, you offer us its feet. You're allowed to eat this deer when you come ain't their climate. That's so just like you did then, today also you should continue eating this Basar Taiva. I don't know what too, you finally have a shower, but according to the Shmuel, there's no such thing as eating a deer in the midday. Why? Because the only time you can eat a deer, any animal in the midday is water according to the Shmuel. Only a carbon. And you can't bring a deer, it's a carbon. So there's never a matzah of eating a deer in the midbar. So what does it mean? Just like you ate a deer in the midbar, so you're going to continue eating deer in Bar Park. Doesn't work like that. Yeah, so Rahmana, guys, you say you have a shark? What was Rahmana, Bahema, the Chazal Krava? Says the Gemara Chiddush, they did eat deer in the midbar as taiva. Why? Because the behemoths they didn't eat. Why? Because you could bring it as a carbon. You bring it as a carbon, you're not shefting stam. But since you can bring a deer as a carbon, so you could sheft it stam and eat it. Boy review. Interesting question. What happens with meat that gets stuck in your freezer in 2 different periods of Yisrael? So you chef an animal, you cut it up, you shoot it in the head, you package it, put it in the freezer, and it's geschmack. You're allowed to eat it because you're in the midday. Then you don't go to store. You have all this meat that never had shechita, and now you have to do shechita. Are you allowed to eat the meat or not? That's the question. What's not fixed now thinking to ask? Don't fix wants to ask. They might not feel it. We're not in the middle. We're not going there strong. Oh. So Rashi answers that you're right. Very Shukab is fine. It's not going to get accustomed. But it's a cool question. It's a very interesting question. You had exactly. You had meat that was mamish mutter to you, but because you changed the rules of how meat is and how the actual is, and now also we have to shop. I didn't have to shop yesterday. So when I bought it from Benning's Meat or whatever it was back then, it was great meat. It was kosher meat. Now I don't know. So it says, Amos. Let's just read it. So every silent hero. You cut up this animal, you didn't even chop him, you just chopped him up while he was alive. Shekhnisi Israeli Martin and they brought it in. Why don't you go to waste? Now, what's that? Amos, tell me exactly when this happened. He lived with Sheva Sheklim Shur for the 7 years that when they went to Eretz Yisrael, Hashem Dover, all may Yishturilu, the lot of eat chazer. So why say chazer? Say a lion. Say something that's not as disgusting as a chazer. Person. See, you bought them away and talk to. Who say the chazir? You schmug a fat of the chazir that he's deep. Huh? Pork loins. It's your bacon. The famous mic I say once in a while, I gotta say it again. There's a big Mr. Hospital here. Somehow we'll find it. A parent goes over to the Jew and says, I want you to eat the pork. No way. He pulls out his knife. He says, listen, if you don't eat the pork, I'll chop your head off. He says, okay. Well, what do you want to do? He says, here's the plate. Lick up the leftover. Anytime the parents listen, I'm very upset at you. If you're ready to put a knife to my neck, why don't you give me a piece of pork and I should start? The idea is that a lot of times you do mitzvahs when not feeling forced. Again, that's a maimin and he has a muda tzika. The whole trip is about a muda tzika. We're in Morocco. Pork and knife. No, that's a show. I don't want to eat pork. She said, no, I'm not looking for excuses. Put knives to my neck and then I'm going to eat the pork. Well, use the knife to I'm not looking for excuses. I'm looking for being perfect the way it is. Now? Loudspeaker. What about loudspeaker? Oh, yeah. She had a way out. Loudspeaker, the big part of the story is that she had a way out. She didn't even have to convert. All she had to do is what? Oh, yeah. They said, act like Esther, Karka Alma, and it's Mocha. And she said, no, I'm not looking for her now. I'm not doing this. And so that was what so proud of her. Young girl, 17-year-old girl. Doesn't give Mara, decided to hear about it. I'm sorry. If you're letting Chazer, so beside the fear of Goya, of course you can eat a cow that was killed incorrectly. If you're letting Chazer, you're letting a cow that didn't have a good freezer. We're talking about these moms that good freezers, or it's like they pickle this meat really well. So what, from the mid-go, 8 years in there, which is wrong. Don't say no, even the first 7 years of Kibbutz. Only when you grab the chazer from the goy are you allowed to eat it. You do the history, but if you don't take it really in your freezer, if nothing ever gave you a head for that, maybe take your, I don't have a great answer for that. Omar Rabba. Shanesa Akol Shoikatim, Uloilim Shoikatim. Again, going back to here. Akol Shoikatim, we already said means even chicken. Uloilim Shoikatim, we said even sound of hero. There's no heter to ever eat the sound of hero in the future. You're always going to have to do shkita. I need to know what's missing on this list. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com. What exactly is it? It means all these different utensils with the stone, with glass, with crucial color. Oh wow. Good stuff. Okay, now to go. Okay. We're getting into technical things about the knife. Just write the stuff. She says, "Bakal şöyle mançasla, iki de mi benim sorduğum şey ise, hazır da hanım tutalım. Wait a minute. Go back to this list. So bakal şöyle has to be seen with that. Bakal şöyle nation. And what's that? You're saying that you're talking about the animal. Not the device. Talking about what that up. Has to be chicken, even chicken. And a regular animal, you have to do shkita to. But do that because he had a shkita, and I was shkita. We have a shkita, and I was shkita. All three things on the list are going to be referring to the same thing. You're talking about devices. So then you're talking about the thing that does shkita with. You're doing shkita with. So then the top two also have to be talking about the knives. If you're talking about what his chef did, the animal, so then the third one on the bottom also has to be talking about an animal. Just told me, no, it's talking about a piece of glass, it's talking about a piece of this. You're talking about animals then. What? Exactly. Pick a lane. Love it. We have to be consistent. Be consistent. If the two on the top are talking about a certain thing, so the one on the bottom also. Can't pick and choose. So all the inferences in Gemara. Ela marada kol shoftim chadol asui kuti b'chol d'nisui swol moment. She says, "Oh, kol shoftim is referring to the shoftim, not the animal. We're not talking about chicken. Oh, that chicken needs shkita. We're talking about that even a kusi could do shkita. Even a swol moment could do shkita that we had the sugis about. Again, referring to Ben Bayom, Ben Belayla, Ben Rosh Hagag, Ben Rosh Sfina, top of the roof. On the ship, but he said, it might be of a desire, both of them. But also, maybe soon, maybe smoking, maybe curling. So these are all not from the animal, these are all technical things of how to do shkita. You do it with a rock, you do it with glass, and you do it with a reed. Chutz mimagel kotzer. So it was mentioned a bunch of times over Shabbos. That I made a promotion on the bus. We were driving in the hills of Morocco, a beautiful landscape. And I noticed, because I just learned that I was preparing that he's down in the Maybach, thank you. And then I was thrown out from the Maybach, and I went into the bus with the rest of the. I was already preparing, so I really didn't need it then. And so I'm in the bus and I'm looking at the window and I see the guy. I see the guy with the sickle. He's going like this. And I go, sickle! Like, take a picture. Sure, it'd be unbelievable. Like that night I could show sickle in Morocco. And then like 5-6 minutes later, I don't know what it was, and Avi Kayansky, he sees the same thing. He sees a guy with a sickle. And he says, stop the ball! Stop! The driver thought that he ran someone over or whatever, he almost went off the cliff. Huh? Oh, Cinco. No. Kids are. But it was a kiss from Hashem, but we're learning about we learn about a sickle and see a sickle in action. First of all, I've never seen a sickle. Think about it now. I saw it on YouTube, but I never saw a guy. I need to do this by hand. Who was that? It just so happened to me. And if you would say that I made it up, Avi Kayansky also saw it. You saw the guy. It was like a stick. It wasn't a round one. It had not just like the Gemara, like in the picture of this farmer. Okay. So you're not allowed to do shkita with the magel katsu, the amagera with the saw. Says Gemara, an interesting thing. Abu the Shmuel, Pagam the Shadar, Pagam the Shadar. He took a knife. You don't need this, so might as well not be get ready. He took a knife, made a nick here, a bunch of nicks, sends it to Israel. Probably shot on nick 1, on nick 2. He did this a number of times. He kept on sending knives. Rashi says each knife had a bunch of different demons, different types. We're going to see different pictures of what a demon looks like. Reminds me that there's a few stories like this, but I'm not sure. They're trying to figure out whether or not these motzim or moths knows the stuff, so they send them beakers and they put on different like fake blood and zachin and they're messing these people up. Is this kosher what? Yeah, very excited. And then one of them they took like blood from a cow and they put it on and said, no, what is this? And the guy wrote back like, don't be a behemoth or something. Like that, you know. Like he hopped right away. But anyways, they're doing tests, you know. But this is you really want to learn. You want to learn what a behemoth is not. And Rabbanan, here we go, Rabbi Isai, Baruch Hashem, that we have crazy, brand new pictures. Even in our Gemara, in the official edition of Gemara, we have nice pictures. Take a look at them. But it's even more than this. When we get to it. Yeah, we'll get to it. Sakin Shish Gimo is harbor, Kidon Kinagera. If it has a bunch of nicks all over the place, then you gotta treat it like a saw number. The Shaim Bal of Kimafas. It only has one Gimo. But Geras Psula. This is a nice, I hope I can say this well. A guy goes to get a test for Shkita. And he comes in and says, the rabbi says, what's a Geras? He says, yeah, that's a girl, it's a 12 and a half. He says, oh, so then what's a big Geras? That's a dry date. He says, oh, really? So then what's a big Geras? He says, that's, I wrote it down, that's like a suffix Zafar. So then he says, so what's the big, no, so Geras, he says, that's a chicken that's on an egg. So he says, what's a Geras? She says, the Geras over here, it switches like, he says, oh, that's like a suffix Zafar. She says, a suffix Zafar. So what's the Androgynous? She says, oh, that's the Yama Better. She says, what's the Yamas? She says, that I don't know. She says, oh, you're out of here. Get out of here. He says, what? Because I don't know what those Yamas is. That's why I can't be a soifet. So I guess the point is, like, when you mess up, just fess up to it. I messed up, Shem Yisrael. We'll keep on going. It's much better for the Israelis, no? Boy Geras, they Geras. Then, so. Basically, Joe has to stop there. Okay, fine. So we have like this. We're having a get. Here's Messina saying what it is. Oigeres Psula, Misukseches Sheila. What does it mean? All of those are Oigeres which they replace. Givaldim. Basically, it's a V shape. So, if you think about it, I didn't see all the stuff that Yoshi did. I remember the bunch. Okay. Maybe we'll come in soon. Oh, here it is. Beautiful. Check this out. When you have a V shape, not a saw, not the V shape like this, but an inverted V. Yeah, let me show you again. This. In other words, a piece of the knife is missing. So what happens is, if you go in slow motion, the knife softens up or weakens up the skin. And then, when it hits the second part of the V, that is going to rip the skin, and that's the problem. The problem is ripping of the skin, not a smooth cut. That's awesome. So let's see it in here. Let's see how that works. Yeah, I mean, oh, that's a saw. That's a Megara. Okay, so we don't have that yet. It's a Megara. Right? You see the pieces falling out, meaning it's not cut nicely. Says the Gemara, oh my Rebbe Lozo, he carries Mishneh voice. It has a V like this, and it's missing the metal from here. So it hits the skin twice. By the time it gets to the corner, it hits the skin, gets to the corner, rips the corner. The Suksefes, it only has, it doesn't have a real V, it has a little, a one dip, not two dips. It's not like this, it's just like this, just one. Let me see the Gemara for a second, how we did it. Nice size picture. So, says the Gemara, what happens is the first, if I could maybe take this part right over here weakens the skin, and this part over here cuts. Says the Gemara, the second one rips the kana. So too, if you only have one thing like this, you only have one. So what happens? Think about it. The knife cuts very deep into the skin. By the time you have that one little guy, like what's a great way to like a hanger, like a cliffhanger, like this indentation is gonna grab. You could literally see how this knife is terrible. It's going once it hits this piece right over here, that this piece is going to pull instead of cut. It's going to pull and sever the rip. It's going to rip the simanim instead of cutting them nice. That's all in it. What's the difference as the Gemara if it has two or one? It's the same exact idea. Says the Gemara, the commemoration of the Sakina. If we have it, or maybe that's it. Oh, here, no. Here we go. It's all the way at the end of the knife. By the time you get there, nothing happened. So I don't care where it is. So it's all the way at the end. It's right over here. Great. But when it gets there, that's going to pull and rip the siman. Says the Gemara. He started going forward with the knife. So in other words, that little hook at the end never touches the animal. If he went back, then it would pull the skin. But he only went one motion forward. Here, I'll demonstrate it. The chiddush that you're allowed to use it. The chiddush is that if it was two, it would be a problem. If this is where it is, this is where the problem is. So he's going, and this is the neck of the animal. He goes forward like that. But if you would pull back, that's where the issue would happen. Then this would pull on the skin. But all he's doing is one motion. You have to catch a flight from that. I found. No mistakes, hopefully. Zog the Gemara. What are those ducks? Oh, frog. Zog the Heili Gemara. So if you have a long enough neck, you don't have to go back and forth. You do have to go back and forth on a short knife. On this kind of knife, yes. But I'm really low enough. So you said what he said? No, sorry, over there. Okay, now we're gonna fly. Omar Eva Shalish means Misaki. Or Geres Lo Yishka. If it has this indentation of V, can't Yishkida with it, if you do use it, also. Mr. Sef has this. It only has one pull on it, one thing. Lo Yishka Belefakila, you shouldn't. Here, this is the finish now. In Shavash, he doesn't use it. Lefakila shouldn't use it. But you could do a workaround and try not to bump into that thing, okay, but you shouldn't use such a knife. Or if you have something like this in a knife and looks at the shape, I think then the Gemara might be a little nicer. It's easier to, yeah, but it's not going to be nice in this thing, let me see. Okay. No, there's no shadow. The shadow is a little, whatever. Okay. If it goes up and down, this is not a problem. Show you what. Look at here, I guess eventually all knives are going to have not this is an exaggerated one, but when we do a lot of sharpening, hashkaza, thank you, then I guess, something happens. That's not a problem. Show me over today. On the one hand, Rabbi says, if you have this indentation, it's possible. On the other hand, Rabbi himself says it's possible. Like gosh, contrary to behaving, go back and forth, it's a problem. It's going to grab, but if you only want in one direction, it's fine. What if it's like, I don't know if you ever had the privilege of holding a piece of grain in your hand, not the grain, but the whole thing. The little whiskers that come out of it. So it's very like tiny little thorns on it, or like it's very not smooth. So what if the knife is very not smooth? So he says, I'd love to have such meat from such a speaker. It's great stuff. In other words, it's perfect speaker. What do you see checking of a knife in the Torah? Shaul said, he takes up the knife and says, this is what you're going to look like this. It seems like in the passage was here, like this. So the Shulchan readings over here, is 12, and he says that a knife has to be 12 thumb rings, 1 to 12. And he brings like a raya from this Bazeh, like the Matri Bazeh. And the Ramah says that if a sheikh doesn't know that halacha, he's passing the shkita. So you don't. Even if you're not going, what do you need to pass to pass the knife? If the knife has a necked in it, a beam on it, it's pulling and ruining the simanim. That's not shkita. I don't need to pass it on that. Even if you're not going to have trouble about it, by deeper. Where the Chacham coming? What do you see in the Torah? They have to go show to a Talmud Chacham, a Rav. What do you mean? You don't need to show the Rav. It's only to give him honor. You're right. With the Rabban on the grass, it's only the Rabban kind of thing that they have to go show the Rav, and the pasuk is only in a. This is not, this is going to grow some people out. You would take the knife and put it in the sun, and then you look on the ground. You see the ground, this is not going to gross anybody out. The next thing coming up. Here, let's see over here. He's showing it this way. Rashi says, in the shadow. You look at the shadow on the ground, I'm doing it right now. Okay. Let's see, maybe. That's the second shot around in Rashi. Very good. So like that, you can see. What's next? Maya. That's one shot in Rashi. You put it over the thing. I like the second shot better. Let's see the same shot. Yes. Put a drip of water on the top. Oh, it's very, very good. So these are that's how you do it. Now let's see if he has the third way to do pizza. No. Otherwise, that one is schmack. So let's see inside. I had a volunteer tell me he wants to do it, so get ready. They use the salt. They use their water. Get over here and show us how to do it. Does anybody want to show us how to check the knife? Barry, you because both are left in your tongue for a reason. Can you imagine you put your tongue on the edge of the knife? Even for ratings, I'm not asking to do it. Yeah, we're getting there. Ravacha bar Yaakov, what did we put the sorrow? Yaakov, bar Yaakov, what did we put the sorrow? Take a little here and run it down and see if it gets stuck. Misurami, Misrachel, if you're going to shut.
Even though you're the only person on that microphone, it's pretty impressive that twice during one
then you need to use meat to see if it can cut meat. In other words, you have to use your finger to see if you can check that animal. You can't use here. You can't use other stuff. No, it doesn't go. You do it smoothly. They're not do it. They go like this. They go very, very slow. You see if it disturbs you, it's very smooth. I tried it out tonight, and it was so much fun. All right, Papa. No, I didn't. Sricha Biko Abisro says my Papa. You need to check it a few ways. Abisro on your finger. Vatufra on your nail. That's really impressive. I was going to do it over here for the first time. I'm a little nervous. Okay, let's see it. Okay, fine. Anyways, I know if you have to check it on this side. Check it on the spitz and check it on this side. So that's 3.
This is fucking awesome, man.
So says the Gemara. But let's read this. Somebody said in your name. You said in the name of Rava. You need to do a bika on the meat, on your finger, on your nail, and on 3 sides. So that's 3 times 2. That's 6. But you also have to go back and forth, so it's 12 meters. Also, that's Jose. Here again. But the 3 sides. Oh, it's good.
Is there just being regular sterilized? Does that cause a bigger threat for coronavirus in some way?
How many times did it happen? How does it happen that your father started crying the
I
south?
broke my neck, so like I had barely.
It was the wrong side of the knife.
So I have compromised lungs and I smoke cigarettes, so yeah, probably kill me.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. Alright, I know you think worry about being paralyzed when you take your balls away, though, huh? Hey, you're out here. Maybe your balls don't. I can't feel.
I'm like, I've been through
Where do you get this feeling at? How did that happen?
I've been through Army, but those who cross away Army. She said, no, they said my name. I've been through Army. I said, you should use your finger. I said, you should use your nail. But I didn't say you have to check 3 sides. One side is enough, the sharpness. Take it down, Rabbi, so about those who cross Army. Yes, you're right. I said you have to check it on your finger and on your nail and on all 3 sides. The Rabbi, I never said it in the name of God. Said somebody else, not me. Rabbi, so they brought a knife to Rav. She said, check it out. Oh my look. The Rav, so Rav passes it on and says, you check it. I want to see how you do check it. Let's go. So he checked it. I took for on his nail. That this one is for you. That doesn't recall. So no 3 sides. I mean, Yishar, perfect. The Peno Marakani passed the test. I took for about this one 3 4. You need to check your, you need to use your nail and your finger. Once you have let's go, but I'm not on 3. We go up on Zero and Shmuel. Leaving Sakim and Shafat. Oh, she does say Shera. I'll remind you this famous case that we had. He takes a knife. He puts it in the fire. He makes it red hot. And then the shkita. So what was the most problem with that? Remember? Burning the esophagus and the trachea with the sides of the knife. Before you finish up the shkita, you're going to make it trace by burning. What did Gemara say? No, it's not how it works. It's taut, and the sharpness of the knife goes in first. And before the side of the knife has any chance to touch the sides of the Kodesh, it pops open. It's weird. Greyhound to expand. As soon as you cut it, it pops open. So amazing. So you say the sides of the knife never touch the cutting of the knife. It's only the sharpness. So what's the point of checking the sides of the knife? And that we finished, let's just read it inside. She can do it because the sharpness goes in before the heat. The catch the one we ask, well, what about the sides of the knife? We're going to burn. I really takes a shkita on it expands, it pops open, doesn't let you touch it. Hanami is a shkita miva farava for a boy's side. Have a wonderful day and have a great time at the beloved Malta. See you. Everybody have a safe trip back. This is Nisham. I'll see you inside Blazers.
America's sports is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's Red Man lives the exact same life. I do. Is someone that does all those things. He already has a motorized bike. He's on his way. Oh, Jesus Christ, Brian. Oh, Red Man. How's that been going? How's your motorized bike been going? I saw a video you posted with you fake pedaling. It's great. The pedaling's real. I know when I pedal on a bicycle, it always goes wee, wee, wee. The bike has different motions, like a mode that's just like having a regular bike. But then if you want to like go fast, you can just it's great. I know how it works. I've been on a bike before. I'm with you, Red Man. I got a motorized bike too. I used to have an electric scooter when I lived next to you. You may have seen me. I used to have a little chopper, an electric chopper. We called it. My brother and I had it. It was baller as fuck, man. It was literally was like a that's it. Come on now, Bonnie.
Morocco, and the banyan tree. The nicest hotel that I've ever been to. MD Walk, with Prime. Only the best. The best to tell you that. Ain't amigos, but welcome to serious. I want to mention our unbelievable caterers and the ones who organized the whole trip. Venecia Travel, Shved, Kashini, Weiss, and all the guys that are working very tirelessly. So wherever we went, we had 3 singers in a band, and for Shabbos we have 5 singers and no band. It's just incredible. We have 2 of the top speakers in Christ today, with Aaron Yossi and Shushan together. They managed today. But I said it already. Shit, honestly, it's just spontaneous, good vibes, good Chinese. It was unbelievable. And wherever we go, of course, it's Torah. Right now, we're just a couple of hours before Shabbos, and we're sitting in Torah. This morning, we're here for an hour. And it's Torah, it's Chatzi Lachem, Chatzi Lashem. It's a lot of Dashmik, and a lot of Rifnius, and a lot of Habershaft, and bonding, and seeing great places, and doing it's just it's an unbelievable experience, unbelievable. And we're very much looking forward to Shabbos. Shabbos Kodesh, it's going to be unbelievable. A few things. I want to remind everyone to say Spirit Science, so depending on where you are and what you are, this might be the day. This might be the day. Spirit Science, of course, I have many visions. For Yusuf Morning, Yisrael, Ben Leah, Esther, and Shlema. Dov, I have to apologize. I want to be selfish. I want to be able to see the view. That's pretty much my only chance today, or during this trip. I was really counting on going after the shoot. We're going to be flying, we're going to go. And then the internet fell, and we put it back up, and kids it. This we saw yesterday. So these are the security guard. Me.
Spencer and Jeremiah seem to have a little bit of a bond. Michael, are we missing something here?
And then.
Yeah, Michael, are you getting your phone out?
And then you have Ben's son, his name is Zoe, he thought that his father was real, and the AI says the message is supposed to shot very well. He says, here it is, here. Thanks.
That mic's already been disinfected. Is there a microphone on that, Detroit?
Maybe you have to put it in?
Okay, yeah, put his old mic back in there. Michael, wheel back up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony Show history,
ממש מעולה.
this is
Heavy duty Lashonis. Yeah, Country Daddy, very interesting. Some record rally, I'll try to keep it short. Something like days, 67 days, which equals 2,000 days straight of Torah. The emails that say I've never missed a day are definitely a partial accomplishment. With Cephas is incomparable with fragmented learning. At the same time, however, even if one can't say that they never missed a day, if they're still in the Yomi mentality, each day stands alone and it's valid no matter what happened yesterday. Think for 2,000 days. See my email from November 24th, 2020. That's a song Schreiber. He has composes a song called Shop.
I'm surprised. You could ask me for women's wigs, women's underwear. I have all these.
I have a song with my brother. My brother's on a photo and he really good. He really should. I didn't get to see it yet. Makes no difference. This I thought was very interesting because I got in the same day, very, very behind the emails. but we'll try to have some good ones. Two of them from a yeshiva bacher and a parallel guy. So the mainstream, so to speak. I'm a bacher in yeshiva, Baruch Hashem, I'm successful in my learning. However, during my breaks, I started getting into watching movies and TV shows. One of my friends suggested NDY, and at first I brushed it off saying, nah, but I need it for bacher yeshiva. I love it. The bacher yeshiva, but movies are okay, but the feeling is terrible. I learned NDY. I learned NDY is about backing, but he was just saying I would love it. It's interactive entertainment set. So I decided to join the pool. Now I know I shouldn't speak too soon, but since we started, it changed me. Instead of going to my room at breaks to watch movies, I now go to watch the shit. Even though I'm really part of pool in the past already learning a whole new level, with the past I really hope it goes to your pulling. And if it pocket, T-A-K-K-E-H, goes well, maybe I'll continue with the pirates. Thank you so much. That's lucky to very well. Dear Belly Baruch Hashem, my letter is not like all the other letters. Spanish style, my letter is in color letters. Baruch Hashem, I learn incredibly all day. Truly enjoy my learning and have tremendous satisfaction. In the evenings when I no longer have the concentration I enjoy watching the shiur, using just the videos, and it gives me a real sense of time. When in parentheses somebody says I usually just watch the videos, that means I watch the shiur at one speed from beginning to end. Not even at 1.2 speed. That's usually what it means. That's code. That's my code. I've spoken to enough people to know that's what it means. What? 0.75, and sometimes he does Charzara 3 or 4 times. But he's a player guy, so he says, listen, I don't always watch whole shiur. A lot of times just the videos. Right? And when the Balbas says it, the Balbas tells me, listen, I watch the shiur every day, I'm doing well. That's code for I see my friend's status once a month. Maybe once every 2 weeks, I saw that Geshmaka video of 30 seconds. That's what I mean. That's the Yisod. So, thank you very much. I wanted to point out a few things. There's a video about sending the Sarah Mishtaleach, and I pray that the lottery box is made of gold, where it specifically says it was made out of wood. That the Arufa, well, yeah, they did a nachal with water, and nachal means a hard rock, okay, great. Shkoyach. This is from a woman in Israel who says, I have to let you know, I've been davening for my husband, who's a great guy, he's a yeshiva product, and he tries to learn whenever he can, but he tried here and there, it didn't really work, and I'm davening for years, and finally found the shiur. It's mamish a treasure under the bridge, the kind of Geula things, he says. It's mamish here close to where we live. We met a beautiful atmosphere, blah, 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 to challenge. Alright, Rabbi says, the official NDY Shas is sitting right next to me on my left. The Sefta, Zev, Netanyahu, Shumar, Harov, the Benedict family. We're working, Noam and I and our staff, because it's a full-time job, this Shas. We're working on that. Meyer is going to come to me one day, but in all seriousness, now he's going to say, yeah, now no, but he really comes and says, listen, he's the best investment in my life. Mamish, I got a great deal. That's what we're working for. It's going to happen soon. Daf test designed by Rabbi Yaakov Blayit, remember my father, Reuben Ben, frying fish in the grand so he just did one. He introduced us Barbara something. Okay? Did Salmon dedicated memory of Murray, with more burn, Science Speed, Deutsche from the Rock. Found Foundation graduating to the consortium in the Alliance, and all the group supporting the Y. Now, Mr. Seven workers with Gosh Mason, I think it's Benny. And I also really first name and everything to lay by Session, Yemen, Daniel, Rosenfeld, Jesus Simcha. He's the only role that we give here that they don't care. They're in style right now. That's on the roof, that's it. Whatever they decide to do. Iris Simon, the first name of Mary Barton, Miriam, Yemen, Daniel, Rosenfeld, Baraz Michelle. Moshe Rukin Markovic, our recent sponsors, proudly supporting the Yemi in Spanish. There's name of Yaakov Malulu, Yeshua Deer, Mazel Tov, Yaakov Schreiber, Art Lucia. Who will skip to you and there's name of the Kama Bas Schreiber. Howard Wimmer, Lunas was Avi Murray, Chaim Abram Ben Nachum, and in honor of Bernie Liebtag, who got me to the MDY 2 years ago this week. Bernie Bird, Balder, Anonymous, Balder Tori, Libat, how do you pronounce it? Libat, Liabit, Liabit. Oh, Balder Tori, Liabit, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. I heard a lot about him. Right? Anonymous, for the merit of Shidduch for Sorry Goldabach. Daniel Kahan, the love memory of Hannah Bas Yisrael, Moshe on the yard side, Yom Yerushalayim. Meir Dambi, oh, we missed Meir. Seriously, this was a Yokim Getzer, Ben Yitzchak Alevi, Raymond, Jason Salvador de Brasa. Anonymous with Hussein Avram, Shaya, Ben, Slava Devera, and Ruben Ben Yeridis. HYK Ventures in the space for success of all our clients. Young Daniel Rosenberg, Rocham of Harris. Co-sponsors. I say it doesn't co-sponsor. HYK Ventures. HYK sponsor Monday Kilometers on Seals, space for Kissing from Pega. And if you use that's Avachaya, it's a big space for us that more pretty women and everything going around. He's here learning with us. This guy doesn't have social awareness. Situation. What I say? Situation. Bring her over for a second. The way I said, just as this beautiful road. Check this out. Check this out.
So one size fits most.
Remember, next year, next trip, Yossi Klein is going to do a custom-made roast for my official. Custom. So you're going to come 3 months before with 4 different sizes. You go up or go down and wait. The official edition robe. This right here is Skinny Man's edition robe. Oh, but look at the fabric. Look at this. It's not a joke. This is high-end. You know what about? Great. What else do we have? MDYR month, which name of Yonatan and the man, Bas Sheva Bracha. Oh, this is a big space for us. I was going to say that Morty Rubin got on a plane that came just for Shabbos. He did an unbelievable job of just all the stuff that has to do with Morocco and the history and different things and Hugin and just different fun. And he spent hours upon hours, and he spends hours upon hours on our website. He just showed me brand new app, MDY app. So Shkef got him the thing for enhancing my Shabbos. It's a big surprise. Shkef Morty. Turning in the daf. Not there yet. Okay. What did I start in? Oh, you're right. I wonder why. MDYR. Refuah Shlema Yonatan Itam Ben Bashem Bracha. Refuah Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther. Refuah Daniel said Ben Ayel Esther. Oh no. You're only up to Zion on that. Guys have it? Design on that. Oh no. I'll show you the book me. You have very interesting studios as usual. Schools, Mamish, turning out to be fascinating. If somebody chefs with a wheel, with a machine. So here's a picture. Here's the book. So there's a wheel, but the wheel itself is not what's doing the cutting. There's a knife on the bottom of the wheel. It's a little side. Right? But okay, you get the idea. And you put the animals this way, and it chefs. By you pushing some lever, which turns the knife, which cuts the animal. Says Gemara, it's a good shechita, even though it's on a wheel, it's like a machine. Mukni is like a mechana, like a machine. But it says somewhere else that we even mentioned it, the shechita is possible. So you use a machine is possible. It'd be great. Imagine you put a knife on a machine, and all the shechita has to do is move animals past the machine, past the car. He doesn't have to do anything to say. The siren of the pepper. There's a machine they used to use to make earthenware. Today, I know that they have these machines that spin the earthenware, and with your hand you mold it in certain ways. Maybe that's what it is. I have no idea. But they used to use a machine, and that is considered kavach. It's the power of the person, the human being, pushing the pedal with his foot, with his hand. It's human power. Like a bicycle. A bicycle would be, you don't power. You go like this, and you're powering with your legs. Love is sign of the night. When you have what is this called in English? A wheel that turns from the water. A water wheel, okay? Water. A water wheel, it gets all its power from doing zero intervention at all, and that turns and spins the night. That's no good. Now, there is one situation where a water wheel would be okay. Water mill, but that's the mill. This is not a mill. This is for shechita. What is the case where a water wheel works? And it's okay. When you open up the water, and the initial gush of water starts the wheel to spin. That is considered human power. Why? Because with your human power, you open up the water, and the water came and pushed it. 5 seconds later, however many seconds it is, 2, 5, it's already no longer human power. That is already from the water. A great example would be if you're on a plane, you're in a restaurant somewhere, there's no water thing, you have to wash your hands. What do? You want to wash Negovas in the morning, you want to plane. You're on a United flight, and you want to wash. What do? So a good idea would be is to push the water and stick your hand in immediately. Or stick your hand, push the button. Take your hand out, you have to wait for it to stop, and then you do it again. There's only like 25 pushes like that on a plane, and then the water runs out, so you gotta be careful. Yeah, so that's what they say. No. Y'all see. You can't do anything about this noise. I was once at a shear, and a cat came by, and Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan said, muffle up, and the cat died on the spot. Yeah. No, seriously, you know what it means to be on a trip? For the last 7 days, you have the Ben Shushan brothers. It's big, and I can't wait for the Shabbos. I don't want to put the pressure on. Just remember, Yossi, both of you can't make me cry. It's also the crying Shabbos, yeah? It's easy. You can't just very good. The siren of the Maya. But even with the water wheel, there's a way that's mutter, the shachrit, and the way is also. The initial burst of water is considered your force. Your force, good speed. But once you, whatever that Baruch Sheni is, 2 seconds later, 5 seconds later, the turning of complete rotation of the wheel, then it's already, or whatever it is, I'm not sure what Allah is, something, it's already not your pipe, it's already water that's going to continue going. Imagine, I turned on, I opened up the dam, and now it's my pipe for 45 years. No way. It lasts only for a few seconds, and that's it. Then the rest is Hashem pushing the water through. So the Gemara, great story. If somebody ties up his friend. And he puts on him some sort of strip water. And he dies, he drowns. Like, why is it? These are, it's like shooting an arrow at somebody. So he shot a bunch of water until he died. The enemy says, he died from the initial force. But once the second force, whatever that means, then he's potter. So more the video, the love, speaking down so I recommend everybody that's behind the screen to come to the front of the screen.
הנה הספירה של קפריאן, אני הולך להביא את הכסף, תחכה כאן.
Guys, if you come over and fucking on, that's like it's just about having fun. I don't know why. That's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette, being like, went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette. Wow, Tony ran 130 miles an hour. Not more man. It's faster than that. Everybody went right down on it.
This is the most gruesome video I've ever done. It's good eye.
תפסנו אותו בורח, הוא זה שפתח את זרימת המים. אני חייב מיטה, זה הסוף. זה נראה איזה כוח שני, זה לא נכון. עכשיו רצח. בדקתי את כל השיטות. לפי רש"י, הקורבן היה רחוק מפתח יציאת המים. לפי הרמה בהסבר ראשון, כיוון שרק שטף המים השני. הוא שפגע זה כוח שני. לפי הרמה בהסבר שני, כיוון שהיה סבל שעיכב את המים, גרמה. יש, אני פטור? בש, חייב מיטה בידי שמיים.
Levice, the guy was going to remember that locha. Okay? So, it's going on. Hey, you enjoying? That's okay. It's okay. Go. Yeah. God said Rabbi Choy the Rebbe Kiel. Says the Gemara Ma'aseh. No, in yeshiva, not like this. Let's say Rebbe's sitting where I'm sitting. A Talmud is sitting right in front. And then this is the second Rav. Rav, imagine this Rav who's the Gadol Hadar. He started out somewhere. He learned by Rebbe. Rebbe was the one who wrote the Mishnah. And Rav is the first Amora. Rebbe was the last Tana. Rav is the first Amora. Slightly the Tana. They call him. You consider him a Tana because he was the cutoff line. So he's right there. Even with Rebbe, he's never considered a Tana. So, but at a certain point, he sat behind Rebbe Kiel. He was in row 2. He wasn't up front. When I learned in the site, I learned it for 2 years. So, row 1, soon sat there. Guys that were cheering for a long time, guys that understood the shear, row 1. I was row 7. Right in this like for 2 years. Yeah. What? With who? With Rebbe? Yesterday? Listen. I know. So you also Rabbi Choy the Rebbe Kiel. Who's Rebbe Kiel? No? Who's Rebbe Kiel? He wrote the prices. You also Rabbi Choy the Rebbe Kiel. Rebbe Kiel Kamei the Rebbe. And Rebbe Kiel sits in front of the Rebbe. You also Rebbe called him. Rebbe says, when I'm in Shvita, how do you know Shvita must be done with something detached from the ground? It can't be attached to the ground. When the people takes the knife, the chef, Yitzchak. So, the Rabbi says, there's a whole thing here. How do you prove from here? From my entire, okay. upon him, he's not deceiving for shkita. So he gets him a felt. He went, then he took something that's detached. Why else would the Torah tell us that he took the knife? So Rav is sitting in row 2, taps his, repeal in row 1. He's, Mike Mama, what is he talking about? What is Rebbe talking about? So this is, it's kind of, it seems like football. I'm very proud of Yoshi. I told him I don't like what another artist did because the other artist, and it goes according to one of the pshatim they say, he did it with the grain. And I felt it should be against the grain. I like that pshat better. So this is more like it, against the grain. Writing a vav against the grain, so you have a ton of cuts in the vav. It's split up. So in like 23 seconds, he sends it back to the version, and it's all fixed. Great. So basically, he said, the kid tells Rav, you're right. He's looking at Tavi on the shoulder because I agree with you 100%. I don't think Rebbe knows what he's talking about. That's basically what he said. Rebbe, Rabbeinu HaKadosh, Chamidim, mistake. Okay. She says, but come on, he was right from Rabbeinu Avinu. What is he's not saying shtusim. He says, cross, using the Avram from Ashur. So the kid is telling Rav that this process, giving the right from the process. The Torah is just telling us what Avram Avinu, how he had reasons. Those reasons. He said, they don't want to have any issues with knives and looking for knives. I'm going to get there, I'm going to have it, I'm going to do it. It reminded me much of the Maggid Shir himself. He brought a knife to Morocco to have reasons. Just so we could say that. Then I felt good. I felt good because you told me that you're scared of the knife. About sure you work on yourself and hopefully you don't have trauma when I saw the knife and shears. You're just watching Betty. You go like this every time I swing it around. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I can't save it. And listen, if his blood is better ready. What program I chose using that program ready. It's up to you, man. Oh, my Rav. Sure, you have everything. Oh, what's this? We didn't get to it. Okay. You have the. Oh, my Rav. Shita Lee, Polish will say Kibro, leaning up a desire, have a Polish. So first, Rabba starts out talking about a desire, and then he brings it back to our sugya when it comes to Shkita. Now what? How do you use something that used to be detached and you made it something attached? First, a brick. You build a home. Everything in this hotel right here behind us, all these beams, one's about detached. The one that's house. The detached, plus, they got them from the ground. So these are all man-made material, probably like cement or whatever. Detached. So when you take something detached and you attach it, and now becomes a mechuber, is it not halacha detached or attached? Which one is it? So, there's a halacha of a Zara that tells us that if it's attached, it cannot become it's mutter b'hana. So in other words, if I worship a mountain, if he worships a mountain, he cannot make the mountain also. He can make an animal also because it's detached. He can make a glass in top of the Zara, but he cannot make a mountain. Why? Because the mountain is the pivot. What about a house? What about a house? You make a house out of the Zara, the answer is yes. And why? How do you explain it? The only way to explain it is because it used to be detached and it's attached now. But the fact that it's attached now doesn't make it attached. So therefore he says, you see what happened there? There's someone behind you. In the morning, we're on the opposite. It's weird how that happens, even in Morocco. Someone goes, huh? I've never been, this is, I have to say this out loud because I know you're thinking it. This is the first time that I could think of that the Olam wants to get stuck in Morocco for a few more weeks. So yeah, yes, what, Trump is gonna bomb? Yeah, I think it's happening. And what are we gonna do? What, we're gonna sit in the banyan tree for 3 weeks? Oy vey, well, what about the kids? Oy vey, hey, yes. Lois, please, God, please. First time ever. Wow. No, we have to stay here. This wasn't the bad tree. Venturesome brothers. So much we can get to. The only thing we have one problem, we're sparring. So we said this. I'm stopping in the Baishul. So here I want to stop for a second. It's just about it. I told you what I was going to say there. I'm stopping in the Baishul. I believe is a common thing in Kitzbahs. You don't have that much of a scroll. Especially in the neighborhoods that we live in. A lot of neighborhoods, the nice neighborhoods in there, so not a bit Shemesh. In America, you have, I'm stopping in the Baishul. God builds a gorgeous house. It's in this whole thing. Sometimes you see people. I know a guy in his 80s that built a house. Mom's in his 80s. What are you thinking? By the time it's done, by the time you move in, like, what's going on here? Seriously. And people start building these houses in their 50s, 60s. It's very interesting. So, you Mustafa, you go, you add the marble from here, you do that. What's beautiful? You know, we built a beautiful house in Chicago, right? 1,100 square feet. And one of my friends built 11,000. What did I say? 11,000 square feet. And one of my friends, his wife, I just saw her, and she's in the 500, and a very famous film lady, very nice lady. They built a house with a basketball court inside. I was like, oh, what a shop house I had. And the next guy, I'm not, I can't make this stuff up. He has a basketball court, he's good. I'm going to have a pool and a basketball court. And one of the guys, my best friend, is part of the show. I even gave a bunch of shoes himself. He has a pool that makes the banyan trees pool look like mamish, like a mikveh in Meishar. You're gorgeous. So the point is that no matter what you have, then I thought about it. Hey, yesterday, unbelievable hotel. I almost was taking pictures. I built a hotel once, and my family's into hotels. We have hotels full of the pool, and I really appreciate this hotel. This hotel was designed in Moroccan. I had a room there. I don't know if you guys saw this Moroccan restaurant. The cigar bar, and the this, the that, and the ceilings, and then you come here, like, that's garbage. It's not garbage. Like, if we would have stayed there, I would have been not happy. The Shabbos in the Radisson of the Marriott, sorry, yeah. I knew it didn't stop. Marriott in Fez, Manish. Stop. It's one of the nicest hotels I've been to, period. The nicest compared to this. Yes. Then I remember when the Darwin told me this morning, he said, you know what the biggest Gehenna is? The biggest Gehenna is when you get up to Gan Eden, they show you an unbelievable mansion, and you look next door and you see that's half the size of the guy next to you. That is Gehenna. Gehenna! You're in Gan Eden, but it's Gehenna. No? It's what? No. Whatever, I mean Gan Eden. Yeah. You can't even use. Dude, you can't even use it as sleep. Right. I'll just move out of the way. Yeah. It is recorded. Don't worry, it's gonna be recorded. Leslie has it up for you. Alright. So that's I'm stopping on the bike story, but the point is that you get a physic, because at the end of the day, even if when you get up there and you get it, then with the there's gonna be rivers and Zafin and ocean from views, but it's gonna hurt how much more you could have had. And you don't realize how much more you could have had until you see it. You only see it when we didn't know that this is a Muslim even. But once looking the Muslim, like I'm gonna go to Hallelujah now. I'm gonna go to how do you do it? How do you what? The Sahara. Yeah. Okay. Zog the Gemara. Zog the Gemara. So if you bow to your own house, Asara, you make your house also. Where are we going with your house? He's speaking in the Chubber. The law that is a Muslim that their gods are on the mountains, but not the mountains are the gods. The mountain can't be a god. The mountain can't be Avodah Zarah. Just the Avodah Zarah on the mountain. The concept, because the famous, we said we had this in the Avodah Zarah, but a mountain that's mechuber cannot be Avodah Zarah. You can't answer it. And the Mela, you have to understand why a house is awesome. And the answer is because the house started out not mechuber, and you made it mechuber, and the Mela is different. Oh, you can go by. It's beside it. Let men go by. It's fine. What? He said men, not all. He said men, not all. He just ask me if it bothers me. Accuse them. Do it again. I don't care. Leave actually drawing tonight. Depends where. Depends what. All the mountains. Leave actually drawing tonight. Oh. Now we have a beautiful. Let me show you this again. If you don't remember this video, first of all, here's the boy side. Take a look.
All right. Round around we go. Back to the bucket. There's only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is back. He is a cool dude. Amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia.
So you can't make a high Avodah Zarah. Why would somebody? He's saying it's always expensive. Why would somebody want to worship a So, this sweet pencil. Have to call him over here, please.
I know it don't look like it, but I fuck sometimes. Last time I was fucking a chick.
He's not for the game. Now, the boys say, this is one of my favorites. It's a decent one, but it's one of my favorites. In order for any food item to become halal, it has to be much in the Kavatuma. It has to have a situation where you put one of the 7 liquids on it. Water is called. Water, do. You have to do that. It's hard to have a tuna. Unless you're the first option. Oh. Now, I want to tell you a few more Kiddushim for this video. Another Kiddush. If you want to use the water for any other purpose, stop. You want to use the water, and then that water touches your fruit, it's also not for that equivalent. You don't need to want the water to go in your fruit. You need to want the water, let's say, to wash out your pot. Then the water goes. Now, right? Even if whatever that usage was, even if it wasn't for food, it's considered food. But also something that's not equivalent powerful. Let's say I want water to wash my roof. I have too much dust on my roof, my skylight. So I want the water to wash down. And then the water goes and hits my fruit. So it's not much like out the why? Because that water was from the filter. Now let me know this. You go by here. It says it's not. And we didn't actually right tonight. So now I have a place tonight when it comes to wishing fountain. It's not. I played it right out of place, so somebody flips over a bowl on a wall. Why did he flip it over? The shoes so that the vessel. Now, I raised it a few times. But water is good enough to go on the fruit and make the mixing kavutim because I wanted the water to wash out my dish, and my dish is not the food of the cow. The shvil shlo yil kafka. So what if I pull it, I flip over the top so that my wall that I just painted shouldn't get wet? And the food, because that's for the wall and not for something that's cut from the filter, which is a wall, but wall from the filter. As well, I'll give a gotcha. I'm just going to share this because it's food in my head. It could be I shouldn't be talking about this, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to say it anyway. I'm not getting into trouble. This is pleasure. So this thing in itself, I don't know if anybody noticed, but for me it seems like we're going a lot of times and we're fighting for things that are less important than important. For instance, the Kaiser. The Kaiser was shut down. It was shut down for a long time. I haven't heard one protest. Now, one person tried to break into the Kaiser that I know. But shooting by a fire like the oh, that's a day I see. Sad people went crazy and they have close eyes and they go there and over. But isn't the Kaiser much in English? I don't understand. Isn't it? What? It's the Kaiser. It's sometimes people make a bigger fuss out of for me. I don't know, I'm going to get into trouble for something. See, but anyway, I think the prayer, it's more fun. The Kaiser, maybe it's more helpful. I don't know, people might tell me that. You know what they do? I don't care. I'm saying what it hit me. The Kaiser. I don't remember anybody making a call. So it's shut down for a month. The Kaiser can't go back in that meeting. Okay. Right there. Oh, it's talking in July today. Then in July. Oh. I should have said that. Oh, okay. I had that opportunity. Okay. Talking tomorrow. Oh, she said, hi. Talking tomorrow. She says, what's the task? Oh my gosh, I'm interested to the harize bechitan. If you do it to wash up the dish, that's considered good water for being not much of a so you can infer. But if you did it to wash the wall, so washing the wall is not good water. Well, it's only the opposite. You can be like that. You got poison in it. If you flip over the dish to protect the wall, and it's not good water, infer it and make a deal. But if you want to wash the wall, so then I'm inferring two opposites. So what do I do? So one option is only the laws of conflict. You're right, it's a broken thing. It's my focus. And this is exactly what Rabbi refers to before. The majority when it comes to Yechiyuta. One of the holes that by the chuber, you want the water from the chuber, it is considered good water for Mashal Kavutim. One hole. No, this is one mana. Have a place in Ma'ara, have a place in Binyan. You hear this? The wall of a place of the Ma'ara, it was you dug out a cave, like there was a cave. The wall was there for the churches to make Bereshis. So that's Manish Mechuber, it's Mechuber Mikara. But you have a wall that you built, like the hotel walls, that's all called, that's man-made. So even though it's Mechuber to the Karka, it's not considered Mechuber. Because why are we going to be this is what I meant to say. I could place of issues with if you flip over a bowl on a wall, because you want to rinse out the grease, then it's considered good water for pushing the cover. That was just you the hot place, so anything if you done. But if you want the wall to get clean, that's not considered good water. The red going, we're person. Oh yeah, it's like real. And it goes on to explain, and we're going to explain the difference is if it's a pre-existing wall from Chishin Gracious, then it's considered the fifth target as well. That's place a binyan. But if it's a regular wall from a home, which is the Yuka, I thought so that you do get that the wall shouldn't get wet. Who then if you can and we still shoot the hot so if you can sorry. If you don't want the wall to get ruined, it's not considered good water, but if you want that the wall to get rained on and clean, then it is considered easy down. Now, how does this whole thing have to do with sheep? The Rava tells you so when you speak in my eye. What if you have a knife and you patch the walls? Is it considered the chuber and not the chuber? You turn it down by the global specialists in financial services. I know that the Rishma Simirasi, I recognize Yitzchak for the Shalom. You know what? I hit my head now, so I'm going to say it. Sometimes it's not a good thing. I don't have a good filter. Naturally, I like my filtration system is not the best, but this one is not bad. My official told me that he gave us this massage. Now, massages are very partial. Seriously, it's top end. It's not sound massage. It's banging to massage. My wife told me it's the best massage she ever got. I hate to make you feel bad. He gave it out so you can come to share it. And then the guy he gave it to, he gave it to somebody because he didn't want it to go to waste. He gave it to the guy. The guy came over to me first year. He said, what do you think? Massage or your share? I said, massage. Why don't you tell massage? He started arguing me. You thought I was going to tell him, no, share. No, massage. For him, he needs to go massage. Because you even have a suffer of the massage. Why? Because at the end of the day, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. The other thing, we'll make up the share later, hopefully. And you don't want to previous, but then you're going to regret it all. No. Torah has to be in a geschmack. We learn Torah, and that's another thing about this trip. Damn it, it's a big point of the trip. That we're able to enjoy life and do geschmack of things and enjoy it too. Eating, and then some of us even jumped out of planes. Most people got it. Because of whatever reason. But that is, you couldn't combine the two, learn Torah, everything, even diving dominion, and learn Torah. You also have a good time. It's not a steer. And have massages and all that stuff. Okay. Don't worry. I'll make it. His wife will pay him up his massages. Okay. So, question. So, what's the question? Question is, if you take a knife, you take something and you plant it into a wall, what's the halacha with Gabi Shkita? Is it considered the full burn is no good? Is it considered talish and it is good? It's good to touch now. But it's so yes, you're not place it. We actually did some two things. I don't know which one is what. It's so known by itself. Yeah, but that's no. Oh, here. Let's call this one, okay? There's a stone coming out of a wall. That's a good one, right? Because everybody can tell that this wall, when I saw a wall similar to this here, I guess in the yards of the rooms, this kind of stuff. Everybody can tell this is man-made, right? This is not. They all have the same room. Oh, I have 2 bedrooms. Why? Because those places that maybe if I'm not gonna go there. They saw how much time I spent with my wife preparing the share. They was figuring, okay, maybe. Well, that's a nice question. Let's give them 2 rooms. Okay. Maybe I'll sneak a kid out of my suitcase. I don't know what I'm thinking. It's the same room, right? It's the same room. Same room. Okay, the living room is a little large. That's it. Oh, the kid is coming at her. Right? Alive. Actually, listen. Well, it's just like when you guys get the massage next time in the morning, and you go for steering on the beach over here. Isn't that? Just remember, Ellis depends. He's sitting in his room preparing the shoes. Okay? How many rooms? I need more rooms than you. I need to prepare a little. I'm out for one room. I'm basically the other room. You guys enjoy your spots, okay? I don't even know what it looks like. I didn't even go in. I didn't even look at it. Oh, listen, if I was gonna, I'll just tell you this. Don't feel bad for me, because even though I was up for 3 days, I wasn't even sure. I wouldn't go to that spot. Don't think about it. Not for today's reasons. I don't do a spot. It's not my thing. If there's a basketball court, I'll be on the basketball. I'll dive, go jet skiing. I'll go scuba diving, skydiving, all this outdoor stuff. Sitting around. Fun style. Not my thing. That's not. So it's when I play safe. Everybody understands what I'm talking about. Anybody who done something? Everybody? What? You all do it. What do you have to tell me? Listen, what happened in that restaurant on the 4th floor stays there. Someone has to remind me one of the best lines ever. It's like 2 serial killers walking on the street, like, why are you alive? Why are you here? I want to kill you. You're rooting for me. Oh, that was so good. Yeah? Okay, fine. Awesome. This case for boy side, again, I gotta show it to you again because we lost track over here. And by the way, there's another share coming up. If anybody wants to not go to the spa after this, wants to figure out for another share, I'll let you stay. Chovish doesn't see. So he says in the Gemara, so we have a problem here. Even though this wall is not considered the you just told me it's man-made. So why is it a problem? Why is the shkita puzzle? So you see from here that wall, and even though you attach the stone to you're the one that attached it. So it was not the quiver, it was polished. The quiver is possible. So here's a great value that if you take a knife and you put it on the wall, it's possible. No, it's going to place a Mara. It's talking about something like this. The Mela, this is from Shishim Generations. It's not man-made. And therefore, that's why it's possible. And I'm going to prove to you the Kana, give me the Kana, Elam, and Shlomi out, because they're both in the same sentence. It says Kana, and it says the Maros and Mela, the both. Kana is a reed. Obviously, it came from Hashem and stuck in the ground, so it's Mechuber Mikvah. Yeah, this piece doesn't look so good in this picture, but yes, it's a piece. This looks like somebody put it there. No, the point is it's a cave, and that's how it is. Tashma, not Sagam Pesach. Here's another one. It says you take a knife, you put it in the wall. You shot that ball. You might even made a picture. I don't know why. Like this, you take a knife, you shot the goat like that. It's good for the next silver. This one doesn't share it. So what do you see? That even though it was polished, you made it before it's kosher. So it's going Shani Sagam Shani Sagam Godoy Mevatel. A knife is different. Why? Because what? Right, you're not going to battle the knife to the wall. You're going to one day come and take it out. Tashma. With the chuber in the karka, she doesn't share. Now this, as you remember from yesterday, we had a contradiction, so we said the fact that it says Mechuber karka, it's good shkita, it's referring to that it was punished in the Mechuber. So here's a great case of punished in the Mechuber, but the shkita is kosher. So it's more good push. Maybe the child over there is just a Mara Mechuber karka, socket. Maybe it can't be right because it's just a shot of what's going on over there. What is the Mechuber karka? It means a knife, And then we already established the knife is not something that you have to do wrong because you're going to fall off. Okay. Now, think about it for a second. If I were to ask you, what's a worse shkita? If the knife is over here, here's the knife. Putting the animal on top of the knife and cutting like this, or putting the animal below the knife and cutting like this. This is the knife. The question is, and this is the animal. What's worse of a shkita? Putting the animal's neck like this, or putting the animal's neck like this? No? Anybody want to take a guess? Fine. Correct. What do you say? Yeah, because right. I hear what Yossi's asking, but the answer is that if you were to let go, it would be Teresa right there. Because the animal's head, how much does the animal's head weigh? I don't even know if we can lift it. It's probably a couple hundred pounds, that head. So you're holding it back from coming down. So as it's coming down on the knife, that itself is Teresa. The gravity is creating Teresa. I get it, but that's if you are in control of a knife. When the neck of the animal is on the bottom and you're in control of the knife, so you're doing the knife, you're not doing Teresa. Over here, the neck is pushing down. Yeah, okay, right. That you can see. Teresa is a problem when you don't even see. You don't even notice that you're letting the pressure of gravity go on the knife and you're not controlling it. All I'm not talking the peso. If you put a knife in the wall, the shofar bush, it doesn't share it. It's a good shkita. If you did this is the only way it's kosher. So what is he doing? He's moving the neck back and forth. How do you do shkita? He must move the neck back and forth. And second lamata, it's out of the hema lamala. But if he does this, I see some English. But there's a concern, maybe he'll push down on the knife and do this. So that's more of a funny or bench. We learned there's no difference than we learned yesterday. It's two different halachas. That was if the knife is on the bottom and the animal's neck is on top and the knife is in his hand. But if the knife is on top and the animal's neck is on the bottom, so even if it's in the crib, even. No. These are all kosher, but the only way it's kosher when the knife is below the neck, in other words, it's coming down, is only if it's in his hand. That's how they check today. Yeah. As for the full thing back, so it's coming down, the knife is coming down. But the knife is coming down. And that's not Drisa, because he's controlling it. But here when you have the cow's head pushing down, the knife is not moving. I don't know. Here, let's see this. What are you doing? No. He's holding up the cow's head and he's coming from below. Okay. So that's the only time that it's okay when he's holding the knife in his hand. But if the knife is stationary, in other words, in a wall, then it would be a problem. But if it's the reverse, if the knife is on top, then it doesn't matter if the knife is in the wall, then it's also okay. What? Good. We have another one. Here we go. Over here, we don't have a problem with the tree. So why? Here, y'all see, there's no problem with the tree here. Because a bird is it's so light that you're not going to use the power of the don't enemy is very responsible and you're controlling. You don't even have control. You're the This is the Amar of Yitzchak. This is the I'm really should bar Amar B'Kroy Mishul Khan. Things are going to get weird in a second. There are 5 things that if you have a broken piece of reed, so the best picture I can come up with, actually we have a better one. But this, again, not to mention that I don't know how many times I mentioned sugar cane and ginger and lemon. I took from this picture, now if you look, all the way on the right side, so it's a broken piece of sugar cane. That's very, very bad for a few things. What? For 5 things. Ain't sure you can't just figure with it. Why? Because it has a bunch of splinters. It's going to tear down. They know, but you're not going to meet with it. Very vague. It's a lot of splinters here. He did a one, he also did something like this. But splinter, you don't never know. Also, do not use it as a knife and then to cut your steak. Then the facts of the and do not use it as a toothpick. They make comfortable. Don't use it as toilet paper. Ain't choice in the kind of a question. When it's open, it's going to it's in the first you use a reed. Or about the similar to that. We're talking about reeds that don't have splinters, special type of reed. But a reed that has splinters, you're not allowed to use for reed. But also you cannot use it for cutting meat. He said you can use it for the innards of fish. Zeke. Now I want to show you Rashi I saw today. Look at Rashi. Ziggy. What does Rashi say? Anybody can read? Clear. And that's Ziggy. Ziggy means clear. Ziggy. Why? It's transparent. So it's transparent, you can see right through it. You can see if it has a splinter. And chicken, schnitzel, why? Because it's soft, so it's not going to splinter into the chicken. Okay, we come from you're not using this toilet paper. So the more paper blades from the whole mouth, you can have a double. If you use toilet paper that catch fire, you can have whatever. So, in other words, it's more of a Kabbalistic thing, I believe. Why? How do I know that? Because it would be a big problem. So if you're starting, the ones that you're starting do not listen to this. Starting melody is toilet paper, right? Why? Because it's splinters and it's a problem. According to Shlomo pastors, anything that catches fire, you can't use this toilet paper, so I'm sorry. Bari, no more. But, and this is where I get into trouble. I haven't mentioned this in a long time, and it's usually not a place where I'm not sure to talk about these kind of things, but I feel I need to do a public service announcement today. There's something called a bidet. I'm not kidding. I'll tell you why. It's la halacha. I'm saying la halacha. La halacha, if a person doesn't use toilet paper correctly, he has a big problem with davening. Something cheaper. People should know this. It's cheaper than toilet paper. It's a one-time purchase. It's $45. It's a little hose. It has a spray. It is worthy. I should be saying this, but I have to say it for the all. I'm taking one for the team. Everybody should have one in their house. And you save a lot of money. What? Everybody. It's the best thing ever, the best invention ever. And I'm serious. You save money. I'm not sure how much that is everything else. Anyways, and by the way, if anybody wants, they can come to my room. There's portable ones. When here we go. What?
sort of like cruises
No.
down, you know, nice and slow.
You install the ones that have
Really,
the heaters and the
you know,
design
really
fans.
appreciate all the coffee that happened
$25.
earlier
What?
on in the show. You know,
$25,000. Ah, Mendy said right there.
ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenure bring hosts in the history of the show. The great William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes.
Yeah. Aquaponics, that's, yeah.
This was
Omar
another
Aquapa,
episode of the show.
no.
We did it again.
He
Fun
knew how
stuff
to
happening all around the world.
Now, what I was telling you is, if you have, let's say, a scar from a monkey, do not go like this with a reed that has spindles because it goes into your Haka Shaykhim. It says in the Mishnah, Haka Shaykhim, Haka Shaykhim. Haka Shaykhim. Haka B'shkita Basidu. You shkita even for a bird. Yeah, even for a bird, that's not common. Who's a bird? Remember, every Shmuel, he's going to Shmuel, Sani Piyah, Haka Shaykhim, get his blue heart, that should even love. I'm not the earthly boss.
Oh, yeah, that's David Lucas. Yep, that makes sense. Cool cat. Everybody, Michael Lair on the tank.
No, I see it. I see it in the camera. I see it in the camera.
Jen down below.
Okay.
Spencer up top.
Fine. No worries, but time out. She didn't go?
Nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
She insulted. No, but did she have a boyfriend? Oh, it's one of you. Okay, so take it out. It's one of them. They're about to the last one of the time. So there's Bergen said a lot of eat meat. Some kind of steak. Wow. But kilo nesalam so tight. There's a lot of people here that they love meat more than love meat. I know it's pizza's top number one, obviously. But some people like steak more. So imagine if you couldn't eat any steak. No spot. No spot. Right. Some people live for 3-4 days before Shabbos, just smoking already up the meat. And here we have the Rebbe, I think, he bell out during his show, so coming after. And then his Rebbe sings right next to me. The guy was telling him, you know, he was smoking and everything. Oh, that guy, yeah. Was coming in for his series, his first series on it. All right. We're almost done. So believe that it's unbelievable. In the beginning, it was awesome. We should bring the liar to the IRS school to bring back the show. Look on the side. Then she'll say, okay, go ahead. Doctor should go there. Going to get a gun. It's definitely not doing this information. I don't know. How come, you know, that you're not going to get any more work because you want to go. Gashanino, that's what he used to say. It's not interesting. Masculine of Yosef, I know him, the ones that they're allowed to eat it, that should be the point, not that you can check. The point that you're allowed to eat meat. Boy, because my time, what's this thing about life? Why was meat awesome? Once, when they're very close to the Mishkan, so just bring a carbon, and every time you want to eat, you can bring a carbon and you can eat the steak. When you say about that Mishkan, so why did meat come with it? I'm not getting Mishkan. Like right now, in Bells, when the first stars, we don't have a Mishkan. So the only way to eat it is to do Baskin. Baskin actually, I figure let's say, but certainly now that we're far away, very far, we don't have to say that. The way large, we're looking on one side, what's also good. Okay, I guess we really have to. Both sides, the sky's open until what time? Have a wonderful day.
And then, of course, Rachel Virgil Jimenez was here. Believe it or not, that was snored the entire time. I know, it's shocking. Go ahead, Joe Berg. You have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media.
Yeah, me and David here, we are American Trackers.
That's right. I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the Comedy Store. We are streaming the show out there.
Charlie from Beatles for the CD.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Kill Tony Live.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. From Morocco. Morocco. One of the nicest hotels, probably the nicest hotel I've ever been to. The Banyan Tree. Banyan Tree. I'm gonna show. Maybe I'll give it to Ariel. Maybe somebody can throw it in. I took one video so far of the room. Part one. This is part one and part two. Crazy massive. Popular with the private. Not everybody. Yesterday, let's talk about. I'll talk about yesterday for a minute. Those who come with the Maybach. Those who come with the Maybach, so yesterday was one of my favorite days. Probably was my favorite. I love the Gemara. For me, it's like wow. It was only because it ties into Gemara everywhere. It gives a lot of Gemaras a new meaning. And Lala Surita was just next level. And then Rabbanim and Divan, from D1, Divan. And then we did a dinner on a rooftop in the middle of the neighborhood, Lemishveni, and police escorts everywhere. We had our security guards plus local police with us the entire time. And then we had on top, and the two Ben-Shushan brothers, we had a comedy relief in the middle. We're just going back and forth, they were saying over my scenes, going at each other and with each other's Layla, learning how to pose it. Not something special. Bam special. We got to the hotel here at 1:30 in the morning. Then I went to sleep at 2:33. There's a show, and I was dancing. We needed to jump at 2:30 in the morning. Behind me, by the way, is the ocean. You can't really see. This is water right over here, and there's some sort of like a lake with ducks right over here. It's hard to see the camera. Like we wanted a nicer background, but so we're outdoors right now. A reminder to say Sefiras HaOmer. This is one of my favorite pictures. I'll tell you why. Because for me, I thought I was outside. Everybody was basically sleeping. It was early in the morning, and a couple decided to go see the sunrise. And they took a picture of me appearing here. I was still like fancy in pajamas or something. I don't know. I'm wearing my like a shirt, like one of those basketball shirts. Which I usually don't walk outside with, but nobody's out. And the camels in the background, and the Sahara Desert in the background, and the tent. It captures a lot for me. So it's my favorite picture so far for me. This is the Berlin. The Berlin are with us. Berlin Sun sent us in a while ago. There's a robot, MDY robot. For that. MDY Montreal in English. We have in Hebrew in Montreal. So now the sniff, it's all location in English. Also, this is bakery. Check this out. It's a beautiful bakery. Look at this. What? Bar by Zilfa Bar. And Great Neck, New York Seal. Unbelievable. Great Neck, New York. Telephone. Look, that's part of it. Sefiras HaOmer is the first Admor Revision Street with the best plan. There's a few people missing here. I have to say, it's early in the morning here, and then it's a couple of us whoever's here this early. Sefiras HaOmer Anonymous in honor of David Frankel Yona and Mayor Shimuli, Sam Cohen, and Joe Kashki, Deal, New Jersey, Mishar Bar. By Zev, Enyal, Shulov, Perek, the Benedict family, Dafka, Svav, Yossi, Rachel, Liba, Willig, Lezek, and Ishmas, Ziva Shulamis, Bas Pinchas, Mary Krieger, 29th of ER, she was sponsored in the South of David Solomon, dedicated memory of Avi Marie, small bar for time to those who don't rock. The Oxford Family Foundation is gratitude to the consortium and the Alliance and all the people supporting the Y. Anonymous, myself, and the Ripple School Vouchers, thank you to Chief Benny. Anonymous. So this year's cheetah myself must be the Lali Salika story. there's a Yad Hashem, EY, as Dr. Prophet story, Sheikh Meir, that we planned a trip to go see Lalo Salika. That's the number one place that everybody tells us that you have to go to Morocco, you have to go to Lalo Salika. And we go there, and it turns out it's a Yosef. Crazy coincidence. Anonymous at some reference to the guy means the basic so Anonymous were completely first name and everything some for Levi Sester, Yemen and Danielle Rosenfeld, did anybody see the Yemen Rosenfeld? Calling him out. He's B'Shem in China, he has all rights to sleep in. Did anybody see Iris Simon? The first name of the Mary Barker Miriam is here. The Yemen and Danielle Rosenfeld, Valencia Shaka. Moshe Rukin Markovich, probably supported the Yemen Spanish. The name of that happened in Lulu, and the English ones are Chaim Vidal and Yeshua. Yeshua and Deal, Malka, Jacob Schreiber, and Yusiam, are supposed to be you, and his name off in the formal Bash Lamas. Howard, the winner, the English was up in very time. I brought the Nachum in honor of Benny Yutag, who got me from DY years ago this week. Bernie Yutag, Bernie the Burn. I don't know, anybody remembers from 7 years ago, 7.5, 8 years ago. And he brought somebody in here, more than one. Anonymous Mazda Turi, Pilgrimage. Oh, something like that. One of the Puri, one of the biggest investors in Jewish education worldwide. That's tremendous. 100 and something schools. Big zapper. Yeah, huge. Anonymous with the merit of Rashida. Sorry, Golda Bas Rivka. Anonymous with first name Hayela Dako Ben Nova having surgery today. Yesterday. Oh, that's James? No. Well, the reason why he wants to know is he doesn't want the world to know that he went on the trip and his son surgery. Positive. Jose Nishmas, Danny Silverberg, Daniel, from Ben, you better type Levi Hakoyen, is Shoma Benavio. Go very right for the murder of first name of Aaron Brooklyn, Aaron Yusha Ben Lydia, anonymous and member of Shlomo Ben Mazal. All sponsors month, HYK Ventures in the space for success of all our clients. It has to be that Hillel learns in the prayer there every day. I'm just copying, that's why we sponsor tickets for the prayer. He feels close to what? Benjamin and Daniel Rosenfeld, Rafa, Bekarnasa, NDR Kids sponsors monthly innovations on sales and records of Vega, Every who's best at month. First name we only can make a mission Rafa. First name on board Kevin Esther. First Hayela, I just found out Hayela, it makes more sense now. I mean, it has more meaning. It has more meaning. First Hayela, Daniel Zev, Ben Hayel, Esther. That's me. How do you, if you were on the plane sitting next to me and you had your headphones on, your noise canceling, how do you hear me talk about this Yael Daniel Zev? First of all, I don't know if I have my headphones on. Did I have my headphones on? Also, it's not 100%. It's still, but it doesn't drowns it out. And I told him also that I usually put on rain. That's my thing. I put on the noise. Just the noise canceling feature by itself is not enough. The rain usually does work, so I don't know. Oh, then I also have the limit to my apps. I don't have to watch apps during the day or be on my apps. So then it turns it off. Maybe who got me there? Who knows? The cash is a good one. Really? How old is he? Wow. Okay. Wayside. Beautiful sugya of court. As usual, we're in the middle of the sugya when a person chefs on Shabbos and Kippur. He does a shkita on Shabbos and Kippur. He's permitted to have from the shkita. Says Rav, provided what? way for Wednesday. You ain't. No, we'll see you. But Shabbos, you ain't. Can't eat it on Shabbos. And the Gemara tells us that goes according to Judah. The son of started with this one on yeah. Well, he said, where's Iron China? Where's the island? What's going on here? Where's the island?
Mustache Zippy doesn't have a mustache, but neither does the characters. They all seem to look a little bit alike. All right. They all look alike to me. Well, welcome, guys. We're gonna have fun. We have
the dogs concern we just started.
Actually, we have 5.
So Gemara says, no Farkas. Hello. No, he comes in from Australia.
5 signups.
Takes him 24 hours to fly in, and they're only going to land like 2 days before Yom Tov, and they have to be working all the time. So it's a very big sacrifice to spread their blood. No Farkas all the way from Australia, famous cousins. So, something we have over here. Was asking me. When we talk about this after Shir and ask him. Tyler, want to know about your Sphira? Are you going to miss a day of Sphira?
Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last couple of episodes with Michael there, but you know what? Every single time that guy goes up.
You know, by it. So the answer is obviously by Asia, the Middle East is not a problem.
Kicking off tonight's show, a beloved figure to many.
We'll get to that more. But, so, before going for the sleep here,
ladies and gentlemen, here's William Montgomery.
he always tries and says, you know what, maybe the review, this is this one, that one. Muktzah Machmas. It's Muktzah. You can't touch the meat because it's Muktzah. It's also before Shabbos, it's also now. You didn't really hold us in. Last words on the Omer. It's not a Yudah Omer. And they write Shabbat, that has been talking. You have a candelabra. It's made out of earthenware, so it gets all nap. Steam grows from all the oil, so it's certainly Muktzah Machmas. But even if it's a nice material like metal, which doesn't get dirty, and it's older, candelabra, you're allowed to move it on Shabbos if you have some sort of reason to. Muktzah on marriage and Yitzhak on Shabbos, everybody's familiar with this halacha. Once you light a candle, I remember as a kid, I didn't see it in a long time. Some people light their candles on the Shabbos table, and it becomes like an issue. So they think the tablecloth, you're not allowed to move the actual candles. So what do you do exactly? I remember that people were not so familiar maybe with halacha back in the day. Maybe today they more. I don't know. Okay. The Dilma Shani Hassam. So you know what's the connection? How do you know? So therefore, if you would say in our case, when you have meat. Or an animal that was even in a fight before Shabbos. It's like a candelabra that you have candles lit on it, and even when the candles go out, the candelabra remains also. Why? Because the process became something that's also. At the time that the candles were lit, you weren't allowed to move. So over here, at the time that the animal, but that's a big issue when somebody owns a dog, like we used to have a dog. A lot of touches, a lot of good pet there to really touch your own dog. The actual dog is Muktzah, and a lot of people in my family were making together. They came up with their own kulas. There's some of there. I was looking, I don't know. I would love to hear it. But I don't know why it's Muktzah. I'll tell you the truth. I don't know why. Like, but you must respect. Okay, fine. Okay. The Gemara says over here that this is Rabbi Yehuda. That's why you can't have the animal. The animal is Muktzah because when the Shabbos is really shocking and the meat is available, it's still Muktzah. It says the Gemara, that's all we definitely do. What's the connection? When you light a candle in the candelabra, you say, I don't want to use this beautiful silver piece in the next 24 hours. They just lit a candle on. But an animal, you didn't push it off. You didn't do anything physically to show that you don't want this animal. You do the shiny husband, you don't worry about it. Therefore, let's go and find another review. This is the Yehuda picture. Snap, Mavasha, the Shabbos, very, very famous machlokes. It's a three-way machlokes. And the three-way machlokes has different parts to it. But before I jump into this three-way machlokes, I think it's important to talk about President Donald Trump and the United States of America. Why? I think it's important because we have to have gratitude, we have to have a cause of faith to the United States. The United States, we're celebrating now the 250th birthday, and it's probably the only place in history where Jews and all religions were allowed to flourish and practice their religion. But not only that, they encouraged it, sort of. They promoted, they gave money towards different institutions to this very day. And from the war, from the Second World War to today, no pogroms, no different things that the Jews went through in history. We take it for granted almost. We have to say thank you to the United States. And it's hard to say thank you to our country, so you say thank you to the president. He happens to be, he has a tremendous amount of common sense. And that common sense, I believe, every day, I love his common sense. And that common sense helped us in the last very hard time period that Pakistan was going through, and Israel and everything else. And they helped us a lot. Tremendous amount. And also both friends. And what's so interesting is that he called out, and that's why I'm pausing here, is he called out that Jews around the world, Jews in America, should teach Shabbos. Here in the United States, Christian, I believe he's Christian, says Jews should keep the Shabbos. So I'm going to just piggyback on this call and say, as a first offense to him, first offense to his birthday, as gratitude to President Trump, let's all try to keep Shabbos. All those, there are many who watch the share, I'm familiar with a bunch of people who watch the share who are not currently saying Shabbos. They watch the share religiously every single day. And as a president now, so maybe this is a good time to keep one Shabbos, just one Shabbos, and we'll all be free. All right, so I should take his call to action. Okay, so what's my focus? So I just want to make my focus easier. It goes like this. If a person is following Shabbos, he focus on Shabbos, yeah, it happens. People, I was in a house. I just remember, I was in a house. I was in Dallas Truba. It's actually, I'm not going to say, then people will figure out who it is. Someone in Chicago, Dallas Truba. I ate in their house, and I witnessed full Shabbos that had to do with cooking. She wasn't aware that a certain thing with the oven was awesome. She didn't know. She didn't. You could put it in, whatever, pick it out. She didn't know the halacha. I said so. No. So now, what is the halacha? Seriously, you eat the chon that just came out of the oven, the meat that just came out of the oven. She did it. No, it's not to show you. If she would have told you before Shabbos, say, what you're doing is nuts. She would have done. She had a reaction. I told her, she was shocked. She was the first time somebody ever told me. I'm a Baal Shuv for 10 years. I know. So what's the halacha? You ought to get this meat or not. So the three machlokes. But we have the three machlokes in both categories, whether she did it deliberately or she did it unintentionally. Because if she did it deliberately, then we have a machlokes whether anybody could eat it. Everyone. And so it goes like this. We have a mayor who's the most makel, and we have Yochanan Steinberg who's the most mock. And let's say that if we haven't deliberately, no one could eat it forever and toss it out. Rameir says if it happened unintentionally, like in my case, in Chicago, then you're allowed to eat it, but only on Motzei Shabbos, and you have to wait. Then she asked, you have to wait. How long did that meat take to cook? 2 hours? You have to wait for 2 hours on the Shabbos. Why? Because you don't want to have any benefit. You don't want people to benefit from the Motzei Shabbos. So if you cook them 2 hours on Shabbos, you're not going to benefit from the Shabbos. Well, you wait for Shabbos. So those are the extremes. Like Rameir says, it's mutter. And then you have a Rebbe says that's also cheap. It's not for everybody. So, okay, and he goes in the middle. And we're going to say that our sugar, the truth is, you don't have to know all the different sheets to get the people. Now, to make the sheets a little easier, I will say that Rameir, whatever Rameir holds in Mezid, which is his extreme category, that's what the view that holds in Shagi, in the lighter. And whatever Rabbi Yehuda holds in his Mezid, that's what the next man, the Rabbi Yochanan, holds in his Shagi. So it's steps. It's fear. The mayor, who's the most maker, says by Mezid you should do X, Y, Z. That's what Rabbi Yehuda is going to hold exactly by his Shagi. The Rabbi Yehuda that holds in his Mezid, you should do this and this. That's what Rabbi Yochanan is going to hold in. Okay. So let's see inside. It's not. I'm about to Shabbos b'shoyu. No. You could eat. Oh, when could he eat? He could eat right away. So I misspoke before. The mayor holds they could eat even on Shabbos. I'm gonna show you. So according to a mayor, which we'll see that Rebbe said, that's up your mayor. So in that my situation, sitting in this guy's living room or dining room and seeing that his wife was shaking the Chal Shabbos with the food, without eating right away. Even she. Yeah. Even her, even the Mabasha, right? So we have the guy doing the cooking, the chef, and then we have the friends. We have the shayid and we have the mezid. So Mabasha b'Shabbos b'shayid yoichal, the mezid yoichal. Why, if you do deliberately, why shouldn't you eat? Because there's a knas. There's a penalty here. Can't eat it right away. Delivery, Rabbi Meir. So let's see, I don't know. Rameir is on the bottom. No, it doesn't move. Okay. I don't see what's going on there. Okay, so Meir says b'shogeg, yoichal afilu b'Shabbos. So I don't know if you can see, there's a table with a chef, with friends. You guys see the chef? Can you see it? Oh, zoom in, very good. Okay. Here's the chef. He's the worst guy because he's the one that did it. According to a mayor, on a shogeg, even he could eat and his friends could eat. On Shabbos, you see it says on Shabbos. On Shabbos. Mezid, what's halacha? Only on Motzei Shabbos, you see? Mezid, Motzei Shabbos. Only who? Only friends. You don't see chef there. And that's what Yehuda is going to hold. Well, that's what Yehuda is going to hold on a shogeg. Here, on a shogeg, Yehuda is going to hold that only friends and only on Motzei Shabbos on a shogeg. What is review the hold on a mezid? Yeah, on a mezid. That's what not. Here. So he did very nice. He put the chef all by himself. He gets nothing. The chef gets nothing. The friends get to eat when? Only on Motzei Shabbos. So that's basically what review the holds on mezid. Let's see if it's right. Yehuda Omer, and this is what the Gemara is trying to say, that Rabbi Yehuda is our Mishnah. If somebody shechs on Shabbos, this is what you do. Oh, remember Rav said, yes, you're allowed to eat the shmita, provided that you wait a day. This is, and it goes according to Rabbi. This is the Yehuda, you know what? But if you shech, by mistake, our Mishnah is going to be talking about the shechit, by mistake. You have to wait until Motzei Shabbos. Amazing the real time. But if you do it deliberately, you can't eat forever. But who can't eat forever? The chef. But somebody else could eat. And that's going to be a good Sandler's shaykhut. In the Mazid, Rebuda, if you did deliberately, the chef can never eat it. Can never benefit from it, ever. But his friends could. Yeah, it's always because yes. So if you have a Sandler, Shabbos, I know because there's a lot of elements, it's hard to remember it all. But Rabbi Yochanan says if you did it by mistake, I'm going to hold up with Yehuda in his mitzvah. You have to go to Shabbos Lacher, only his friends, not him. Why? Because we get a knas, shake you up to Bezin. But Bezin lo yachal ilamis, but if you do it deliberately, you can never eat it. Oh, what's it going to say? Where it says that we're going according to our mission, going to Yehuda in Shaykhut. It has to be Shaykhut, and you have to wait until the Shabbos. Says the Gemara, why don't we say that it goes according to a mayor, the second category mayor, but he did it deliberately. And a mayor, he has to wait until Motzei Shabbos. There's something like that. Why? It can't be removed. Since the Mishnah says the words that he shechted Shabbos and Yom Kippur together, one after another, so Shabbos is similar to Yom Kippur. Now Yom Kippur means from Sheg Relation Remez Lo Yachos. On Yom Kippur itself, nobody could eat. There's no head to eat on Yom Kippur. Whether even if you did B'Shegi. Apachanami Relation from Sheg Relation Remez Lo Yachos. So when there's no difference in Shegi and Relation, and he shouldn't be able to eat. Gemara, great. So that's the Mishnah of Shegi Rabbi Yehuda. How would you say that our Mishnah in terms of Rabbi Yehuda? In what case of a shaykhut? Think about it. Let's read the Mishnah together. Let's see what it says. Hashaykhut top of Yudal. Hashaykhut b'Shabbos will be in the Kippur. I'm reading this words. You tell me if it makes sense as a shaykhut. Even though he gets the death penalty, he doesn't shayra. Are we talking about a shaykhut or amazing? How could it be a shaykhut? It says Mischai ben Afshel, he gets the death penalty. It says Gemara, I don't know what you're talking about. When we make this looking as though Shaykhut Rabbi Yehuda, how can you say going to go? Well, I'm going to go inside. It says in the Torah that he gets the death penalty. You don't get the death penalty if you do something by accident. I'm talking about obviously doing amazing stuff in our city. But the Mishnah is trying to say it's so extreme. We're talking about a situation that if somebody did it deliberately, you get the death penalty. So if he did it unintentionally, maybe we should be super mindful. It's a very severe thing that he did. So what if it's unintentional? It's like if you kill somebody deliberately, you get the death penalty. It's a very, very severe thing to kill somebody. If you did it unintentionally, it's not a joke. You don't go home. So most times somebody runs somebody over past the phone. The first thing is it goes to jail. Then they start discussing what happened, where. It's a severe thing. It's not a joke. That's not, first you have to decide it wasn't the murder, and then it depends how mad the cop is at the time, and this and that thing. It's all massive. I think in America it's slightly different, no? There's your. Says Gemara, so I didn't mean to say that our Mishnah is not Mishnah amazing. I said, in the case of amazing, you get the death penalty, you have to be very careful by your shaykhut also. And in fact, you do have to wait until Motzei Shabbos to get the unit. I'm going to finish the shaykhut. So if you haven't shaykhut, you're allowed to eat the finished meat. Gemara, okay, so one more question, then we'll know what this is. Why would I say the Mishnah? We told you the Mishnah was going to be we have three shifts. We have the mayor, we have the in the middle, and we have the Yochanan Salman. Maybe our Mishnah goes according to Yochanan Salman in the Shagi. Having the Shagi, we don't do the Yochanan Salman. We don't do the Yochanan Salman. I'm a nation of Shagi, but nation of Shagi is no yacht. I'm not sure we have a good Shagi Shabbos. Interesting. Why? How did it happen? We got the little coffee here in the morning. And it's not a unfortunately, we have a lot of these guys. Okay, weiter gegen einen Schatz. Says Gemara can't be revealed from it. You're not going to get revealed on Sunday relation to the Shagi relation to the amazing day on Shabbos. It's tricky about the Sugya. A lot of things are sticking a little word here and it's putting it there. What it says over here, relation to the amazing relation to the Shagi relation to the amazing day often means only in Shabbos. So why would it say that it goes into the no, revealed on Sunday come out and it's Shabbos often over their lunch. But at the end of the day, there's a difference between the chef himself and his friend. And the Dutch because the cherry comes. But our time never differentiated between anyone. He said a blanket statement that if someone who chefs himself and people his culture, he didn't say, only close to his friends, not close to himself. So maybe we can't say that from the way from the sun, we wish we love, wish not parent, and now we have a brand new soup. That's what the Shabbos. So I'm going to read this and you're going to tell me what this is. This is tricky. 8 o'clock in the morning, after sleeping 2 hours. If somebody cooks on Shabbos, if you did it for Shogeg, you did it by mistake, the amazing your time, he does it, the liquid for Shogeg your time, he did it unintentionally, he could eat. You hear this? He could eat. The amazing your time. Who does it go? I'm going to show you the steps. You have to tell me besides Zaire. Again, if you did it for Shogeg, you're allowed to eat. The amazing you're not allowed to eat. Who does it go according to? This is the most Meko Shita. This is Rameh. Rav said twice. Don't talk like that. The question is, why would Rav tell somebody to eat fine? I want to ask 2 questions here. What's the point? My time is shot again. Why would you do twice? You're laying into this really good. You're saying she different. Mayor and I Rav told like Yehuda. Mayor and the Tana, the manager said like the mayor was really good. Yehuda is not becoming for a mayor. Because God holds it with Yehuda. So if anybody tries to say something like the mayor, I quiet him down. It doesn't make sense. So, he's someone like Yehuda, but God himself doesn't hold like Yehuda. God himself holds like your mayor. So you should have been very happy that somebody said like your mayor. Why would he be upset? When he himself holds like your mayor, why are you upset that somebody else said it's like him? I don't know this. When God was teaching Hilchos Bishul, his Talmidim, he told them in private that the halachas of the mayor, in other words, that can be made out that somebody in Chicago cooks meat unintentionally, you're allowed to eat that meat on Shabbos, even the cooker, even the chef is allowed to eat it because it's unintentional. That's what he told his Talmidim. But if the does the figure, that was the review. But if when he said it in show in front of the whole community, he said, no, that was the review. Why you don't want him to be Mako and Shabbos? You decide on Shabbos. Oh, you suffer a lot of eating. And then by mistake, all of a sudden you start eating Shabbos, you start eating it yourself. Forget it. It becomes awesome. You should mind me off the genre. But you don't kind of agree. So the Mela, so what? So if somebody came along and said, Allah is like the mayor, why would he come? Quiet, that is Allah. Just the obvious answer, because he said in front of so many people and he wants people to know the secret. If he came out, that this story happened in front of the whole audience, and that's why he cried now. No, but the nobody listens to another Amir that comes along and says something. They listen to the guy, the speakerphone, the round phone, the megaphone, the one with the loud voice. I'm not going to say who. The guy has a voice here in Yerushalayim right now. So it's up to you, Mara. Avi, are you taking pictures? You listen to this show. I just want to know what's going on here. No, okay. Oh. Okay, I'm not going to call you out. If it's good pictures, if they're good we have to find out if we say a breath on the ocean and where maybe it's a particular place where the oceans meet. Okay. The nice you can say a breath on your room. It doesn't matter. Every room here is like. You know, I didn't know this. Listen. You can all come to my room and make a breath. It's fine. But the items, the items, our mishpach is into the hotels. We have footprints and what else? Holiday Inn is part of the whole. So Holiday Inn and what do you call them? Whatever, so what they say is the Hiltons and the Radisson. We were in the Radisson, unbelievable hotel, one of the nicest, really. They won yesterday, we won the clubs. Unbelievable hotel. But then there's it's like a different kind. It's not a hotel really. It's like houses, villas. Everybody gets a villa, ocean views. Jackson, okay, we'll talk about it in a minute. Everybody's about it. Something about it. Up to Kuli Alma. All around me. I'm gonna show you. Kind of come in there. Says you're gonna listen to what happened. We don't get to the some of it. What you? You were listening to Torah in the mikvah? Everybody's so. His mother, you can see there's a difference between a guy that comes to take pictures and a guy that's living. Every second he's sending his status and his marriage. He's in it. He's not being. What? Yeah. Something more. From that thing? Well, from this place, are you in the? No, you're not in the. We got it. Okay. I spoke about Ribari before he came. I told him in America of the community relief that we had last night. I didn't say what we discussed. I didn't say the topic. I didn't say what it was. I just said it was Gishma. It was very good. Okay, so let me tell you. Listen. Ray is going to have a mark. We're going to go out to the ocean and do different things, scuba diving, and then this. I know we're not, but let them think that we are. What? I'm serious. I'm not joking. Can't emphasize this enough. Monotrip. Everybody should look back 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, depends who you are, where you are, at what point in your life. A lot of us was a year ago or 3 years ago. And when we're in a place like this, did we really learn from our Torah before chakras, and down chakras in a million? And then you can enjoy. Then you go ahead and enjoy the whole day. That will do. But that you're starting off the day with Torah. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. Yeah, there's two Shiurim coming. Who are both sides? You guys prepare, I'll say it.
You've only done stand-up twice. When was your first time doing stand-up?
As long as you know this was maybe the first time in my life when I heard that scuba diving was canceled. What was I thinking? Like, where was I going to prepare? Because at 3 o'clock, I'm going to give 2 Shiurim. So what? So says the Gemara. A noob shot over here. Noob shot. When the Talmud came and said, "Hey, Rav," it's a Rav. It's a Rebbe. He's coming to the bed like a Rav. Oh, you're allowed to eat it for sure. What's he talking about? Bishul. There's 2 categories. There's Bishul. There's the cooking, and there's the shafting. How much is that shafting? Not shafting, and that's why Manish puts right in there. Says the Gemara. Try to get down to the Rav. He was talking about Bishul, them somebody cooked, and that the 3-step machlokes that we had over here, the steps. This thing, it wasn't about this. It was about somebody shafted on Shabbos. What do you do? Gemara. I'll show you. We're holding like 7 months in the back. I'll show you the Shabbos, but show you go. Chef. Then you could do it. You could eat it if it happened by mistake. You chef by mistake on Shabbos. Like, oh, that's what it was. This guy. It's about chef. On Shabbos. How do you chef by mistake on Shabbos? It's a good child, actually. And now I'm copying how this video makes much more sense. Where was the guy chef to show you? Because you forgot what day it was. Gemara says, it makes it a little time, but if you do it deliberately on Shabbos, you know how to eat LA. I died to Remeir. The other Remeir. Which Remeir? Of cooking. That's the only can show Remeir of the Mivashal. That's the Mivashal you gotta eat from it on Shabbos. Why? The Roy Lachas. So Gemara makes a distinction. When you take meat out of the freezer and you cook it on Shabbos, the meat is edible. In fact, we had a lot of arterial meat during this trip. Uncooked meat is a thing. You can eat uncooked meat. You don't like it? That's your thing. But it's a thing. People eat uncooked meat. They eat uncooked tuna. It's uncooked. But no. The question is it muktzah or not? When you have an animal, when you have a live animal that's not edible right now because it's put in a fire, so it's muktzah for everybody. You have food. You can give it to Jamie. You told me I had 7 pieces of that. It was edible. So it's not muktzah. You can give him the food. You're allowed to move it. I was showing they ain't running up this low. But an animal that before you shafted it was 100% kosher to get hold of it even for a non-Jew because it's even a chai. So then you can't say, oh, I shafted it and I could use it right now on Shabbos. So it's muktzah. That's the Gemara. And this is why Rav don't be quiet. Because we weren't talking about this, we're talking about shita. So be quiet. You're making a mistake. The Remeir is talking about Bishul, not about shita. Don't be quiet. That's the stuff. Not quiet because I'm a rats in my ear. Quiet because you made a mistake in halacha. Don't connect shita and Bishul. Don't see the shita doing. But wait a minute, Alvish is talking about shita. Don't have shkia by Rav, shkia Rav, asur, b'achila liyoyma. And in shita, he said that you can't eat it that way. But that's what Chavrei Lemeir is doing. It doesn't go to. Am I right? What do you mean it doesn't go to? Because only according to Yehuda it's also that day, but according to the one who's more noble than Yehuda, will be mutter that day. Or Meir Shari. So why would Rab say, be quiet? According to Meir, it's okay. And he's saying this time that spoke up and said, hey, you're not to use this meat on Shabbos, it's going to the Meir. You know, now, Shari and Meir returning to Daf, the 12 days, going to Shari, like, yeah. If a person who's buying Mamish a place just and I have to shut this meat even on Shabbos, so now this animal is no longer muktzah. What does muktzah mean? Muktzah means I'm not tzedas. I removed it from my mind. I'm never going to touch this animal on Shabbos. But no, he said I am going to use this animal on Shabbos. This live animal, I'm going to shoot. Yeah. I'm going to make a good dish for the sick person that I'm taking care of. Muktzah. So why is it going to be quiet? Because the mayor doesn't say it's mutter in general. It's mutter when there's a real reason. What's the reason here? He's a sick person. But if it's not a sick person, you're not eating. If it's really a sick person, so even Ruth is going to agree that it's not mutter. Says Gemara, what happened was we removed the mixer status. You're right. According to Review, there's no muktzah. According to Remain, there's no muktzah. There's no muktzah. Why is there no muktzah? You have a sick person in the room, and you have to fix the room. And then they it's muktzah, it's not muktzah. Body became healthy. Once it becomes healthy, now I go back to the machlokas with Meir and Yehuda. What happens when I do something on Shabbos, unintentionally, intentionally? That's why we review this with culture, or Meir says, if somebody came sick on Shabbos and somebody in Shachrim, you got to give him some meat. Eat immediately to heal him, but the healthy person cannot eat. Why can't the healthy person eat? Rabbi said, give me a good reason. No. Who just said that? If you did, you said it. If you did, you prayed. It's a muktzah. Because for the healthy person, it's muktzah. The muktzah doesn't go away. What does muktzah mean? The Bein Hashmashis, this was also that I'm allowed to check it for somebody who really needs it because it's great nefesh. It doesn't mean it's not muktzah. For you, it's still muktzah. What? No, I said he became a Kohen Shabbos. Says Gemara. I'm about to Kohen Shabbos with the Lubon. That's a shulchan. Shulchan Shabbos is muktzah. But on Vashal Shabbos, mutter bari, take the meat out. I don't want to say freezer because okay, people are gonna tell me it wasn't real life. Either one's in the freezer. I don't know what. Take it out in the refrigerator, but it's meat that my official doesn't like, but Jamie will do like that. So that meat is not muktzah. Why? Because it's really lucky. Listen, I'm with you. I don't know. Food is one thing, meat is another thing. But I ain't really lucky. No, it's interesting. Animals, they eat it. I was like, okay. They just eat it raw. They don't need it used for nothing. Very little down, and I global specialist in international financial services, I'm the red, the special Rossi. Baruch Bas, Yitzchak, Bagash. So, tomorrow. I read on the Papa. So, Rapapa comes with the first number, then with the certain starting with brand new Mishnah, interesting some things about the night. So, it says Rapapa that sometimes we can reverse the halachas. Both halachas will reverse. Sometimes when you chef on Shabbos, it's mutter effect. Everybody. You go to jail and find the guy, everybody was asking, oh, yeah, because then what happens when you did the prayer, right, in the Chayla before Shabbos, then there's no more muktzah. But sometimes Mivashal, even though typically Mivashal is mutter in Shabbos, you do it for a Chayla, and then Mivashal is also, you do it for Chatzalei Zlaf. When you put something that was connected to the ground on Shabbos, that's mamish mitzvah, and you're allowed to do it for the Chayla, but not for a holy person. So what's that halacha? I'll show you from the Chayla. If you have a Chayla who's a Chayla from before Shabbos, I'll show you the Chayla with Shabbos, with the Bari, then it would be allowed for a healthy person in a raw state, like just to chew out the parts. Because this is not because I designated it for the sick person. And the shechita was completely for the sick person. Because you cannot chef a part of an animal, chef the entire animal. Because chef the guy doesn't try the chef. And then chef it just for the sick person. So maybe you're allowed to take a ride on it, piggyback on the shechita, and eat from it on Shabbos in a raw state. But you can't cook it. Why can't you cook it? I mean, rational for the Shabbos, but don't try to piggyback on a sick person, take advantage of the sick person. Sick person, oh yeah, I made a pizza for him on Shabbos, I'm going to have some of the pizza. No. Why? Because you might come to add extra for yourself, and that's also obviously the Mela is to say anything cooked for Shabbos for a sick person, other people should not be touching it. Right. Shechita is no zero. What are you going to do? More shechita? You're going to chef 3 simanim instead of 2. I mean, you always have to chef 2. You always have to chef the entire animal. It's always chef. The voice has a beautiful video upcoming surprise for somebody here in the audience. Hashochet b'magal yad. So yesterday we were driving in the bus, somebody started screaming, "Stop! Stop!" And the driver in his advanced 70s almost went off a cliff. He thought he might run up where a person it was like it came out of a deep cut. What happened was there was an individual on the side of the road cutting whatever it was. Flowers with a sickle. And I said, it's not a yacht, it's from a shame. We're learning Magal Yad, and here's a guy with a Magal Yad, going like this on the side of the road. How often do you learn about a Magal Yad and see a guy that day doing like this in a field? He didn't stop in time, and we don't have a good picture. But we have second best. We do have a beautiful video of somebody here doing the Magal Yad. So we are going to show Magal Yad the voice out. Here goes.
Something like this. Look at this health system. What can we share?
How do you see it? Oh, because it went out in the Hebrew. Oh. Weird. Okay. Yeah. Were you surprised? Anyway, Ben, you saw it already? You didn't see all of it. Okay. So, what do we have here? We have a Magal Yad. It's interesting too. It's sharp on one side, and it has like a saw, like serrated on the other side. So you're allowed to use the Magal Yad on the sharp side, not with the serrated side. The Tsar, you see, they made it interesting. It's a stone that the top left one will become it, and if No, it's not round. It's not round. Really. See, look at the picture. It's straight. Yeah. So, yeah, that's exactly what Ben was showing. But it's this. And it's the Evan. He said the halachas as he was talking. He was trying to sell it. Those who are here, like, this is what they do in the marketplace. They come over and they try to sell you everything. Unless you have security guys that they whisper little things to the ears and they go flat. But in certain cities, those whispers don't work. So, by the Balisali's thing, they try to cut these guys to do it. Yeah, different cities, different mentalities. So, Akol Shoftim, the Loyal Shoftim, the Bakol Shoftim, Akol, Loyal, the Bakol. Which I was going to explain. I did say Bukana, but I didn't explain it. Bukana. Bukana is a reed. A reed, yeah, because he started asking me a question in the middle of that word. Bukana is a reed. You slice a reed in half, similar to what they have the snacks on the mat. So it's a half a kana, very sharp edges. Oh, the sugar cane thing. Oh, no. Another thing on Hashem. I think I have a video or something. Somebody has a picture. It's good. You throw it in. They took a sugar cane and ginger and lemon, and they put it through the machine, and they crushed it. I drank it. I don't see any right now. All it does is crush that, and I started doing it, and just thinking about that, I think. No, sorry, let's go from here. Everybody can check. Who the Olam Shoftim? You have to know what that means. Who about Kol Shoftim? And you can check in with every item. It doesn't have to be a metal knife. What? A Magal Kutzer. So what's a Magal Kutzer? Here. Magal Kutzer has serrated blades, but they go in one direction. So the concern here is that you're going to tear the neck and not shack it. It's going to be a nice smooth cut. And now, up here. Now Megera is the top one. It's more like a saw also. Vashinayim, T. That's T pirate. Oh, we have a nice one for Shinayim. Here's Shinayim. Very sorry, take a look at this video. Those are thieves. Yeah, people say, oh, AI. Yeah, but you have to have like ideas and you have to know how to manipulate. That's it. Next slide. Ooh. Oh, here's the sugar cane. That's a reed. Just like that. Beautiful. But look at that. You have the background. You even have a crew building in the background and dirt all over. Lemon. See the lemon and the ginger. Let me show you. The lemon and the ginger. I saw the guy make it. Puts this cane right through this machine. And it comes down on this. Health benefits. Okay. So Zaki Gemara, thank you. What? This is just a public service announcement. We walk a good 10,000 steps a day, more. Some days 13,000. I just want to tell them those 13,000 steps, we burn off 10% of 1 meal. That's it. 10%. Don't let anybody fool yourself that because you walked a little bit, you're going to stay in shape. No. The below was not one lamb chop. So if you eat 3, you have to do 30,000, 40,000 steps just for the lamb chop part. If you eat 7 carpaccios, don't let you fool themselves. Because the guy told me, I'm walking it off. No, you're not. You're walking off 100 calories That's it. Zero. I mean, if you go on the treadmill for an hour straight, you're burning 500, 600 calories. You just stressed 3,500 in one meal, one breakfast. So forget about it. So Gemara. And it even says there about Tziparim with a fingernail, maybe a nail. Oh, Mamash, a kiss from Hashem, our boy side. The fingernails of the monkey. You can calm down with the emails. I'm still alive. For those 10 emails that I'm going to die overnight, so I'm still alive. Then there's more emails that it could take 30 days to die. Okay, you straight up. Thank you. Thanks for ruining my trip. So if you chef, so those nails, shita is what's the problem? Because it tears at the skin and it doesn't cut smooth. Says Gemara Sheifa. It says that the chef never did again, this idea of shita, how long are we to see forever? We're under an hour? Okay. So here, let's do this piece. 10 minutes. Listen to this. Hashoifet the ever in it says Hashoifet. If you did it with a Magaliyad, so after the fact, it's okay. It doesn't say you should check with the Magaliyad. It says if you do it, then it's okay. The ever in the here's what I can understand why Simple is not good. Gilmas and the Mela did the Lisa. As you saw, Benny holding it, it has two sides. It has the serrated side and it has the smooth side. So very good that you're using the smooth side, and you might one day, or a kid will see that you used that tickle, you won't know that you did it this way or that way. You'll use the wrong side. And it's sort of kind of like a feeling, but why can't you use a stone or a reed? Rumini. Akasha, I think maybe two minutes because very cool is Shakana. You can cheat in anything, with a piece of glass, with a stone. This is before she stone. Says the Gemara, Loikasha. Kan the Talosh, Kan the Mechuber. Our Mishnah that it says that we have it. It's talking about that it's attached to the ground. It's attached to the ground. It's problematic. It's not the best thing. It's okay after the fact, but when it's completely detached, the stone, the detached is good. Rabbi. But he says here, it's possible. He says in the you got some fellas, you take it in your hand. So when it's connected, no good. Oh, it's okay. I tell them to match with here. The other, so we're going. If you're here, or here says that when it's attached to the ground, you're yaitza after the fact. Says the word, you can do it here with the other. And what time like a short term, maybe post, maybe. Just like in the mind, that's how we're doing the matter. Whether that the animal's neck is up and the knife is down, or that animal's neck is down and the knife is up. They never learned here because you just told me that a soldier is only after the fact, not the fact. Never says it's completely possible. So why are you telling me it's 100% the thing? The king says it's only after the fact. And the Kurd Rebbe for sure can't go because Rebbe, the Abnami law, the Kurd Rebbe. In what situation is completely no good? So how does this go? No feel actually the feel holds this is the first place to go ahead and stuff like this, not a problem. Why we can really the evidence, why is he arguing in a case when it really seems like he's talking about after the fact? Yeah. Pay for the Rebbe to say that Rebbe is so severe, his sheet is so strong that he holds that even the Diavad not, I hold the Diavad, yes, but I want to point out the Rebbe holds that in no shape and form is the sheet okay. So I'm saying the Shofet. The other thing is I put a law, Imanu. But when our Mishnah says Shofet, which seems like it's only after the fact, this is God quality. No Rebbe 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 Chia, I feel if a Chila, Rebbe David. Namila, yeah, same question. So the Gemara, I love Rebbe Chia, I feel like a Chila, Mishnah means, Umar says in the Tanakh Shaykhid, Rebbe. The Mishnah that says, Shaykhid, that's okay, but the Rebbe is Rebbe. But the problem is, you just said Rebbe holds that the Rebbe is not good. I just thought the Mishnah says Rebbe holds that the Rebbe is good. How can you Rebbe out the Rebbe? No cash. So what's the obvious answer? Probably there's a difference whether a reed is still attached to the ground and they've never had a shasa kosher, so to speak, who's always attached to the ground. So Mela then even with the evidence possible. When you have a knife that was once upon a time detached and you put it into the wall with cement, that's much easier. Even though it's from Kuba right now, but once upon a time it wasn't. But when I tell you the son of Allah, Ben Kuba, I didn't have to make such a distinction. The Sanya, Sheikh Ben Mufni. What's a Mufni? Here we go. Beautiful. Check this out. The boy side. There's a Mufni. It's a knife on a wheel. And it has like a pedal. It's like a machine. What? No, that's more of a. This is like not a manual, a mechanical. Yeah, thank you. The guy is such. That's his name. He's fast with the words. This one is a mechanical device. Yeah, a machine. Comes in from the Russian machine. Mechanic. Mechanic שתדע זה צ'רה. במקום התאגיד שתדע זה צ'רה. לא, אתה לא יודע שתדע זה צ'רה. Everything is kosher. But it's so yet when I call it like Pano Elo and Elo, but it's a psula. But if there's a knife attached to the wall, then it's possible. That's what I love. What do you do? On the one hand, it's mutter. On the one hand, it's also, which one is it? No, obviously, it's different. It's a shiny from the Kurban Mikari Culture. It's a difference. Whether this is blue like that, you have a reed that came out of the ground, which is always the Kurban that's possible. But if you have a knife that was once detached and you attached it, then to the evidence, it's partial to do. Shemina, la both sides. Have a wonderful day. The boy side, after a long day in the Sahara Desert, which is unbelievable. After ATVing through the desert, some sort of bracha, at least my gracious and good. Some dvarim, we had a great time. And now we're in Fez. This is where the Rif lives, the Rambam, wearing the Fez hats. And we have with us, we had an unbelievable dinner. Mama's unbelievable. And one of the things, we have a band with us, a Geshmak band. You guys in beautiful voices, you have Zubin and Dish behind me. And wherever we go, great song, great camaraderie, great vibes. And I want to share with you one of my favorites is now. Every time we sing it, if I get into it, it brings tears right away because the word Yizari. You ever thought it's like a D minor over there, Yizari, yeah? We're gonna sing it together. Oh, it's so emotional, especially with these guys doing Zisha.
because they're trying to like cast you in something. Like, you know, this racial thing goes so like it's like crossover social interaction or something. I don't know. I guess it's maybe also the city is set up in a way that's like segregated, right?
Correspondent on this show. You can see where it is for a second here. There's our big dick correspondent. What do you come back up to the atmosphere?
This is true.
Also made its debut in New very fun, amazing set, man. All the way up to the beginning. Very good. Sean, thank you so much for your comedy debut. What do you guys are doing? Really good. Sean, do you have a test? All right, we're going to squeeze on one last bucket full up here, ladies and gentlemen. You know this guy. He became famous through the 14 episodes as he famously had sex with Montgomery's girlfriend, Lillian Ned. Race that, ladies and gentlemen, a brand new minute. Here's Mario Conti, everybody. 1, 2.
Big Shkoyach. And to Shabbos, they just showed up another two great singers. So we're gonna have a matziv shabbat matziv. If you want to come on the trip next year, prices have changed due to high demand. Today is Steinbar Boim Yoim Shem Shishu Boys Ba'omer or La Omer Spheres Omer Lukwas Admon Vision Shlita Kudishas Marner Shraben Lay Asri Steinbar. Official edition of the White Shots Masechta Zevin Yael Shulhal. The Perek, the Benedict family, we missed them. We could have been here. Still 22 dafim available in the second edition of the official edition of the White Shots. Dafi Dafin by Rabbi Yaakov Bleish, in memory of my father, Rabbi Ruvain, memory of Ephraim Fishers, in front of Rafa, Yishkoya. She sponsors himself, David Talman, and dedicated in memory of Avi Mori, Rabbi Shmuel Baruch, Rabbi Tzvi Doig, in front of Rafa. The Patrick Family Foundation and gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, that's all Rufus Gashmas. Thank you. Benny! Anonymous for Shneman, or Rizon, for Leva Sester. Biomin, Danielle, Rosenfeld, Rios Simcha. Are you Simon for Shneman, Avi Mori, Bachman Miriam, Biomin, Danielle, Rosenfeld, Panos Bishafa. Speaking sponsors Moshe and Ricky Markovich are supporting the magic stuff to them, becoming great grandparents and a great granddaughter. I was supporting the Dafyoni in Spanish, Mushlema, Arav Yaakov Ben Lulu, Ishmas Yosef Ben Amnil, Shalom, Ishmas Rav Chaim Vidal Ben Yeshua, Ol Shalom. Shim Deer, Mazel Tov to Yaakov Schreiber completing a receptor for a 8-year-old cancer patient. Wow, maybe it's just for him. It's just for Mushlema, Nechama Bas Shulam. Shmuel Ross, memory of Avi Murray, Yitzchak Yaakov Ben, Yechiel Tzvi, Jack Ross. HOK Ventures and the schools for success of all our clients, knowing that he was the code and also innovations that series of schools for keeping simple and pagan with the youth by Zavachaya, NDYR monthly for Shlomo Yonah Tanetim and Rishon Bracha, for Shlomo Mohammed Esther. Just today I heard that this kid needs a for Shlomo, and I believe, but I'm not going to say his name because I guess it's anonymous. I heard him talking about this kid, so I guess he's a sponsor. I never knew. Is he here in the room? He's standing up right in front of me. Refuah Hayel Daniel Sev Ben Hayel Esther Shirab Refuah Shlema. The boys, I hear we are in the Sahara Desert with a private jet. These are actually, it looks like propellers, but it's called a jet private jet. Only for MBY, 50 of us. I don't even know how many. We're going from the Sahara, a 2-hour trip to get to this city that we need to get to. I just want to hop around a couple lines of Torah. The Mishnah tells us that if you shecht an animal on Shabbos and Kippur, you're allowed to eat from the shechita. Says Rav, yes, you have to wait a day. And the whole sugya is, who does it go according to? According to review them. Or which review them? We're going to go through different scenarios, different review them. Says the Gemara. Said in the name of Rav. Asur v'achila liyoyma. You're not allowed to eat it for a day. You're not. Review these. This goes according to review. Then the Gemara says, they review the which review is it, and the rest will see from a different place. I say this every year, but I do want to tell you that this is a jet. It's called a rocket jet. What you see the propeller outside, it's not a propeller, it's a jet. Rocking. The propeller. And with that being said, you gotta learn a little player also on the plane. As we said before, if somebody steps on Shabbos, you're allowed to eat shkita, but God says that you have to wait a little day. And the Talmud said it must go according to review. But now the Gemara is going to try to decipher which review it is. Hey, review it. On Rebbe reviewed it, the Hakakonah. His reviews that says that if you don't have something prepared before Shabbos, it's mutter. For instance, this kind of says the Mishnah. The Chapkin that's a green Mishnah. That's an Ebrima Mishnah. If you have boards that are detached, obviously, so you have to detach. You let it cut them up with an animal, and you let it cut up a dead carcass and give it to the dogs on Shabbos. Meaning, on Erev Shabbos he's alive. Now you have a dead animal. You let it to the dogs. You don't even learn. Let's see, they learn Shabbos is surah. You can't give it to the dogs. Why? Because it wasn't prepared to give the dogs beforehand. So it's muktzah. Something that's not ready to go to feed your animals before Shabbos. You can't supposed to be ready on Shabbos. It's awesome. How much people ready? That's all I saw. Before, it's awesome. Over here also by the shkita, not only by the shkita, it wasn't food. So I've always said, think about it. What can you do with an animal other than eating it? Give it to your animal. Lauren says, got that. Yeah, I mean, for offspring. A lot of people have animals for offspring. And that's what this guy had it for. He didn't have it. He wanted to eat it. Eating was the last stop. He had nothing else to do with this animal than eat it. But otherwise, produce. It's very, very awkward. I'm giving a shit for more women than men. So, you know, I gotta tell you this myself. Here, a great story for the plate. The animal reviewed the uncle didn't check it. You know, you're allowed to shut an animal. It's always another. You're allowed to shut an animal on your uncle. How do you shut it? It wasn't available for eating. It wasn't food. It was Yahweh. So how do you switch designations on the uncle? How do you go from designation of Yahweh to and go to food? Hello, it won't stop either. It won't stop. It's here for both. This got the Hoover roll. Oh, so I gotta think. This is the concept of Freira. I say this all the time, but I don't think my wife ever heard me say this. So, 6 years ago, I was arguing with my daughter at the Shabbos meal about pinup. She's the new type of pinup, gentle pinup. Gentle, what is it called? Gentle parenting. Gentle parenting. Gentle parenting, they'll parent you whatever. So she's arguing. That's a choice. So TikTok, so YouTube video. So she wasn't even. I said, listen, you know what rats is? Rats. What's rats? RAPC. Retroactive trauma clarification. You know what it is? No. If you don't know what it is, how do you even start arguing? You don't know the basics of it. Rats. Now, I don't know what rats because that day we were learning in Sugya retroactive clarification. Very well. So I decided to stick in one more word, trauma. Retroactive trauma clarification. And once I put that together, I had rats. Retroactive trauma clarification. And if you were to said, oh, you're right, I don't know the basics, so I can't argue with you. And let's fast forward 6 years, I just spoke for now, I said, ooh, how is gentle parenting going? So you're right. Because it worked, I switched to options. But anyways, that being said, the Gemara says, we'll do later, the Gemara says, this is an idea of retroactive clarification. You have two options. You have the option of using this animal for offspring and eating it. And you can decide later what you wanted to do retroactively. In other words, on Shabbos, you decide that on Friday, this was really for food and not for the gabba. Here, Dave, let's check the language over there. You want to hear it? Oh, okay. So, see you guys. Have a safe flight. But don't forget that there's 4 exits. 4 exits. 2 over here, 2 over here. And there's also strip of lighting in case of emergencies. Don't forget that. And we open up this thing. And also, you guys know how to take up the people, right? If not, the lady will come and explain it a little later. But always have a wonderful day. So, this is the sugar that we're dealing with. The Mishnah says that if somebody chefs on Shabbos or Yom Tov, Michal Shabbos, you can eat a shkita. And the Rishonim explain, we're talking about that he did it with Simmer, he didn't do it for Esya. Says Rav, but you have to wait a full day, you can't just eat it right away. And we're saying the Lefay Rav meant it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. We're trying to figure out which Rabbi Yehuda, and that's why it takes us through a trip through Shab. Different things in Shab's beautiful suits. So now we're talking about on the plane, on the private jet, yeah? It was Givaldic. It was the first time in my life that I was served Pringles, Bamba, but I actually took gushers. Gushers! Who gives gushers out? It was gushers. And it was unbelievable. So, right, and I gave a little bit of shear. And we're talking about rats. retroactive trauma clarification, and in our sugi we're talking about retroactive clarification. What does it mean? It means, can I take this off now? Oh, okay. You guys have to keep it on. We had at dinner. We had 5 guys, locals, Moroccans, with this stuff. The whole guard playing some Moroccan. I don't even know what they're doing. What? Andalus? Andalus. Andalus. Oh, it's not his birthday. It's his English birthday. So that's a fine English birthday. And whatever wants to celebrate. I don't. But then, as my wife says, but I forget the Hebrew. So maybe I don't. I know you too. I don't celebrate English, and he might forget, and they don't celebrate the Hebrew, and they don't know that I forgot. So maybe I don't celebrate, bro. Today's an important way to go. Anyway, fine. So I'm very excited because we were able to download from the airport or wherever we were. We couldn't download these videos. I got on WhatsApp, beautiful stuff. I'm going to share with you right now. So what does it mean, Yishberer? Right? Yishberer means, for instance, this case of Truma. Person has wine, like schmack of wine, don't ask. So they have this wine, and you want to drink wine, but the Truma Meiser is right before Shabbos, let's say, and you don't have enough time to separate Truma and the Meiser and Meiser Sheni. So you just say, listen, I don't even drink the wine right now, and whatever's left over, that is what I intended to give before I started drinking the wine. So that's called retroactive clarification. What do you mean? That's what I intended. You didn't intend. Maybe the Truma is in what you drink. No. Whatever's left over in the bottle, the 20% that's left over in the bottle, that's what I intended. So it says like this. That's where we're holding. We want to prove that Rebuda, this Rebuda, but Rebuda only goes with Brera. No, but Rebuda argues on this whole time of Brera. There is no Brera. Well, let's say the Rebuda Brera, you know that. He lay off 5 lights from the bottle. We come to Shalat Rebuda. With the Sanya, if somebody purchases wine from I don't have a lot of light here, so if I'm making a mistake in the reading, they tell me. If a person purchases wine from a Pusi, what's a Pusi? They came in as a nation that pretended they wanted to be part of Klal Yisrael, the folks in Shas. They really mean it. They're faking it. The bottom line is, even if they meant it, and we're going with they meant it, they wanted to. They came in with good intent. But later on, they just went off and they did their own thing. But they kept a lot of stuff. They keep their rights. They don't keep their rabbanon, and therefore they do take trumas and meisers. But you cannot rely on them when you buy wine from them that they took off trumas and meisers for you. They take for themselves, not for you. So what do? You're in a little bit of a pickle, and you want to take trumas and meisers quickly, but you don't have the time. You know. So what do? You say, "Oimer, shnei nugim shani asid lahafrish harayim truma." 2 out of the 100 that I'm about to drink over here, I want to set aside. I'm not going to do it now, I'm going to do it later. That would be for the Kayan, that's called Truma. Asar Ma'aserisha, and I'm going to give 10 out of the 98 that are left. We'll call it 9.8. The Gemara just rounds it off. 10, we're going to go to the Levi. Tisha, now we're really left with only like 9 at 90, so we're going to take 10% of that. 9 is going to myself called Meiser Sheni. But for the Meiser Sheni, you have to do something called Meichal L'Sheis Miyad. You take the 9, you say, that 9 is going on money that I have in my drawer. That money I'm going to bring up to the client one day and use it as Meiser Sheni. But that you do right away. The Truma Meiser is going to come out later. Very late. So let's see this video that I didn't get to see it. Usually, I'm very involved with the videos, and I get to see them, and I have my little, the beginning, in the middle, the end. We're on the trip here, so it's surprising. Here, surprise. You have been. Oh, it's Plan Castell.
Sorry, I only learned Torah Shabbat.
But you appear in today's daf. I need to separate truth and ice. But as a coach about that, Shabbat Biden. Very nice. Okay. That's not the one I'm talking about. It's a good one. Okay, here it comes. It's coming up right now. It says the Gemara like this. So if you buy wine from the, you see it. So remember, this is Breyer. Yehuda, here you see the Gemara is proving Yehuda doesn't hold the Breyer, he doesn't hold retroactive clarification. Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Shimon, Oystrom, you cannot separate two semesters retroactively. Says Gemara, no, we told you. Maybe over there is something special. Also, the plenty of time. There's a great reason why you shouldn't use Breira when it comes to true wine. Imagine if you drink Tevel, this is their rights, it's Karas, right? So, what's the trick? You're going to drink Tevel, you drink, but it's okay. Why? Because when you have something left on the bottom, that's going to become the Truma Meiser. But what if you don't do it at then? What if you drink the whole thing? Then you drink Tevel. What if the bottom breaks? What if it spills? So you can't drink. It's going to come out that you drink Tevel retroactively. Retroactively, you drink Tevel. So you never separate Truma and Meiser. And that's the reason why Rabbi Yehuda, in that case, but maybe in general, in the rest of Shas, he holds a retroactive clarification of Breira. Don't you agree that it's possible that it'll break? I'm not worried about that. If it happens, it happens, but that's not the concern. We can use retroactive clarification. We can use, what are we going to use in our Shas for Breira? You can't use retroactive clarification. It's already, they have a copyright on that. Yeah, the first time you have to explain what it is. Right. Hello, the Tony Ayo. So how do you know the review that doesn't hold a Breira? From Ayo, the Tony Ayo. So for this, I have to give a little bit of Hagdama, and here's a beautiful. Turning the Daf sponsor. Right. Turning the Daf with our global specialist in international. Where is he? It's very quiet. I don't know. Did he do the Daf? When David Crawford came over to me before, he said a very good thing. He says, I haven't missed a Daf in 5 years. This week is the hardest week of those 5 years. But it's hard for him. It's not that hard for me, though. Turning the Daf, Adar Global, specialist in international financial services. No, it's a great line. You're on a trip, you're on this, and you have to, after everything, all you want to do right now is take a shower, go to sleep. Rather than sitting here and they waited for half an hour or more just for the computer to restart. Time to read, English Masimim Rossi, Fadal Baskana, Allah Shah. Moishi Markovich became a great grandfather today. Mazdov and the bird, a great granddaughter, and obviously it's because he did the whole Spanish thing. Fine. He's only go Chum. You're not allowed to go more than 2,000 Amma on Shabbos outside past your house, which is no Eruv, etc. So the guy has a house, and he's allowed to go 2,000. Now I'm approximately 4,000 feet, let's call it. He needs to go 4,000 out. Right? He needs to go further. So there's a trick. He can reposition his home. So what does he do? As you see this diagram right over here, his real house is the real house in the picture. His pretend house is where the chala is. So he puts a chala over there. Now his halachic home becomes where the chala is. So now he can go from the chala for another 2,000 amas further, because his house is by the chala. And from the chala, you go, because you can always go 2,000 amas in every direction. Anyway, from your own house, from your brick and mortar home, you can go 2,000 amas right, to the left, north, east, south, west. So what he did was, he repositioned his house, his Makoim Dira, to where the chala is, and now from the chala, he goes 2,000 amas in each direction. So he'll sleep in his real brick and mortar home. He'll take a spazier to his halachic house, 2,000 amas, and from there he can go in either direction, 2,000 amas. That's his real home. His house is his real home. So he'll go another 2,000 amas. He'll go like this. But what happens is, since his real home is halachically his chala, so he can only go 2,000 amas back to his house. But he can't even go in his backyard. He can't even go 1 amma past his house, because that's already 2,000 amas away from the chala. His real home is by the chala. Yeah? Jamie, you with me? So the shtickle tire is there. Oh. So what happened was, he's a rabbi. He's a rabbi who's coming to speak. Rabbi Ari Ben Shushan is coming to speak. But you don't know if Rabbi Ari is going to be 2,000 amas to the east or 2,000 amas to the west. You don't know in which direction you need to make your hair. So what you do is you position 2 chalas, one like in this picture, but another one in the other direction. And then when he shows up, everybody says, oh, he's on the east. So you use that chala. Is that Brera or not Brera? Here's where it's Brera for sure. One. Rabbi Ari and Rabbi Yossi, they're both speaking in 2 different directions. So you put 2 chalas, and then you have to see, you're going to ask the other, who's better? You're going to do all the Lashon Hara stuff. And then on Shabbos, you're going to decide which one you want to go to. This one made what? Okay. I was saying something about... So what you do is, that is 100% Brera. Why? Because on Shabbos, you want to decide which one of the 2 Arabs was the Arab you can't live in 2 places at the same time. You can't pretend you lived on this chala and this chala. You live in 2 different directions. So, Elmai, you want to choose one of the 2 chalas as your home. You want to do that on Shabbos. And say, oh, on Friday, that's the one I really meant, not the other one. That's called retroactive clarification. It's 100% awesome. But what if it's just Rabbi Ari, and you don't know if it's from the right to the left? Then you could choose, and you're going to explain what the difference is. You were commenting a little bit to the video. Only half. I just realized. It says like this. Let's see inside. Ella, how do I know the review that doesn't believe in retroactive clarification in Brera? And funny ayo, because ayo said funny ayo. Review the ordinary another master now state very careful. You can't make a condition of 2 different rabbis. Ella, what could he do? I will block off from the Mizrah. Remind, it's 1 rabbi with the Ari, and you're not sure before Shabbos. You don't have WhatsApp, you don't have a cell phone. You lived 2,000 years ago. But or Monroe, you really don't have a cell phone. Not the guys that have 2, and one for the fight, and one for the So انزل المنروع قبل they have okay whatever. So Elabach from Israel, so he doesn't know if he's going to come from the east or the west. So he makes two moving, and that's okay. On Shabbos, when you find out where he is, you use the one in that direction. We have to understand right away why is that enough? Why is that not brave? You look kind of calm, but if you have two Rabbis coming, and you just don't know which one you want to listen to, and you then on Shabbos you want to decide, no. Rabbeinu Bar Nizbai asked the question, why is it two rabbis different? Below, you say you can't do that. They ain't very why, because you cannot decide on Shabbos which area you want to use. Because when I mean bear, if you don't know where the rabbi is showing up from, it's also great. Beautiful. The guy in Shushan already showed up the car. He's already here. You have a lack of knowledge. So what do? You make an Eruv on two Eruv on Erev Shabbos. Say, listen, I don't know where he is. I know he's here. When I find out, then that's the real Eruv. But it's not going to happen on Shabbos. It happens right now. Right now, the Eruv that's closer to Rabbi and Shushan, that's the Eruv that's going to work. The other one is a joke. I just don't know which one it is. I don't know. Some knows. Right now, I should know. It happened already. All is here. It's just a lot of night. So it's a night. I'm making it night, not a retroactive clarification. And review the holds. In this case, review the says, ain't on the master of the Kitzur, he holds his no brera. Here's a clear-cut case where review says straight out, and we don't have a reason why he says it here. It's just because it doesn't hold a retroactive clarification. Now let's see this unbelievable video. I thought it's good. It's short and sharp.
Joel is that most of the story on social media. What else, Joel? We got a premiere of Mostly Sorry podcast with David Deary tomorrow at 5 on YouTube. That's it. That's right. David Deary is at David Deary on all social media. Follow this guy. I mean, he has it.
Should I go to the Moroccan Fishing? He has $2,000 from the Moroccan Fishing. That's in the next direction. It's only for people that donated $30,000 or not. Yes, he doesn't like it that much. Alright, it's good, it's good. It's just stuff, it's like all the artists, like, we didn't get to come, so they stuck us out. Okay, great. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. Alright, the drone, because that's, by the way, here in Morocco, wherever you go, they ask you, do you have a drone? Do you have a drone? It's the number one issue in this country. Because look what you can do with a drone. You can, what if you go into the military bases and see they're all empty? I don't know. This is just a buyout. They thought Mark had a drone. They were like convinced he has a drone. They said, but you said you're in Texas. So yeah, but I know you don't prove it. You prove it. So they took apart his entire suitcase level. This big sign there and no drones. Declared drone. Okay. I mean, it's one of the most dangerous things today. It's the biggest problem for our Kailim in Lebanon. Zog the Gemara. I don't know. No, a meal. You never saw them using a filter fish for that. The jar, you never saw that. Okay. So, hello, Marv Yosef. So now again, let's do a quick recap. The Mishnah says that when you're You're allowed to eat the shechita of somebody who shechted it on Shabbos. Rav says that it's only you have to wait a full day, and that it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. We're gonna see maybe it's not Rabbi Yehuda, but the Chaverim said it's Rabbi Yehuda. Oh, let's take this off. What's beautiful is that it comes with like a building on it. I don't know if you see it. It's the same color. Yeah. So says the Gemara. So which Rabbi Yehuda is this that says you have to wait a whole day? Elo Rabbi Yehuda the Kalim. It's the famous Rabbi Yehuda of the vessels. Well, it's not. Kol HaKelim Ani Tolim B'Shabbos Sheverim Mitolim. In Hilchos Muktzah, there's a funny halacha. It's an interesting halacha. You should look it up. It says you're not allowed to move anything on Shabbos. Zero. Everything is muktzah. Even a chair is muktzah. Unless you move it with tzara. Basic halacha muktzah. Everything. Akopanim, forget that halacha. Any kli, yeah, this, I'm allowed to move that. And I just discussed that because I saw this in the sefer that Yossi Klein gave out at the Chasana. It was a great sefer, by the way. I loved it. I almost, what? It's his sefer? He wrote it? No, I didn't know. I love it. Because of that sefer, I started opening up cans on Shabbos. I'm serious. I didn't do it yet because I didn't do it Thursday night, but I told my whole family for years they're begging, can we open cans on Shabbos? I said, no, my father doesn't open cans on Shabbos. And eventually he started opening cans on Shabbos. It's too bad on him. You gave me this halach, I'm done with, this is what. But then I read, he made 100% sense. Anyway, he says, like, little things that we don't pay attention to. A potato chip bag on Shabbos, you eat potato chips and you're done. It's muktzah. The bag becomes muktzah. Drink soda from a can, you're done, muktzah. Why? Has zero usage after it. There's no use. It's garbage. It's brav sharei. It's a disgusting piece of tinfoil that has oil in it. You're never going to use it. You're not going to use it to pack a kid's lunch in it. So it's a dirty. So you're allowed to move it. So brav sharei, you're allowed to move when it bothers you. It's on the table. It's bothering you. You should just realize some people play around. It's garbage. Sometimes you see, that's mamish garbage. A great example is when you poke a hole in a bottle. Sometimes you have to make a hole because you're not allowed to. So that becomes muktzah. You can't put it back on a hole. Okay, anyway, you have to use another cap. Fine. Zog the Yemar. No, so here we are. We're talking about a kli. This is a kli, you're allowed to move this on Shabbos, yes. What happens if this breaks? Breaks. Should be muktzah. You have no usage for it. It's not just another thing that I'm talking about. Muktzah, a lot of people don't know this halacha. If a button falls off your suit, you're not allowed to pick it up on Shabbos. A lot of people know it, a lot of people don't. I see people chill all the time. Oh, pick it up, it's muktzah. You can't do anything with it. You have to sew it back on. It's sewn on Shabbos. It's mamish muktzah. Okay, throwing it out. But what do you do with the broken glass? So today, we're not doing anything with it, so it's probably just a bunch of muktzah. But it says in Gemara, Kol HaKelim Ani Tolim B'Shabbos Sheverim Mitolim. You're allowed to move the broken pieces. I'm not talking about pikuach nefesh. A kid is going to step on it. All those three roots. I'm talking about just are you allowed to move it? Provided that you can do something with it. There's two things that are going on here. Something with it, and then we're going to see me'ain, the original malacha, which means not stam something that's very similar to the original usage. But now we're not there. We're in a very weak thing. If you can do something with it, then you're allowed to move it. For instance, Shivri Areva, Lachazi Bahem, you have a bowl, a mixing bowl that broke. So if you could cover something with it, cover another vessel, then it's considered non-lit. Shivri Schuchas, broken glass. If you could Lachazis Bahem Piapach, here, mamish, something like this, a very small opening, you cover. Okay, so it won't be my megula. You have some sort of usage. It's the weakest usage ever. If you don't, no, I'm going to be makbid here. It has to be similar to the original usage. Therefore, Shivri Areva, if it originally was a bowl, so then it has to be used as a bowl. Let's look at mikvah. That you should be able to put in it some sort of smaller tasha. Shivri Skuchis, lots of shaman. And if it's broken glass, you should be able, and what do we do before? Before there's a glass holding oil, now also you have to be able to hold a little oil in it. Otherwise, muktzah. Therefore, what does that have to do with our sugya? So we're talking about an animal being shechted on Shabbos. This animal wasn't designated yet for eating. And the Mela, it's muktzah. This animal wasn't there before Shabbos. It's like a kli that has no usage right now, and it becomes us. I don't like this. Over there, by the kli that broke, when Shabbos came in, it was a great kli. And now that it's a broken kli, it's something else. Something new was created here. It went from being a nice mixing bowl to a tiny little thing. Now I have to see. Is it the same? Whatever. But something new happened there. Over here, this animal walking around was food. And today it's also food. What's the difference? So it's broken food. It's a little bit different, but it's food. Anything that even if it changed the way it looks, it used to be, I don't know, a loaf of bread, and now it's a bunch of crumbs. Okay, it's still food. You're right that it looks different, but it's food. Food is food. Over here you had a walking piece of meat. Now it's a dead piece of meat, but it's a piece of meat. It contains this title, which the Gemara doesn't like in a second. We'll see. It's not, we learn. Things are going to payers, like to be mashed. You're not allowed to squeeze fruit to get juice out of it. And if the juice came out by itself, asurim, you're not allowed to drink from it. Why? Because it's xera that you might squeeze fruit on Shabbos, and that we know you're not allowed to squeeze on Shabbos. So but if these fruit were designated to eat, like you have a bunch of grapes, you bought them to serve them for dessert on Shabbos. You're allowed to drink the grape juice that comes out of them. Why? Because there's no xera that you might come to squeeze them, because you're not going to squeeze such grapes. Those are grapes that are designated for eating. But if these grapes, they're there for juice, then it's off. So Mela, by food, by this animal too, the Gemara asks, even though, it should be considered, even though it changed, the way it looks, it's not considered noila. It's not a new thing. It was there before. Says Gemara La Vidmarlo, we already explained. Don't review that Shmuel. No, but review that we're discussing here argues in that. That what? That according to review, there will be mutter to drink from this. Since it's there to squeeze and get juice, so he's good with it. So too, by Shchita, would also review would agree that he thought about it, and therefore we have to be concerned he might check this animal on Shabbos. So says the Gemara, Midu Taima El Rav. We're trying to fit Rav Yehuda into Rav. Rav is the one that said that you have to wait a whole day to eat a Shchita of somebody who's Chal Shabbos. And we said that goes according to Rav Yehuda. So Omar Rav, but Rav himself, the Rav Yehuda argues on Zeis Vanov. So we'll do one more, and then we'll do the rest of the tomorrow. So who's Rav referring to when Rav says that you have to wait a full day? Hello, Rav Shizbred Rav Yidi, Rabbi Yehuda of Neiros. This is Rabbi Yehuda of the candles, famous candle one. I think a lot of people know the halach of candles today. When you light candles, you know that it comes with buses. Also, you're not allowed to move it. So similar. What's Rabbi Yehuda of Neiros? That Rabbi Yehuda holds that a brand new candle you're allowed to move on Shabbos, but not a used one. Why? There's something called muktzah machmas mios. It's a disgusting thing, full of oil and wax and all that. It's gross, and therefore you don't move it on Shabbos. The Rabbi Yehuda, MMA Gemara wants to say that by us also there's a muktzah machmas iser, similar type of muktzah. It's like something that's gross, move. So it's also, Shechon Shabbos, so it becomes muktzah. What's the connection? Even the Shabbos they removed up in muktzah machmas mios, muktzah machmas iser. The Shabbos they never said it. And he did say it. It's not Rabbi Yehuda Omer Kalneri Shematetzi. Candles that are made out of metal, you're allowed to move. Chutzman and Haner should think about Shabbos. So now it became muktzah machmas iser. The process in itself has an isser, and a mela, an animal also. What's the connection? An animal before Shabbos was Aver Minachai. It had an isser to it. It's just like a candle that you can't move. It's like a process to something else. That's a little crazy, but it is a shtik isser. It's muktzah machmas isser because of Aver Minachai. So now it's Aver Minachai, and you're going to try to shecht it on Shabbos and make it mutter. That Rabbi Yehuda is going to hold that it's also Rabbi Isai. Have a wonderful day and have a restful evening to everybody in Morocco.
Merit the Schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Morocco. We're live in a Marrakesh side street right in front of the Azma show. But this is a typical side street. Right over there is all the spices and everything, but we took ourselves like a little quiet corner to learn a little Torah on the way. Why not? That's how all our trips go. We learn a little Torah here, a little Torah there, then a lot of Torah at night. Rabbi Isai, we're in transit, and I didn't do the sponsors. So here goes. Spiros Oimer, sponsored by Anonymous Mary of Shol Ben Chana, Charlie Suruya, Shalom Syrian Community Start, First Kid Minion. Official edition of MDY Shas, Daf Yud Gimel in honor of Harry and Alice Ajmi by their children and grandchildren. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Moshe and Elki Handler, Lilishmas our Bachar, Davi Yitzchak, Ben Moshe on his first yard side. Wow. The Shem Shalom and Aliyah. Klal Yisrael put together a Sefer Torah for them. Wow, what's our? Anonymous for Fuhr Shlema for Chaya Yachid Bas Brindel. Baruch Shafnis, the Nishmas, my beloved mother, Anachasio Bas Yaakov Tzvi, Aleh Shalom on her 9th yard side today. Her Neshama should have an Aliyah. Her son, Yaakov, such a big part of the shir as well, in the Hebrew shir. Anonymous, in honor of Shragi Scott, a Talmud of Rebelli. Mazel Tov, are you wedding tonight? Mazel Tov!
Amen.
Rabbi Isai, Dr. Epstein's wife, Rivka's brother, Nati, has had surgery Tuesday. We want to wish and sponsor the daf of Psuras Tavis. Should have a full shlema for Nati. And serious studies, Rabbi Isai. It's going to be great. Sahara Desert. Have a wonderful day. Serious Toimer was the Refuas had more revision Shlita, Produces more Israel Ben Leas, the Refuah Shlema, official edition of the Oshas, the Zech, Zevin Yal, Shulhof, Perek, the Benedict family, the Masechta sponsor, the actual, not the official edition, the Masechta sponsored by David Sal, the dedicated memory of Avi Mori, Shmuel Baruch, Baruch Chaim Tzvi Dozer from the Rafa, the Patrick Family Foundation, to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do is to support MDY Anonymous. Hatzlacha Baruchius, Ubigashmius, and thank you to Chief Benny Anonymous for completing for Shleiman and Rikisiyam to Lev Esther and Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld Rios Besimcha. The monthly sponsors are Simon for Shleiman Avi Mari Baruch and Miriam, Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld, and also Beshefa. Current sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures and the schools for success of all of our clients. Benjamin and Daniela Rosenfeld. Rocket Pronounced. Innovations LLC as a schools for Akiva Simcha Ben Fega, Shkoyach, and Rivki Yudis Basiaf Chaya, Amein Bekorov, and the Coffee Corner, Monk. Cover that field committee, Dalaf Nimyat Toyman, and the Art Monk, the Fushnema Yon Tanit the Bishop Brocha, the Fushnema Mordechai Ben Esther, Sayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. Remember the sugya of whether or not a katan could think in his mind and will have an effect on, let's say, a carbon. If he had a machshava, kavana, that this carbon should be a carbon, do we care? Does it make a difference? There's actually three possibilities. Possibility number one is that he takes action and he explains the action with words. It's machshava with a maisa. We call it a machshava, it's really a deeper with a maisa. That's for sure good. Then there's another one. There's just machshava, just a thought. Just a thought is no good. And then we have there's going to be some people that we don't really want in the picture, so you're going to have to be careful about this way. Okay. And then you have the in-between one. You have one that the katan takes action, but he doesn't explain what the action is. It's noticeable what he means. We think we understand what he wants, but it's not clear. So that's what the Gemara is discussing. The Gemara is like this. Already discussed, Rabbi Yochanan once discussed this, that when you are able to discern what his machshava is, he didn't explain it, but he did something. He already said what the halach is. What did he say? Isnan hamala piroisa v'gag b'pnei akanima. So I'm going to show you a video. I don't have it with me. I'm going to push this button, and Ariel is going to show it.
Fruits aren't mekabel tuma unless they were first muchshol. And there are three t'nayim that need to be in place in order for the fruits to be muchshol mekabel tuma. The first t'nayim, that they shouldn't be mechubal lakarka, because as long as the tree is mechubal, it's not mekabel tuma at all, even if water fell on it. As the pasuk says, "Zera zarua asher zalaya tohar." The second t'nayim, that one of the shivas mashkin should fall on them, which are mashir them lekabel tuma. Yayin, Vash, Shemen, Cholov, Tal, Dam, Maya. The third tonight, that this should be in Son Haba'al, because if water fell on it, Shalelu Tzana, it's not washing. As the pasuk says, V'yita, and Chazal will dorish, Ke'in Yite, Das over the water. And only after the tree is tolish from a karka, and one of the Shivas Mashkin was put on it, in Son Haba'alim, now the tree is Moshe Lekabel. If a double Tommy was making it,
This is a famous halach and shas, and the guys did a phenomenal AI job on this. Beautiful, mamish. Very little humor, a lot of pshat, but high class. And this is the halacha of Mukshal Kabel Kuma. What does it mean? We have a fruit, you have a pre, you have any kind of food, it's not makabel tuma unless you sprinkled it with water and you thought at the time that this is in order to unlock it and enable it to be makabel tuma. Now, if somebody takes fruit and puts it on a rooftop because it's wormy, whatever, and he wants the rain to come and wash it off, that's not mukshal makabel tuma. You have to have in mind that specifically for the akshara makabel tuma. So when a person puts the fruit on the rooftop for a different reason, he puts it there because of the worms or whatever it is, that doesn't count. But what if he switches his mind? He's an adult, he puts it on the roof for worms, and then he says, you know what, I want it to be on the roof so that it rains on it and there'll be that's good. But what about when a katan does the same thing? So it says the Gemara, it says in the Mishnah, it's not. Amal Peros of the Gag because of these little worms or whatever you see it in the video. The yard alayim tal, and then dew came on the roof. That's not part of the food. You misguided but if he had good intent, in other words, after you put on the roof, that is good. That's our case. Somebody without das, a perish should have after you put it on the roof, the cotton thinks, oh, I want it to be mushal kabbalah. No good. So what do you see from here? That the cotton's machshava here, cotton machshava doesn't count. You don't care about his machshava. We're holding on the next, we'll get to the next place, we'll do it again. Rabbi Isai, Shkoya. Rabbi Isai, we're here in the Sahara Desert. We're going to continue the shear with some camels. We're about to go. It's shear time. We're going to learn some Torah over here. So the Gemara we're talking about whether a katan has machshava or not. What does it mean? You do a maisa. Wait a minute. Maybe I should take this off for a second. Oh, it's a little bit better. So the Gemara says like this. Didn't Rabbi Yochanan discuss this before? So the Gemara says like this. This is the Gemara's question. Yes, Rabbi Yochanan discussed it. But I want to know, is it full-fledged Doraisa, meaning that I could use the katan's machshava even when it creates a kula? Or only, in other words, that I could say that it's a real carbon in kachim? Or only with the Rabbanon that would be machmir? Rabbanon could be machmir if they want. So they could say, oh, this fruit, because of the machshav of the katan, it's considered chiyutan, it's considered mukshal kabel tuma, and it's now kameh, but that's only a chumrah, that's only the Rabbanon. That was the Gemara's question. To be continued. Okay. The whole sugya, but just in a little different way. So all the camels over there, meanwhile, you don't need to look at me. Same question that the girlfriend asked before. Whether or not, when you take action, that's obvious what you're doing, but the Chacham didn't explain it, didn't articulate himself. Let's say with the oila, he's making oila, but we don't know exactly what he's doing. He took it from the south to the north. Malay, only Rabam, the Tiboyli Machshava. Similar to always said before, but the opposite. Why don't you ask me about Machshava? What are you asking me about Maisa? Maisa Machshava, why are you asking, why Machshava you didn't ask me? Look at me, brother. It's not because it's a Mephorsha Mishnah. Ain't like Machshava. Maisa Nami. Look at boy. Yes, Maisa. The same Mishnah tells you that there's Machshava and that there's no Maisa. I said, I don't know what boy. It's not. Yes, no Maisa. Gemara Hafkim boy. Like just like we said before, the Shaila is the Iraisa the Rabbanon. We say that it's the Iraisa, you could even be Meiko with it, or it's only the Rabbanon. And then just the Hafmir, Rabbi said this is all MDY Chevra, all these camels are all MDY. Turn around that way, turn to the Shkia maybe. Beautiful, beautiful. Your picture is coming out blurry here. The voice I'm not going to get to say this very often. Live from the Sahara Desert in Morocco. I'm just not sure. Is this picture straight? Because the camera is off. Did you notice it? Let me just. Sahara Desert. We got to be careful. Okay. Might be a little better now. So we did a camel ride at Shkia. The oil was nervous. He said the nace was a greater nace than to see a cheetah. Got to see the Shkias of Chama, even though we had all sorts of ikuvim and different things. I'm a Srakshis, Lovik, Baderech. We were Zoicha. So how many camels were there? 40, 50? 50 camels. Now I'm thinking, in the Midbar, we saw Shkias of Chama, we saw Yad Hashem, we saw the beauty. And then we had a Suda Gedoylach, Yad Malachim with lamb chops and all sorts of unbelievable food that people came days before, literally days before, prepared to be master at this hotel. And we had a Givaldic music from our Givaldic singers, and we had a great, great speech that made me cry from Rabbi Yossi Ben Shushan. He was very impressed. I was there, I told him Shkoyach, and he went up over to his brother. He said, see, I got belly to cry. His brother said, I want to tell you something. When Rebelli sits down on the plane and they get on the microphone, they say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, put on your seatbelt. He bursts out crying every time. He says not even a chachma. So, no, it was a beautiful, beautiful speech. Mamish, beauty. And we're looking forward. It's going to be an unbelievable time. The guys are connecting and friendships are developing. And those that developed last time are getting stronger and stronger. And the women are having a great time. We have probably double the amount of women, and more women are coming for Shabbos. It's very exciting, and it's all seriously. It's Chatzi Lochem v'Chatzi L'Shem. That's how we're going to look at it. It's we're enjoying ourselves, but there's a tremendous element of Torah involved there, of chizuk of Torah, and we're learning Torah on the way. And we have 3 parts, I think, of just random learning here and there on the camel, next to the camel, in Marrakesh. And here we go. We're going to continue learning tonight. It's like 10:30 p.m. And as a note, once in a while the electric goes off here. We're in the middle of a desert, wind, and it's in the middle of a desert, and the electric goes on, off, as it pleases. But we have a light, our own light. So, Be'ez Hashem, I showed you the light. I'm not going to show it again. It blows up, the whole thing. Use the flotation device, Givaldic. So, and just to go back, I don't even know what we were saying on the camel over there. So I go back 3 lines just in case I missed a word or two, because I know I'm going to get those emails from Chapsiconi. You missed one word. I'm going to say the seal. So the Gemara says like this. Once again, this is the second time we had it. The main question we have, if a katan, when he does an act that there's no dibur, no explanation, do we say that we use it even in a deraisa situation where you have to use this as a kula, or only in a derabanan situation where you use it as a kula? It's not a big. Everybody could be a machmer. The kunst is to be a maker and to say, hey, you can use this kid's carbon. It's shafted a carbon, and to say that you can use it and it's a good oil. You don't have to bring it up. Other one, that's a tremendous chiddush, and that was the question: can I even use it in a situation where you have to be maker? Or no, just they're about okay, you're machmer. To say that something is tameh is not a big blip. We push it, and what do we come out with? Yesh lahen ma'isa. That there is ma'isa v'afilu midoraisa, meaning that if, let's say, the animal's in the south, and the kid says, I'm taking this animal to the north so I can check it for a carbon, that even midoraisa, I'm going to use his dibur, his ma'isa that has an explanation. But when there's no explanation, like putting the fruit on the roof, and the kid decided that he wants to use the water as a machshel kavakuma, then it's not gonna work. But in the third case, so let's talk about all 3 cases just as wrap it up. These are the 3 cases. Maisim Dibur, we said that even the deraisa works, so it's green. Machshava, just a machshava by itself, nothing, 0. Now, when you have a maisa that is mucha, that's the blue one. It's so obvious from what he's doing that he's trying to accomplish something. Even though he didn't explain it, he didn't articulate it. It's still, then what do we have here? Machshavta nikeres, because maisa, life. He brings this animal from the south into the north without explaining midaraisa eloi, midarabban yashloi. So that you can't use midaraisa. Why? Because he didn't explain. But midarabban, you could use it in the mashal. What's a good mashal? Like you took the fruit on the rooftop and flipped it over. He flipped the fruit over. Why is he flipping fruit over? Is he crazy? There's a bunch of apples, 100 apples. He went to every apple and did a 180 on it. 180 or 90? A 180. Did a 180. Why would he take every apple and flip it over? Because he wants the water to hit all sides. But maybe that's a piyuta. Another question. If a guy is shifting around animals in the Beis Hamikdash but has 0 intent for kachim, 0 intent that he should do shechita, like the situation with the knife, let's say, the knife, true possible. How do you know it's still good? The Gemara is going to bring us 2 psukim. And the Gemara is going to explain why we need 2. You have to have intent for this part. A lot of you were at the Hebrew chair, remember? We're in that tent over there. What's the Gemara's question? So those of you who are with us for Zvachim and Menachos know that one pasuk is not enough in Kachim. When it comes to Kachim, you need 2 psukim. Why? Shana Allah Akasav Laker. Yeah, that's funny stuff. Shana Allah Akasav Laker. When the Torah repeats itself twice, that means the Torah is serious, and you have to do as is. How do you know? I know. I remember you were there by the Hebrew one also. Somebody say thank you to Yaakov Sitman. I'm not joking. He told me about this ball of light, and it's coming into it's
Then they keep looking into the light.
What's the second pasuk? It should be to your rotten with your das. That's how you tizbechu. That's how you chef. But that comes great. So here's the question on our boy's side. When you have a guy and you're Gabov, you're standing there as a mashgiach meeting, you watch him chef. Is it good shkit or not? A lot of people were fooled by this question. Can a guy chef while you stand there and you watch him and you make sure he doesn't do shehiyah, he doesn't do drisa, and you say l'shem mitzvahs matzah, do the whole lishma thing? Yeah, you want to bring your shehiyah? Oh, I didn't bring my knife here. It's in the big suitcase. So we can't chef now. That says the Mishnah, Shkitas Nakri Nevela, the Shkita of an idol worshiper is considered literally an Nevela, whether a Yid is standing there and watching him or not. His actual Shkita is a terrible thing, it makes it an Nevela. But only an Nevela. What's worse than an Nevela? Abedazar. Since we considered it a complete Nevela, and I want to repeat this again and again because I feel that a lot of people get confused. And even though I repeated it a few times in the last few days, I think it's good time to repeat again so you can tell your friends, remind them, go to shul and tell them. A dead horse, and a dead cat, and a dead dog, they're all matama. They have tumas nevela. People get confused and they say, oh, Shmoyne Shrotzim are matama. Yeah, they're also matama. So what's Shmoyne Shrotzim? What's special about Shmoyne Shrotzim is that these small, what do we call them in English? Creatures? No, a rat is not an insect. Reptiles and creatures, there's only 8 of them that are matama. So some of them are not matama. Like a frog is not matama, a toad is. There's certain things that are not matama. Yeah. So a dead cow is just like a dead horse, just like a dead dog and a dead cat. Matama be maso. If you carry it, you become tamar. Muvela says Gemara, wait a minute, just told me that if a idol worshiper shechs, it only is limited to the isser of nevela, and it makes you tamar, but it's not as severe as Avodah Zarah that makes it usher to even benefit from it to sell it. Matana, who's the Tana? Let me just flip this around for a second. We do a real, I don't trust your thing. I have the Ben Shushans here, the rabbis. What a beautiful speech for Yossi. Baruch should give you a lot of nafas, a lot of simple in your life, a lot of Yeshua and Siyad Shmaya, and all Yidden should have Yeshua and Siyad Shmaya. All right, so that's the item here. He said if you double click this, it centers itself. Okay, beautiful. Good trick, Rabari. Also, Rabari Chaimotz is with us and he's doing a phenomenal job. He took over 2,500 pictures just today, and 1,500 yesterday. Good luck for anybody that's going to go through them. That's besides all the videos and everything else. Zokti Gemara. Are we going to show the picture that Avi Kamian stick with the 3 camels in the blue? It's untouched. Yeah. Go ahead, say it. Yeah.
I stole it.
Okay. And were you pretending to be yourself?
Yeah. He sent it out to our family chat.
I did the same thing. I didn't say it. It's untouched. He didn't doctor it. No doctoration. I mean, it's just natural. Okay. Zok the Gemara. So what's going on here? If it's Rav Lezer, Omar Stamach Shevet Sovit if it goes like Rav Eliezer, he says, no, any idol worshiper that chefs, you cannot benefit from it. You can't sell the thing. Now listen to this. What does it mean? There's an incredible chiddush in this line of Gemara, especially you folks. Oh, maybe you're reading from the official edition, so you have the English. But you know what it says here in this Gemara? It's not as simple as it says. Again, we'll read the words. When an idol worshiper has a machshava, it's avodah zara. You know what that means? That means that even if a Jew shechs it, the non-Jew's machshava goes into the shechita, and it becomes the kroivus avodah zara. He has the right, since he's the owner of this animal, he has the right to decide this animal is avodah zara, and he didn't do the shechita. The Jew did the shechita. No good. What is this? Because I'm wearing. Okay, good. I don't want to. I want to make sure this audio is working. Yeah, I see it here. Okay, fine. Next, Rabbi Omar. Rabbi doesn't really argue. He says, "Hachikdani." Let's read it differently. Shchitas nachin avela chadamin. If it's a person, a regular non-Jew that's an idol worshiper, I don't care about. His shchita is not avodah zarah. But if you have a min is the next level. A min is somebody that loves avodah zarah, and we're talking about somebody that's Jewish, and a guy that's Jewish that does avodah zarah, la avodah zarah. Everything he thinks he's a frummer. He's mamish a frummer when it comes to this stuff, and everything he touches avodah zarah. Shem avodah zarah al piv, unfortunately. Everything he does is avodah zarah, avodah zarah. MMA, we have some interesting halachas. I'll ask the Olam. I forgot. I only asked it in the Hebrew. It's a riddle that you know, so you can't answer. It's for the people online. In what situation you take the Shem Hashem and burn it? Now, if I would ask you, in what situation you take the Shem Hashem and you rinse it with water, then everybody knows. That's a Saita. But in what situation do you burn it? Burn the name of Hashem, Yud Kei Vav Kei, you're allowed to burn it. Not only you're allowed to burn it, you have to burn it. And the answer is, as you're going to see here, the Gemara says, Tanil lahal l'tarabban, shchitas min. You have a Jew that's completely off, a kofer, la avodah zara. You should know that his shchita is from avodah zara. Hitoi pas kuti. In other words, you can't benefit from it. His bread is the worst of the worst. You can't call it pas palter or, regular bread, because there's a concept called pas palter, which means bread of a non-Jew that's baked commercially. It's not also like a bread of a guy, a bread of a goose. Yeah, this pas kuz, this is the worst bread. And the Isser is for chasnas. We don't want to intermarry. We don't want to get friendly with them. No, not the bread. Time out. Let's go back. That's for the shechita. The shechita is avodah zara. I'm shechting this carbon too, just like a Jew shechting the guy for the Baruch Hu, he shechts it to the idol. His what's nothing wrong with the past as much as fastness. The intermarriage thing. That's what's wrong with the past. The kids, we treat him in the worst. He's Jewish and he's the worst of the worst. This guy is an avodah zarnik from top to bottom. You gotta be super careful from him. If you eat his bread, before you know it, you're marrying his daughter, and before you know it, you're working for him in the avodah zarah business. Yein nesach, and his yayin, it's unbelievable. I said this just recently. We had a guy, Chal Shabbos before Esio, comes from a Flint family, so I got him aside from the Rav. He's not allowed to touch the wine. So I poured him the whole thing. But he knows this. How do I know that he knows this? Because he gets out of his seat, goes over to my wine, he goes like this. He goes, "Can I pour you?" Yeah, sure. Yeah. Then I go open up another bottle real quietly. And this guy that grew up in a he knows exactly. He got up again. I look at my brother and I'm like, "What are you doing, this guy?" I think he's doing lahachas. I talk to him. I don't want to insult the guy. But, yeah, I only drink non-mavishal, okay? Last night, Jamie gave us a nice mavishal one. It's actually ganz fine. What is it? What is it called? The bottle? Kava. It's not bad. Not bad at all. I don't want to. Yeah, show him that's why he's off now because he got his. That's like that. Might have been from me. Says the Gemara. Zara. Now listen to this. Listen to this, Rabbi Isai. Svarov is the Sefer Torah. Levim Iksubim are burnable. Not burnable. You must burn them. It's the Sefer Torah Shekosvi Min with Hashem, with Shem Hashem. You take the Sefer Torah, put it in a fire. That's what you do. Crazy stuff. Sefer Koisman. It's like the books of Svar Sefer Koisman. They're like books of Avodah Zarah that was written Hashem Avodah Zarah. Even though it's a real Sefer Torah, every word is perfect. It's a beautiful tzav. It's top cipher, but we treat it as Avodah Zarah Svar, and they must be burned. Heroes of Tfalim and its fruit, we consider it Tevel, Isser to eat them without Trumas or Maisus. Yeshoimrim, one of Mamzerim, we have to be concerned that his children are Mamzerim. Why? Because his wife is Hefker. He couldn't care less what his wife does. No, there's one thing about a person who's not Shomer Torah mitzvahs, but that doesn't mean that he's thousands on his wife and he lets his wife be Hefker. Oh, the Fikulim base. Let's see what we have here. I don't have this conference. What's going on? Top. What we got here? Turning the DAF by Dark Global Specialist in International Financial Services. Chaim Milrad, New Nishma Sima Rossi, Rahel Bas, Yitzchak, Na Shalom. Okay, thank you. Zog again. Haley Gemara. Omer Rav Nachman, Omer Rabbi Baravua, Ein Minin Gumois. Today, what? What do you have? Omer Mar, what did I say? Omer Mar. Shchitas, no, oh, here, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Omer Mar, Shchitas Nokrin Avela. The Shchita of idol worshippers considered Avela. As Gemara, why aren't we concerned that perhaps he's a person that really does strong of a desire and it's more than just an Avela, it's also bad enough? The reason is because we don't have people that are formers today. As the Gemara, what do you mean? There's a lot of priests, a lot of people that are very devout, and they think about Avodah Zarah, Yom V'Layla, and their shechita would be towards Avodah Zarah. Says the Gemara, Ein Roiv Umois Minam. We're going to go with the Roiv. Most people, what comes to mind is people that I know in the United States. So I don't know if that's everywhere, and I don't know, I'm just, for the few people, a lot of Christians, Catholics, they're not very strong like the previous generations. They go to church, they, on Sunday, stop, what? Like Reform, I used to go, like, no, they call them today, what do they call them? The Jew would be a Masorati, maybe. Not traditional. It's light, Catholic light, social. A lot of people I know. I talk about this friend a lot. Atheist. He goes to Shul for Kiddush. He has to go to Kiddush. He loves Kiddush. No, but he loves the social. So anyway, and that's what the Gemara is going to say in a second. Sovar lo Yehod Omer Reb Chia Bar Abba Omer Reb Yochanan Goyim Shebechutz La'aretz Lav Oiv Avodah Zarah. These chutzniks they're not the real thing. Why? They do it out of habit. Elo minig avisaini biyadaini. The minig aviseihem biyadeihen. They have a minig. This is what they do. They don't know why they do it. They don't know how they do it. They do it, but it's not for real. It's not like they have this machshav every time they shove an animal. Hashem Avodah Zarah. Okay, so what does this mean? So now he's not repeating what we just said, even though it sounds the same word. What he's saying is the halachas of the min, the guy that does Avodah Zarah in the nations, the Goyish min, has different halachas. What does that mean? Lamai, Ilim the Shechita, tell me that a Shechita is okay. As the Shechita's min the Yisrael Amis Asura, as Sira, the Vichavim Baya. Obviously, if a Jew who's a min, the Shechita is terrible, it's like Avodah Zarah, so a guy that's a guy and that's Avodah Zarah, it certainly should be a problem. Hello, this is an incredible halacha. It's so incredible, we did a video for it. Hello, the Maridin. That if a guy is a min, you could not only, you don't have to save him, you could actually throw him into the pit. I'll give you an example here. This guy, let me just preface this, he's bowing to a Baal Par. Baal Par, the way Yoshi depicts it always, is a statue that has, what do I call it? Not feces, excrement. Yeah, excrement. Because Baal Par is basically to relieve yourself in front of the Zara. So here's some pigeons did it for us. Take a look what you could possibly do to a min. He's bowing to the Zara. All right, you like that one? Everybody has their favorite. That might have been Mark's favorite. No. You know how many emails I got already? Was that other one? I got 2. Nothing's going on. It's without the internet. I got 2. Talk to him about it. He sent me an email. Right, Mr. Vaita sent me an email because he's a Talmud of Mortal Israel. I didn't appreciate the video. So the Gemara asked the Shidas min. Wow, these Moroccan flies, they're different. So what do you want from me if they eat well? Rooney's that's all. We have Neosport. Lamai Shidash Elamaridin. That one. Yisrael Maridin. If you could knock out the Jew that's a min, everything coming. But certainly idol worship. Omar Ravukta Barchama. No. Pshat is the Kabul Mahan Karban. Not. It's not pshat that you're allowed to, that it came to tell us that you're allowed to throw him into the pit, because that's pshat that you can learn from a Jew. But the pshat is that I could accept the carbon from him, where I cannot. Here's a situation where a guy is in a better position than a yid. I can accept the carbon from a min guy, a guy that's oided avodah zara, but not from a Jew. Desanya. I could take a carbon from some of you, not all of you. Not somebody that's off. But only from you. I've only done this between you and the minim, but not in the nations. When they have a min, somebody that's over there, you're allowed to accept the carbon from them. This is Gemara. Mimai. Who told you? Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe I could be medayik something else. That okay. But when it comes to the Jews, only take from people that are not over the Zara, from Tzaddikim, not from Yerushalayim. When it comes to the non-Jews, don't take at all. No, that can't be. Why? That shouldn't even enter your mind. The Sanyo ish. Ish. Why? Okay, ish, a man, but why 2 ish? The rabbis, so every Gepavim, Shanoidrim, and the Darim, and the Davids, Yisrael, we all know the difference between a nether and a dava. A dava is zu, meaning I point to this animal, specifically this animal is what I'm going to bring as a carbon. So if this animal dies, I'm not going to bring anything. A nether means I am going to bring a animal. So if this animal dies, I'm going to bring another one. a guy could do both, a nether and a nadava. Next sugya, and since when this guy does shchita, it's an avela, so it gives off tumah like an avela. B'masa shchita, what's the chiddush? Kin avela, v'tamim masa. Obviously, it's an avela. It goes hand in hand. That's how it gives off tumah. B'masa, when you carry it. Masa is the lowest level. There's something that's even more than that. What could give tumah more than an avela? Huh? The Kroiv is Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is the worst of the worst. That what? According to this one man, if you have a piece of Avodah Zarah meat in the corner, this entire tent will be coming. Literally, what a kiss from Hashem. We're in oil. We're in oil. Oh, let's show the oil. Mamish in oil. Wow. It's slightly dark in this oil. I don't know. Can I see the light? Let's see if I can get to the light. Yeah. Oh, that's the light. Beautiful. I'm going to tap this twice and let's see if it comes back to him. Wow. Beauty. Great trick. Okay, so. We're almost done. 3 more minutes, 5 more minutes max. And there's something that if a min chefs, then the entire oil, the entire tent becomes problem. Some say the opposite. Not that there's something that's different, there's something that's just like it. Now what? We hold that the Kroiv of Zara is not Mitam oil. An Avela is only Mitam when you pick it up. It's not Mitam. If you put a dead horse in this tent and somebody's on the other side of the tent, he doesn't become Tameh. That's only if there's a human being, a dead human being in here, or according to Rabbi Seira, an animal that was shafted like with the Zara. But this man says no, you're not Mitama, even over the Zara. Beizoi, the Kroiv of the Zara, that it's not Mitama boil, Udaloi, Rabbi Seira, not like Rabbi Seira. This time Rabbi Seira, Oimer, Minayla, the Kroiv of the Zara, she Mitama boil. Rabbi Seira says, how do I know that's Mitama boil? Shanemar, the Yitzim do the Bar is that Rabbi Zara just discussed, that one relieves himself in front of it, what they eat meat, and what do we call the meat? Zivchei Mesim, the Zebach of a dead person. Not Meis, Mitama boil. After Kroiv of the Zara, Mitama boil, similar to Meis. Now let's learn the Mishnah. Somebody should take a picture of this Gavaldi scene of people after a very hard day of traveling and camel riding and kvarim walking, sitting and learning and eating. That was the hardest part of it all. But
flying here was not easy.
For some of you, we want to send out our condolences to David Kay, our global service expert, who sat in the middle seat of Ryanair, knees in the back of the seat, indented a permanent dent in the seat in front of him. Mamish spirit is like business class should be business class compared to Ryanair. Murdik. So Klal Yisrael is davening for you, and it should be kapar for all Klal Yisrael. Says the Mishnah, Shoichet b'layla, v'chein hasuma sheshochat shchitas ekshera. If you shech the night, it's okay. What's the problem with shechting at night? The problem is you can't really see. What can you see? You can't see the simon, whether or not you shechted a roiv, most of the simon. Oh, the Gemara is going to talk about a light now. But it seems like it's only b'di'ah, but it's not a good thing to do. V'chein asuma sheshachad, and a blind man who shechted shchitas ekshera, the evidence, the Gemara points out immediately, and we're only doing these 6 lines. It seems like you shouldn't do it. But why not? It says you should always, you could always chef. You can chef the night. What's the problem? So that's the question. Now, just to finish off the question, it says Bein B'Reish Hagag, Bein B'Reish Hasfina. There's a problem chefing on top of a roof. You might be doing it for Avodah Zarah, Reish Hasfina. You're doing it for the gods of the ocean. Rashi says over here that you're allowed to do it if you're in the middle of the ocean and you need to eat meat. So Tais says, what do you mean? But unfortunately, Gemara, you can't. So Tais explains Rashi that it's talking about where it's obvious, and the Rashi points it out. It's obvious that he's shefting it because you want to eat, and not because you're doing Avodah Zarah. But what Rashi meant to say is that he's spilling it. He's shefting it on the bow, on the other side of the ship. It goes down the other side of the ship. And then it's obvious that he doesn't want the blood in the ship. That's why he's doing it like that. But to do it over the water, extends down over, it would be also taka. The whole part of what's the question? You see from here that you're allowed to shep at night, even the chatchila. So why are you telling me, and why does the Mishnah seem like it's only the di'ever, only after the fact? It says, we're talking about when there's a light. Turn on the light. Mamish, a kiss from Hashem. Rav Ashi, Daikanami. I'll prove it to you. And Rav Ashi's done this many times in Shas, a Daikanami. And it could be, I'm just throwing this out because he wrote Shas, so he felt like he wants to prove it from the Mishnah. It says, the Tani, Hasam, Dumi the Yom. Over there, what does it say in that price? Bein ba Yom, Bein ba Laila. So let's put them in the same category. What does day have that night doesn't have? Light. So the night is like the day. The night has light. How? You turn on a switch, or you put on a candle in those days. We're talking about a night that's similar to the day, because it says them together, Yom Laila. So just like the day has light, but let's talk about our Mishnah. So that price is talking about l'chatchila. In the first place, I go ahead and chef them. I have a light. If I have a shlach place that has beautiful fluorescent lighting, LED lighting everywhere, so I can chef just like I can chef during the day. Not even a problem. It's not even a beginning of a problem. Where does it become a problem when you don't have light? The Hacha in our Mishnah, do me the Summa. A blind man never has light, unfortunately. He's always blind. So when it says in the Mishnah that he's chefing at night, it means in the dark. And there's a problem because then you don't see that he did Rav Simonim. Shema Minah. Rabbi Sai. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the night in the Sahara Desert in your tents.
Merit the skills of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Live from Marrakesh, Morocco. You might be asking, what am I wearing here? So, I'll show you a little video before. First of all, reminder to say Sphere Solar. I'd like to show you this video. This might explain part of it. Here we go.
אני יוסף. לא משלומי, אבל גם כן הצטרפתי לשיעור עם YT, שבא אינסיסטנציה.
These sports buttons. Got the marketplace.
דרך ארץ קדמה לתורה.
That's great. That's what I think where he got me. I ripped my pants, by the way. No, my knee.
גם בחופש,
So basically, the monkey drew some blood and dirtied my shirt. So that's it. For the rest of the trip, I have to wear this shirt. Yeah. Now, what about the jacket? It's a different story. Okay, so we're here. It's about, I want to say, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning for us in Eretz Yisrael. What time is it now? Right around 1 o'clock in the morning. So the other is a little tired. So we got to get a little enthusiastic over here. We got to get a shtickle dishmak. Oh, we're gone. You have. Let me just spin this camera around for a second. Everybody can see something. It's a nice crowd here. Mamish, beautiful in Morocco. Okay. We saw a little bit of Yusuf. We'll see more of him later. I want to read this email. The reason why I want to read it is because a lot of times people, they judge other people, and they judge other people by the cover. We have over here 3 great brothers. Mom is great. Listen to their email. Hunter, Sean, and Spencer, right? And we have 2 Briskers, 2 guys from Brisk that came down Motzei Shabbos. And if you were to bump into the Zaitan brothers, long hair, okay, they're hockey players, nothing more than that. Now listen to this email. I think it's very, very important to hear this. As you've seen in the sponsors over the past week, me and my very close friend Ethan Zideli have been doing Daf Yomi for 500 days, over 7 Masechos. First of all, I want to thank Ethan because even though he's not a hockey player with crazy hair, he's the only reason that those kids ever come to NDY. When I joined NDY and I kept doing the Cardinal Sin of Daf Yomi, I fell back and tried catching up. I never fell back more than 5 days, and I ended up finishing the Masechta with Daf Yomi and Makis. I was better. Oh, sorry. Daf Yomi. In Makis, I was better, but still missed days here and there. At my middle school, we were able to get, listen to this, 14 kids to finish Makis with MDY at our Siyum. Our Siyum even mentioned how he has not missed a day. I've never told him this, but the day Shavuot is that day, I promised myself I would do daf every day physically possible. This past week, I've learned my 500 daf, but I've also went 365 days without missing a single daf yomi, day of daf yomi. I never understood what it's about, what it's not about the daf, it's about the yomi really meant. Because, yes, the yomi is what makes it special, you're learning the daf, Gemara, but now I understand, because the yomi is what makes me feel like I'm obligated to stay up no matter how late to learn some Torah. Whether it's 1 a.m. daf and camp, nothing but the daf post bar mitzvah. Yeah, so this is unbelievable. He says it in one word, but I think what he means is that after his own bar mitzvah, when he danced the night away and had to give a speech and he's exhausted, he sat there and he did the daf afterwards. The yoim is what makes a 14-year-old stay up after Seder because he physically cannot go a day without the daf after the Seder. Pesach night at 1 in the morning, he physically cannot go a day without the daf. 14-year-old. The yoim is the bus ride to school, the bike rides to mincha, the dinner and the daf and doing the dishes. The reason it's not about the daf, it's about the yoim is because when you commit to the yoimi, you become the yoimi. And once you are the yoimi, you'll always have the daf. Because the only explanation of a 14-year-old who can't sit in class for 30 minutes and hates doing extra work, learning whether in the article video, and now the official edition of the MDY Shots, the official MDY Shots for over 45 minutes. I don't want to single the official out at the dinner, but I mean, Myers. At 20 a.m. It's going to be like that in the yeah. But Meyer, everybody knows Meyer and what he's done, what he's doing, and he's just getting better. This more getting better and better, and I have a major cop here, and I got to talk to you. It's going to be good. No, it's not going to cost you any money. Do you answer money? Whether or not no, it's not. No, I'll tell you what it is. I'm adding. I think I want to do pictures on every single dot. We're going to stick out. We're going to have charts and pictures. We're going to hire a schmuck guy just to get up. And now the vision of these MDY Shots for over 45 minutes every single day for a year without fail is that listen to this, and this is it. I am the Yoimi. Thanks so much for allowing me to become this. Hunter Zeitlin. Now look at this picture again. Now look. Halavai, everybody in this picture without pointing out who. Halavai, they could say that they learned 365 days straight and that they learned 500 daf Gemara. With the hair, without the hair, with the white yarmulke and this kippah, that kippah. It doesn't make a difference. We're all learning Torah, and that's the key over here. To bring more and more Yidden to Torah. The boy says, Sphere Sa'imer is the first has more vision shlita, for Yushi's more Rabbi Yisrael than Leah Esri the first time. And the official edition MDY Shas. Mike, get over here. I got to read it with you in the picture over here. I don't know. Get over here. Oh, the official edition MDY Shas, the Masechta Zeviyah Shalom, Eric, by the Benedict family. Shkoyach, Meyer, Shkoyach. What is this? I'm talking about a revision club. I don't know what this is. Okay. Daf Yud Beis by anonymous Vatzlacha Rabbah for all of Klal Yisrael. Next. Oh, the Masechta. The Tzahah. Shir sponsors Masechta. Shir's Masechta. Something like that. Okay, we have to figure out a better Nelson name. David Salomon, dedicated memory of Avri Murray. Ritual Park, Baruch Chaim Tzvi, Doiv Upon Bracha, the Paltry Family Foundation, and gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all the groups support MDY. Anonymous, the Cheetah Man, who's in the room here. I still don't look around, you know who he is. I still look, they're going to stop who it is. I still look at Zugashmias, and thank you, the Chief, Benny. We had a shtickle safari today in Marrakesh. We had monkeys, we had snakes. We had sheep, that of a sheep. What else? We had horses. Yamin and Danielle, not Daniela, Danielle, she's here with us on the trip together. Where's Yamin? Danielle, right? Why don't you say something? Nobody wants to correct me. Yamin, get over here. Yamin, say hello. This is nice. Ria's Simcha. Monthly sponsors are Simon, the first name of Murray, Baruch Miriam, Yomen and Daniel Rosenfeld are also the Shefa. Movie sponsors Moshe Ruchim Markovich, Ellie supported the Daf in Spanish with Mushlema, Arav Yaakov ben Lulu, the Nishmas, Rabbi Yosef ben Amil Olav Shalom, the Nishmas Rav Chaim Gedalia ben Yeshua Olav Shalom. Moshe Nahum, in honor of David Sutton, F20 for his commitment to the Daf, for everything he does. Really? Get over here! Get over here! Yossi, but Yossi, get over here! Come on, this big stuff, come. Everybody, come, we'll do the whole. One minute. I think you should read it. Time up. You should read it.
In honor of David Sutton.
David.
Yeah. In honor of David Sutton, everyone was committed to the Daf for a very long time, and for everything that he does. He puts it so hard. Yeah.
Geweldig. What a trip. The boy said, what a schuss. Next year, Doyle's going to have FOMO. You never know who's going to be here, who's we're going to miss. The Ben Shushan brothers, it's unbelievable. Anonymous. Oh, Yossi Klein arranged it all. It's geweldig stuff. Anonymous. This course, before Shtema, Moshe ben Rivka undergoing heart surgery today. Rabbi Sai, before Shlema, right together. Before Shlema, as Hashem is Baruch. You all know whose kid this is, and you should have it before Shlema. The HYK Ventures in the schus for success of all of our clients. The Yomen and Daniel Rosenfeld, Bracha Bekarnasa is a co-sponsor. MDY Kids, get over here. MDY Kids sponsor monthly. Can eventually see as schus by Kids in Pega. I review who is Bas Yapach. And MDY Coffee Corner, month, cover out Tefillah committee, dial with me. MDY Art, Shlomo Yonatan Edom B'Shem Bracha, Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther, Rufus Nayel, Daniel Zev, Ben Nayel Esther. The thing is, I don't have a clock. I don't know what's going on. It's just 33 minutes. How long are we into this? Okay, yeah, I know. The other was tired. If you weren't tired before the meal tonight, 7 courses later, from duck to sweetbreads, if you ate that and you didn't know what it was, I'm just telling you somebody's brain. And then we had, it's not a knish, it wasn't chicken Kiev, it's called a pastel. It's a chicken Kiev, Glas. That's a geschmack of potato. Geschmack of chicken filled with potato. Yeah, call it whatever you want. I sold that same exact chicken for years in the Midwest Conference Center in Chicago. Zog the Gemara. We're doing Daf Yud Beis. It's Moiridik. So listen, we have a great Daf here. Omar Rav Nachman Omar Rav. So here's the question. I'm gonna throw out a question, and you tell me what you think. If somebody is doing the knife practice on a wall, he's trying to hit the bullseye on the wall. He throws the knife at the wall, and as he's throwing the knife at the wall, a cow walks by and has his neck shafted. Is that a good shechit or not? Because he obviously did not mean to shaft anything. He was trying to do dart practice, knife practice. What does the Olam say? Good shechit or not a good shechit? You say no, you say good. Oh, that's a very, yeah. Very good, very good. So that's one of the interesting cases that we're going to see. Says the Gemara, I do want to show you something that has slightly to do with the Gemara later. Oh, it's not in there. Oh, it did. It is in there. Okay, maybe shall I show it or not show it? It's no silence. Shall I show it now? I'll show it. Okay. Omar Rav Nachman Omar Rav Roa Echad Shachar. If you witness the shechita, and this is Mamash Shemais from Kol Yom, you could have it here in Marrakesh, you could possibly see a shechita suddenly, and you don't know who the shofar is, In Ra'on, Mekila Batsai, if you saw the entire Shechita from beginning to end, Mutar Lechom Shchitas. Then you're permitted to eat from his Shechita. What's the concern? The concern is that the guy doesn't know halacha. He's going to do a drisa, which is very common, meaning he's going to put downward pressure or upward pressure, depending on what position he's in, but he's not going to do a back and forth slice. You're allowed to eat from the shechita. Why? Because you saw that he was okay. Maybe laugh if you didn't witness the whole thing. Oh, so that's shechita. Ask the Gemara, what's the case? If the other the Gomer, if you know for a fact this guy knows halacha, then you don't need to watch him. That's the first we saw. A person is believed to say that he himself does the shechita. It says I believe that was the puzzle, something like that. To the point where the puzzle says you do shechita. Be the other way Gomer, and if you know for a fact that he's not a Dama Chacham, he doesn't know the halachas, Shita, of course you need to watch it from beginning to end. Vela, perhaps is a third option. The Lo Yodai Gomer in the Gomer. You have no clue. You're in Marrakesh. You see a guy that claims to be Jewish, doing Shita. You don't know if he's good or not. So what's the tzad? So let's say you don't know. So why should it be okay not to watch him? Because the Gemara says, Leima, there's a svar to say, Roy Mitzuyim, it's a shkita mumkimei. You have a Roy. There's a Roy that tells me that most people that deal with shkita, you're not going to mess around with shkita if you don't know what you're doing. Most guys, an average person that has nothing, that doesn't know anything about shkita is not going to show. It's a Roy. So let's go with the Roy. We just had also yesterday, we didn't know Roy. This is for sure Roy, the lesson come on and count how many people know shkita, don't know shkita, deal with shkita, not deal with shkita. Oh, you have a right. Halacha l'moish Messina, it shouldn't work. Milo Tanya, Rachel Matzatan and goes shkita b'shul. You found a chicken shechted in the marketplace. Mamish, Kisra Hashem, just in the shop. Unbelievable. So this is the about it. You tell your guy. I wish, Mashbach, listen, they should really show a video of my Mashbach. But Mamish, they said, listen, you have nothing to worry about. There's a lot of security. And even if you don't know about it, they're there. I happen to be on the last wagon. How many wagons do we have? 14 wagons. I was on the last one. Carriages, 2 horses in the carriage. It's about 2 people in each one. I had 4. I was supposed to be with a couple. And as right before we're gonna go, this guy, tall dude with a black suit, looked impressive, jumps onto the carriage. Okay, so I thought that he's part of the security. But then it took me 5-10 minutes to realize that there was a motorcycle with 2 guys with guns with us the entire time. And when we stopped, they stopped. Every time. And then when there was a little bit of an issue with traffic, they zoomed ahead and they stopped traffic. And they came back to the back. That's all it was. Then we get into the marketplace. All of a sudden, this guy that's in the front of my wagon is standing next to me. I look at him, he looks at me. So I wasn't sure, so I start walking to the right. So he walks to the right. I walk backwards, he walks backwards. So then I start running. So he started running. They told him, don't leave this guy for a second. So he didn't leave it. It was just a little embarrassing, but it was interesting. It was interesting. Obviously, it was interesting. My wife didn't want to have anything with it, and that's why she was not there with me the entire time. But it was very cool. So that's the show. But they were there the whole time, walkie-talkies and coordinating. Maisa Shaya. 2 guys came up over us and said, "Free Palestine." So the guy that was with me walked over them. He said something to them, and they started running like rats, full speed. But they didn't stop. They kept on going. And our Chaim was just impressed the entire time. Anybody that tried to sell us anything, this, they disappeared. We don't know what happened. A lot of dead guys in the shul. We neutralized them. So anyways, so at least for that it was good. Weiter. So this is very interesting. You tell your best friend, Reuven, go ahead, and do me a favor, I'm having a party tonight, shecht an animal for me. You come home, and you find a shechted animal on your countertop. Now you're not sure who shechted it. So I thought that it happens, and the guys in the Hebrew shul look at me like it's crazy, so I'm just going to say it for the English guys. Maybe they'll appreciate it more. Does it ever happen to anybody here? I don't know. It happens to me all the time. For example, let's say I want my son to bring me a cup of water. I think to myself, he's getting disgusting. So I'm going to zack him with kibbut avei. They say, yo, give me some water. A minute later, my wife shows up with a cup of water. Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm not really thirsty. I want this kid to get some haba. That's what it seems like over here. I tell this guy, do me a favor, go check something for me. A minute later, it checked it, but somebody else, like, who asked you? I didn't ask you, I asked him. But, the guy wanted to help out, so he checked it. Maybe that's what happened. I didn't see this, so let's see this. I mean,
Shalom Aleichem, Reb Chaim.
Where is your garbage?
It's over there.
It's a nice clean house, but in the garbage can, oh, this mama's the sugya. You think this is off? This is the sugya right now. So we're gonna see like this. There's actually three possibilities. You find a dead cat in a heap of garbage in the middle of the Marrakesh market. What does that tell us? The chayra. What is that? Kosher or not kosher? Very not kosher. And the vela. You find a dead animal in your house on the kitchen table, or you find the dead animal in your garbage can. So if it's on your kitchen table, what does that tell me? It's kosher, it's good. What if you find the dead animal in your garbage can? That's the shiloh, that's the mafrogis really. So let's see inside. Cheskasi shachot, you find it in your house, it's great. Alma Amina and Roy Mitzvah, it's a shkita mumchanein. The chayr is because you have a rive. Who shafted it? I don't know. Is it Reuben that I told him to shaft it? It's another guy, but most people that shaft are mumchan. So therefore, why do we say in our case, if I don't know whether this guy knows Allah or not, I'm in Marrakesh and I see some Yid shafting an animal. If he shafted, the Chayr knows what he's doing. But why don't we say the same right? Says the Gemara in our case, why don't the other loy dove? We're talking about a situation where a guy knows for a fact that this person shafting has no clue. Doesn't know Allah. He's going to shafting kamon chatzimin shafir. It's too simon. Bring up the shaf, and he shafted one out of the two, and I saw that he did a great job. But then it happened to me today. I was sniffing those spices, and all of a sudden I had a sneeze. You go unconscious for a moment over there. You have to sneeze, and then you turn around, and the second sim is already shafted. Now what? The chayr should be okay. No good. Now the same with the high Shapir, Afnami Shapir. Look, you did a great job on the first sim, and the second sim is there. Beginner's luck. The reason why you did well on the first one is it happens. Either Shema, Shema Garaz. But on the second simon, I have to be concerned. Maybe he paused. Maybe he applied some pressure, unnecessary downward pressure, instead of just a nice slice. Here's an interesting quiz question. Those who didn't hear this year earlier. What nafkamina, would there be la halacha between a shechita knife that's super long or short? What would be the nafkamina la halacha? Interesting. No, I see no one knows the answer. No one wants the answer. Someone? No. Ah, you're saying that's the sakin. You're saying the long sakin from that sugi over there. That be careful of tumor. No, I'm saying a different thing. Whether or not you have to go back and forth is an interesting halacha. The halacha you have to go forwards and backwards, provided it's a short knife. But if it's a long knife, then one long motion. Okay, that's coming up. By the way, we have a very short on the base. What? Yeah, it's always short. No, it's always short to do, but that one? Okay, I got it. Why even Rav Dimi Bar Yosef Rav Nachman? Rav Dimi asked Rav Nachman. Say Ushchoit. I tell Mamish what we just discussed as if we didn't discuss it. I tell my best friend, go ahead, do me a favor, shech me an animal. B'holach, and I, the Balabais, who sent my friend to chef, I come home, what's a shech, and I find an animal at chef. Now, what's that like? Oh my Lord, it's because it's shech. You could rely on a chazaka that it's a good shechita. However, say you try, now the Gemara wants to say, what is the difference between this case that I just said? I tell somebody to chef, and at the end I find something chef, but I have no idea who chefed it. Is the guy I told him to chef or somebody else? To wear similar case. I tell somebody, go, I have 100 fruit in my dining room. Do me a favor, take 2 of them, put on the side for the kohen, take another 9.8, put on the side for the Levi, then take another 10 and put on the side for my Sheni. Leave me 80 on the side, basically. 20 over here, 80 over there. Round it up. You come home and you find perfect piles, 80 and 20. What happened? It's possible that the guy that I told him to do it, Jamie, what are you wearing over there? Get over here. It'll make me feel comfortable. Come. So from Jamie, our token Moroccan. Well, actually, no. We have the. Are you guys actually Moroccan?
Now we see a Moroccan, good Moroccan kiss. There we go. There we go.
Rabbi Shmuz later. Amalei, listen to this. You walk into your house. You ask somebody, hey, Mark Ashkenazi, could you please take truma from my fruit? I want to have a good meal tonight. You say, sure. I come back home, and sure enough, everything is perfect. There's a pile of 80 on the side, there's a pile of 20 on the side. But I'm not sure if he did it. Maybe somebody else did it. What's the halacha? Can't eat from him. I don't know who did it. I don't know who did it. I told him to do it. But maybe somebody overheard and he did it. And then what's the problem? We're going to learn a more ridiculous chiddush. It's a very big problem when it comes to truma. Very, very big problem. Says the Gemara, first of all, let's get to the question. I have a problem. If I can rely on Mark to do what I asked him to do, and he says he's going to do it, so he's going to do it. I feel truma nami, then I should rely that he did it for the truma, and I should be able to eat the fruit. But if I don't have such a chazaka, so then how could I rely on Mark that he did the shechita for me? Why is shechita any different than truma? On shechita, I believe him, or I don't believe him. I trust that he did what I asked him to do, and truma, I don't trust him. This is a beautiful, beautiful law. You know what? If you want me to answer you, you have to. pay me big time. You pay me big time. Or eat a ton of salt, and then you'll be sharp enough to understand. So, Rabbi Isai, this is, we had such an hour watching this video that we watched it 3 times in a row. Oh, and every time we laughed again. To explain it, you have to know the classic Mendy Auerbach, who's imitating his great Rosh Hashiva Zechron Lebracha, the Baruch Mart Chizra. Here goes. Mendy, where are you? Let's hear Gishmak Elu. Oh! I love just that I love. Yeah, I gotta watch that again. Where are you? Let's hear Gishmak Elu. He does it with the pause. Okay, now that you know that, the voice we dug this up. We dug it up. No one has this video besides MDY of Rebbe Mark himself telling the Becher, if you want to hear me say hello, hey up. Hello. Smarter than the world. Who comes up with this stuff? Why? What was this guy? What was Sloan Schreiber thinking that day when he made this thing? Nothing. Look at him. It's not real. It's him. It would be much better with his Yannick, no? If he takes a Kura B'Milcha, it's a whole Kura Melech. Elu! He doesn't think. Had he done this? Okay, anyway. I was holding this today. Talking to Gemara. Oh, so he asked me a question. He says, what's the difference between Shechita and Truma? He says, you know what, if you pay me, I'll tell you. Then what? No, we don't rely on Mark. Mark said he's going to do it, he forgot. Shechita. But Shechita is different. Because let's say somebody else, the Betty did it, okay? But why would he do it if he doesn't know what he's doing? Nobody touches a Shechita knife except the animals that know. But we have a good Roy that tells us that anybody who's doing Shechita knows what he's doing. He knows that law. Roy, but Truma here, this is the punchline. Once you hear this, you'll understand everything. Let's say Benny did it. But Benny doesn't have the right to do it. You can't be a nice guy when it comes to Truma. Truma, you have to be asked to do. You can't just do it for somebody. That's considered doing Truma without the permission from the owner, even though you try to do something good for him. Also, Truma, it doesn't work. It works by Shkita, but not by Truma. Says the Gemara, don't tell me I forgot to show this. No. Here we go. Okay. Lema says the Gemara, maybe this whole concept that we're discussing, that there's a road, that anybody that touches a knife, knows what he's doing, is actually Machlokes Tana. Decide. A person, his goats, his chickens went missing. What happened? The guy stole them. I love this story because there's a lot of emes to it. It's emes story, but there's a lot. Reb Chaim Brisker was asked by his Talmidim if they could eat by a meal that's being prepared by the head of the thieves, the head Ganav in Brisk over there. So he said, call him over, I want to speak to him first before we could pass him. Call him over and said, listen, do you steal comes from a firm background, this Ganav. You steal on Shabbos, Zavada, and Avda, fight. Got the first person. What about Yom Kippur? let's say you find a pig. You said, yes, Mr. Pig. He said, do you eat pig? Is it sugar? No. No, I don't eat pig. He says, what do you mean you don't eat pig? Or is worse than eating pig. You know that? You shouldn't accept the two things. One is business. The other is this. Business I do. Business is business. Panas is panasa. But chaz is chaz. Chaz is shama. I don't touch chaz. And he said, Mele, he said, I'm pretty sure he said that you could eat from this guy's suda. This big tzaddik stole a bunch of goats, but he shechted them. He's a tzaddik. He shechted them and put on the side. If you go, you sir. You says you can't eat from. But so let's remember. It's hard to remember. Rabbi says, also, Reb Chanina, we don't even remember the whole name. Reb Chanina Rabbi says, mutter. But my Rebbe says, Rebbe, listen. I like what Rabbi Yehuda is saying that it's also to eat when he finds it in the garbage can. But Rabbi Chanina in those days, you know, it's unbelievable. The closest I ever got was once I went to, you know what I'm talking about. We go to Mei Sharm after when they do the fires over there. So they won't clear the garbage for a few days. No, you're right. Piles and piles, they punish them. You want to burn here. You're not going to take the garbage. Because they burn the garbage cans, whatever. I was once there, it's unbelievable. Like a garbage strike. I think in New York they had one. No. Yeah. That's it. In the olden days, it was everywhere. There's no disposal. So there's a pile in the middle of the city. A big pile. No, everybody. She says, I agree with you that when you find it in the garbage, it's awesome. That means it's innovative. That says it's mutter wedge and some bikes. We're going to see later on, the Gemara says the Rebbe is not determining who the halach is like. Oh, I like him. All Rebbe is doing is says that everybody agrees to these. These are the things that Rebbe is going to agree in all situations that it's mutter, it's also like this and it's mutter like that. And Rebbe is going to, they're going to argue in the middle case. My love. So what's my things? The Gemara wants to say that this machlokes of that roiv, we have a roiv that people that deal with shchita, they know what they're doing, is actually machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Chanina. There's no force to say that. The no, you could say everybody agrees that if you're dealing with shchita, you know what you're doing, you know the halachas. And nobody argues in a house, the shari. If you find a shechted animal on your kitchen table and your kitchen period, it's good. It's kosher. And the ashba shabashuk, the alma, the plidos. Here we have a little video here. Another Litzanis. Oh, we saw some of these cats today in the show. I saw some of the weirdest cats. Yeah. Now, has anybody been to Bnei Brak and Sukkot? They know exactly what this device is. 16. This is sticking with Vela, right? What a move, this cat. Okay, so you threw it in a Vela. If you have an Vela, you throw it into the Ashba Shabashog. Everybody agrees that's treif. The Ashba Shababayis. So I wanted to be Mechadish or Murdi Gechidish Rabari. I think you would agree to me. The Murdi Gechidish, but you lived in Eretz Yisrael, so you can appreciate also the second part. Those who didn't, I don't know. I want to tell you that based on garbage, you can figure out who a person is. You tell me a little bit about your garbage behavior, and I can tell you who you are. There's the husband. Yeah, Marad is not for you to listen. There's a husband that comes and the garbage is up to the top. What does he do? He puts another thing on top. He tries to push it in. It doesn't close, and he walks away. Not my problem. You know what I'm talking about? No. I'm going to the next part. Not the part that you belong. This is the guy that he comes to the garbage, mamish full, puts his foot in it, he fetches down, he gives another 6 inches, and then there's a guy that he sees it's still full, he pulls it out, a nice string, he puts a nice bag in. These are the 3 types of husbands. In this room, we have all 3 types. I used to be one of each of them. I graduated. But then in Eretz Yisrael, there's another again. There's the guy that takes his garbage bag out, and he lives in a big building, lives on the 5th floor, and he has that drip from his apartment all the way down to the garbage can. Over here we have 4 gedarim. We have the guy that takes his shot of shoe and makes a mix out of it, and goes weiter. You have the guy that takes his sponges stick out and manages the sponge from top to bottom. You have a guy, this is the worst, this guy, he cleans it up one floor below where he lives. So nobody chaps that came out of his dira. And then you have a guy that says, listen, I pay Malabayit. It's not my problem. Let somebody else deal with it. So from these things, you can tell exactly who and where you're holding your life. Yeah? Masking? Come out. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Is that what I'm saying before? You ever lived in Eretz Yisrael? You do the what? What after you were married? For how long? But you did the garbage thing down the steps? Or you lived like in a big house? There's no garbage. You're eating out all the meals. I don't want to, that gives me trauma actually. One of my kids, they stick with Defiant. Let's call him Defiant. I'm going to say which one. So I'm like, you have to take the garbage out. He's like, I'm not taking the garbage out. I said, dude, yeah, you got to take the garbage out. If you don't take the garbage out, it's not going to be good. I'm not taking the garbage out. We lived on the 2nd floor then, in Zavidan. He says, okay, I'll take the garbage out. He threw it out the window. It exploded on the floor. He goes, you're happy now? And then he lived for 2 years by Shlomo Lazar. But I'm going to say which one of my kids that was. Where's Shlomo? It was by okay. Just to stick with Defiant. He's a great kid. Threw it off the 2nd floor. Yeah, something in my. So, Omar Mar. Oh, no. I think I skipped a little. Okay. We can go back a little bit. I don't know where. But right? Okay, that we did. Keep playing it up. Here's the machlokes. If you find something in the house, I gotta go back to this. This is pretty nice. You guys didn't appreciate it when you saw it. What's going on? Now we can see. The guy, maybe could you speed it up a little bit? Yeah, let's start from over here.
Where is your garbage? It's over there.
Oh. Keep playing about Ashbashim advice if you find it in this garbage in your house. Yeah, listen, well, it's not a normal thing to put a dead carcass in your garbage can at home because it really smells bad. So that's machlokes. Some say yes, it's normal. Most people take it outside to the local dump and not dump it in their house. So Mela, if you find it in your garbage at home, obviously it's kosher. Omar Rebbe. So now we're just gonna finish up what we already discussed this Rebbe. We'll explain it, but we'll do it inside. Omar Rebbe, near the Rebbe Huda Bash, I love Rebbe Huda. It says also we find it in the garbage. My ash, what does it mean? So listen to this dig. It's kedai to listen. Pay attention over here. Where's the guy? My ash. Where is it also? My ash. Well, you know, ash. It can't be the one outside. Everyone in the room here, when I asked them in the beginning, you find the dead animal in the local, what's it called? Dumpster. Local landfill. The local landfill. It's L'chaira treif. Everybody agrees to that. So what does it mean you found it in Asheville? It can't mean the local dumpster, the local landfill. It's talking about the garbage in your house. And on that review, this says what? Awesome. Famous Sefer, so I have a contradiction. But in the Sefer, I could do the exact opposite view. Rebbe says, I like Rebbe Chanina when I find it in the house. My bite, what does it mean house? I found it on the kitchen table. Everybody agrees if you find it on the kitchen table, it's mutter. It must be in the garbage can in your house, where we saw this guy finding. And on that, Rebbe Chanina says it's mutter. And Rebbe says it's also. It's contradiction because Rebbe says, I like Rebbe Yehuda who says it's also. I like Rebbe Chanina who says it's mutter. So Pasha the Rebbe had the Rebbe. That the Gemara says, no, that's the basement. Oh, he got out. Near a different review, Rebbe didn't come to say, I hold like this one or like that one. That wasn't his point. His point was that everybody agrees to certain parameters here. Oh, near the Rebbe Yehuda, the Rebbe Chanina, the Rebbe exactly the Mashmash Rishon. Rebbe Yehuda, Rebbe Chanina likes what Rebbe Yehuda said. What did Rebbe Yehuda say? That it's also? We're talking about the local dump. That even Rebbe Chanina agrees that it's also. Rebbe Chanina knows Rebbe exactly. He only argued on the house one. And then the Nirim, the opposite. In other words, everybody's in agreement that if you find it on the kitchen table, it's mutter. And everybody's in agreement they find it in the shop. Rebbe wasn't making it. Oh, I hold like him and over here, and I hold like. Well, he's saying that everybody holds that. Rebbe Yehuda and Rebbe Chanina don't even argue when it comes to the local dump that it's 100% trade, and if it's on your kitchen table, it's 100% mutter. The whole machlokes was in your kitchen garbage. That's where the machlokes is. Okay, next thing. Rafi Bey's on days. Sponsored by a global specialist in international financial services, but Chaim Milrad. Unfortunately, we were saying the Jewish Lema, and now we have to say, Leading Nishmas, Imi Merossi, Frado Echo, Bas, Kana, Rashol. Okay, we just switch that, okay? We'll switch it back. Chaim should have Mechama, his whole family. It should be a meditation for your family and all the Klal Yisrael. Chutz Mecher Shod B'Kata and Shem Yikalki Shkidasa. So, Mecher Shod B'Kata cannot do Shkita because the man is ruined. So, Margin Dayan, Shem Yikalki wrote about it. They say maybe they ruined, or Shem Yikalki, they'll cover the future. Amaravas and Samaras and Moitzim Lam Fully Mefakila. You cannot give your simple animal, nothing's in touching, you can't give it to a fair shade of who don't have a dance. The whole is a shop to that very nice sounds, it doesn't show. Man Khan will go below the eating Kavanah with Shkita. Who's the Khan who says that you don't need to have Kavanah with Shkita? In other words, the Shkita, if you did it properly, you didn't do Drizzy, you didn't do Shia, you didn't do Chalada, you didn't do all that stuff. So it's a good Shkita, even though you didn't need to do it. So there's a fascinating Rav HaShulchan that I found today. Rav HaShulchan says, in Hilchos Shkita, that if a person likes to sing, he cannot be a shofar. That's what he says. Why? Because he's constantly singing, he's not paying attention enough. He's always singing with himself, he's humming, he's thinking about his chazanos and this and that. He's not going to make a good shofar. He has to be concentrated. This is if you're Shkif Tzibur, talking about Shkif Tzibur. You should try to cut down on singing. He doesn't know if he's going to the shofar. You hear this? You know about this a lot? So, who's the Khan? I guess it's Machlokes, like Gary Feinberg said. It's Machlokes, whether or not you need Kavanah. So, Gemara, here's a crazy situation. Oh, my God. Rebbe Nosson. Rebbe Nosson. I mean, Shaya is here in Kavanah. Zorak Sakri. Here's a guy's taking knife practice, throwing knives, practicing, but what do you call it? He's like, not making it. not Darius, the Chinese art form. They take knives and they throw it at the axes, knives, whatever it is at the bullseye. Huh? The shining stars, exactly. Huh? Yeah, whatever. What? What? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you
Listen,
face
everybody knows that.
difficulties from safely reopening your doors
I
to
should speak
finding the
for
right
the
person for a specialized role.
So while I
Housing
was
Wire
letting you know
never
what
late. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S.
they feel
mortgage
good
and
about
housing
themselves.
markets.
They say
So
stuff
they
stuff and they're like, yeah, okay, at least you're not sneaking.
Smart matching
Okay.
technology finds people with the right
A
experience
little
for
bit
your
more?
job. In fact, 4 out of 5
Okay.
employers.
I'm looking at myself in the screen. It looks weird. So I just redid the share? No, not at all. Not at all. It's fine as well. Yeah, compared to what you look with the
Alexander never imagined she could get a
wow.
reporter job in the midst of COVID-19.
Okay, we're almost done with your voice. How long are we with this share?
For a job was discouraging. So she
Okay.
created a profile.
We're almost done.
ZipRecruiter match Alexander's Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills are great.
Very good. Very good.
Received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job. A few weeks later, Alexander started her
No further. The boy said, check this out. This is based on Yusuf today. He gave us a drush in the bus. I'll actually play the whole drush here. Somebody did a good drush, what he said. This is me giving out Gemaras to local Muslims. So hold on. Here's Yusuf. Maybe you want to hear Yusuf. This is the drush.
The smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a man.
No idea. Anyway, so that's alright, so Gemara. So here, check this out. It's a crazy story. The guy's throwing out through the year. And unbeknownst to him, there's an animal walking by. Now it's and he gets his neck and shtick by Fashachta. The time he shines here, there's a ryan, it's a big second, he's not to the place. The whole Fashachta, Kedarka, there was a mashu. Russ says why? Because you don't have that kavana, you don't have that shema. But my fan boys, the Shai himself says it, Gemara and explains. Allah is you don't need to have kavana. You don't mean to kill an animal. He's certainly no shihir is a rinse. There's no drisa, there's no downward pressure. Maybe there's a beam on the knife, so you'll check it out afterward. That's the Gemara, but we maybe. But you have to go back and forth. So look what the Gemara says. It's one of those Gemaras that makes you rock. But I think, like all those Gemaras, some of them, like, I don't understand, that's possible. The point is, we're talking about a theoretical thing that maybe never happened, never will happen. But logically, would that be a good trick or not? Let's say it happened. Let's say. Let's say. So I know exactly what Avi is thinking about, what should be exactly. I know exactly what he's thinking about. It's not to that. No. But the guy made a box and a whole diagram. Now, don't go back to it. Obviously, if he made a box, he's a good Soviet. But is it possible? I don't know. That's not the point. The point is, theoretically, what does the halacha say in the case where a guy throws a knife and it hits the wall, bounces and slices the animal's mouth, bounces off the wall, and comes back and slices it again? Is that considered? Is that a good shkita because there's zero cover? Says Rashi that you don't have to say such a crazy situation where it bounced off the wall, came back. All you're going to say is through a very long knife. Because as long as it's two necks, you have a neck plus another neck, then it's okay. Then it's a good. You only have to go forward. You don't have to go forward and back. One more small subject here. So I want you to take a pencil if you have one. And right over here, the word machshava doesn't mean thought. It means to speak it out. If a small child tells you what he meant to do, can you rely on that or not? So if he's shafting in our law, he says, I shafted the side when he tells you, I shafted in the Shema. Can I rely on him? So Rami has a great passion. He says, listen, why did you mention machshava? Do you not know that the Mefurish Mishnah talks about Maisa? And since the Mishnah over there talks about Maisa, the Mishnah over there talks about machshava, and we have an answer for your question. With the Vayla Maisa, how can you ask me about a full-fledged action? That what? Maisa like the Vayla. Why did you ask me? The reason is very simple, because the Mefurish Mishnah. So you didn't ask me from the Mefurish Mishnah. It's not Yesh Loya Maisa. A kid has a Maisa. Machshava will not be like the Vayla. So if so, in that same Mishnah tells you what the halacha is with the word, and then I know the answer. So why are you asking the questions? What's the case? It's not Yesh Loya Maisa, Machshava, sorry, it's not in the Machshava. A kid's machshava or dibur doesn't count for anything. Listen now. If you have an acorn, or a rimon, or a pomegranate, or eggs, or nuts, shechasachim, that the kids took and hollowed out, or let's say pomegranate, or they hollowed out a nut. Lo and ben mafel, in order to fill it up with dough, even the top of his line, they used it as one of those old-time scales. So they need a second part. So they hollowed out a fruit. Why did they hollow it out? To make it a plate. Oh, they made it a plate. Right. Why? Maybe they should have nice. That's something physical. This monkey got me good. Right over here. I better put up some other hours. Yeah, I have. Mom's came prepared. Very much so. No, I bought me a spoon just in case I get a stick out cup. Rabies. Come on, you got no. That's gonna be watch. Kobe's gonna make that the thumbnail. I might have gotten rabies. I didn't have a question on Dibur. What happens when his thought is understood through his action? Without talking. In other words, you're going to have a time over the day and ask you something here. That's the case. You know that korbanos, and mostly korbanos, especially touchy have to be done in the northern part of Gazara, meaning if your mizbeach is that line, has to be above that line, not below the mizbeach, which is Bella. And this kid goes and takes an animal and pulls in. You heard your name being called? I'll tell you later. No, not that part. I said one of my kids did that. Oh, right. So if a kid pulls an animal from the barn to itself, and obviously he knows what he's doing. Obviously, he's trying to shove an animal, let's say in our lishma, in the right place. So that was my question. My question was something that's not in the Mishnah. It's something in between. It's not a full-fledged Maisa, and it's not a Dibur. It's a Maisa that tells me what his machshava is. You're going to have a time all the door, and I see Shachata. No, what's that? Obviously, he knows what he's doing, so he had Kavana. Maybe the fact that he took it from the south to the north, because he didn't have enough room over there. Rabbi side. Hold on. Yes, this is a video, thank you. A very good video of the night. Rapper 2026. 7. Very good. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsored MDY.com.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? That's have you ever seen his like list where he keeps them like all labeled? I know. It was. I mean, Tim Mike is the connoisseur, but the devil came out at him when I asked for a way. Oh yeah, for sure. He's on the road with us. So instead of a word, instead of a word, I'm behind.
Good morning, Rob. Morning, side. Wow, beautiful. We're here, we're doing that with Aleph, and taxi is coming in 30 minutes, maybe a little less. We'll try to do as much as we can because our flight was delayed. This wasn't on the plan, but Hashem, we're able to do most of today's share in this moment. Email and other stuff. Hopefully we'll do somewhere else, maybe on the way to the airport, in the airport, we'll see. Svir Saimer was the request of one division speaker of Produces Morning to solve the layers with Slema. Svir Saimer, Aaron and Kayla Mira Stein, in honor of our children, Shalom Shachna and Yitzchak Zeb Stein, and our nephew, Mendel Stein, upon completing the first week of the Yoyim. There's always a beginning, and Be'ez Hashem, you stick to it. It takes time to learn how to stick to it, but once you stick to it for a while, it becomes part of you. Official edition of the Oshas B'Tzefet Zev Yal Shohar Perek, the Benedict family. Official edition of the Oshas. My dad's one of my surprised. As they finish mass with the small, the Masechta sponsor, the actual, not the official edition. The Masechta is sponsored by David Salom, dedicated in memory of Yemir, small bar. The Palestine Family Foundation gratitude to the consortium and the alliance and all they do to support MBY Anonymous. Hatzlacha Baruchis, Gashmius, and thank you to Chief Benny Anonymous for delivering full statement and Yisrael to Leah Basester and the Yemen Daniela Rosenfeld Rios Basinka. The monthly sponsors are Simon, the first name of Yemir Bar from Miriam, the Yemen Daniela Rosenfeld, and Nasa B'Shefa. Weekly sponsors, Unify. The Nishmas, Shendel Basarabi, Kila Method, and also Yortzed is on, like Boimer. Game sponsors today, Anonymous, for the merit of this WM career, finding a zivug in a future yeshivish family. Interesting. Zil Gahan, in honor of our dear father, Shver Zaidi, Ramesh Steinberg's 60th birthday. Hashtag #1 MDY fan. Current sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, in the success of all of our clients. Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, Rochel Parnasa, Innovations LLC as a school for Akiva Simcha Ben Fagin, Shkoya, Enrique Yudis, Basia Chaya, Omein, Bikoros, NDY Coffee Corner month, cover that field committee, Dallas Nimiat Koiman, NDY Art month, the Rushdemo Yon Tanita Bebeshem Brocha. The first name of Mordechai ben Esther is Ayala Daniel Zev ben Ayala Esther. The boys are exciting students, very Ishmael. We constantly talk about the concept of right. There's Halakha Roy, there's Bittul Roy, there's Rubik, there's all types of roy. But we're the source? The source is in Chulin Daf Yud Aleph. It's actually in the Torah. Torah tells us the passage, but there's a word that's not really in the Torah that we have to figure out. The word says, where do we know when Rabbanon say they should go with the majority, the right, the majority? You always go with the majority. Bata Baroy. Everybody knows Bata Baroy because it's great heter. Got some food and it's all Bata Baroy. Rabbanon say that you right. What do you mean Minola? The Siv, after Rabbi Lahafis, 3 words in the passage tell you should always go with the majority. Says the Gemara, no. You go to Isaac Hamon. You go in Tesha Chaluyas or something like that. There's simple ones. There's a roy that's in front of you, but I want to tell you better than in front of you. The idea of Ruben Isaac Hamon, it could be explained in simpler terms. Ruben Isaac Hamon means when you can count it. It's in front of you where you can count. That's what it means in front of you. Where I can look at it and say, look, there's 9 kosher stores and 1 non-kosher store, so it's a right that I see. That's what they tell you. When there's a Bezdin of 23, and 12 say Chayir, and 11 say Shabbos, so we go with the 12, we can count. 1, 2, 3, we can count. That's the come on. The 9 stores, here's the 9 stores, the famous case, you find a piece of meat that always drove me crazy. Find a piece of meat, where's the extra? They'll say, okay, fine, no extra. But you can assume that it's from one of these kosher stores and not from Esposito's, I don't know what, this Italian, prime Italian meat place. Yeah? If you go to Tesha Chaluyas, it's an edge. That I never had an issue with. But my big problem was, what about when it's something that you cannot? It's a right, it's a known way. What's Kapel Tana? The famous case, we actually just discussed it. But Yibum, we have 2 brothers. This is Shaya's father when he's really young. Shaya is sitting here. Last year, this is Avi Kalyansky when he's young. When he had no hair, when he's younger. And this is his older brother. Fix, who's in the other shit, Ishmael. So now, what happened was, Noam Fix married to a 5-pounder, not much like his wife today. Those who know his wife. No, she might actually be from the 5,000. Is she from the 5,000? She's from Queens. Yeah, but she's not a big shopper. Oh look, or she's a Donna. She has toys. Why didn't you shop that? Married it. So if the Yavana, so what happened? Now one of the brothers goes by, right? Now, this is an extreme case. Either one of them is a couple, not both of them, okay? Either the Yavam is 11 years old, or the Yavama is 10 years old, whatever it is. One of them is a couple. Now, what's the problem? The problem is, perhaps when this guy gets older, not him, a guy gets older, a kid gets older, maybe he won't be able to have kids. Maybe he's a Cyrus. And a Cyrus would be usher. This is their right to marry his sister-in-law. You're never allowed to marry your sister-in-law. The only time is one exception to the rule for Yiba. But that's only if you could make him shame off it. If you could have children, if you can have children, then it's not big deal. So maybe I should be patient. Just what? I'm not patient. Why not? Why not? Forget the road. Tomorrow. How do I know that idea? So these are rough days for 10 around. Each one is going to give us another idea. All of them are basically pushed off. Now, Rashi says we have to come on. Says Gemara, every morning when he's leaving from the head of the so as we know, we take this duking kahana, they take these pieces of each one, they cut it up, and one kind holds the head of the animal in his hand. The head of the animal you can't chop up into pieces. Why? You can't chop up the head. You have to hold it. You have to have it whole. The problem is the neighbor perhaps use a lining, a membrane around the brain. It's called a chrome, like a plastic bag. And if it has a hole in it, that's a treifa. It's one of the 18 treifas. As we're going to see throughout the Masechta, there's 18 treifas. One of them is Pimshalat. Maybe this animal has a hole in its membrane. Sounds like somebody would say you have a hole in the membrane. I don't know. You have a hole in the membrane, and then it makes it what? From the head. A lock in the membrane. A lock in the membrane. And therefore it's a treifa. How do I know it's not? Now, I can't go in there and do an autopsy. Why? I can't do an autopsy. Why can't I do an autopsy? Because then I'm breaking the head open. It has to be whole. Here is the membrane from Kalashon around the brain. Now, let me show you something better. It says from Kalashon. Now, I just have to warn people, if you're not into the stuff, we'll see in a second. Warning. I had a much worse one, but this is, they did it in a nice way. I'm just clean the whole thing. Great. Now, who told you that you can't check the brain? There's a way to check the brain without chopping up the head into pieces. Dealing with the fowling way, robotic way, I thought maybe the word fowling is like fillet, that you cut it open. One L, F-I-L-E-T. These two, oysters or F-I-L-L-E-T if you want to say it like that. Your lip rather. Or you could say fillet without a T at the end. Either way, it's okay. I can say anything I want. I once said it's the epic center. I once said it's the epic center. Mashka said, okay, so my daughter had a good laugh for a year. And she forgot about it. Once in a while, she was reading so much. The two guys that are basically born here, and I'm sure don't really. Sorry, you got the epic center show? I don't think so. He probably wasn't born here, but he was a little kid when he got here. That's what? Yeah, exactly. Epic center, where you spell epic is with a C, okay? E-P-I-C. It's an epic center. It's epicenter. So you say, okay, the Americans make fun. לא משנה. ואם שוב, או ניסו לספר ולספר לספר, אני mean, able to explain to where we got there. Says the Gemara, this issue of cutting up the head, cutting it up to pieces if you cut it completely. I'm able to lie it. Less than that. Check this out. Here's Holiday. Zero more. He made a cut on the top. If you drill down these things, don't know. That's the brain. He's going to zoom in to show you the membrane around the brain. כמו שאתם רואים, הוא מלא בלימי דם. This is a plastic bag around the brain. בתחום של מוח, שמטריף, זה בעיקר בחום העליון, הוא קצת יותר עבה מהקום התחתון. הקום התחתון הרבה יותר עדין, אבל הוא המשמרת הגדולה של המוח. But what we saw here is that he cut with his hands on him. How are then inside this guy's head? He made a nice cut. But the bottom is all intact, the side is intact. You see where it's brown all the way to the right side of the screen? It's intact. Just what? He sliced it open. That's okay. It's not in the second. It's still whole. Says Gemara, thank you. My brother bin Omar. Okay. I thought on him. Don't have a raya from here that I'm going with the road. Why? Because perhaps he does check. Maybe in the clear to check every single morning, every single evening, every part of the morning comes up to his death. Every part of I should check the membrane of the brain. The membrane of the brain. My brother bin Omar. After the Shia says something.
in a wheelchair to another. This young man was here.
Another raya. I learned from breaking the bones on Pesach. It says on Pesach. Should we show this? I don't know if it's saying that. As I'm talking. It says by the Korban Pesach you're not permitted to break any bone. So it's the same way that we're doing the second day. The neighbor, maybe the brain, the membrane around the brain has a hole in it. Therefore, what is a tracer? And you can't check it out because you can't do the trick that we said before. What was the trick before? That you're gonna slice the skull open and peek inside. You can't do that with the Korban Pesach. Why? You can't break any bones. But for that, I do have a so let's say it's a shaya. What's the shaya? What can I do? Stick your hand in and go in. No, but what about the spine and everything else? It's not gonna break. It's not, Okay, it's a better answer. Yeah, but if you do that, you're probably gonna puncture the membrane. You want to get to the membrane and look. So the way to do it is without burning it. If you make a burn through the skull, that's okay. You burn your way through. The next thing you do is maybe put a coal on it, you burn your way through the other way, and it burns the skull. The other way, then you can check it. It says, now it's also to cut bones, but what about sinews that are similar to bones? That's okay in the Korban Pesach. That's only. It's also okay to burn the bones of a Korban Pesach. And going to show Shmir says that it's not considered breaking bones. The Mela, I don't know where maybe it did check. Maybe everybody did check the membrane of the brain through burning your way through it. What raya that we could rely on? Right now, ways to go my Hasinaria. I'm going to bring a raya from the top. Gomra Moscow, Telboy, Baalio, Rima. The law is that every carbon that's eaten like a shlom and chadis and asham, you put the tail, the fat of the aliyah. So the aliyah again, here we go, on to the mizbah. Now, by doing that, by putting the tail onto his back, you are severing, perhaps you're severing the spinal cord. And by severing the spinal cord, you're making it a tracer. That's one of the 18 tracers, the spinal cord. So here's the Chudashedra. Let's see, Chudashedra, some beautiful stuff that we all need for today. We have a 3D of the spine, that's the spine, but inside the spine, it protects that white, the Chudashedra, which you know is the whole, we have one side for the nervous system. The nervous system. This is more as you return to the Chudashedra to the spinal cord that's inside this. No, we're going to go with the right, and it's usually not an issue. If you maybe they'll tell you, you know why it's not an issue? Because I'm cutting the tail lower down on the spine, and over there, I'm not so concerned about the spinal cord. If I do detach the spinal cord, that's not a trait. That's a whole sugya. The spinal cord has like we'll see pictures later on of where the spinal cord, the nervous system splits. It has like different, what's the word? They're like this. Like you see that split over there, this is more of that. At a certain point, you can cut the spinal cord and nothing will happen to the animal. You see it with animals, certain animals, you cut the tail, Doberman pinchers, all those. You cut the tail and nothing happens. What? The bottom of the spinal cord that comes out, it's called the quadrifina. Quadrifina. Quad is 4. That's why it's called quad. No, oh. Okay. How do you know that? From one of your cases? Interesting. Well, one of your several tail?
You see the greenhouse?
so this. No. So this is gonna blow you away. This mountain is unbelievable. Where do you cut this algae from? All the way from the kidneys. Check it out here. The kidneys beautiful. Look at this. Look at that. Right over there. So you have to take the tail from up there. If you're gonna cut it from where those kidneys are, of course you're gonna, if you sever the spinal cord, you cause serious damage. That's a real trade. Doesn't get any worse. No.
What do you do? You just go to the grocery store yourself, or
right.
no?
You're gonna check. If you cut, right. If you have to take that part from the cut and put it on his back, how are you gonna check whether or not the spinal cord is severed later on? So tomorrow, we saw some of the welcome to Shakwa CIXs. We're not doing this whole thing here, but you can see that animals also have eight, so they take the thoughtful, they think about the Rebbeinu Shloim, the simple slaves to the Rebbeinu Shloim. Okay. Huh? So what? All animals, what is it? Go ahead. You gave eggs. Okay. They take eggs. What do you mean? It has to be across, no? I don't know what you mean by down. I would say it's from, I'm not a big mumcha, but wherever that is, from that point on, no? To the right of the place. Which is kind of, like where that bone is, where that fire going is, like somewhere over there, no? Like over here, in this area.
It's fun, man. The cool thing is, like, I didn't realize how close I was to this is like around this. Yeah, like that.
I think the kidney is just to tell you where you should draw your line up. Like this way? Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You were cutting off the whole spine, and you putting that whole part of the spine on this tail. That's all part of the tail, so to speak. Of course it goes. That's the only kuda. The finish line goes all the way from there, all the way down into the tail. Now, if you cut it lower down from the tail, it's not the end of the world. Nothing will happen to the nervous system of the animal. That's already a weaker part of the spinal cord. But where the kidneys are, that's a main part. That's the spinal cord, and that will make it certainly make it trainable. Now, if you're taking all of that and you put it on his back, you're not going to be able to check it. That's the one. Why can't you check it? Why? Because it doesn't work well. Maybe you open it up and check. Listen to me, as you hold, I think you're able to pack the camera. I'm able to live listen, but maybe just slice it open and check to see, make sure that the whole cord is intact from that point on. So really, I don't have a great life. What is the video on my regular roof? I learned from regular roof. What's regular roof? They find a body between two cities, and Yoshi made a brand new one just for today. So you don't know where the killer came from. So they do medidos. And then they have to bring up half. And they do little choppings to the head. Not a big deal. It has to be nachaleson in the river.
ידינו לא שפכו את הדם הזה, ועינינו לא ראו. כפר לעמך ישראל.
Oh, yeah, it is. In the Hebrew, I didn't stop it. I just said, oh, maybe listen. In the Hebrew, which was literally 40 minutes ago, less, I said, Chaval, they didn't see Kabalam because he wasn't doing it right now. Dave, you told him to do that? Oh, Kobe was here. Kobe was there. Kobe. Okay, I got it. Yeah, we changed the. Yeah, sure. Rav Shimon ben Rabbi Domer, Asi Megillah Rufo. Learn from Megillah Rufo. The what? Domer Chmona Har Rufo. This calf has to be whole. The late horse has to be more of a Duma treifa. When you chop its head off, maybe you chop off the head of an animal that's a treifa. It must be that we go with most animals. Most animals are not treifas. And male is good. But what's the difference if it's treifa or not? It's not a carbon. You just chop its head off. No. The fact is, it says in the pasuk Israel. So what? This is more important. They can leave. They can go. Tell them to go. But they don't do anything with the episode. I don't. This is more important. Yeah. We only got boring symbolic coaching. And what are you gonna do? Wait in there. I'm saying wait in there for 40 minutes down. Yeah. Okay. But anyway. Oh, we have to leave in 10 minutes anyway. That's what he's saying. So now here's 10 minutes. Fine. So let's see what we can do in 10 minutes. No, it has to be no tray on it because it says the word kapara. Another ayah, Rav Shila Amar Asim Paraduma, we're learning from Paraduma. Zomar Rachman. B'Shochat V'Soraf. What's the Paraduma? The Paraduma is the red heifer that it doesn't have any white hairs or anything like this. Pure red. What do you do with it? You burn it, use the ashes to mix with water, which we sprinkle on somebody who became coming from a dead person. Let's see how that looks. Back in the day, it looked like this. This is earlier. You can see the eyes of the animal opening and closing. By the way, this reminds me, I think they just found a guy that did the Palisades fires. How many, like, 6,000 homes were burned, 12 people died. He did it on purpose. They found him. I heard this week about him. Okay. The Omer Achmon of the Shohan the Sarah. Mashkitosak Shishlemo, Afsrifosak Shishlemo. It has to be home without a treifa. What was doing a treifa? You go with the right. It's a treifa? No, right. It's not a carbon. It is a carbon. Why? Because we call it fantasy. It's like a carbon. Oh, I just want to point out a Givaldic attachment places. Were you here for the Hebrew Shur also? You didn't understand everything. Okay. So, places that's a great caption. Were you here? So, the, okay, weiter. Places that's a great question. How old is a paraduma? That's to be in the second year. That means it lived 12 months. If it lived 12 months, then it can't be a treifa. It can't treifa later. Okay, then out of chazakah, it'll be part of. They went at least 12 months of its life without being a treifa. So you're concerned that maybe it's developed a treifa. Too bad on you. I have a chazakah that it's not a treifa because I can prove that it wasn't a treifa for the first 12 months of its life. So Zok the Gemara. I'll prove it to you from the two goats of Yom Kippur. One we throw off a cliff, and one we do the avodah in the base. You do a goyrel. You see which one. Either one could be whatever. Could be the carbon. Hashem. You tie a red thing to its head. You tie a red thing on a stone. point out here that when we throw him off the cliff, as you can see from the video, his body is going to disintegrate into many pieces. And they wave flags, white flags from one tower to the other. This is very important. This right over here. Boom. As Benny pointed out, that these mountains have a lot of points on them. You get it? Pointed out, there's a lot of points on them. There's a white, a lot of right. And that string turns, if there's a kapar, it turns from red to white. So the Gemara, we learn from the Psalm of Shalom. You take two of them, Shushneim Shalom, should both be equal. Belecho, as the Gemara that Yural and Beis, perhaps one of them is a treifah, and therefore what? The one that fell off the cliff is a treifah. You have to go with the majority. The majority, they're not treifah. Who cares? It's not a carbon. It fell off the cliff. Anyways, it's gonna. Like my mother used to tell me, what difference if the cookie is broken? You're going to chew it off and it's going to be broken anyways in your mouth. So here also, who cares if it's gravy? You're throwing it off a mountain while it's alive. It's breaking up into pieces. You know, it says, no, it's a big enough community because the one that you throw off a mountain has to be rotary to be a carbon. And you'll tell me that what? That after it gets down to the bottom of the mountain of the cliff, you'll pick it up and check to see that it's not a treifah, but not. Learn to the Mishnah. And he only went halfway down the mountain. It's a bunch of pieces. Therefore, you can't check. Fine. This is good. If somebody hits his father and causes him to bleed, not that anybody in this room ever did that. Torah says, I'm not talking to you. Don't worry, I'm talking to us all. You're all getting nervous. Who's he talking about? No, God for sure. The Torah says you kill this person. But listen to the question. It's going to blow your mind. How do you know he's your father? How do you know he's your father? Your mother can prove it. But how can you prove that's your father? Will I just do a live on? Maybe there's another father involved there. So you have to use the road. This is the husband that was there from the beginning. So most likely, you're right. It's very possible it's somebody else. In certain communities in America, whatever. But in our community, it's not so scarce. We don't know what's going on, but it's possible. So you have to go with the road. Say the mother's name. Wow. I hope that's not the reason. So weird. It's interesting. Doesn't sound right. Okay. Says Gemara. No. Oh, I got to tell you this real quickly. Like the Soy Lazaza. I want to go back. Soy Lazaza. Because I got to stick it a little bit of something. But by the Shabbatot, Billy Brown, instead of Murray the Gevart, I have to start using it with my children a little bit. I have to remember. He's talking to a group of non-affiliated teenagers, and he was convincing them to be from whatever. So one of the guys said, wait a minute, well, we're really enjoying life here. And they all go, yeah, we're enjoying life. Why do we want to be from? So he said, I want to give you a mashal. This guy jumped off that 80 towers, 40-story building. And as he's flying through the air, some guy on the 20th floor opened up the window and said, hey, how are you liking this? I'm loving it. The view is unbelievable. It's like literally like jumping out of a plane. It's so exhilarating. Flying there. And then 10 seconds later, poof. He says, yeah, you shkoyach. Right now you're enjoying yourself. But you're like a freight train into the ground. Where are you going? Yeah, you shkoyach right now. Yeah? It's not going to work. It works in teenagers. It's not bad. It's not bad. Just reminded by the Sar Lazar. Evarim. Fine. Agobane. And it says the Gemara over here. I'll give you a case where it's 100% the father. Why? because the mother and the father were locked up in a prison in one room, and the only ability, the only possibility is that he's the father. Even so, there's no such thing. The concept that there's no guarantee when it comes to arayis. It's a famous line, but it's a true line. I think it's an important line without getting into any crazy details. But I know from first-hand stories of people that you wouldn't believe, people that are mamish, very, very famous big, and Yirei Shamayim. I'll call them Yirei Shamayim, both men and women. That's the chiddush. Put in certain situations, as Yushami says. Yushami says, even Chosn Sheba Chasidim, he says, Ein Abu Travis, it's not right. There's no such thing as somebody says, oh, I'm above that. Everybody, we had a few times, Choshev Gdolim, Rabbanim, Bizman Hazeh, so many stories that people are nitshot. And that's why everybody should, if they can, be careful where you put yourself, what work line you're at, what. Okay, now without going into it, show just one Maisa of rebellion with Pan. Yeah, because if you know these things, if you know what's going on in the real world. I'm talking about the most honest, normal tzaddikim, everybody's nishal. At the end of the day, if you put in the wrong situation or the right situation, call it whatever you want. Do not put yourself in that situation. Bachar came to rebellion, and he said, I want to go to Chasana. So he says, okay, where is it? He says, well, here's. So you're going to go through Tachanam Merkazid and Tel Aviv. He says, yeah. He says, but what about, Shmir Sinai, whatever? He says, it's not mashpia on me, he says. So really tells me, okay, you can go to the Chasana, but make sure on the way back, you go see a doctor. He says, yeah, I'm 80 years old and I have issues. You're a bachar, of course you have issues. So if you're going to tell me that you don't have issues, you should go see a doctor. Ein avitrobus larais. Huh? How much time do we have? Minus 1 minute. Okay, so what should we do? Do a little bit more. No, we'll finish the rest later. We'll be Kiddush Hashem. We learn it from a killer. The Amar Achmona Katle. You should kill a killer. If somebody killed another human being, you kill him. But maybe the person that died, the victim, maybe he was a treifa. And when a person kills a treifa, it's also, of course, but you can't kill him. So why do you kill him? Because the right people are not treifas. He has an intact membrane. Maybe you should do an autopsy and check it out. You can't do that because it's not right. It's a bezoyra maze. You're making it's disgusting to do so to a dead person. Cut him up. But listen, you want to kill somebody, so you can't kill him until you do an autopsy. Maybe in order to save his life, you should do an autopsy. But from here, they want to bring rayas, do autopsies. This nivel is the raisa, is the rabbanon. Can you do it in certain situations? It's very important for koch nefesh, etc. V'neichosh, says Gemara. At the end of the day, maybe you should be concerned that something like this, maybe the bullet that he shot went right through a hole that it was pre-existing in the guy's heart. Or here, this is in the animal. Here's a hole in the trachea, and this would make the animal a treifa. And then comes along the shoichet, which we're going to say that that's actually a case in the Gemara, but also in a human being. Maybe the knife that he used went right through a pre-existing wound that made him a treifa. So maybe I will never know if this guy was a treifa or not, and I have to be somewhere on the road. The boy say, okay, we're not stopping, we're not finishing this cheer. But there's a way to kill somebody without causing a wound at all, where you don't have the chash of maybe it went through a hole or not a hole, and that is if you submerge him in water. water. You kill him by drowning him. Over there's no wound. Okay, I in the Taisus to be continued, hopefully, in the airport or on the way to the airport.
Boisai, here in Madrid, Bet Chabad, Murdik. We tried to do this piece of Gemara last night at 2 a.m. We thought it went, but I guess it didn't go. Or it went, it wasn't great. So we're going to do it again. This is the Tirchad travel. We're Milva Sugi Daf Yud Aleph on the place. 10 daf in the Sulam. Beautiful sugya. And 10 shitas of why we go with the Roiv when it's Roiv the Let's come on. When you have a Roiv that you can't count, how do we know we go with the majority? We're only by Ravina. Ravina Amar Asim Eidim Zomim. Eidim Zomim is very interesting. You'll see the chart here. Hopefully Ariel sticks it in. We have by the way, we're just recording off of the phone now. Nothing fancy, just to get it out. So maybe the audio is a little off, but it's gewaldig. Eidim Zomim. When you have 2 Eidim against 2 Eidim, 2 against 2 is 0. Nothing happens. They're makkashitza each other. Go. But if you have 2 Eidim that testify that Reuven is a killer, and 2 other Eidim come and they say that the first 2 Eidim, they were on a cruise ship with us. It's impossible that you were able to witness the killing. You are in Madrid when that happened. So the 2 Eidim that tried to kill Reuven, they said he's a killer, they died. You do to them exactly what they wanted to do to Reuven. And as the Gemara is going to say later, I'm going to give you the end over here. It's only if Reuven actually is alive. Because if they were successful and they killed Reuven with their testimony, you do not kill them. But the Gemara proves from here, Rav. How do you prove Rav? You do the 2 Eidim, the initial Eidim, the original Eidim that testify that Reuven is a killer. We do to them like they wanted to do to Reuven and we kill them. The Gemara says, this Reuven guy, maybe he had a hole in his trachea, and therefore he's considered a trachea. Maybe he had a hole in his membrane of the brain that surrounds the brain, the plastic bag around the brain. Maybe they had a hole in it, and he's a treifa, and therefore, if you kill a treifa, you yourself don't die. It's a big isser, but you don't get misa. So why do we kill the Eidim? Obviously, we rely on the Roiv, on the majority. Oh, you know when you kill these 2 Eidim? When you do an autopsy to Reuven, we open up his brain, we see that there's no holes, and we open up his trachea, we see there's no holes. But that's impossible. Why? If Reuven ends up dying, then we don't kill the 2 Eidim. So you can't do an autopsy. The only time you kill the Eidim is when he's alive. When he's alive, you can't do an autopsy. But then you can tell if he's a traitor or not. Wait for 12 months. If he continues to live, that means he's not a traitor. When he's not a traitor, then you kill the Eidim. Rav Ashi Omar, another pshat. You want to turn the camera around, or it's too much? You're nervous. Oh, you're doing some phone. Okay. Cheetah man with us. Anonymous Cheetah man. With my phone. And we have Benny, and we have Dave. Vivaldi. Rav Ashi Omar, Ashi B'Shchita Atzmi. From every shchita, from our sugya, from Chulin, you can learn the halacha of majority of right. The Torah says just shat and eat, and there's no issue. But wait a minute, maybe the knife went into exactly where the trachea was. There's a hole in the trachea. As you see, Ariel, you'll put the chart right now where he shets right through a hole in the trachea. And you'll never know that he shafted that hole and it was a trachea before, and if it's a trachea, you're not allowed to eat it, but we eat meat. It's the haraya that we rely on the right, because most tracheas don't have holes. Oh, Rav Ashi is talking about his svara that he just said. I read the Shmaita Kamedi Rav Kahana, not only his own Svara. I said all 10 Rav Kahana. But I read Rav Kahana Kamedi Rav Shimi, some say Rav Kahana said Rav Shimi. Gomar Alei, and he said, the Duma Yehuda Efshar Efshar. Yehuda Efshar Efshar. It says, where you could go ahead and check, but where you can't, let's say there's a hole in a trick, it's impossible to ever decipher that. You'll never know whether or not there was a hole there. So then you have to be Samach on right. But where, let's say a regular Shkita, you could check. You look him off because if not, Remeir throughout Shas, and we just mentioned him in the beginning of Shir when it comes to Yibo, whether or not we should be Choshish on a youngster, on a Katan, that he might turn out to be a Saris. Remeir says, yes, we got to be careful. He can't be Miyaba when he's a Katan. So he's Choshish, he's always concerned about the minority, the meal of the meal. The meal. Israel, Remeir will never eat meat in his life. Why? Because maybe there's a not even a 1% chance that the knife cut through the hole in the kana, and therefore you'll never know if it was a proper shkita or not. Maybe the animal was a traitor. You can tell me he doesn't eat meat, it's impossible. You'll say, yeah, Remeir never ate meat, he was a vegetarian. He couldn't have been a vegetarian, why? That's what no one could be a true vegetarian. Even vegetarians must eat the carbon base up. A little bit of a passion on vegetarians. I'm sure they have some answers to this. And Rashi, if you look at the top Rashi over here, Rashi reading the pasuk, the Rahmana, but Achlu is Habasar. There's a pasuk, you should eat meat. So how's it possible? If the Torah tells you, but Achlu is Habasar, then how could Remeir not eat meat? Says the Gemara, Elohei for Efshar. So you see from this, the fact is that Remeir eats meat. Why? Because when you could check it out, let's say by a Yavam Khatam, the kid is 10 years old, so you wait. If you can do something about it, you do something about it. You wait 2 years. If he's 3 years old, 10 years. You could do. But when it comes to Shechita, there's nothing you can do. There's no way to figure it out. Then you'll be Samach on the road. Where you cannot be Samach on the road, otherwise you'll never be able to eat meat. So you Samach. You have to be Samach on the road and say that the Torah, this animal did not have a hole in its trachea, and therefore you can eat meat. And therefore, in all our cases here, when it's possible to figure things out, we figure it out. When it's impossible, then we rely on the road. Now, before we finish, Ariel could throw this on the screen. It's in one of the charts, this Rashi. So Rashi says, at the end of the day, all the 10 rayas we had a perfectly. So then, why do we rely on a ray, when it comes to a ray, the lesser kamon, a ray that the numbers are not countable, like by a Saras? We don't know how. You can't say, okay, this kid is not a Saras, let's count. Like a 23 Sanhedrin where you can count 12 and 11. When it comes to the Saras, you can't count. Just the majority of the world are not so reason. So how come we rely on Rav? So Rashi says, one pshat in Rashi is that it's Allah. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Sinai, and that's it. We don't have a clear cut right from a apostle. Even when you could figure it out, wait a few years, you don't have to, says Rashi, because Moshe Rabbeinu got it from Rebbe Shalom and Samach HaRoy. Another thing, Moshe Rabbeinu, this is coming, less coming, okay. And then Rashi says something super interesting. If we're Samach HaRoy, that explains why when we ship an animal, we don't have to check all 18 treifas. It says, and this is what we rely on. We don't check all 18. However, we know that we do check the lungs. Why do we check lungs? Asked Rashi. It's one of the 18. Because it's very hole in it, and therefore we check. And then says Rashi, a secret that you're not allowed to tell anyone about. If it occurred that the lung disappeared and you didn't check this particular lung, what do? You eat the animal or not? It's very common that there's holes in the lung. Says Rashi, you're allowed to eat this animal. Why? rely on what we just said, that you some kind of road. But the Rav Huna, the Omar, Nishchad, the Chesed is that anything that's shafted as a chazaka of Heder. And then Rashi says these unbelievable words, the Ein Mefarsim Adover, keep this anonymous, and like we do in the shir, when people ask to remain anonymous, we keep them anonymous. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. And Be'ez Hashem will see you later from Morocco.
Merit the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
How are you? Starting off the week on the right foot. The involving reference is sponsored by Mark Katz from what's that? It's supposed to be on Shabbos, and here it is. Those of you who daven are stressing away. Those of you who are davening the next minyan, you have minyanim before and after the sandwich, the big sandwiches later. Hayoim, shmoy b'shleishim yoyim, shem chamisha shavuos, b'shleisha yomim, lo omer, or omer. Rabbi say our Gemara is getting better and better. The Emes. It's going to be something else. Every daf basically is going to have pictures, shards. It's going to be unbelievable. The shot is getting tighter and better. Nuclear daf sponsors Mindy Haimovich, Charles Unger. Is that how you pronounce his name? Haimovich. Mindy Haimovich. Shulin, yeah. Charles Unger, Eli Jakubak, Elia Berger, Ben Kiss. You can too have his course from thousands that will be learning from MDY Gemara from the South. Yeah. Don't miss out. MDY.com/sponsor. I think we sold in the 1,500, besides the ones that we gave out. And many were given out, but sold. A lot of people bought. But also, this is from the Sion in Toronto. This is in Jamie and Julia's house. I had the space of eating in Jamie and Julia's house and growing the chef. Imagine what this tasted like. Jamie and Julia and sweet pizza. Ravelli, I walked into Meyer's house, Meyer Fisher, from the Meyer Shas, the official Shas. I went to Meyer's house now, Master Shas at 11 p.m. And they told me I cannot disturb Meyer's currently listening to about Tzvi Rosenblum, Lakewood, New Jersey. Oh,
It's Shuli Horowitz's house, and he sponsored it too. Jamie spoke. Okay, I got it. We have new technology. They go on my screen. Yeah, you don't get it anymore. Here, I want to show you the technology. Oh, you're not on it. I can't send you a message. Is it voice note? Let me see. No, only Dave. We'll do it to Dave. Hold on a second. Dave, it goes to your phone? Okay, let's see. Hey, Dave, let's see what's going on. How come my Remy doesn't have one of these things on my screen? Okay, let's see if it works. Let me know when it works. From my screen, it's Moirdik. So middle share, I talk to Yoshi because a lot of times in the Hebrew share, the charts aren't ready or I don't know what it is. So what's chart 11? And he sends me back a message. But I have to talk in front of everybody, so it's a little strange. The Baltimore satellite Motzi Shabbos at Oil Torah. Rabbi said, you should have seen last night. Last night, the Hebrew shared not a single seat available. People were sitting on to the door until like 12:20 a.m. And then at the satellite locations, we had Dave showed us two places, the Yaakov and Telson, with over 20 people each, right? Till 12 something in the morning. Packed in the satellite locations. Motzi Shabbos Staten Island satellite. Look at this, Rabbi Isai. Gewaldig. Rabbi Leibowitz's status, Rav of Base Knesset of North Woodbury. Oops. Little boy in shul holding the Gemara, which page says, good morning, Rabbi Isai. Me. Tell your Tati that as long as he's learning, I don't mind that he doesn't listen to my Daf Yomi Shir. Gewaldig. Dear Valley, Moshe Rosenfeld. Thank you for your incredible shiurim. They have truly changed my life. I have a question regarding today's daf. He says what I saw brought down. A few people told me so. It's interesting that Reb Zeir, how did you know that the sharpness of the knife comes before the heat? Because he himself was shechted. Chom Rabbe v'shachad Reb Zeir, so maybe he experienced whatever. Best regards, Moshe Rosenfeld, once in New York, learning the daf since Pesachim, daf Beis, on the Beis, whatever that means. Yeah, that kind of. I really like this one a lot, and maybe increase the volume just for this. Dear Belly, thank you, MD1, especially the artists for the amazing videos. My girls love them. That's all they wanted to watch a few days ago. Now, his girls are 2.5 and 1. We must have watched that one video, the one with the dead guy coming out of the grave. It's 30 times video attached. It's a great cultural alternative to Kid TV. I agree. It's unbelievable. Still, keep up the great work. Thank you, Yaakov, Sanhedrin, Daf, Mem, Beis, and Chana, 2.5, and Sarah, 1, from Moses. It's Yaakov Moses. Then you wonder why he wants to marry Ben Torah when they grow up. Hi, Belly. Just listen to the share. Great to hear you enjoy the gift last week. Now, he asked me not to read this, but I'm going to be mechutzef, and I'm not going to put his name in or which Carlo. He wrote the Carlo. This guy's a Carlo guy in a certain city, not Bet Shemesh. I'm a guy in B, Carlo, just trying to grow and being committed to the daf. I wish I could give you an MDY more, as you deserve so much for such an amazing shir that I just love. Love you, Rebelli. The challenge from the owner of, he's the one that gave me the schnitzel tray that Friday morning. I asked him, shir, who was it? He tells me that because my wife on Shabbos was saying, I wish I would have known, I wish I would have kept the name because I wanted to order from there. And I wish he would let me say his name so I could give him a little plug. He says, no, he doesn't want it. Maybe he'll say, oh, and also I found the guy that gave me, this came in the mail, the guy that gave me the wax. Remember the wax thing? It says Orlovsky. Orlovsky, wax seal, set and stamp, Rabbi Orlovsky. Yeah. It's the darshan, of course. Why wouldn't you send us a wax thing? No, I'm just kidding. Not him. Yeah. Rabbi said this is in Hebrew. I'm just gonna say a little bit. The winner of the $2,000 says he's very emotional and that he's able to bring more and more people, but he wants to dedicate it to win to his mother that's in Shamayim, Miriam Yochevet Bas Tzvi, who's never seen nachas from him. Itzik, she used to call him Itzela, and here he is going and bringing people to Torah. And now that she sees now, and she's sitting and having nachas, and here's the whole thing. She went over to Shloima, the uncle, and he wants his father, who's 93 years old. His father's 93 years old to hear this. So I read this. He came over and he said, I hope you read it so my father could hear it. My father also didn't have that much nachas. Anyway, so it's beautiful. Toda, Itzik Lebevich. Sphere Soimer. Really? Mazel tov, Ari. Ari Rosenstein, our granddaughter. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Why are you sitting over there? What's going on? They keep getting pushed back and pushed back. Sphere Soimer was the Refuas had more religious leader, Kodesh Morim Yisrael Beleas, the Refuas Leima. Sphere Soimer, Aaron and Caleb Muriel Stein, in honor of our children, Shalom Shachna and Yitzchok Zev Stein, and our nephew Mendel Stein, upon completing the first week of Daf Yomi. There's always a beginning, and Be'ez Hashem, you stick to it. It takes time to learn how to stick to it, but once you stick to it for a while, it becomes part of you. Official edition of Yoshas B'Tzefet Zev Yal Shulhar Perek, the Benedict family, Daf Yud, sponsored by Danny and Kiki Yeager. The Masechta sponsor, the actual, not the official edition, the Masechta is sponsored by David Salomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Baruch, Baruch Chaim Tzvi Dozer from the Bracha, the Patrick Family Foundation, gratitude to the consortium and the alliance, and all they do to support MDY. Anonymous, Hatzlacha, Baruchis, Ubigashmias, and thank you to Chief Benny Anonymous for delivering for Shleiman and Ritzom to Leah Basester, and the Yemen Daniela Rosenfeld Rios Simcha. The monthly sponsors are Yisai Miller, first name of Miriam, Dr. Miriam, Yemen and Daniela Rosenfeld, and also the Shefa. Weekly sponsors, Unify, Nishmas, Shen Basarabi, Kiel, Methel, Shalom, Yortzet is on, like Boimer. Daily sponsors, extended Weidenbaum family in memory of our dear father, Dr. Getzel Ben Michal, on his 9th Yortzeit. Yisrael Chaim Gold, Nishmas, Aaron Tzvi, Ben Avigdis, Robert Sternberg, Yours is from Bezio from your Talmud of Sanhedrin Daf Beis, in Sanhedrin Daf Beis. Current sponsors for the month, HYK Ventures, in the success of all of our clients. Yaman and Daniela Rosenfeld, Rocco Carnaza. What do you do? What is this clients? What's HYK? Huh? What do they do?
CFO services.
CFO services.
Families and small businesses.
Shema. I know he doesn't want to say himself. Very good. Okay, good. You use him. I wonder why. We should also use him. I think MDY uses him. Doesn't he? Yeah. Innovations LC as a school for Akiva Simcha Ben Vega and Shkoya and Rivki Yudis Basia Chaya. Amen. Bekorov. MDY Coffee Corner month. Cover that field committee. Dalit Limyat Toimen. I said not such a nice thing last night, so I'll say it again today. I said I really hope that this didn't really work, that nobody's mechabed the tefillah, they go and make coffees in the middle of davening, so that next month we can get another sponsorship from them. So Shamshi said, it's not working so well, but the mice, so they pause right before they take the coffee. It gives them that guilt, the Jewish guilt. And that's also, so now they're amazed instead of shaygim. So we went up a mile. They just next to coffee. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. MDYR. Month. Before Shleiman, I'm just saying this so that the guy's really going to feel guilty. He's going to turn around and look at you and give you that tongue. MDY month. Who is it? Give me some Lashon Hara here. You know, I'm going to start diving in the earlier minion. I said, but when I come, nobody makes everybody. No, this. They tell me every time. You got to come. So come once in a while. Everything's quiet right up and down. Really nicely. What's going on here? The red is away. I'm going to watch the video. Before Shlema, weiter in the sponsorships. Anyway, our month. Before Shlema, Yonatan et B'Shem Bracha. Before Shlema, Mordechai ben Esther. Sayel Daniel Zev ben Ayela Esther. We have an unbelievable daf today. Especially, I love the last sugya. It's unbelievable. Okay, you're gonna love it. So now we're holding in the sugya of Chamira Sakanta Misura. Everybody knows this. Chamira Sakanta, we're more makbid on a sakana than Isser. Did I show the video in the English yesterday of the guy with the water? Shalom Aleichem. Yes, how are you? What's your name? From? Very nice. Who else is a guest? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Shalom Aleichem. From where? Oh, made Aliyah when?
7 months ago.
Wow. Okay. Givaldic. Beautiful. Who else? Where do you live now? But in Israel, where? Here? Okay, cool. Very nice. Those tall buildings with the black on top. Nice, very nice. And the Fusi lives there. Who else? I was in their offices in Petah Tikva. Yeah. I wanted to check this out. This Kamir is kind of Misura. Okay, I think Yossi Shachar, who's a shtickle. We have the
Khamira Safanta Meisura. Why didn't you drink the juice? Please. Join the study of Maseches Chulin with MDY UC Yeshua.
I think I'm hallucinating.
This AI, they bring the daf to life.
okay. Something Gemara. So how do you know? So we're on the last. We just have to finish. We had to stop, unfortunately, in the middle of the sugya. I want to finish it off like I did for the Hebrew, but because the Israelis were pushing at the door, it was already 11:15 or something, so we had to stop short. So Omer Ravashi, 7 lines from the bottom of Tessim Beis. Omer Ravashi, Toshma, Sloikas Shenicha Meduna. We're talking about the Meitachas. This is the water that you take from a mayan. How do you say mayan? Spring. Only from a spring. For the paraduma, you burn a paraduma. You take the ashes, mix it with water, and then you sprinkle whoever's tummy from makes. Now, Chaval. Oh yeah, here. This is an older video. Let's connect to see it again. We're very, very macbid on the tum of this water. So much so that we take women that are in the matzav and we put them in this special place that has no tumah. And these kids are born without any tumah, and they grow up without tumah. And here, just put it on top of it. So even if there's a mace underneath, and then eventually we put them on a bowl that has a wide door so they can't stick their hands out and become tamei. And these kids, they draw the water. That's how much we're knocking. A kid, no birthday parties, nothing until he's 8, 10 years old. So he can draw water, can't see anybody, can't have friends, nothing. What do they have today? Oh, they have today till today. So the kids are homeschooled and the whole thing. For this thing. Wow. Okay. So you can't even visit them. You can't even watch them because you might touch or whatever. Interesting. But aren't the parents? Okay. Interesting. So. Word. Oh. So now you left this glass uncovered. You come and you find it covered. Who covers a glass? Who would cover a glass? A human being or an animal? Only a human being. Not only usually, but usually only. We must assume that it's a human being. Now, if it's a human being, it's 50-50 that whoever covered it is covered. Who else would cover? You never see a rat going ahead and covering a glass jar. Well, what if you covered it? We're not talking about, a peanut butter cover. We're talking about some clay on top. So you found it. If you left it covered, now this is the reverse. Who uncovers? Usually it's not a human being that's going to leave it uncovered. Now it's an animal. Unless it's your children, whatever. Okay, fine. If a weasel of some sort could drink from it, or nachash, or a snake. Now, what's the problem if a weasel or a snake drinks from it? The problem is that there was a malacha done to the water. You cannot do any work with it. By drinking it, that's the malacha. And they usually spit back. They'll drink a little bit and dribbles right back in. And that's a problem. Now you have a cup that has malacha water in it. And then we're going to see or instead of it being water from a spring, it's water from dew, which is no good. Sula, it's possible, but not common. Possible. Can't use this for paragon. Rabbi Shimon Levi, Matam, what's the reason? So, in this situation where the first case, where it was covered, so that then it's for sure a human being covered it, and then you have 50-50 that a human being is covered, Mela, we consider it covered. But in the second case, where it's revealed, it's uncovered, now it could be a few things. It could be a human being, it could be a sheriff. Now, if it's a human being, there's a 50-50 chance that it's tar. There's a human being that's tar uncovered. But you also have another 30, so let's call it 30%. 33% that a human being that was coming uncovered it. 33% that a top art person uncovered it. And another 33% that a sheriff uncovered it, needed a good drink. So totally you have, let's say, 66%. You have a roiv that it's okay. They take this out, we'll just read it quickly. You know, they didn't even pull up on some so that someone because he did something, it doesn't go on some because it changed the status. It's something but if you found it the way it is, whoa, it could make up. Neither. But this is the Mikulah. Something by Mikulah, Masurim. You have a suffix on the water of the Mechab doesn't say it's possible. But over here, if it's you find water that's Mikulah, you're gonna say it's also even like the Nakash is a very big meal, still you say it's also. So what do you see from here? Shmamina, Amira, Sakata, Isura, we're more makbid on Sakana than we are on Isur, Shma. Okay, so now we're just going into the sugya of Megillah. Now, also we had a few times with different variations. Shlosh mashkin asur mishmegillah. There are only 3 liquids that are also for the concern that perhaps a snake inserted its venom into these drinks. The other drinks are not something that snakes are interested in. So let's say Coca-Cola is not one of them because they don't drink Coke. Mayim, that's water. V'yayin b'cholov. 3. Milk. The Yoda brings a story that there was a woman that her husband treated her with a lot of violence. It's violent towards her. And she was very fearful of him. And she witnessed a snake insert venom into or drink from a cup of milk. So she went to the cup and stood out, and then the door opens and her husband comes in. So she let go of the cup. And of course he comes and starts yelling at her, whatever. And as he's yelling, he grabs the cup and she's and he drank the cup and he died. That's the Ben Yehuda's version. I had a different version. And she poisoned him and she told the cops that it was a snake, but whatever. But that's how. That's what makes sense. He says that. Yeah. But the Ben Yehuda brings it as don't be violent and don't because you never know. So how many yishuv you asur? What's this Megillah? If you turn your head around for a moment, you have to be concerned, or it's a certain amount. It says the Gemara, it's the amount that it takes for the snake to come out of a nearby place and drink. How close? As long as it comes out like from the handle itself and drinks. But if that's the shear that he comes out of the handle and drinks, so he's right there, you see him drinking. It's more like, where is it? Oh, here, this one. First of all,
This is the mucker part. Tysus says over here, it's even a very, very small snake. It's small, as wide as a hair breadth. That's how small the snake is. That's the Shvifine, says Tysus. But, ooh, venom is small.
I forgot to learn the Daf Yomi.
Why is that? Oh, because I'm saying that. That's why I'm being wrong.
Oh, come on, what the chances?
I don't know what he's doing. Like, this is what's a shower. This is a shower. Oh, that's the shot. Because I'm really Spanish. I have a hard time speaking English. I got it. Okay, fine. So the Kitzer, the shear is that from Rashi, it seems like the snake is coming out of the ground, not so much the handle. And it comes in from the ground, goes in, drinks, and comes back out. So how long does it take? About a minute until it comes up, until it drinks, until it goes in. So let's say if you turn your back to the wine, to the water, for a minute or two, that's already considered Megillah. And to remind the Oilam, the Vilna says that even if we don't have snakes today, the Gemara only uses one reason why we shouldn't do it today, but there's other reasons that are concerned. What? Because we don't know what the other things are. You know what they are. You know what that's the question. Well, they're all told in that shir. There's a story with the Vilna that he drank from the gula, then he had a hiru or something. He blamed it on drinking mayim gula or something. Says the Gemara. Itmar hashoichet b'sakin v'nintzes b'guma. I want to just show you this because when I learned it, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw my knife. Did anybody see my knife yet? Didn't see my knife. I seriously, are you allowed to bring one of these knives in a suitcase? I am bringing it to Morocco. I have one in my suitcase. I'm bringing my suitcase, not in my carry-on. That would be not a good idea. I pulled out one of these things on the plane. What? Oh. They don't. If you say Jewish, if you say it's Muslim, they're not okay. Fine. The boy said, is it a good idea to check this knife, the sharpness, to see if there's any nicks with your tongue? So when I saw it in the Gemara, I was feeling my tongue to see if it's still there. It's like, Gemara talks about it. But anyway, Hashoyre B'sakin, V'nimtzis Guba. Listen to this. Rishon Salanter says that there's a time of Rishon Salanter. I should start over, because he didn't say. In the time of Rishon Salanter, there's a shaychet that they found. There's only one reason I'm holding it, and the Baruch Hashem is working my reason. So anyways, there's a... the NDY Tefillah committee here. This is for the committee. He'll stand there next to the coffee machine. Okay. Imagine what a cow feels like right before it sees one of these things. Okay. Says in the time of Rabbi Shmuel Salanter, there's a shaychet. They found a knife with a gima, and they threw him out with tremendous busha. He has a gima on his knife. Get out. So when the little Nick says Rabbi Shmuel Salanter, this is the knife that the shaychet had one gima. But the knife that you shefted the shaychet has many gimas. So the Gemara, Omer Havuna, Sharfi says, Omer Havuna, so we got to get this mamish start in Klor. We have machlokes here. What happened? We have a knife that was perfectly fine. He checked it with his tongue.
There's not a single nick. He shechts that animal, and then he finds a nick. What happens? There are two options. Either, as he started the shechita, he got a nick immediately by the hide of the animal. The hide is stiff. And that can cause, occasionally, it can cause a nick. Not very common, but it happens. The other thing is, maybe it happened after the shechita. For instance, he's taking a knife, this very delicate knife, and he's chopping away at bones. It's not something you do. And obviously, if you're going to chop a bone, what's going to happen? It's going to create a pima, it's going to create a nick. What do you expect it to happen? So Mamela, Psula, so Ravuna is of the opinion, I have to go to Chumrah. I have to understand that what happened was that, yeah, you had a good knife, but immediately as you started the shechita, it became possible the knife. And if you have a pima, what's the problem? You're going to do ikur. Ikur means you're going to pull the simanim, and it's gonna tear instead of cut nicely, and that's awesome. The business is no. Let's go to Kuda. Let's assume that during the shechita it was perfectly fine. What happened was it got a pima after the shechita. It makes more sense to me that as he's chopping away, he knows he shouldn't be doing that. He knows that a bone is a bone and it's going to create issues with the knife. It became problem afterwards. Let's assume. So, says the Gemara, didn't we learn yesterday? And that's what the beautiful sugi is. Unfortunately, it's not that long, but we have a great sugi about chazaka. Chazaka de mikar. What's chazaka? Chazaka means that we're not old. In this context, chazaka means that we're going to assume what status quo. The status quo, meaning whatever it was before, that continues until otherwise notified. If this animal, we said yesterday, according to Ravuna, if the animal is also to eat, why is it also to eat? Because it's a living being and you cannot take a bite out of a live animal because it's favored in a fight. Even a Ben Noach is okay on such a thing. That Isser, or the Isser, not that Isser, the Isser continues until somebody notifies you otherwise, until you know that it was shechted properly, whatever it is. So Mela over here also. I have an Isser on this animal, boom, 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 boom. I thought I shechted it, but I found a nick on the knife. I'm going to continue the status quo and say it's also. And continue. How do I know that it's not also? You can only tell me it's also because there's shechita, but the shechita knife had a nick in it. And I don't know when the nick happened. So now you're going to have, the onus is on you. You have to prove to me when the nick happened. Meanwhile, this animal is awesome. The chazaka continues, and it's awesome. That makes a lot of sense, says the Gemara. But what's Rav Chisda? Why would Rav Chisda argue with the chazaka? Ravuna, Kishmaite. Like you said, that there's a cheskas isser, chazaka demikara. Rav Chisda, my time, why would Rav Chisda say that this is mutar of Allah? Etzem, Bali Koyim. Let's think about it. Everybody knows if you're going to take a knife and you're gonna whack a bone with it 9 out of 10 times, it's going to get a nick. So it's a vada. There's a certainty. Or suffix pagin, suffix low pagin. It's a big suffix whether or not the hide. Imagine the very time you checked it and then the hide, then you can't check, right? So it occurs once in a while that the hide is going to give a nick. Okay, that's a big suffix. I have a suffix of vadai, so now you have a suffix against a vadai. Main suffix mostly vadai, and the uncertain cannot be stronger than the vadai. What's a brother? So either of them. Oh, there's a video. The what? Huh? What Valley were anymore? That's a different Valley. That's Chazaka. That's Chazaka versus Valley. We're talking about Valley and Sabbath. What's the video? Remind me, Dave. Oh no, that's something else. That's later. That's the Mafrekis. Okay. Masiv Rava l'Sayula Ravuna. So Rava wants to bring a proof to Ravuna, basically, and at the same time ask a question on Rav Chisda. Are there any people that paint for a living over here? We have a painter that comes every single night.
You're a painter? Oh, like an artist. For cool. Okay, so you're a painter. So you could understand the sugya. You can relate. Imagine this: a guy who's a painter, commercial, just vinyl and cars and all stuff like that kind of stuff, like trucks, cars, and stuff, or not really. Oh, like on furniture. Got it. Okay. It doesn't matter what. Some sort of paint spray. What, use a sprayer? Okay. Schmack. I have a sprayer. I like sprayers. I used to be a what? Crops? Yeah. Yeah. So you have to know how to go, right? So it's hot. Okay. Anyway, imagine you and you see like right? So the question is, when did it happen? When did the paint get there? Did you have it in the morning, right before you went to the mikvah, or it happened later on in the day? After the tefillah, you look in the mirror. Sometimes during the day, you find something. Like, even though you're a painter by profession, you do this all day long. But that's like feeling. We have to assume that you're still talking. Until you could say with certainty, I know for a fact that when I went to the mikvah, I saw in the mirror of the mikvah, I saw there's no paint on my nose. So I went in, it was a good feeling. Okay, fine, that's partial. One thing's for sure. You went to the mikvah. There's a bad feeling. And there's a suffix whether the paint was on you before you went to the mikvah or after. So that's a suffix. Because you have a vada that you went to the mikvah. You have a suffix whether or not the paint was on you. And we say that you didn't do a tefillah. There's no tefillah. That means the suffix won in this case. You have a suffix of vada and the suffix wins. Why is the suffix winning? That's a contrary proof. Says the Gemara, Shani also thinking of Hamid coming up as Kosev, so now the Gemara goes step by step. By the paint, you can say, listen, this person was coming. So his chazak, this person who's coming, his chazak is going to continue. Maybe he went to the mikvah, but maybe he didn't go to the mikvah. So the chazak on you have a suffix on him, chazak is going to continue. As the Gemara often nami. So what's the difference? This animal is also to eat. So perhaps you just continue with the chazaka. So but what do you mean? He's dead. He had a slice in his neck. He had a shchita. Oh, Ganami, he went to the mikvah. What's the difference? Oh, you see, this guy that went to the mikvah, something that tells us perhaps he didn't go to the mikvah. Why? Because he has a bunch of paint on his nose. But also this knife has a nick in it, so maybe it wasn't a shchita. Oh, so finally the Gemara gets to where it wanted to get, just to show us how to get there. A beautiful chiddush. Sakin Israel, behema lo Yisrael. Over here, by the person that went to the mikvah, the person himself has a reyosis. Something wrong with the person himself. He has paint on his own nose. Over here, in our case, the behema has nothing wrong with it. The knife has something wrong with it. The knife is an external factor. That's something else. I think this is where you left in the Hebrew show. Yeah? How is this? Not for carry. Oh, so this is a question I asked yesterday. Not everybody knows this. So for those of you who weren't here on Shabbos, how much of the two simanim of a bird? How much of the two simanim of the bird you have to shack of a chicken? Only one out of the two. Only one out of the two. So check this out. This is all brand new for yesterday. I mean, I don't know how he did this. Once the Shabbos, he did not have this. I'm talking to him about this, and I was like, we got to do something for this. He says, but I don't have the model yet. I don't have this. Fine. Baruch Hashem, by the time she came around, it was here. Over here, you can see a bird has the same thing as an animal. It has a kana, which is the trachea. It looks like the Israeli air conditioner pipe with a bunch of rings. And then this red thing, which is
beshed, which is the esophagus, which the food goes down. I guess you would hit the corner first, depends from what angle, but we're talking in a situation where he cut only, all you have to do is cut one out of two. So he cuts one, he cuts the esophagus. And then, after he cut the esophagus, that moment that he cut the esophagus, what happened? The animal is kosher because he cut one. And then the trachea, which it could happen, I guess it happens a lot more often than the esophagus, the trachea pops out. Here, take a look like this. He cuts one. At this point, when he cuts it, it's a good shechita. And then, boop, that guy pops out. It's a nice little video. I like it. It popped. Does that pop create an issue here in this case? No. Why? Because the animal's kosher before it popped. What if it popped first and then he shechted? Then of course it's a problem. Why? Because it's a trachea. It can't breathe. If the trachea goes that way, how's it breathing? Although we had a chicken without a head, then we had a breathing apparatus. No, we had a chicken walking around for a day or two, so it's okay. You can live like that. It once happened in 1956. Okay, fine. Yeah, mom is like that. It says Gemara, Shochan is habesh Mesa. Shochan is habesh. We're talking about a bird now, and you only have to shecht one simon. He shechted the esophagus. And the trachea popped out. Sheira. What you need to do is cut one. Nishma gargeres, if the trachea pops out, and only after that he did shchita, because this animal is mamish a trachea. What if you shechted and now you develop a suffix? You don't know when it popped. Did it pop because you were messing around there doing shchita, or it popped right before you did shchita? And then, you don't know when it happened. Oh. Why does it say 7:55 on my screen on top? It's the wrong thing. It's 40 minutes, okay. Like that. I hope I remember, because I forgot to tell the Israelis. The Hoya Maisa is a Rashi, Hoya Maisa on the base. Hoya Maisa is a story like this. Every time you develop a suffix in the shchita, it's possible. Says the Gemara. What does it mean called? Every single time. Every single time means including our case. What was our case? You shechted an animal, then you look at the knife, you see there's a nick, and you don't know when it was developed. There, that's a suffix in shchita. And what does it say? Also, you should treat it with chumrah. Let's say Gagabna. Loi. Lasuyi suffix show, suffix doras. We're talking about a real suffix in the shchita itself, not in the knife. Where he paused momentarily in the shchita, or he doesn't know. He pushed downward. He applied downward pressure instead of back and forth pressure. He's not sure. You know what? Maybe this time I was a little bit forceful on a downward motion. What should I do? Toss it. Chuck the chicken away. Chuck the chicken. And the Gemara explains the story that we said before. That what? When you develop a suffix in the animal, in the chicken itself, in the animal itself, because there's a shihiyah, there's a drisa that's in the animal itself. The neck had a shihiyah, the neck had a drisa, but that's the animal. And in Mela, I'm going to take this chicken and toss it. But in our case, it's different. Sacking is real. The problem didn't happen with the chicken, the problem happened with the knife or the animal. Behema lo yisrael. I get it, but if the Gemara is making that nafkamin, obviously it happened because, but it's on your suffix is on a piece of metal. When that metal developed the nick, obviously it has ramifications to the chicken, but it's once removed. Breakfast sponsor, a boy side, Mark Katz, in honor of my first time at the MDY Mothership last week and my 1 year anniversary. Also, a full slave, the Alpha Ben C involved. What? Ben C Pyra. Alpha Ben C Pyra. Okay. Also, turning of the DAF by Adar Global Specialist in International Financial Services. Chaim Milrad, Full Shlema, Inni Murasim, Imam. Farato Baschano Basil Shower for the Israel. Oh. It's making me nervous all the way back there. Can you imagine the people up there? Listen. We trained him. He's already used to it. Okay. My voice, I want to tell you a Maisa that has zero to do with the daf, but everything to do with life. I want to share with you because it's fresh off the press. This happened to me twice this week, so that's why I feel it's mamish kosher to tell that. Friday morning, I was preparing for that. Friday is probably my hardest day because I have to give a shiur by 2:30, and it's 7 hours, 6.5 hours less than a regular day for preparation. So I'm pushing. Today's even worse. Today's 1. But I will tell you, I had Siyat Shmaya. Shabbos morning, I got up earlier than usual. I learned 2 daf, prepared 2 daf, and then I learned those 2 daf with my Chavrusa or Yedidia, and then I went to Shabbos. So now I feel good. I feel like, okay, I got Yudal is very simple. It's Givaldic. It's 10 cases of Roiv, and they're all go through shots. Roiv by Paraduma, Daruf, all Gishmakin. It's fine. Play this amazing. I get a call from my neighbor. He says, listen, there's a vandal that went into our building and turned the water hoses, the fire hydrants, the fire hoses, in a bunch of floors. And the water's coming in. And it happened around 10 o'clock in the morning. No, on Friday. This Friday. And damage went to people's apartments. Mamish a vandal. Then whoever it was went to the building next door, did the same thing over there. Now, he knows that I have cameras in the entire building, and it goes to my house. I installed it into my house. Please check what's going on. And listen, I'm pretty busy, but I like to catch a good vandal. That's my nature. I got to get this vandal. 2 minutes to 10 on the camera. Interesting individual with sunglasses, hat, hard to see the face, walks into our building, person I've never seen before. And you could see, Ruben pointed out to me that there's no water on the floor. 3-4 minutes later, you see water starting gushing into the hallway, into the elevator, into everything. And then this person makes a quick exit out of the building. So you have this person. Now, I'm thinking to myself, if I walk to shiur, let's say, a few hours, like 2 hours, and I see this individual, instead of beating the person up on the spot, I'm going to try to get his name. And try to get some information. Now, what's your name? Tzadik. And he will tell me. Why should he tell me? And I said, were you in my building? And he might deny it. If he denies it, I'm going to pull out my phone and show all this. I'm not just going through this whole thing. But then, I don't need a knife. What if he tries to make a run for it? I know what to do in that situation also. Give him a good zets for good luck. And then call the cops. What's up? Turning on the water like that in our building. But I hate vandals coming into my building like that. Anyways, Friday night, Ma'ariv, the whole thing. After Ma'ariv, I decided to go visit Rabbi Leibler. He broke his hip. So I was going to just pay him a quick Refuah Shlema visit. I said, we really miss you in the building because Dr. Epstein, you're in my building, Hold on, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you the whole story, what happened. So, Rabbi Leibler, if you were around and up and running, this wouldn't have happened in our building. He takes good care of our building. He says, that? Let me tell you what happened. Okay, what happened? He says, we turned off the water to the building a little while ago. So, when they came to clean the building, the cleaners, they turned on the water to fill up their buckets, and there's no water that came out. So they went to the next floor. But what happens in these situations, you forget to close it. You leave it open. I called the gardener to turn on the water because the grass is dying. So it wasn't for the whole building. It was a special pipe. So he turned it on at 10 o'clock. All the way, and the same thing happened in the building next to us. This guy that's coming up the stairs with the sunglasses has nothing to do with the story. Zero. I would have beat up a random person for no reason. learned a very, very valuable lesson of Donald Kapskos, of not coming to conclusions. Like, you don't know. Like, if it's, I wasn't sure. Why? I was positive. This is the person. He walked in a minute before the water went on. Why is he running out of the building? Obviously, he's running out of the building because he ran out of the building because the water was coming up his knees. He ran out. It's a murder gemaisa of Donald Kapskos. I wanted to say when it's fresh. No, I had to, no, also, real quick, in 30 seconds, a worker came to my house with 10 tiles on one of these things. You were talking to me when it happened. He was on the phone with me, on Zoom. And all of a sudden, I hear, boom. He drops it off a step. He went off a ledge, but really hard. Boom. I'm like, nothing. Hold on a second. Hold on. I thought, because, see, those are goals. I go. And I see the tiles are broken like this. And I'm like, it's how I tell him he was. Listen, be careful. Each one costs 200 shekel. I see 400 shekel of damage. He says, no, it was broken before. I said, come on, no, broken before. I heard it. Broken before. So because he insisted, I went to the video camera and it was broken before. It was broken before. In my mind, this guy's lying to me. So I called up his brother, the boss, and I said, listen, your brother's telling me broken before, but I heard him go boom. He says, no, it was broken before. So I can't believe it. So I went back to the video that you see him coming into my house. Before the boom, it's cracked. And you see the crack. So anyways, I got to work on myself. I'm sharing with you. Don't come to conclusions. Bilga's going to say, right? I told you afterwards. I said, Bilga's going to say, yeah. When did it happen? Before, after? It's very negative. The boy side, very negative. I learned a new thing, that you have a second name, Zev. Is that true? Because your son got an aliyah here in Shabbos. And it all has to do with the daf. Rabbi said we're going to make a pshara over here. We're going to say that Allah is like your Rabbi, that Allah is like your Rabbi says when a person uses a knife, let me show you this knife. When a person uses a knife and you find the bima after use, perfectly fine before you're not going to take it out. It was great before, you checked it before, but you found the bima after the shechita, says Rabuna, throw the animal out. And Rav Chizda says no, the animal's kosher. So let's go say the Rabuna if he never broke bones with this, then it is possible. Because how else did it get a bima? Because it's going to say the Rav Chizda, but the halacha is like Rav Chizda, that when he did break a bone, the halacha is like Rav Chizda. Why? Because he broke bones later on, 5 minutes later. But when he did the shechita, it was perfectly fine. There's no reason. So Michlal Rav Chizda, obviously Rav Chizda Afagav Deleishi Berletzim. Obviously, if the halacha is like Rav Huna, when he didn't break the bone. So, and what do you mean the halacha is like Rav Huna? Meaning Rav Chizda argues even in the case where there's no bone breaking, the guy didn't do that, there was no bone breaking. The halacha is like Rav Huna, and now like Rav Chizda. Rav Chizda would say in such a case where he didn't break any bones afterwards that the animal is kosher. How did he get a nick? There's only one option so far. Got a nick from the heart of the animal. That means the knife is puzzled and it's not a good shechita. So why would Rav Chizda argue? Hello. The father of Chizda over my. So how in the world did it get a nick? Says the Gemara, we have a beautiful video here. Here we go. Check this out. Look at this. Mamish from Motzi Shabbos. He cuts. Boom! Into the spine. And look what happens. You see that? Load up. Look at that. There's a nick. And there's even sawdust from the bone. Bone dust. So I can say that it happened from the mafrekes from this bone. Says I just want to point out Rashi here. That's why I said before, I forgot. This is a good one. This is Rashi. The Chayshinun la'or. Says Rashi, there's a story with me. Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, he said that even when it happens with a bird, you could assume that the nick in the knife happened from the hide. Says the Gemara. Is a story of the Torah of Rav Yosef at Klisa Kivasa. So this is interesting. Rav Yosef said that 13 animals are treif because we found the nick on the animal. So the Torah, what's the pashtus? What does it mean 13 animals? All the animals that he shechted. Kiman, Kravuna, Rafil B'Kamaisa, everything he shechted that day is treif. So Gemara Loi, I could say that perhaps no, it means Krav Chizda. That he did treif up 13 animals. Besides the first one, because according to Rav Chizda, I'm going to assume that the first animal is kosher. I had a lick. It happened from the mafrekes. It happened from the spine. People say, no, let's go back. It goes like Rav Chizda, I have a big problem. You want to say that Rav Chizda goes to Kula and he says, oh, you know when the nick happened, it happened afterwards. It happened from the spine. It happened from the wallet, whatever it is. But if you're going to go to Kula, there's 13 animals there. So we told you, let's go to Kula. Let's say, instead of it saying that it happened from the first animal, it got a gam, it got a nick from the 13th animal. So Mela, I can't go like Rav Chizda, because if Rav Chizda's Mekel, maybe he's Mekel all the way, and why would Ravuna, why would he pass in? Who said this? A story. Rav Yosef, why would Rav Yosef say that 13 animals are treif? Rav Kahana says you need to check the knife in between every single animal. Now let's see, how does that go? So there's two reasons why you check a knife. Either you check a knife to make sure that the animal that you just shechted is kosher, or you check a knife to make sure that the animal you're about to shech is kosher. You have to check each and in between every shechita. Come on. Goes to Ravuna. Well, the Mishnah Kamaisa to say that if you don't check after the first animal, then the first one is treif. Says Marla, perhaps I could be doichen, says Rashi. In other words, there's no force to say that this halach they have to check the knife in between every animal goes to Ravuna, and to say that the first one is puzzle. Okay, it goes to Rav Chizda to say that the last ones are kosher. In other words, if I don't check the knife, then even the last ones will be puzzle. So in order for me to make sure that the last ones are kosher, I have to check the knife. In other words, I'm checking the knife for the future, not for the past. Because for the past, it's okay. According to Rav Chizda, we don't care about the past. We're going to assume that the one you did already is kosher, and that the nick happened from something else, a side thing afterwards. But if so, if I'm checking the knife for the future, if you're going down with stuff, don't you need to show a knife to Chacham every time? Says no, I don't need to show the knife to Chacham every time. There's a passage that says, the Torah tells me I can check an animal. I have Nimanus. Me, Eli Stefansky, I can check an animal and tell you later, I checked it, it's kosher. There's no weight in there. No, I'm believed on Isser, on a single animal, a single person is believed. So then why do I ever have to show the knife to a Chacham? And we know that you're supposed to show the knife one time to the Chacham of the city. Says Gemara, I'll tell you why. It's to give honor to a Chacham. So I didn't understand. So I said, what kind of? Please don't give me any honor. Michael covered, okay? Bring your knife to somebody else. No, this is the Rashba. You shouldn't be Michael. Because it's a very important thing for a Chacham that knows the stuff to check knives, and that the shoftim should be using proper knives. So don't be such a tzaddik in an honor and say, oh, I don't need covet. No, take the covet, because then they'll force him to come to you and show him your knife, his knife, and then we'll make sure that the knife is in good condition. Now we have a beautiful sugya. Hopefully we have 8 minutes to do this. Beautiful. We spoke about. Oh wow, what happened? No. We're only. Are we 52 minutes into the shir? It's a mistake. How late do we start? Start late. Okay. Sorry, everybody. This is you're gonna love the sugya. It's kedai to listen to the sugya. Plus, we have a big thing of Remy is in the booth, and it's all about Remy here. You start off. Why are you showing your face here, Remy? I didn't ask you to do that. Get off, Remy. Says Gemara. We just spoke about Cheskas Chazaka Mikara. Do not confuse it with the Chazaka of Shlosh Amen, the Chazaka of this. Chazaka Mikara means Sometimes chazaka means something completely different than the chazaka that we're talking about now. So just don't confuse it. Chazaka means status quo. Whatever the status was until now, we're going to go until further notice. For instance, if the animal is also because it's Sefer Menachai, it's Sefer Menachai, or it's also to eat until you can prove to me that you shechted it. If you shechted it properly, this animal is 100% good until you can prove to me that there was a nick or something that happened before the shechita. But meanwhile, it's going to be good. Where do I know this? Where do I know this? Oh, my Rabbi Shmuel. Bar Nachman Omer Yonason Omar Kro Yotza Koven Abayis Pesach Abayis Behizgis Abayis Shivas Yom. What happened there? Let's watch the videotape. If somebody finds a funny looking discoloration on his wall, he calls Avrami Cohen, he calls an Kohen to check it out. And if he decides this is Takanega, you have to close the house up, take everything out, close it up for 7 days. Then he comes back, again check. But this closing is someone trying to learn literally Behizga means to close the front door. I like how the second one appears. Okay, that's good. That's one of the big problems with AI. Sometimes the doors open this way, sometimes that way. So you have to remove that stone if it's a gris. A gris is a certain size, 1 gris by 2 gris. Great. So now, how do I prove Chazaka from him? Maybe this is what happened. You have to here, check this out. As Avrami leaves, check this out. It's this size. Look what happens. It became smaller. Maybe that's what happened. How do I know that by the time he got to the door, it didn't shrink? Oh, because I'm assuming status quo. It's going to stay the way it is. Maybe he was walking backwards. And here, like this, take a look. He keeps on going back, and he makes sure that the nega doesn't shrink. And only in that situation he closes the door. Otherwise, he can't close the door. I have two answers to what you're saying. It's impossible what you're saying. When you walk backwards, that's not when the Torah says to walk out, you walk out. You don't walk backwards. Where do people walk backwards? And the Kaisa. So the Gemara is going to prove that that's considered walking. That's considered walking by the Kaisa. That Abai is wrong. Sometimes walking backwards is considered walking. What if you're blocked by something, by a door, by a wall? So what? You should open up holes in the wall so as you're walking out, you can see through into the bedroom, the terrace, or behind the door. You should pop a hole in the door so that you can see it as you're walking out. So this is an interesting lesson that our Gemara uses. I wasn't excited about this lesson because it's not, but it's based on Rashi. That what? If you're in a dark room, and you think there's an egg, the only way to see it for real is to turn on the light or to open up a window or something. That's not considered a nega. Not a nega. Even if you turned on the light and you saw a nega, not a nega. You don't have to open up the window. You cannot, it's a little strong, but okay. Meaning, open up the window doesn't change the status. Says Rashi, it's not a nega. It's not considered a nega. So Mamela, it's impossible to say that I have to poke holes in doors and pop the drywall so I could see through into the other room. That's not considered a nega. First of all, you're wrong. Walking backwards, here, check this out. The Kohen Gadol himself, on Kippur, like a Talmud from his Rebbe, he walks backwards. So
He walks backwards. So walking backwards is good. That's why we walk backwards from the Kaisel to give cover to the Rebbeinu Shalom. Like you walk up there in Kodesh, you walk backwards. Siv Yitzia, and it says in the Torah Yitzia, it says in the Mishnah, Yatsu Baloi, when he leaves, it's the same thing as when he came in. In other words, in the same direction. His body's facing the same way. Instead, it's facing the Arim, the Kodesh Kadashim, and he walks backwards out. With the guy by himself, only person with Chalonis, there's this nigo. And this, we tell me that in a dark house, you don't open up windows to see the nega. That's if you never established the nega. You don't know if it's a nega or not. You need to turn on the lights to see it. But where you already established in our case that's a nega. Avremi saw that it's a nega. Just what? You can't see it all the way to the door. So maybe in that case you do have to pop a hole in the wall. Says Gemara times look for Rebbe Yaakov says maybe he was walking up backwards, and you have to see the nega the entire time. Otherwise, there's no chazak. And there's no chazak here. Says in the passage that the Kohen leaves the house. Maybe the Kohen can go all the way to his own house. From his couch, he'll close the door. How will he close the door of that house? On a long rope. I was reminded that when I was about 12 years old, I used to daven Vesikin on Shabbos in Ramat Hanan. Why? Because my friends used to daven, and I didn't know how to wake up. So we devised a plan. I tied a rope to my foot and threw it out the window. Miss Sugar. Now, did he pull it? No, because I was so scared that he was going to yank my foot off or something. So I woke up like 2 hours before that. So it says over here, do not go home. Stay by the door. It's literal, by the door. Maybe you should be in the door. Maybe you should be mamish in the door. Yeah. You have to leave the house completely. What do you do? So the best way to do it, according to the Torah, you don't go home and you don't stand underneath the doorway, but you stand right next to the door. What if you went all the way to your house? Which you shouldn't do, but you did it anyway. So, but the Eved will be okay. But his gear says, Gary, it's good. What do you see? What do you see from here? You see, you can be in your own house and pull a long rope that's 200 feet long, close the door, and you're yotza. And we're going to finish here, but before you jump up, we have a video that I can see for 10 seconds. You're going to the you have a bunch of people in a row. Here, take this out. Whoa, look at this. Rabbi said, this is what the Gemara says. Maybe this is what happened. Sit down. Sound it. So, Avremi is on his, I don't know if you noticed, there's hides everywhere. There's cow hides behind him. He's sitting on cow hides. He's a player. So he's eating his cheesecake, and hundreds of people, what? This is dietetic cheesecake. He goes, the guy, the koi. How? So it's going to say, listen, you don't have to come out to Chazaka. He has first-hand information, what it is. Places points out, for that, I don't need 100 people like in the video. One person that was there at the time that he did the Hesger will tell you that it was good. It didn't grow. Rabbosai, have a wonderful day. I'll see you. Be'ez Hashem in a week. Don't fall off. If not, by Monday morning we'll be here.
Where is this book spreading Torah throughout the world? Sponsor a share today.
So much more energy once the Shabbos. Love it. It's different people. Wow, there's a lot of guests here also. Hayoim, Shmoinu Shloshim Yoim, Shem Chamisho Shavuos, Shloshim Yomim, Boimer, and it's very rare that we have in the room with us with Yaakov Aronoff, and it's a big schus. He brought his nephews. What's their names? What? The twins? Shlosh Mosh? Shlosh Mosh. From Meitzad. Meitzad. What, they have a at home. Wow. Who's the emails? They came on the right day. There's not a lot of emails. Ishmael. This, I don't know if I showed you guys. Rabbi Isai. I'm super excited. My friends in Mexico and all Spanish speakers.